It's pouring rain outside right now, in a luxurious villa area. Inside the villa, there was a child lying in the crib sleeping soundly. There was a big man, staring at the baby. Looking at the baby, it looks like the baby is sleeping very obediently. But he looked disgusted and said, "What a disgusting thing." Davin said that on the day I was born, my father looked at me and said that the greatest misfortune of my life is being born on the same day and month as Kajin. Kajin is a child blessed by the sword god, with both looks and talent. At this time, in the large room, there was a woman hugging that poor child. She said sadly, "If only you were Ka-Rin." Very soon, I knew both my parents were disappointed in me. Because I was born without a right arm. Every night my mother whispers in my ear, "Why don't you die, son?" At that time, he innocently whispered, "I'm sorry mom, but I really don't want to die." I heard the words that dad said when I was still in my mother's womb. At that time, he said, "This child is our hope. In this life, I will never be able to be as good as my brother, but my son will probably be superior to his son. No, he will definitely be superior to his son." Father had hoped that I could be better than Kajin, but since birth, I only had one arm, and was not blessed by the gods, and so I became a disgrace, a stone. The rocks crushed all my parents' hopes. I am just that kind of person. Some time has passed, the two children are now older. The female slave happily opened her arms to receive, "Young Master Kajin, come here, come here, come here young master." Oh my God, when the young master smiles, he looks like an angel. They played together happily. From afar, a woman's silhouette appeared. She silently watched and exclaimed, "Kajin already knew how to walk." Then, she looked at the poor child and said, "Why is he so slow?" At that time, I was just able to stand up and walk. The mother sadly complained, "Kajin already knows how to hold a sword, what does it mean now that you just know how to walk?" When I learned how to hold a sword, the mother lamented, Kajin had mastered the use of mana and was practicing his sword at Samian's sword house. Oh my God, it would be great if my child were a Kajin. And so, Kajin became someone I both envied and admired. Winter has come in the blink of an eye. In the cold snowstorm, a horse carriage was traveling across the road. Davin sat in the car with a sad face and said that when I was 7 years old, I was taken to be a Kajin's retainer. On the surface, I have the reputation of being the Kajin's supporting arm, standing by his side as a cousin, but in reality, my parents sold me for 300,000 luden. Davin was tortured on the shore and in the fields. Those cruel people laughed loudly and mocked, "Davin, look at you. This is the first time I've seen a pathetic guy like you." At that time, in the snow and rain, he was stripped naked and tied to a tree trunk, and the cruel Kajin continuously beat Davin without mercy. Because Kajin didn't like me from the beginning, he always used me as a target to vent his anger. He also happily said, "Cry more, cry louder." At that time, Davin silently comforted himself, I had to always try to hold back my tears. No matter how much pain I feel. What's even more bitter is that even though those adults witnessed this scene, they just turned a blind eye. There are no adults here. My uncle was a very prominent man, but he left the family a long time ago and has never returned. So no one here can control Kajin, making him grow up more and more like a madman. The bossy Kajin always bullies those who are weaker, his punch makes others admire, it's so fast. Hearing those words, he proudly sarcastically said, "It's because you're too slow." Having finished speaking, he struck the spear and broke it in half. Faced with that situation, that man quickly raised his hands and said, "I lost." It must be said that the sword god's natural talent and blessing became a poison that destroyed him. Kajin said arrogantly at that time, "Do you think you're done with losing?" Then, without saying a word, he immediately killed that man without any mercy. He arrogantly pointed to the next person and said he was next. He pointed at Davin and said, "To you, Davin." At that time, Davin used his teeth to bite the fabric strap tightly. He silently said, "I am very jealous of Kajin's strength and talent. I also want to become strong." With that determination, Dave charged forward to attack Kajin. Looking at Davin's resilient appearance, Kajin said sarcastically, "Don't stare at me like that. I don't like you." He just needed a light flick of the hand to send Davin flying several dozen meters away. Kajin said contemptuously, "A pathetic armless guy like you, how dare you look at me like that? You think you can beat me with just effort, if it's good, just try. People like you, no matter how hard you try your whole life, will never be able to compare to me." Davin was trampled miserably by Kajin. He thought to himself, "I want to win against him. I really want to win against him, I have that determination. He knew that, but that dream could not be achieved with effort alone. The older Kajin gets, the more he neglects to practice, drinking and drinking all day, even getting addicted to stimulants. But I still can't defeat him. He's a genius at tracking, and I'm just a fool trying in vain. However, things cannot stay like that forever. During the match between Davin and Kajin in the hall with everyone witnessing, the battle was extremely fierce, no one was willing to give in. Davin single-handedly tried to fight back against Kajin with his determination. His eyes were filled with determination and effort. He used his sword to slash hard at the ground. Making Kajin unable to stand, he angrily cursed, "Damn it." Kajin silently said in confusion, "His vision." Suddenly Kajin's face showed tense surprise. At this time, Davin took advantage of the opportunity, he rushed closer to Kajin. A ferocious expression stared at him. Davin shouts, "Kajin." Then a move hits him directly. The blow caused the ring to shake violently. The people there who witnessed this scene could not help but panic. Everyone was amazed at Davin's strength at that time. Everyone couldn't stop cheering. Davin was the one to defeat Kajin's sword storm, only to see Davin fiercely holding his sword to Kajin's neck. He said with a frown on his face, "So far, I have lost to Kajin, a total of 21 matches. But when I was 29 years old, I was able to defeat him. In previous temporary matches, I always lost to him, and the others kept telling me to give up, they laughed at me, saying I was incompetent. It was just a waste of my time, but in the end I won." Below the audience, people cheered their names. "Davin, Davin." In the ring, Dave angrily said, "How much longer do you think you can boast?" Kajin frowned and replied, "I would lose to a loser like you." At this moment, Davin thought in his head, those words, the words I had heard so much that they filled my ears. He remembered his mother's scolding words, "If only you were a Kajin." The father lamented and said, "If only my son were a Kajin." Davin said, "If I were you, I definitely wouldn't live like you." As soon as he finished speaking, Kajin was so embarrassed that he became angry and cursed, "You, this bastard." Davin replied boldly, "If I were you, I wouldn't waste my time on alcohol and drug addiction, I would live a more meaningful life, marking my footsteps at the top." Having finished speaking, he immediately turned around and left. In the end I had won. When everything was over, suddenly Davin's face looked a bit surprised. It turns out the evil Kajin stabbed Davin from behind. Everyone who witnessed this scene couldn't help but stare in horror. They chattered and said, "What's going on?" Kajin secretly stabbed Davin. Davin calmly said, "Ka-Rin, until the last moment you were still just a coward." At this moment, he had gone crazy and lost his reason, he was trembling uncontrollably. Davin said silently, "It hurts so much, it's not like it hurts like hell, I finally defeated Kajin, but still, it looks like I'm done. The precious sword of the sun, the precious sword is only passed down to the Samian clan's descendants, the sword contains the Samian clan's mana, the demon-resistant mana, even if Saint Guy La appears, I still don't have it, chance of survival." Davin said calmly, "You will be known as a loser for the rest of your life, Kajin." After that, Davin slowly closed his eyes and fell to the ground. In some dark basement, poor Davin was tied up in a chair. When he regained consciousness, he couldn't help but bewildered and asked, "Is this hell?" As soon as he finished speaking, a big man said, "Hell. You are in luck, who would have thought that the miraculous saint would be present in arena?" Hearing this, Davin was puzzled and asked, "Is it a saint?" The mysterious man then replied, "The goddess has healed your mortal body, with a magical task, just like her name." Hearing these words, Davin secretly wondered, "So I'm still alive, but my whole body is destroyed, now I can only breathe." The man wondered, "Did you sign a contract with the devil?" As soon as he finished speaking, Davin replied in bewilderment, "What's the matter?" The guy asked in surprise, "Why are you so surprised? Only by signing a contract with the devil can a loser like you defeat Kajin. Your parents have already admitted it, why are you denying it?" Davin thoughtfully recalled the image of his cruel father and mother, he replied, "Oh, that's it." The mysterious man continued, "Blood and sacrifices were found in your house, you are a devil who took the lives of 300 innocent children in exchange for power. Young Master Kajin killed you, to protect the honor of the Samian family, personally executing his cousin and childhood friend, the young master must be very sad." Hearing these words, Davin laughed and said, "I understand, I defeated Kajin, but didn't have anything to do with the family, yet they chose him instead of me. The mysterious man replied that Dave had tarnished the family's honor, so he would be sealed with mana, and sentenced to life in prison. Forever, prepare to rot in jail, Davin. Davin said that at that time, the tendons in my arms and legs were completely cut. Mana was also sealed by many layers of chains and thrown into prison. After some time has passed, the door is opened. Kajin walked in with an arrogant expression. Seeing Kajin, Davin absent-mindedly called his name. Kajin smiled smugly and said, "This look suits you, Davin. I have become the Sword King. People out there always praise me as an outstanding swordsman." Kajin leaned close to Davin's ear and said, "It's all thanks to you, thank you scum." Davin said that later, Kajin came to humiliate me, and the amount of food brought to me became less and less. At that time, Davin was only a barren skeleton. He silently said, "I'm so hungry." He suddenly coughed continuously. Blood fell on the hand. Davin silently asked himself, "If I have to die, I want to die with my head held high. I should have died in a arena." So cold, at that moment, Davin seemed to have given up all hope of survival. He thought to himself, if I hadn't lost an arm, would my life be different? If only I were a recognized child. If he were a child blessed by the sword god. Will my life be different? Davin whispered and begged, "I don't want to die.
I want to live." Just like that, Davin gradually passed away.
Davin's eyes gradually closed. A dark night began to surround him. Suddenly a ray of light flashed through the darkness. Making Davin regain his determination, he silently said, "No matter what, I will definitely not die." There was a distant voice, "The elders of the family were talking to you, but were you listening?" Vincent's call rang out, waking Davin up. He woke up and felt everything right now. He secretly wondered, did this feeling of pain come from his right hand? Is this a dream? If so, why is it so real? This person is an elder belonging to one of the clan's branches. How do I know this person? Wait, did he just say his name is Vincent, Adenka's seventh son? What are these memories? However, this dream was not completely a nightmare. The air was so fresh, without the disgusting and musky smell like in an underground prison. My dream is to have a right arm. Is this a gift given to me right before I die? The blonde man angrily shouted, How long are you going to ignore me?" Faced with this situation, Vincent silently said in bewilderment, "Mana, he is trying to use mana to cause me pain. The way to prevent this is," at this time, Vincent quickly grabbed his hand. Then he strongly punched him in the face. He silently said, simply physically isolating himself from his opponent. This attack isn't strong enough to push someone that far away. He can control mana at this level, but why does he move so slowly? Seeing the injured blonde man, Vincent shyly said, "I'm sorry. I accidentally." Vincent politely extended his hand to help the blonde man stand up. At this time, he angrily threw Vincent's hand away and shouted loudly, "You, brazen boy. Just because you belong to the main branch. My son will crush you without mercy. This will be the first time the secondary branch overthrows the main branch." Hearing these words, Vincent thought to himself, so this person is just like my father. He always wanted to win against his eldest uncle. The moment he realized he couldn't realize that dream, he began to pass it on to himself, his son, and as a result, he became an ungrateful son. The blonde man turned and left and said, "I will not forget your arrogance and rudeness today. Just wait until the true sword conference takes place." Having finished speaking, he immediately left, leaving Vincent alone standing bewilderedly behind. After that, Vincent returned to the room to rest. He sat comfortably on the chair and took a deep breath. Vincent silently wondered, wasn't it a dream? I should have been sleeping by now. Now other memories are starting to return. My mother passed away after giving birth to me. Dad didn't care about me even a little bit. All the other kids treat me like an object to vent my anger at. Among the 8 children of the prestigious Adenka swordsmanship family, I, Vincent, am the 7th child. I am so cowardly that I would cower and stay in my room crying after being beaten by the family's youngest child, abusive tribe. An ugly duckling, abandoned by others in the Adenka family's branch, someone targeted by the secondary branches who wanted to surpass the main branch. The one-armed Davin of the Samian family has become the useless Vincent of the Adenka family. I think this is called reincarnation. I didn't understand anything. Vincent walked down. He went to the bookshelf and picked up the diary.
In the diary, it was written, "Why can't I do the things my brothers and sisters can do? All the relatives from the side branches are looking for opportunities to trample me, maids and servants ignore me, I don't have any advantages, I'd rather just die.
He silently said. His diary was full of disparaging words about himself. It seemed like his self-esteem had fallen to the lowest possible level and he had let it all go. Looks like God has answered our prayers, kid. Until the last moments, I still wanted to live, and you, Vincent, always wanted to die. I don't know if things are really like that. Those who want to die will disappear, and those who want to live will be revived. Suddenly a voice came, are you really going to believe such a silly thing? Those words made Vincent suddenly turn around and look. He asked confusedly, there is someone in this room, who are you? He calmly replied, are you naive or simply stupid? Vincent quickly asked, is the devil trying to trick me because my reincarnation is something that should not happen? He said, why do you think so deeply? I am the original owner of that body. Vincent calmly asked, the original owner of the knife, so you are, Vincent? That voice answered, yes, my name was originally Vincent, but because I gave my body to you. So I no longer have any name, please call me Julian. Vincent was confused and asked, aren't you dead, how could this happen? Julian replied, a word of enlightenment. Vincent asked curiously, a word of enlightenment? He silently wondered, enlightenment, something that gods give to humans. I've heard that people who are blessed from birth can sometimes hear words of enlightenment, so when is that possible? Vincent pointed at Julian's face and said, are you saying that you are a god? Julian replied, yes. However, I am just a minor god, Vincent exclaimed in surprise, minor god. Julian explained further, originally I intended to call a divine being, who took that position. If I want to become a true god instead of a minor god, I will need to achieve countless achievements. We call it disaster. If we complete our disaster, we will be able to become a true god. Vincent replied, I understand your situation, but I have no interest in your achievements at all. If everything is as you said, then I have been reincarnated, I will be very busy living my life, so I won't have free time to listen to any ghost's wishes. Julian replied, yes, I gave up my life and you wished for it, as a result this happened. However, my spiritual energy is extremely weak, if my spiritual energy disappears completely, that body will die, is that okay for you? As soon as he finished speaking, Vincent said confusedly, what, are you threatening me? This body is too healthy, it won't die soon. Suddenly Vincent's face showed extreme surprise. He angrily said, you, bastard. Julian calmly observed the situation. He said, see. So naive, Julian looked at Vincent deeply. He said, from now on, I will show you my true memories. Then, Julian opened his past memories for Vincent to see. This made Vincent exclaim in fear, these memories. Those words, trash, stupid things, give it a few more kicks. The image of Vincent in the past was miserably bullied by everyone. He clutched his head in fear and said, what's wrong with his expression? I see, he wasn't desperate, while pretending to be a coward. He is building a foundation for revenge. Are these really the thoughts of a 13-year-old? What kind of world have I reincarnated into? Julian asked, how is it, my acting is so perfect, right? I had to escape the supervision of my family, the topics I wanted to learn were considered to be at the level of the apostles. Now you want me to tell you, this will not cause any disadvantage to you. Alright. So do you know the great demon Davin and the heroic King Kajin? Hearing these two names, Vincent widened his eyes in surprise. He glanced at Julian and asked, what? Great demon Davin, heroic King Ka Rin. Vincent exclaimed in surprise, this is what happened 500 years ago. Julian recounts that, and the one-armed swordsman, Davin, escaped Samian prison. Because of his deal with the devil, he destroyed thousands of lives to become stronger. Rumor has it that he killed more than 10,000 people. That's why he was recorded in history as the Great Devil. Vincent was startled and exclaimed, Great Devil Davin from 500 years ago, have I come to the future 500 years later, doesn't make sense at all. But how many people are named Davin and Kajin? We have the same Samian family blood, Julian continued, and more. Vincent thought in bewilderment, I must have died 500 years ago in prison, right? The Samian family abandoned the one-armed man and chose the sword. When the one-armed swordsman died alone, the sword protector becomes the sword king. But they distort history and talk about great devils and heroic kings like that, they make up some really bad stories. Damn Samian family. Julian saw that he was angry and said, Heroic King Kajin is a friend who loves the great demon Davin very much, isn't that too romantic? As soon as he finished speaking, Vincent shouted angrily. Stop that madness. Julian wondered, why are you angry? Because history has been distorted. Julian asked curiously, are you from that era? He nodded and replied, yes. He continued asking, well, you must be very old. Don't be angry, old man, after all, history is only the story of the winning side. Vincent replied, why would a 13-year-old talk like that? Julian shrugged and said, children grow up so quickly these days, not like in your time. Vincent sighed and said, keep talking. Julian began to speak. The heroic king swallowed his tears, and cooperated with the outstanding hero of that time, his close friend, the Sun Sword King, to defeat the great evil Davin. Vincent wondered and asked, who is the Sun Sword King? I have never heard his name. Julian replied, don't you know who Arslan is? He is the ancestor of the Adenka family. Vincent exclaimed, Arslan, that sneaky brat, he became the first head of the Adenka family. In the past, when Arslan was young, he walked up to Davin and happily said, hello Sir Davin, I'm Arslan, I admire you very much. When I grow up I want to be like him. Vincent remembered that moment. He silently said, even though Arslan was still young at that time, he was still my friend and student. What's good about a one-man like me? Arslan visited me a few times while I was in prison. He confirmed that he had never committed any crime. Power will never win over the truth. I will definitely guarantee that. I will definitely restore your honor, no matter how long it takes. Vincent recalls, after Arslan said that, the boy never came again. Julian then replied, he is the first head of the Adenka family and left us a lifetime mission. It is related to our achievements. Hearing this, Vincent wondered and asked what it was. Julian elaborated, surpassing the Samian clan and fighting for the truth. Hearing these words, made Vincent stand still. He closed his eyes and thought, is it a coincidence that fighting for the truth? Arslan definitely said that the boy would reveal the truth, and he was the one who knew about his story. Well, it's definitely not a coincidence, and while I don't know everything, I do know this. Arslan Fawn Company abandoned the Adenka family to fight for the truth. Adenka is a new family created to restore my honor. Arslan's family is probably my fate, so I was reborn in this family. Vincent said, you are from the Adenka family and my mission is to complete the assigned tasks. If I complete that mission then you will truly become a god. Julian replied, yes, if that happens, you will truly become the owner of my body. If I become a god, I can also bless you. This is beneficial for both of us. Why? Vincent walked over and picked up the sword and silently said, thank you Arslan. I will inherit the mission you left behind. I will overcome the Samian family. I will climb the clan that betrayed me, by becoming a part of this clan. After that, Vincent and Julian walked out of the villa. Julian said, old man, where are you going? Vincent coldly replied, I told you to stop calling me old man. Julian scoffed and said, come on, if you were from 500 years ago then you must be old. As soon as he finished speaking, Vincent replied, what else is this? A mission? Maybe because I'm old, my memory has declined. Hearing that, Julian quickly pulled Dave back. Vincent sulkily said, it's okay to call Davin. Julian immediately agreed and replied, yes, Dave. Suddenly there was a loud scream and the fight started, making the two of them startled and looked up. On one side, there is a sword contest going on. Vincent silently asked, I wonder what kind of martial arts people use in this era. How has martial arts progressed 500 years later? The Samian family, Kajin's descendants have become much stronger. This will be fun. But, why is my body so heavy? At this moment, Vincent felt something unusual in his body. Just like that, he passed out right after that. He silently exclaimed, Vincent, this kid's body is so trash, he fainted so easily. This body is so bad that if I don't stop controlling the mana, I won't be able to live normally. Suddenly, he exclaimed in surprise, what is this flow of mana, could it be? Vincent quickly called out, Julian, Julian, where are you? Hearing the call, Julian yawned and replied, why are you suddenly looking for me? Vincent angrily asked, why don't you learn swordsmanship? Julian explained, because I have an illness, I can't study. Vincent shouted loudly, why? Julian replied in fear, I was born like that. Vincent questioned, you have holy bones, why don't you learn swordsmanship? Julian now sulked and replied, let me go. What is a holy bone and why are you doing such evil things? He explained that you can store mana in everyone in your body, more precisely, you can store mana in bones. Hearing this, Julian asked in confusion, containing mana, in his bones. Vincent replied, I'm crazy, how to explain, listen carefully, martial artists need to use mana to have super strength that surpasses normal people. That amount of mana is usually contained in the human heart. But having holy bones means that in addition to your heart, you can also store it in your bones, which means you have an endless source of mana. Julian asked bewilderedly, that's great, I can be like that, you still don't know how important it is. Kajin, the one you call the brave king. He also has holy bones. Vincent stared at his hand and said silently, how ironic, after being reincarnated in the form of Kajin, a person he always hated in his previous life. But, the world 500 years later is an extremely strange place compared to what I used to know. Julian says, okay, listen to me, I can't link the symbol to the heart. Vincent wondered, what is the symbol? Julian helplessly pressed his head against the pillow and exclaimed, what is the meaning of such an expression? This guy, since when do I have to explain these things? The symbol is a type of image that represents your mana. As soon as he finished speaking, Vincent angrily shouted, isn't mana stored in the heart, so what about the meditation method? Julian replied helplessly, but what meditation method are you talking about? Vincent was confused and asked how to meditate. Fawn Company, the first person with the ability to flow extremely large amounts of mana in his heart. Julian quickly continued, in the past, we stored mana in symbols and called them stars. And the number of stars represents each person's strength. It's been a long time since people used their bodies to store mana, I don't think there's anyone left. Listening to Julian, Vincent could only sigh and reply, he couldn't believe it. So, each person in the family must gather at least one symbol, connecting the symbol and feeling the mana is the first condition to achieve a star. It seems that the way mana is gathered in the symbol is to avoid the dangers that come when mana is stored in the heart. In the past, many people were in danger by using that method, because once it exploded, it would definitely be terrible. But, Vincent held the sword tightly in his hand to show his determination. Julian panicked and quickly stopped, wait, stop, are you gathering mana in your heart? Vincent replied, no need to worry, my heart is very healthy. If you want to become stronger, you have to accept the challenge, Vincent silently said, Davin has already used this method to become strong. Julian quickly stopped and said, wait, why did you let the mana scatter everywhere like that? The order was wrong, don't you know the pulse formula? Vincent angrily turned around and scolded him, it was so noisy, is there any other formula? Julian replied, of course, who could do that? Of course there is a reasonable formula for using mana. Vincent hesitated and thought for a moment then replied, I'm just trying to remember how it was before. Julian said, there are many people who have failed. Magical energy will transform and explode. Just about. Julian looked scared and exclaimed, so he's dead? Vincent said, in other words, it's like he has half his life left, does that sound good? As soon as he finished speaking, he was so angry that he said, that body is not yours so you can do it as you like, please show some respect, okay. Vincent lay down on the chair and replied, okay, what do you appreciate? But why did you do that to this body? These words caused Julian to widen his eyes in surprise. Vincent raised his hand high and exclaimed, his physical appearance is not bad, his heart is also very healthy, as long as you can be a member of Samian's family, you can't succeed. The symbol is an important way to gather mana, but you also need mana, but because of difficulties, in the past 30 years, no one has seen it again. At this point, Vincent Adenka's body will die before reaching adulthood. Outside the castle, night had fallen. Vincent silently said, meditation can help us avoid many things, but everything has its limits. Maybe there are only 10 years left. 10 years, like that, is enough time to become the Sword King, and Davin will single-handedly reappear. Back in time, when Davin was imprisoned, in prison, slowly starved to death. What a sad life. But those years were truly terrifying. I had to suffer for a long time. Suddenly, there was a continuous knock on the door outside. What are you doing in there, young master? Answer me. Hearing a loud noise, Vincent was startled and looked up, silently asking, who is it? A man aggressively pushed the door open and shouted loudly, I'm coming in. Oh my God, what's going on here, young master, what are you doing in the room? Vincent was confused and asked, are you my servant? Wilson then smiled and replied, of course, who else could I be, young master? Vincent silently said, let's see, his name is Wilson, the person Julian will personally kill in 3 years. No, don't think too much. Vincent then smiled, took off his shirt and said, you came at the right time, bring me a clean set of clothes, and clean the room. Faced with this situation, Wilson silently said in bewilderment, "What's going on? Why does he look stronger today than usual? Is this still the weak Vincent I always knew?" Wilson asked curiously, "Young master, what did you do to disturb the whole room? Did you just do some crazy experiment?" Vincent quickly denied, "No, I didn't." He angrily asked, "No, what's the use of you hiding in your room reading until you're crazy? You've definitely learned black magic, right? I'll report this to the top." Vincent calmly laughed and replied, "It's rare to see a servant talk like that to his master." Ju-sun exclaimed in surprise, "What?" He continued, "He constantly wanted to do things that his master did not want, which meant that from the beginning he had no intention of obeying, right?" Hearing these words, Wilson said dumbfoundedly, "That's it." Vincent said loudly, "It is true that I make you work more than usual, but don't you see that it is your duty?" As soon as he finished speaking, Wilson screamed, "I said I won't do things I don't want to do. What do you think I'm here for?" Vincent glanced sharply and said, "Yes, you are just a servant, am I right? Okay, if you don't want to do it, don't do it, I'll go get my own stuff." Seeing Vincent leaving Wilson wondering, "Where are you going, young master?" "I was going to go to your place on the balcony to look for clothes. I'll say I have to go there because Wilson doesn't want to do this." At these words, he couldn't help but feel extremely angry. Wilson reluctantly replied, "I will do it right away, who says no?" Having said that, he took Vincent's clothes and left. "I will clean the room too, so just leave it there." At this moment, he secretly thought to himself, the former Vincent was truly a coward. Even a servant could be so arrogant, they must have done it on purpose. Julian nodded and said, "Yes, I think so too." Vincent said, "They are just a bunch of people who don't know their status and like to provoke other people's limits. We have to let them see what kind of person the seventh owner of the Adenka family is." Julian said with a frightened face, "Moreover, Wilson is also part of the fanatic group that killed hundreds of people. What should we do?" Vincent calmly replied, "Kill people." Listen carefully, a murderer always has a different kind of energy with him. But I don't feel that energy from him. He's just a throwaway guy, his eyes are still very innocent. I also see him as just a coward. Hearing these words, Julian said with interest, "Weren't you also that type of person? Otherwise, how could you understand so clearly?" Vincent on Marslan H replied coldly, "Because, I have lived a life already." Seeing Vincent's attitude, he silently wondered, what's wrong with him? Could it be that I have summoned something even more terrifying than the Demon King? On this side, Wilson angrily walked in and called out, "Sir, I have finished washing your clothes yesterday. Do you like the way I cleaned the room?" Vincent calmly sat on the chair and replied, "Thank you for your hard work." Wilson said viciously, "Please don't turn the room into a battlefield next time." As soon as he finished speaking, Vincent replied, "Okay, I won't do that again." At this point, he was secretly pleased that he seemed to be more docile now. What could the useless Vincent do even when he behaved so arrogantly? Vincent suddenly ordered, "Wilson, bring me a wooden sword about a meter long like this. It would be good if it weighed about 500 grams, and it should be made from black wood. It should be in the warehouse, there's a whole bunch of that." Hearing this, Wilson looked arrogant and said, "What if I refuse?" Vincent stood up and smiled and replied, "If you don't do it then let me go get it myself. How should I answer the gatekeeper when he asks why I have to go get it myself?" "Ah yes, Wilson, did you know that the guardians at the warehouse are experts, and they are very loyal to the descendants of this family?" Seeing that he quickly stopped, "Wait, why, you're acting like that again." "Seriously, wait a minute." Wilson quickly grabbed Vincent's shoulder. By reflex, Vincent immediately grabbed his hand tightly. Then forcefully threw it to the ground. Vincent said, "Ah, I'm sorry, I have quite a few bad memories of being hit from behind." Wilson said painfully, "I've never heard of that happening before." Vincent then released his hand and continued, "That's better, from now on, engrave that in your mind." He silently groaned in his heart, "Just hitting him made my body ache, it was so painful." Wilson couldn't swallow his anger, he immediately rushed to Vincent. Sensing that, Vincent glanced at him in warning, "What, do you want to say something?" Hearing this, Wilson timidly replied, "Yes, no, what did you say, 1 meter of black wood, right?" Vincent smiled and replied, "Didn't you say you didn't want to go get it?" Wilson said angrily, "I didn't say I didn't want to do it." Having finished speaking, he angrily slammed the door shut. Then, feeling guilty, he fearfully opened the door and quickly explained, "The door slammed shut because of the wind, I didn't do it on purpose." Looking at Wilson's attitude, Vinchen sighed and said, "You little mouse, I didn't even say anything." This sighed. Wilson was so angry that he went out in anger. He said to himself, "I am not allowed to lose to him again, not ever again. I will show him why I am Wilson." A moment later, he held the piece of wood in front of Vinchen. He silently said, "What, it feels miserable, right? Do you think I will give it to you like that?" Vinchen then closed the book and said, "Wilson, you know, out of all the people I know, there is one person without a right hand." Wilson nodded and replied, "Yes." Vinchen added, "Because he didn't have a right hand, his life was quite difficult. In fact, he encountered something very bad at the end of his life." As soon as the words ended, Wilson quickly raised his hand in fear and bent down and said, "Here is your wooden sword." Vinchen slowly picked up the sword and said, "Thank you." At this moment, Wilson was silently cursing in his heart, "Damn, it's so humiliating." Then, he said, "Now that I've finished what you assigned me, I'll take my leave now." Having finished speaking, he angrily left and the door slammed shut. Vinchen held the wooden stick in his hand. He silently exclaimed, "Okay, now I need some proper exercise." Just like that, Vinchen immediately started practicing. At the swordsmanship training ground, Vinchen is still engrossed in practicing with his wooden sword. He thought to himself, "I know that this sacred bone is very weak, but I don't think I will be exhausted after just a few swings of the wooden sword like this. It seems like I have a long way to go, however. This feeling is so great, it feels like I was born to become a martial artist." At this time, Vinchen used a wooden sword to cut the figure in half. Suddenly a man came and said loudly, "Sorry, please. Because the amount of mana is so weak, I don't think anyone is using a straw man." Vinchen wondered and asked, "Who are you?" As soon as he finished speaking, he proudly replied, "I am Reincarnation. Aren't you a useless Vinchen?" These words made Vinchen ponder for a moment. Julian once said, "Reincarnation is just a backup descendant. He is also one of the candidates predicted to win this True Sword Conference. You have met his father before, right?" Hearing this, Vinchen understood everything and replied, "So he is his son." At the same time, the arrogant Revan immediately angrily walked in front of Vinchen. Julian saw this and quickly warned, "Be careful, he is the seed from the backup descendant, the one with the best skills among the 13-year-olds in the Adenka family." He said proudly, "I guess if I win this True Sword Conference, I will have to fight you, so I came to find you." As soon as he finished speaking, Vinchen exclaimed in surprise, "Meeting with the true sword." It was a real sword tournament and brought together children from the Adenka clan's fast-word martial arts master families. Since there was no age restriction, people usually participated in the True Sword Conference at the age of 14. The champion of the True Sword Conference for Jungle will have the opportunity to fight with the official descendant of the Adenka family at the same age. The official descendant will have to fight the champion of the True Sword Conference, which will be me. Vinchen Useless is said to be the weakest of the official descendants. Revan saw that Vinchen did not respond. He angrily shouted, "You will not run away from me because you are too scared, right? In this True Sword Conference, everything will not end with the wooden sword." Vinchen calmly replied, "How could a martial artist be afraid of swords?" Revan laughed and said, "I guess you speak very well since you are an official descendant." Not willing to be weak, Vinchen sarcastically replied, "You're quite good at crowing, aren't you?" This statement made Revan surprised and exclaim, "What? Even provocations need to have moderation and level." Vinchen thought to himself at this moment, how dare he tease his relatives who are practicing, he is already too rude. The one-armed Davin had to respect both training and sparring, even Kajin respected him. Vinchen said, "Slashing someone else's straw scarecrow, you are a disgrace to all martial arts masters, you should feel humiliated. I guess your father, who was also a backup descendant, taught you how to behave like that." This statement made Revan angry. He pointed the wooden sword at Vinchen's face and shouted loudly, "You dog, you dare insult my father. I have decided that I will not forgive you since you insulted my father." Julian, on the side, worriedly asked, "Revan, he is at the 2-star level, and his attributes have also reached the steel level. You have to be careful because after all he is stronger than you right now." Vinchen replied, "I know I'll lose if I fight him now, but..." It was obvious that he smelled of the inferiority of the people who raised him because they were just backup descendants. He is using mana even though he knows that I cannot control mana yet. His father doesn't even act like an adult and his son doesn't know the etiquette of a martial artist. It seems like martial arts masters' thinking is no longer the same as it was 500 years ago. I have to make sure he learns this. Vinchen pointed the wooden sword at Revan's face and said, "In my time, someone like you should be beaten by the eldest person in the family." Vinchen said silently, "Fortunately, I still have a good sense of distance. Faced with Vincent's unusual actions, Revan was surprised and wondered, what is that? Is he pointing a sword at him? Not only did he not have any mana, he couldn't even make a photo, so how could he be so confident? I knew for sure that from the moment he pointed his sword at my face, he had no chance of winning, but what's with the atmosphere right now? Is he going to cut me at any moment? Suddenly Vincent pulled back his sword. Okay, let's stop here. If you're intimidated by just a few wooden swords, then why would I feel okay about fighting you in the True Sword Conference? In the True Sword Conference, everything doesn't end with just a few wooden swords, you know that, right? As soon as he finished speaking, Revan got mad. He shouted loudly, this son of a bitch. Revan's face was fierce and he rushed in like the wind. Julian saw this scene. He was scared and quickly hid behind Vincent and said, what else can we do? Quickly dodge the attack. Vincent calmly replied, don't worry Julian, he can't reward me. At the same time, a man appeared and held Revan tightly and said, young master, stop quickly, you cannot fight with young master Vincent here. Revan angrily shouted, what, let me go. Seeing that things had stabilized, Julian sighed and said, thank goodness. Vincent stood to the side and said proudly, see, I told you so. The blond man continued, if you injure young master Vincent here, he will have an excuse to avoid this match. Young master has to fight him at the True Sword Conference, so please restrain yourself, again. Revan reluctantly agreed, then let's meet again at the True Sword Conference, coward. Returning to the room, Julian kept complaining, seriously, why did you provoke Revan just now? If his bodyguard hadn't stopped him, you could have been in trouble. Vincent replied arrogantly, all I did was teach that boy who didn't know right from wrong a lesson. Julian wondered and asked, I'm going crazy, how did you meet your end, like this? I had to come up with a plan to summon the Spirit King, but Vincent calmly replied, yeah, sorry, that's why I'm learning what's happening in this period from you. Vincent looked at the photo of Vincent as a child. He silently exclaimed, this is a portrait. Julian angrily took the photo and said, hey, focus, don't be distracted by random things. Have you finished studying the theory of virtual images? Focus on magic and attributes. What about the 5 elements? Vincent wondered and asked, attributes. Julian explains that the attribute is what people create power from blessings, a self-made blessing. Hearing this, Vincent panicked and said, what, you can create your own blessing? That is disrespecting the gods, you will be punished. He looked sulky and said, what are you talking about? You don't respect the gods at all, you should be grateful because no one has died from being punished by the gods. Vincent asked further, Revan also has attributes, right? So what is the Iron Man's blessing? Julian then explained, the Dwarf King's blessing includes many things, these properties will help the recipient receive it, more power. The more special wishes there are, the more opportunities there will be to open a stronger path, it's like tree branches. Ironbender is a mid-range blessing, its power is defense and attack. Vincent pondered for a moment and then replied, this seems like a cool new thing. Julian continued, yes, you will become very strong. At this time, Vincent secretly thought that, just like what Julian said, that straw doll was cut in half right at the neck. Revan has shown me an unbelievable achievement compared to people of my time, that is, must be the power of the null attribute. To fight against such a person, one needs to get used to those skills. Early the next morning, Vincent continued to go to the training ground. He constantly diligently practiced using the wooden sword. The guards witnessed this scene and then gathered in surprise and said, it's the young master again, is he swinging the sword with his left hand? Then he immediately got bored, everyone knows that, he started swinging and slashing wildly after 2 or 3 strokes of the sword, it looks really funny. Suddenly someone came and interrupted and said, don't speak so harshly to him. Seeing Merlin, the group of people shouted in fear, Deputy Commander Merlin, he calmly said, is it funny that the young master of the Adenka family is gathering to practice martial arts? Hearing these words, the group of people quickly replied in fear, we're sorry, then they immediately left. Merlin glanced at Vincent who was practicing, he sighed and said silently, that's what I wanted to say but look at him, everyone always calls him the disgrace of Adenka, someone who swings a sword mindlessly without any attributes or mana, he is always looked down upon by others. Julian said shyly, they're talking about you, shouldn't we practice in the forest? Vincent replied, do you have the strength and time to go there? Vincent recalled the past and said, I'm used to being looked down upon by others. Since no one expected that my Davin had defeated the sword dancer. But we did it, we turned defeat into victory, with this body we need to try harder. Suddenly, Merlin came over and gave Vincent a glass of water and said, "Here is the medicine to restore spiritual energy. It will be easier for you to practice with it." Vincent took the water bottle and asked, "You are?" Merlin quickly explained, "I am the deputy leader of the White Sword Unit, Merlin." Vincent pressed further, "Are you mocking me?" Merlin replied, "To be honest, I am, but..." His eyes seemed to be longingly searching for something. Anyone who ridiculed a martial artist like that should be despicable. As soon as he finished speaking, Vincent nodded, "Merlin, I will remember this name." "Sorry, you should be patrolling at this time, you can go now," he quickly replied, "then I'll leave." Merlin saw Vincent's determined look. He silently said to himself, "Something has changed, young master, I hope good luck comes to you." Vincent does not care about day or night, he practices diligently from morning to night. Day after day, a single wooden sword remained like that. Vincent practiced until he was exhausted before sitting down to drink water. At night, he diligently wrote something down. He remembered the training moment. Vincent said, balancing his right leg and adding the rotation of the hips, one can feel the mana in one's chest. "I'm starting to feel it, Davin, the path to defeating Kajin." Vincent felt the power when he fought Kajin before. He silently said that the sword's path must follow the starlight points to be able to reveal its full power. Right now, Vincent immediately continues to practice. Each blow, very decisive and quick, along the right path. Seeing the results in front of him, Vincent couldn't help but feel happy and successful. "I have successfully practiced swordsmanship." Wilson angrily kept nagging, "Damn, how many days has it been? He's not a rooster, he eats at 5 in the morning, his practice session only makes me work." Wilson suddenly had an idea, maybe I should insult him a little. Then he brought the food. "Young master, breakfast is here." Wilson slowly opened the lid, which surprised Vincent for a moment. Looking at the plate of food that was somewhat empty, looking up at Wilson's mouth full of food, Vincent angrily said, "If you want to cheat, don't be so obvious." He pretended to be stupid and replied, "What are you talking about?" Vincent continued, "If you have a conscience, you should at least wipe your mouth. Now we can easily ignore it, but I hope you don't exceed the limit." Wilson quickly raised his hand to wipe his mouth and replied, "Sir, you know that I was also a criminal, right? I may only look like this, but I have also killed quite a few people." As soon as he finished speaking, Vincent burst into laughter and said, "I'm so scared." Wilson complacently replied, "Yes, that's it." Before I could finish speaking, Vincent used mana to warn and control others through threats. "It's easy, but you can't threaten me, that's why I won't drown you with force." Hearing this, he was startled and quickly asked, telepathically, "Since when did the young master have mana?" Vincent Tin replied, "The important thing is that we are using mana, right?" Wilson nodded and replied, "Yes, stop showing off in front of me and stand next to me. Soon, you won't have to be humiliated by being served by Vincent Adenka anymore. When the time is right, you must decide between resisting or serving me with loyalty." After that, Wilson went out the door, looked at Vincent and asked, "Sir, what are you talking about? Even if you suppress me like that, there is no way I will listen." After that, he immediately closed the door and pondered for a moment. Wilson started to feel confused. Why is he so cool all of a sudden? On the other side, Merlin walked leisurely in the sword practice area. He thought to himself, "It seems young Master Vincent came early today." Suddenly, Merlin was startled by something. He looked at the straw man and exclaimed, "What, this straw man, cut in half with a sharp sword? Impossible, from what I see, young Master Vincent only uses wooden swords. But to say, from this angle, it's too precise. Is it really possible to progress like this? Young Master Vincent, what kind of swordsmanship are you learning?" At this time, Vincent was relaxing and enjoying breakfast. After finishing his meal, he changed his clothes. Wilson agreed to sit on the floor to fold each set of clothes for Vincent. Julian said happily, "Hasn't that bastard Wilson become extremely obedient? He's just a bit stubborn, just leave it at that and he'll get in shape." Suddenly Vincent raised his sleeve to look at it and asked, "Wilson, about my clothes?" It was made from polyester fabric. He was confused and asked what fabric it was. Vincent explained further, "Using this type is very cost effective, but in return it gets dirty easily. This type is not good enough for a noble people like me use it. As for the food, compared to our family's budget, such dishes are of very poor quality." Julian wondered and asked, "What do you mean?" Vincent replied, "Someone stole the money, they must have embezzled it." Julian was surprised and asked, "What, is it Wilson? And stammered and said, Levi Din, embezzlement. Seeing Ju Sun's attitude, they helplessly whispered, forget it. Vincent said, it wasn't Wilson, he didn't dare do that, it must have been someone above him. Elsewhere, Revan is practicing hard. Revan's strong body makes the sisters covet him. Revan remembers what Vincent said, why are you so scared? Thinking of this, he couldn't help but shout angrily. Who is afraid? Then, he used the wooden sword to slash wildly. Suddenly there was a knock on the door asking if Revan was there. It looks like I'm practicing very hard. Revan heard the movement, so he turned around and called, Dad. Revan's father reminded, Revan, you don't have much time left until the Sword Festival. We need to escape from a life of poverty and sadness for our father, then I must defeat Vincent. Hearing these words, Revan replied, I know, father. Revan's father grabbed Revan's arm tightly and shouted loudly, forcing him. You are forced to become one of the members of the secondary branch that can overthrow the main branch, you know. Revan in this situation. He could only nod and answer, yes. Revan thought to himself, the day of the conference was coming, so Dad looked more irritable than usual. Day after day, his obsession became worse and worse. Vincent, if I just beat that bastard, Father and his family will be able to return to the days they once had. On this side, Julian said happily, so now, it is finally over, the information about the participants in the True Sword Conference. Vincent said, what the heck, not only is there their personal information, but there are also the techniques they often use and their habits. Julian said proudly, what do you think, it's great, right? He turned to exclaim, you're so terrible, it gives me goosebumps. Julian replied happily, I'll take it as a compliment. Vincent wondered and asked, your plan is to make a grand debut at the True Sword Conference by borrowing the power of the Spirit King, right? Julian replied, yes, and the magic stone. This is the mana gem that will be given to the person who wins the championship position. If you absorb that gem, your body and mana will become stronger immediately, just as magical as its name, put it there. Vincent silently exclaimed, from the information he gathered in his expression. I can clearly understand how much he wants me to win. It would be humiliating for a boxer if he still lost while having all the information he needed. Vincent expressed, even though it's not a spirit king like him. But we will win this conference, so we can get what we need. Then, he immediately rang the bell and called, Wilson. Immediately, he opened the door out of breath and asked, yes sir, what's going on? Vincent said, there's something I need you to do for me, Wilson. On the other side, in some room. A voice came from outside, I'm Wilson, can I come in? Wilson slowly opened the door and asked, are you okay? The great chamberlain frowned and saw him appear. Ryusa coldly asked, what's going on? Seeing Ryusa's unapproachable appearance, Wilson trembled and whispered, she's truly a level 7 martial artist, she's so scary. Even so, he still had to pass on the message. Young Master Vincent had something to say to the homeowner. Ryusa calmly replied, is that so? It seems like he doesn't even dare to come meet the homeowner himself, again. He replied that he wanted the homeowner to attend the True Sword Conference. He said he would prove his worth as a member of the Adenka branch. As soon as he finished speaking, Ryusa said, the homeowner never attended the True Sword Conference and he just didn't have time, but there is no reason to. Before he could finish speaking, Wilson took out a piece of paper and placed it on the table and said, this is the price for budget embezzlement. Her job is to make the impossible become possible. Hearing these words, Ryusa lowered his voice and asked, what did you just say? Wilson quickly replied, no, I just passed on what the young master told me. She angrily said, enough, leave here. As soon as she finished speaking, Wilson immediately ran away. At this moment, in my head, I thought to myself, he could have come here himself. No, he couldn't have scared me any more if he came here himself. He deliberately sent Wilson here, to show me that he is a powerful person. He's finally become much smarter. On the other side, there is a man who is constantly working hard. Ryusa slowly walked inside. Feeling that, he called out his name loudly, whispering. Hearing the call, she said, dear homeowner, young Master Vincent would like to invite you to attend the True Sword Conference. As soon as he finished speaking, the other man replied, it seems like you care too much already, stop doing meaningless things like this and, before you could finish your sentence, Ryusa hastily explained, he had said that he would prove his own worth as a member of the main genus Adenka. Hearing this, he said quietly, proving his worth. Ryusa, in your opinion, do you think Vincent is qualified to talk about his values in the clan? Ryusa then replied, of course not, that's also why he promised he would prove his worth this time. Then she solemnly bowed down and said, please attend, my lord, I will be your notary. As soon as she finished speaking, Adenka's homeowner replied, Miss, do you know what it means? Ryusa replied, yes, if Master Vincent cannot prove himself, I will sacrifice my life. He nagged at you and said, I don't understand why you have to do things like this. Ryusa replied, it's because young Master Vincent hit my weak point. It's because you've lost your budget, right? Surely she intentionally did these things for Vincent's benefit, she intended to use that money for Vincent's future. Ryusa shyly replied, it was my fault. Homeowner Adenka continued, I have no reason to interfere, it's your business, I don't want to interfere too much but. No matter what method that brat used, the intention was to express his purpose to me, without losing a single bit of his dignity. Is that kid really Savannah's son? Then he stood up and said, okay, you win. I will attend the True Sword Conference. The day of the True Sword Conference has quickly arrived. The young men were present here. Revan carried a heavy responsibility into the hall. He silently said, prepare yourself, Vincent, today I will definitely defeat you. Revan glanced up at the stands and saw someone's silhouette attracting his attention. Revan asked curiously, who was that? It's impossible, is the homeowner Khan, seeing the Khan. Revan said smugly to himself, surely he came here to see how he, the rising star among the surrogate descendants, performed, this is my chance, I will defeat you in a cool pose in front of the homeowner. At this time, the referee's voice spoke, asking for permission to begin the True Sword Conference. As soon as the signal ended, Revan excitedly said, it's so annoying, I'll just die. Faced with this situation, Revan's opponents were not afraid at all. He raised his sword high and said, do you dare to be arrogant? Suddenly the sword broke into many pieces, causing Revan to startle and exclaim, what did you just do? Do you think that move will be effective against my Steel Man attribute? Then, he kicked his opponent hard with one foot. Witnessing this fight, Revan's father excitedly shouted, yes, that's right, Revan. Everyone present was amazed, no wonder he was called a rising star among the descendants, he was so young yet he had already reached the 2-star threshold. That defensive attribute is impressive, isn't it? A subgenus descendant could actually win this competition for the first time in history. Vincent stood aside and said silently, according to the standards of 500 years ago, they were all geniuses, extremely bright geniuses. But they hardly have any profound understanding of swordsmanship. Their strength mainly comes from my own attributes, from their moves, I can't see any combat experience, it's as if they were puppets dancing on the answer sheet so. That must be why he was able to use his attribute and attack so recklessly. On the opening victory, Revan bowed arrogantly to everyone's cheers. He said silently, I credit you for not running away, Vincent. Climb up quickly, I'll be waiting for you. On this side, the owner Khan is still attentively observing the competition. The atmosphere in the entire hall became increasingly hotter. One by one, they were easily defeated by Revan. The bell rang, stopped, the battle was over, winner, Revan Adenka, Revan said with a triumphant smile, it's over. Ha, Revan Adenka defeated all his opponents. Now, just as the rules established by all the elders have requested, I will fight my close friend, Vincent Adenka, in the final battle of the True Sword Conference. I will fight the direct descendants of my family. As soon as he finished speaking, Vincent proudly replied, I accept his challenge. Then, Vincent stepped into the ring, the two men faced each other. The man standing in the middle introduced himself, I am Dasun, the referee of this sword festival, both of you prepared. Suddenly Vincent interrupted, wait, I have a condition. Vincent called out, Wilson. Immediately, Wilson brought the wooden sword to Vincent. He held the sword and said confidently, I will only use this wooden sword, and use my left hand to fight my distant relative, I will also accept 3 moves from him. Hearing these words, Revan's father was confused and asked, what is he talking about? The people sitting next to him exclaimed in surprise, I've heard some negative rumors about him, has he gone crazy? Don't know anymore. Vincent continued, until the first 3 attacks are completed, I will not move a step from where I am currently standing. As soon as the words ended, Revan angrily shouted, what the hell are you doing, Vincent, how long are you going to make fun of me? Everyone was talking, it was so silly, it's not like young Master Vincent doesn't know any martial arts, so even if he is a direct descendant, it doesn't matter, how can he be arrogant, too much. Riven's father angrily shouted, young Master Vincent is only doing this to justify his defeat. Homeowners. Right after that, the homeowner Khan calmly replied, I give permission. Hearing this, Riven's father reluctantly nodded and replied, yes. The owner Khan said, Vincent, you better use actions to prove your words. Vincent confidently replied, I will do so, homeowner. Once an agreement has been made, the son said, if so, the battle with the direct descendant will begin. Both sides, get ready, Riven said angrily, charge, Vincent. Vincent smiled and replied, didn't you hear what I said? I told you I would accept your first 3 attacks. The son raised his flag and said loudly, begin. As soon as he finished speaking, Riven immediately said, if that's the case, then die in that position. Then he immediately attacked. Vincent calmly observed, he silently counted, the first attack. Back a while ago, he told Julian that there was a high possibility that it would be a short jab. As expected, Vincent quickly moved aside. He said, let's see how long you can remain arrogant. When the knife was close to Vincent's neck, Riven said proudly to himself, I caught him. Vincent thought to himself, most of them were just feints, the real attack would be the second stab. At this moment, Riven arrogantly said, now I have you, Vincent. Faced with this situation, Vincent calmly sighed inwardly, the way he moved was so obvious, I didn't even need Julian's information to see it, because his attributes kept him from being harmed, so he doesn't even pay attention to the basics. From the beginning, good swords. Not for stabbing, just a flick of the hand was enough to block Riven's attack. This made Riven exclaim, did he just deflect his sword? No way, to be able to see which direction his sword is going he must be many orders of magnitude stronger. Vincent smirked and said, I have already allowed you to attack 2 moves first. As soon as he finished speaking, Riven was so embarrassed that he became angry and said, bastard. Don't show off just because you've learned some trivial tricks. Then, he frantically took the 3rd move. But it was unfortunate, because Vincent easily caught his hand. Then, he used his foot to trip Riven so that he couldn't stand. After that, Riven fell painfully to the ground. He lay down on the ground and screamed. Vincent said coldly, that's the 3rd attack. Riven was confused and asked, what are you doing? Vincent silently said to himself, Julian, I will keep my promise to you. And keeping his promise to his father, Vincent picked up the wooden sword and said, now it's my turn to attack. Witnessing this scene, everyone gasped in surprise. Even the referee de Sun is no exception. The owner Khan stood restless, he frowned and observed the situation. Riven's father angrily shouted loudly on one side. He said, what are you doing, Riven? Get up. Why are you having trouble with a guy who doesn't even know how to use mana? Even Riven was confused and wondered, what's going on? Julian said in surprise, what's wrong, Vincent? I don't see clearly. Vincent then replied, that is the basic way of fighting with hands. Standing still in one place without attacking is also an effective way of defense, that way you can observe your opponent. There are many ways to suppress opponents without using weapons. After thinking for a moment, Riven said, now I understand. Having an advantage in such a short period of time is definitely thanks to the help of this little god, don't you feel too embarrassed? As soon as he finished speaking, Julian angrily said, little god, he's gone a bit too far. Vincent quipped, if that makes you feel better then keep thinking that way, but your thoughts will also end here. Riven got mad and said, shut up, these scams of yours will end here. Faced with this situation, Julian panicked and shouted loudly, it is very dangerous to block this attack, dodge to the left. Vincent calmly replied, I know that. Then, he quickly dodged to the side. He used the sword to immediately respond to the attack. Vincent silently said, damn, my chance is here. Immediately, he used the wooden sword to slash Riven's neck. It made Riven confused and blurted out, what's going on, why isn't there any pain? Riven's father heard this, he got angry and said, of course, a practice sword could never break through that steel-hard defense. Vincent thought to himself, with a body that hasn't been trained much, I can't use any strong skills yet, but if he is confident enough, he will attack with that move again. Riven laughed proudly, let me show you that our gap cannot be covered by your limited talent. Vincent was silently thinking at this time, taking advantage of the power of his attack. When Riven was about to launch his next attack towards Vincent, he immediately used a fatal move. Riven was immediately knocked away. Vincent said, referee, de Sun, you better find a way to prevent a disaster from happening. These words made Dasun gasp in surprise. At this moment, Vincenz secretly knew that he only had one chance. After that, he immediately rushed forward to attack. He thought to himself, if I use this skill again, my body will crumble. I have to finish him off while he's suspended in the air after that attack. Before Vincenz's attack, Riven couldn't help but be surprised. Riven shouted angrily, son of a bitch. Looking at Riven's gesture, Vincenz thought to himself, I can see it. The stars that Riven left behind and the lights that I created. The sword is connecting the two. Look closely, Julian, this is a move I've been practicing. Having finished speaking, Vincenz made a punch for Julian to see. Immediately, Vincenz's wooden sword severed Riven's right arm. Witnessing this, Riven's father stared in panic. Homeowner Khan was surprised by Vincenz's strength. At this time, Vincenz thought to himself, quickly take advantage of the opponent's imbalance and perform a great move. And use it to control everything including your opponent's movements. This is called swordsmanship. At this moment, Riven kept screaming, my hand, my hand. Referee Dasun couldn't believe his eyes, it couldn't be. Vincenz then turned and said, referee, what are you doing? Do you have to let me cut off his leg to be crowned the winner? As soon as the words ended, Dasun immediately raised his flag and declared. Champion belongs to Vincenz Adenka. Riven's father hurriedly ran over and called loudly, Riven. Stop the bleeding quickly, referee Dasun said worriedly, medicine alone won't work, doctor, call the doctor here. Vincenz proudly said, I told you to find a way to stop it, Dasun. Hearing this, Dasun bowed his head and replied, sorry, it was my fault. Julian said happily, why are you so calm? Your body has reached its limit, you have to go to rest soon. Vincenz coldly replied, I know, but it's not the time to rest. Then he looked towards the owner Khan and expressed, I have kept my promise, father. At this time, he calmly sat in the stands. Looking at the Khan family, Vincenz silently said, I said I would directly prove my strength to the Adenka family. Pondering for a moment, the homeowner replied, I understand. Champion of the True Sword Tournament, belongs to Vincenz Adenka. Vincenz stood below and looked up at his father. After that, the owner Khan said, everyone, go inside, the award ceremony will begin. At this time, night had fallen and covered the castle. Everyone was fully present here. The homeowner Khan took out a shiny item and placed it on the table. He said, the person who won will receive this magic stone. Vincenz came to the ceremony to receive the reward. Suddenly, Riven's father ran in, puffing, saying, it's not reasonable at all. There must be some trick. He borrowed the power of a certain minor god, my lord. Dunlan continued speaking from behind, homeowner, there has been a small problem. The owner of the house asked the doctor, what is the problem? Dunlan explained further, it looked like the arm of young Master Riven. Riven lay on the bed, his severed arm was being treated by the doctors, but he was still in great pain. Dunlan hesitantly announced, young Master Riven's arm cannot be repaired anymore. It looks like it can't be fixed anymore. Father Lit looked incredulous and asked, what are you talking about? Will Riven only have one arm forever? Dunlan bowed her head and expressed, I'm truly sorry. Father Lee almost went crazy. He grabbed the pastor's collar and loudly questioned, you guys are priests, how come you can't do it just by mending your arm? Dunlan explains, this is a type of wound we have never seen before. On the other hand, Julian was a little worried and called, Vincenz, but he just frowned and didn't speak yet. Dunlan let the other pastors leave, while I stayed to clarify the situation. This wound is quite strange, it is very difficult to imagine, it seems like it was severed by something that the divine power of I can't control it. If we don't hurry, even higher ranking pastors won't be able to cure it. Father Lit was now in tears, he angrily denounced, look at the homeowner, there is only a wound like this, which even a third-level priest like him cannot treat, he is sure, having learned many dark techniques, there must be some force helping him. As soon as he finished speaking, the others also started whispering, now that I talk about it, I see that what he said was right, it was so sudden, how did the young master's skills come about? Vincenz then spoke up and expressed, would it be okay if I responded to his words? The owner of Adenka agreed, say it. Julian couldn't help but wonder, what are you doing? Vincenz stepped forward very calmly and said, the great sword protection ceremony was taking place in the presence of the homeowner, so any action must be approved by the homeowner's authority, and the homeowner declared that I am the ultimate victor. Therefore, all of his words were bluntly rejected by the homeowner's authority, and this was also the place where many special guests gathered. Child leader Adenka, do you believe that your understanding will be higher than that of the homeowner? When asked, he immediately bit his lip and sweat began to flow. Without letting him explain anything, Vinchen immediately issued an order, "Son, please arrest him." The son hesitantly asked, "Your grandfather said?" Vinchen confirmed, "That's right, the father of my Ban Revan, Father Leader Adenka." Father Lit clenched his hands. "What, even if you are a descendant of the main line, how dare you?" Not letting him finish speaking, Vinchen glared questioningly. He asked about the authority of the homeowner here. "Why, need I say more?" The son did not dare to argue and replied, "I will follow your orders." He walked over, used a rope to tie him up, forced him to kneel on the ground. He struggled and shouted, "What are you doing? Release me." At that time, the cold voice of the Adenka homeowner rang out, "Child leader Adenka. Do you realize that you are in debt to Vinchen? The law of Adenka does not forgive the same crime twice. If Vinchen does not do this here, then you will suffer the punishment of the family. We are both parents, so I will forgive you this time, so don't complain again." The father then turned pale and bowed his head. "Yes, homeowner." The homeowner Adenka then turned to praise, "You did a good job, Vinchen." He put his hand on his chest, bowed slightly and, Thank you father." Julian couldn't help but be happy. He smiled and asked, "You look so happy." He scratched his head and replied, "It's nothing, I'm so embarrassed." It's a valuable experience to be praised by the homeowner. On the bed, Revan couldn't help but cry out in pain. Seeing this, his father quickly turned around and called, "Revan." Dunlan went to use divine power to relieve the pain. At this moment, his right arm would be forever. Revan painfully tried to say, "No." Julian immediately leaned closer to Vinchen and whispered, "Vinchen." Vinchen asked suspiciously, "Is it okay?" Julian affirmed, "This will definitely be a beneficial opportunity for us. Seeing that, you have to agree." "Okay, I will do what you say." Then Vinchen immediately went to Dunlan and asked, "Pastor, that right-hand man, if the magic stone could help cure it." Dunlan was confused about that. He thought skeptically, the reward was used to treat young Master Revan. It was a magic stone. Was he asking me to use that stone? Without letting Dunlan answer, Vinchen smiled and guessed, "I will think that it is possible." Then he said loudly, "I'm the one who cut off Revan's right arm. Is it okay if I let me handle this situation?" The Adenka homeowner raised his eyebrows and said, "Okay, I'll let you handle it." With approval, Vinchen walked up to Father Leader and said, "Revan." Adenka mocked and laughed in my face in the arena. He quickly begged, "I'm sorry, I don't know how to teach him. I sincerely apologize, please forgive him." Vinchen suddenly reached out and pulled the sword from a person in the room. That person cried out. "My sword," he said, "everything should be proven by actions." He swung his sword. Cut off Father Lit's ropes. Just when he was still in a daze, Vinchen set a condition, showing the remorse of a family head, "And then I will use the magic stone to treat Revan." Father asked suspiciously, "You want something?" Vinchen's cold eyes looked at him and said, "An eye for an eye, a tooth for a tooth, and the right hand. I will need someone's right arm." At this time, I couldn't help but shake, the pupils in my eyes shrunk, and the veins appeared. Vinchen coldly looked at Revan on the bed and silently said sarcastically, "What a bad guy. I know that he has completely regained consciousness. He refuses to speak no matter how things are going. Is your right hand that important to you? The filial piety of this generation, where did it fly?" After a while of fighting, Father Lit took the sword, put his right hand on the table and said, "Okay, I'll sacrifice my right arm." Even though he said that, Child Lit still trembled, the sharp blade slowly lowered. Julian exclaimed, "It looks like he loves his child very much." Vinchen replied, "Yes, it looks quite strange, but it is still fatherly love." Father Lit gritted his teeth, "I have to do this, for Revan's sake, I have to cut off my right arm." He shouted loudly, then raised his sword high. "Prepare to slash your hand." At this moment, Vinchen glanced coldly to the side. I said to prevent any mishaps. "The son," finished speaking, the son instantly swung his sword. Cut off the sword that was about to cut Father Lit's hand. He was scared and breathing heavily as if he still couldn't believe what had just happened. The son acted promptly and couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Vinchen reminded, "I hope you will use this courage better next time." Having finished speaking, he knelt down in front of his father and reported to homeowner Adenka that everything had been resolved. "Homeowner." He smiled with satisfaction, picked up the magic stone and said, "Very good, Vinchen." He cupped his hands and raised his hands to receive the stone. "Then take it in front of Dunlan. Bow, Pastor, hurry up." Dunlan obeyed. He took the pill and put it in his mouth. His hand exerted divine power, rings of light appeared. O goddess of healing, Gaia, please have mercy. And give us a miracle. After praying, he cut the stone to pieces. The power from the stone combined with divine power flew to Revan's hand, reconnecting the wound. Father Lee looked happily. Revan's arm. Julian exclaimed, the precious magic stone. Vincent smirked and said, you are the one who told me to give it to him. Julian expressed some regret, I still can't help but feel sad. Vincent also somewhat agreed, it's true, it's a hard to get item. Outside the door, Wilson was listening closely. His face was full of excitement and he silently praised, the young master was really cool, he was so cool. Remember before, Vincent once said, there will be times when you need to decide whether to oppose or swear loyalty to me. At this point, Wilson had made a decision, he clasped his hands, of course. Loyalty is much cooler. In the room, after being treated, father and son, father leader and Revan, hugged each other and cried, but the atmosphere was now more comfortable, everyone was smiling, only homeowner Adenka's face still remained, only immutable. Everything was resolved. Vincent also returned to his room. Wilson's attitude towards you has now changed 180 degrees, he said warmly, young master. I'll start preparing dinner soon. Vincent nodded and said, okay. Julian couldn't help but wonder, what's wrong with him? Vincent leaned back in his chair and said, isn't that what you want, for him to see me as his master? Julian frowned and sighed and said, of course not, I'm aiming for something bigger than that. Suddenly, there was a knock on the door. Julian asked incredulously, he already brought it, so fast, and Vincent immediately sat up straight and replied, come in. The door opened, it was not Wilson, but Dunlan. He came in and asked, how are you lately, young master? He looked at him and frowned and asked, he is. The other person bowed his head, introduced himself, and said good evening. I am Dunlan, a missionary of Gaia. Vincent suddenly wondered why the priest came here. He replied, I came to express my gratitude for what happened earlier. Julian didn't know what to see but his mouth opened in surprise. Turns out, Dunlan took out the magic stone and said, please, take this. Vincent was also surprised, this is a magic stone. Dunlan explained, I gave this miracle stone back to you, because today you helped treat young Master Revan. Vincent immediately asked, why did you give this to me? He expressed, so that those who suffer pain can first stand up, then smile and become happy. That's why I became a cleric. However, when I saw young Master Revan today, in the end, I didn't know what to say. In the end, I put the value of miracle stones and human lives on the scale. And, as if mocking me, you voluntarily gave up the magical stone you had just acquired. Thanks to young Master Vincent, thanks to you we can reflect on ourselves. Please take this back, he said, placing the stone in your hand. Vincent smiled and said, I didn't do anything. Basically the priest himself realized that. However, accepting this is also a reasonable way to show my respect for you. Dunlan smiled and replied, thank you. Then he also reached into his pocket to get something. Moreover, here. He took out a wooden card with a laurel-like circle engraved on it and said, if you need the help of the temple, please show them this card. Although this news has not yet spread to the public, I recently became a second-level missionary. When Julian heard this, he was shocked. What about second level? He was a second-level priest. Vincent didn't understand anything so he asked, is that good, Julian? Julian gesticulated to explain, how about that, unlimited treatment, free use of the card. Anyway, the card was like telling them, treat me like a cleric level. After hearing that, Vincent still didn't understand, but I also didn't know what it meant to become a second-level missionary. Before leaving, Dunlan still politely bowed his head and said, thanks to you, I have learned a lot, thank you. Vincent accepted the reply card, take care. After Dunlan left, Julian proudly sat down at the table and said, see, we got something much better than Wilson, didn't we? Vincent couldn't help but admit, yes, you're really good, Julian. Julian blushed and said, of course you compliment me so directly, it makes people feel a bit shy. Vincent wondered, I don't know if it's because you've been looked down upon all your life, but you easily fall in love when you're complimented, right? As if remembering something, Julian suddenly said, that's right, when it comes to praise, I remember. Father usually ate alone, but one time, he invited a family member to have dinner with him. After the True Sword conference, Vincent asked, who is it? He replied, the second child, this is me. She had an extremely overwhelming victory in a True Sword tournament. Vincent speculated suspiciously, you're saying, there's a possibility that it will also happen tonight, Julian said uncertainly, 50-50. Vincent immediately stood up to prepare. He complained, my body is not very comfortable, but, I guess I can't rest now. Julian saw him wearing clothes and was speechless. I said 50-50, Vincent said, if it's what you said, it's better to prepare in advance, even if it's 1%, that's all. Julian sheepishly scratched his face, really shy. As soon as he finished speaking, Wilson suddenly burst into the room shouting, young master. Vincent calmly asked, why are you making such a commotion? Wilson's face turned pale, his whole body trembled and he stuttered, the homeowner just. Vincent seemed to understand the latter part. He immediately left the room and ordered, he invited me to come, right, let's go, show me the way. Wilson couldn't help but be surprised. What, he predicted all this, damn, that's really cool. That evening, at the homeowner's mansion, Vincent walks alone in the long hallway. In front of me, a woman suddenly appeared urging me to hurry up, Vincent. When he saw that person, he suddenly exclaimed, Mom, the woman with long brown hair, covering her hair, a gentle smile on her lips. Mom heard that I just won an unbelievable victory at the True Sword tournament, right? Vincent politely bowed his head to express, thank you, he thought. Vincent's mother passed away after giving birth to him. The woman in front of him was his stepmother. By the way, before going into hiding, she was such a skilled martial artist that people nicknamed her a giant. Currently, she holds control over everything related to a Denka family. Vosa turned around and said, let's go, Dad is waiting for you. Both of them quickly went to the Adenka homeowner's room. After entering, the door also closed. In front of him, the homeowner was sitting in front. He stared at him and called, Vincent. The homeowner's eyes widened and he suddenly raised his voice, Vincent. From his body, a strong pressure radiated. Vincent couldn't help but grit his teeth. It was so hard to breathe. This pressure was weighing heavily on his lungs. I haven't felt like this all day, which means this must be a test for me. He's probably considering whether my strength on the day of the True Sword conference is real or fake. Thinking about it, Vincent spoke up and expressed, I think as a father, there is no need to intentionally put pressure on your son during a personal meeting. The owner of Adenka frowned and asked, why do you think that way? He replied that his mother called his father father, not homeowner. Vosa then felt guilty. She glanced slightly at homeowner Adenka, but he didn't show anything. Finally, he raised his hand, broke the suppressive barrier, and said, very good, you've realized it. I called you here for two reasons. The first is to congratulate you on your victory today. And secondly, to see how real Father Adenka's concerns were. Vincent couldn't help but be startled at this moment. A while ago, Father Leader accused, look, homeowner, if a high school priest can't heal it, then how could that move be learned through any formal method? There was definitely something wrong with this. Suddenly there was a pair of eyes that seemed to be silently observing him. Vincent was startled when he felt it. In front of her, her red eyes appeared, looking at him as if examining him. Vincent slowly swallowed his saliva, sweat also pouring out. Homeowner Adenka asked if it was possible that he was an apostle. Vosa replied, it didn't seem so, nor did the boy deny it. Vincent couldn't help but tremble. What is this feeling? The horror that I'm feeling. It must be my mother's secret technique. She has eyes that can see through the truth. The homeowner continued to ask, so what kind of martial arts is that? Vincent cannot use mana yet, so how can it cut off the arm of a level 2 martial artist? Vesa said, that swordsmanship is similar to the recorded swordsmanship of Heroic King. Vincent frowned. Heroic King in mother's words, is Kajin Samian. She nodded in confirmation. Yes, he swung his sword in strange ways, and it was said that it could purge any evil energy. It is also rumored that his sword can suppress the great demon King Davin. Vincent was angry in his heart. Once again, this fabricated history made me speechless. Kajin, and the Samian family, what did they want to achieve that they did this? Vosa suddenly walked up to him. She grabbed his shoulder tightly and looked straight into his eyes and said, so, listen to me. The sword stance is similar to that of the Samian hero. How did you learn it? Mother's son. I will tell Mom. Vincent swallowed his saliva, looked at the man sitting in front and thought to himself, I thought the person calling me was my father, but not. My mother is the one leading this conversation. I'm being interrogated about the origin of the martial arts I use. Just as he was about to explain, Julian suddenly appeared to stop him. Vincent, don't. She has the ability to use her eyes to distinguish between truth and lies. If because you don't have enough knowledge about this era, You come up with some clumsy excuse, she will definitely suspect you. Vinchen looked at the eyes fixed on him like that, couldn't help but ask with concern, so what should I do now? Tell her, I'm not her son, but actually an old man from 500 years old, last year. Julian put his hand on his shoulder reassuringly. No, let me try it. Vosa continued to question, come on, quickly tell mom. Vinchen clenched his hands, urging in his heart, Julian, hurry up. Julian scratched his head and complained, I was so scared of her when she discovered I was just acting. Vinchen cheered, Julian, just one step, what? Overcoming your fear is just one step away. You just need to take one step forward, the rest will come by itself. Let me take that first step for you. Having said that, Vinchen raised his head with a smile and replied, I have received a divine edict. Vosa was surprised, what a miracle. You received a divine edict, but did not receive any blessings. Don't you know that in most cases, people cannot just receive a divine edict without receiving blessings, unless they are evil people? Vinchen felt guilty and sweated, damn it, Julian didn't tell me about this. Seeing that he was quiet, she asked again, why didn't you say anything more? You're behaving very suspiciously. Do you want to go through a trial of the Holy Court, or do you want to stand in front of the judge so much that your eyes are sore? Julian then came forward and said, do as I say. Vinchen immediately repeated what he said, if you think I'm suspicious, then you can go check with the temple. I was surprised, what a shrine. Vinchen held up the shining magic stone and said, if you are truly evil. Could it be that a bishop who had a level 3 miracle stone in his hand didn't discover it? Vesa wondered, wasn't that the magical stone I gave to Dunlan? Vinchen replied, yes, this was given to you. Vesa uses his eyes to judge, he doesn't lie, his eyes don't react at all. However, you still have to ask clearly, did I really learn that swordsmanship through magical edicts? Vinchen sincerely admitted, I learned a lot of things from magical edicts, however, I did not learn this swordsmanship from magic edicts, there. Actually, I've read records about these mysterious sword moves a long time ago, but I've always wondered whether I should learn them or not. But I don't want to be like that forever, even though perhaps to someone, my behavior seems suspicious, but if I don't do anything, I feel too weak. While saying this, Vinchen also thought that the truth she wanted, and the truth for me too, the two entities, the truth for both of us, would pass through her eyes. Vinchen and Julian remembering the past, like sympathizing with each other, joining together and speaking in unison, I feel, I have to prove something, only then can I overcome the Samian family, and achieve the long-term mission of the Adenka family. I want to prove that I am much stronger than those relatives, and to prove to you, too. Looking at Julian saying these words, Vinchen or Davin secretly smiled, see, you can do it. The Adenka homeowner looked at him and still didn't speak. Vinchen continued, because I thought you would make the right comment, now the temple has approved, now everything only depends on your decision. At this point, homeowner Adenka couldn't help but rub his chin as if thinking about something. Vosa looked at him and smiled, he was rubbing his chin, he didn't even realize it, but this was what he often did, whenever he felt satisfied with something. After a moment of contemplation, the Adenka homeowner spoke up, and this is my decision. Vinchen, I can continue to practice that martial art. Vinchen was happy to receive his approval, thank you, father. Julian breathed a sigh of relief. Vesa turned back to remind him, surely you know that the heroic king's swordsmanship is very similar to the swordsmanship of the great demon Davin, right? He replied, I do know. Vesa continued, if we say it used the swordsmanship of the heroic king, the Samian family will make a fuss, saying we stole it from them, but if we say it is the swordsmanship of the great devil, then they can't say anything. Can I understand that your decision was made, considering all of these things? The owner of the house Adenka said with a dark face, I have considered everything that needs to be considered, my lady. Seeing that, Vosa had no more questions, she let out a sigh. Then go back and tell your child, Vinchen, the homeowner has approved, which means he will be responsible for all of this, so you must definitely try your best to get stronger, and don't cause him any trouble. Vinchen bowed his head and replied, I will definitely keep this in mind. He implicitly understood that it was not a warning, she was confirming the homeowner's decision as well as informing me, he also accepted. The head of the Adenka family stood up and said, Vinchen, you have made great achievements in the True Sword Conference, not only that, but you have also affirmed the class of a direct descendant of this Adenka family. So I will grant you one wish, whatever you want. Vinchen immediately expressed, I want to become stronger. He walked up to him and said, although it was a good answer, it was something I had to do myself. Tell me something I can do for you. Julian next to him whispered, "Tell him, you want to go to the library." Vincent followed his opinion, "I want to be allowed to enter the family library." The homeowner suddenly asked with a serious face, "Only martial arts masters above 3 stars can enter the library. Have you reached high school already?" Vincent honestly replied, "No, that's why, I want to take advantage of this opportunity to be treated like a spoiled child." These words immediately made the owner Adenka laugh. "Okay, I will allow you to enter the lowest level library that a 3-star martial artist can enter." "Madam, please give the blood lotus to Vincent." Vosa nodded, "Yes, my lord." She performed summoning magic. Meanwhile, the owner of the house Adenka stood with his arms crossed and told him to take it. "That is the reward for keeping your promise to me." The summoned sword is a red sword with a sun-shaped hilt and a glowing gem, as its name suggests, blood lotus. Julian recounted, "It was the sword his father used when he was young, the one he used when he first established his reputation in this world." That itself is the history of the Adenka family. Vincent held the sword, gently caressing the blade and exclaimed, "What a wonderful sword, after being put away for so long, it is still so sharp, thing." "Are you that happy?" Julian rolled around a few times, covering his face happily and replied, "What are you talking about? I'm not that happy either." Vincent said, "Yes, if just like this makes you so happy, then it's not good at all. Because in the future, we will achieve even more things." Julian smiled and said truthfully, "At first, I was disappointed that you weren't the Fairy King, but now I'm wondering if I could have summoned the Fairy King according to plan, achieved that much. Even though you're a bit reckless and a bit old-fashioned, I still feel like I can entrust my whole body to you." Outside, Wilson was still waiting. Vincent walked over and said, "Let's go, Wilson." He immediately bowed his head, "Yes, young master." At this moment, Vosa came out and called, "Vincent, talk to me for a moment." She walked up to him and praised him. "You must be putting a lot of effort into planning and practicing lately. I'm very proud of you." Vincent replied with a smile, "Thank you, Mom." Julian looked at her from behind and couldn't help but feel confused even though she couldn't see him, so he asked, "That's why, if I become the winner of the True Sword Conference, I will be forced to enter the Blood Castle just like the legend." President, have you thought about how to tame the Blood Demon? Blood City, one of several training academies under the Adenka family, only those who complete the test at Blood City can be considered qualified martial artists. The condition to enter is to win the True Sword Tournament and conquer the low-level demon, the Blood Demon. Julian, how should I answer? Julian pondered and said, "Say you haven't thought about it yet." He also followed the answer, "I'm still not sure." Vosa looked surprised, "Oh my god, that was so unexpected, I thought you had planned it a long time ago." "That strange sword move, it seems that the few times I used it, it caused a lot of pain to my body," Vincent frankly admitted. "Yes, mother." Vosa immediately said, "If that's the case, then listen to what Mom has to say. It won't be possible to defeat the Blood Demon in one blow. If you fight like this, you'll die." Julian hid behind him and couldn't help but be surprised. "Is she giving us advice?" "Why, Mom?" Vincent smiled and said, "I see my stepmother likes us more." Julian was surprised. "Why do you think that?" He repeated, "Have you forgotten my story? My enemies threw me into prison and distorted history. With a gaze that penetrates lies and who is trusted by the Lord, she could have accused us as much as she wanted, but she didn't. Maybe she didn't like us, but at least, she is not hostile towards us at all." Vosa was about to continue speaking, "Blood Devil," but Vincent interrupted her, "Thank you for your advice, I won't disappoint you." Vosa couldn't help but be secretly surprised. He was trying to explain the characteristics of the Blood Demon, but he left without asking anything. An amazing martial artist who knows no fear or hesitation. My heart is fluttering. Did you see it, Savannah? Today your son has taken a step forward on the path of martial arts. The next morning, Wilson was drying laundry. He happily sang while doing it, as always, "Today I will support the young master as much as possible." While he was having a good time, suddenly a suitcase flew out of nowhere and hit him in the head, accompanied by a scolding voice, "Supporting that lame pants, what are you plotting this time?" Wilson held his head and exclaimed, "I didn't do anything wrong." Sari, the maid carrying a large suitcase, frowned and questioned, probably planning to cause trouble with the young master. Wilson pointed back and protested, "No, don't you see I'm hanging laundry?" The series then looked at the clothes being dried and was surprised. "Why, did you really do it?" Wilson raised his face to the sky, patted his chest proudly and said, "Since the young master has changed, I, his direct servant, should also change." Series of eyes looked at him appraisingly, but then she was also curious. "Anyway, what's wrong with the young master?" Wilson laughed and recounted, you're really old, young master. On the other hand, right now, in the library that only martial artists of the family can enter. Vincent was sitting attentively reading a book, all around him were piles of clutter. Like it wasn't what he was looking for, he dug it up again. No, not here. Why is there no record of 500 years ago? He held his head and screamed. Julian said as he searched, yes, it was only during that time that nothing was found. It was like it had been taken away, even if there was, it was just folk tales about great demons and just a brave king. I expected it wouldn't be in the records, but at this point, doesn't it seem like someone intentionally deleted it? Vin Zen also agreed, that's right, the history of 500 years ago, swordsmanship too, someone erased it or changed it. He bit his lip and thought, I can save myself from being discriminated against later, now. I must increase my swordsmanship ability to defeat the blood demon. I need a way to practice before photo theory, because I can't reach the level of photo theory right now, Julian said, anyway. The one who called Arslan's father was a child, and Vincent, the one who used the swordsmanship of the one known as the heroic king. Who are you? Vincent couldn't help but struggle in his heart. If I revealed that I was the great devil Davin, he would obviously be shocked. Should I be worried? No, that would be very disrespectful to Julian, the heavenly owner of this body, who also has the same fate as me. Finally, Vincent sighed and said, Julian, listen carefully and don't be too confused. Julian's eyes immediately lit up. Oh, something must be wrong with you, right? Vincent said, my name is. At this moment, Julian's ears throbbed. He patted his ear and asked again, wait, say it again, what? Vincent was bewildered but still agreed to say it again. But every time he said his name, Julian was hit by a series of loud, painful sounds in his ears. He screamed, this loud sound. Vincent saw this and jumped up worriedly and asked, Julian, are you okay? Julian's face darkened and he sat down to reassure him, I'm fine, you don't need to tell me, I don't want to know any more. Vincent was suspicious, really? Suddenly, he seemed to see something. On the ground is a book. This is a book called First Love with the Water Wheel. Julian was curious, why was a book like this among the mana cultivation books? Vincent wondered, this is a library managed by the family, how could a love book be mixed in here? Julian seemed in disbelief, impossible, Vincent said with excitement, someone had kept secret records of history in another form, the truth about the past. He opened it to read. Julian also looked in. Each line made the viewer blush. It was a hot summer day and I came naked to soak in the water wheel. The work that I had to do today, it's so tiring to work. I still plan to return to the city at noon. Julian was so hot that he had to fan himself with his hand, even expressing that the truth was in this form. Vincent analyzed, another approach like this could make the opponent not suspect. Having said that, he suddenly called, Julian. When he turned around, Vincent immediately pointed to a page that said, the main character in this novel does not have a story, but they are characterized by the power of love. It is not an ordinary novel. Here, this part. Characteristics that are not used to produce mana flow, but their manifestation is caused by mana flow. To achieve this, one needs to throw away all those illusions. There is no in theory, the freedom of mana would make all of this possible. Julian was so surprised that his mouth was open. It was impossible, accumulating mana without the shadow theory, that person would die. Vincent closed the book and affirmed, right here, a person accumulates mana when there is no shadow and still lives. Mana flows with each definite characteristic. Knowing this, we can clarify everything, those characteristics too. Julian reminded, learning traits is very dangerous. Even with the help of shadow theory, traits are equivalent to a martial artist's wealth, so it won't be easy for them to teach mana flow to where are the others. Vincent agreed, yes, but we have found a clue to become stronger. Let's go try it, he said excitedly. Julian said worriedly, didn't you hear me say it was dangerous? As soon as they went out, the two saw a series of people running towards them. The young master. She cried and asked, is it true, that he defeated Reincarnation, and was given blood? Vincent looked at her and couldn't help but ask curiously, Julian, who is this? He replied, a maid named Sari. She came and went for a while because her family had an emergency. As he finished speaking, a memory suddenly flashed in Vincent's head. I remembered her. So there is still a blind lover named Loser Vincent. He then replied, yes, just like she said. The series sat down on the ground in relief, thank God. I think after the Congress, young master will be ignored even more. Vincent confusedly asked silently, Julian, do you know how to comfort women? He also confusedly said, that is not in any of the soul or magic commandments. Vinchen had no choice but to do it himself. He sat down and gently patted his shoulder and said, I'm sorry for keeping this a secret. I'm training hard to become a master who won't make you look bad. Tiger, the series cannot help but be moved, young master. Suddenly, from afar, Reincarnation suddenly approached and asked, where have you been? Sari saw him and was surprised. He was young master Riven. He looked at Vinchen and suggested, I have something to say, Vinchen. A moment later, in the room, Riven and Vinchen sat opposite each other. Sari awkwardly looked from one person to the other. Both remained silent, no one spoke. Julian said, I thought he wanted to say something. Sari finally spoke up to break the silent atmosphere, young masters, do you want to eat sausage? Riven suddenly stood up, reached back and pulled out the sword. Both Vinchen and Julian immediately frowned in alarm. Riven spoke with enthusiasm, I came here to repay the True Sword Conference, Vinchen. Julian called in panic, Vinchen. Vinchen also quickly alerted and drew his sword. Damn, I didn't expect that guy to attack like this. Now that he knows sword skills, he can't use the old, ineffective ways anymore. Vinchen shouted, Serial, get out of here now. Sari hesitantly said, but I can't leave you behind. At this moment, Riven suddenly spoke again, Vinchen, I owe you a lot. You have forgiven my impoliteness and given me your miracle stone. A coward like me tried to use my father's money to set up eyes and ears there. But then my eyes and ears returned, and my mind became gentle again. I got everything back, but I can't repay it. Now I'm just a coward, but I won't be like that anymore. Now, this is the best I can give you, Riven knelt. Point the hilt of his sword towards Vinchen. He loudly swore an oath. I swear I will always be loyal to you. On the one hand, Sari looked at this scene and was extremely surprised. Young Master Riven was kneeling. Vinchen also told Julian, after all, he is not a hopeless case. Julian asked with insecurity, will you believe him? This guy is Reincarnation. Vinchen explained, he placed the sword in front of me. This action signified the meaning of giving one's life to others as a fighter. This kid is serious, Julian snorted coldly, but stupid martial artists. But remembering something, Julian changed his attitude. Oh right. Okay, I'll believe Riven, but I have a great idea. Vinchen smiled and said, well, if you agree, then I will also follow your idea. He drew his sword, then placed it on Riven's shoulder and declared, I accept your oath. I will also stand by your side, until the moment you betray me. Riven glanced at the sword and was surprised. I had doubts, but this is really a blood lotus. Could it be that the homeowner had already appointed him? If so, then I won't regret swearing by loyalty. Thinking about it, Riven respectfully replied, thank you for accepting it. Sari still couldn't believe it, standing on the side with her mouth open, silently shocked, oh my god. He has really changed. The moment he was called loser Vinchen felt like just a distant dream. Julian coughed and said, sorry for interrupting right when you had just received his loyalty. Vinchen didn't understand anything. Then you excitedly suggested, shall we try, to find out the blessing trait of the Puppet King from that Riven? In the homeowner's study. Vosa speculated that it seemed that Vinchen was planning to join the blood devotion next year. Homeowner Adenka said, I know. How was the conquest of the blood demon? Vesa smiled and said, I informed him about the specific characteristics of the blood demon, but he didn't say anything. He looked very confident. Blood demons can only attack 3 or more stars of mana when they are not in physical form. The reason the conquest became a rite of passage was to see how one faced demons, and as proof of their ability to be a level 3 martial artist. Suddenly remembering something, Vansa immediately said, ah, that's right. A few days ago, at Vinchen's house, Reincarnation has started arriving there. In Vinchen's room, he was sitting cross-legged on the ground. Julian was hovering next to him, his face changed in prayer, and Riven seemed to be explaining something. He said, good. Create another circulation loop. Julian bit his finger and hesitantly reminded, okay, this way, be careful. Back a few hours ago, Riven read the book the two found in the library and asked in surprise, so? Do you want to obtain the Puppet King's blessing trait from me, through the method in the book because you cannot imagine it? Vinchen sat on the chair and seriously asked in return, will you help me? Riven replied, I will help if this is not a nonsense book, even so. I will guide the flow of chi, and you will have to sit and practice right in front of me, basically trusting me with your life, is that okay? Vinchen calmly said, you promise to be loyal to me. Currently, Riven looked at Vinchen persistently forming a flow of mana and couldn't help but think, would he be able to trust Vincent with his life if he were in that position? No, if it were me, it wouldn't be possible. There you go again, you're making me look pathetic, Vincent, but it's not bad, this is the first time losing makes me happy. The flow of mana had spread throughout the body. Who would have thought that in the mainstream, there would be someone who could use such a crazy method? Vincent then frowned more and more tightly, his whole body was sweating profusely. Julian panically advised, don't do it yourself, slow down a bit. Vincent grimaced and complained, you keep teaching me like that, you're the one who proposed the plan to take advantage of Revan to get the trait, there, Julian. Julian angrily retorted, why can't I explain the doctrine to you? When you keep doing what you want, you're just tumbling over the cliff. Revan also spoke up to remind Vincent, you are too self-willed, you are fast enough, there is no need to rush anymore. Julian immediately pointed his finger, see. But Vincent still ignored them, he continued to grit his teeth and push the pace, this is how we live, Julian, we can't get anything without putting our lives in danger. At that time, you should be able to venture forward. The flow of mana moved faster and more chaotically. Julian held his head and cried out palely, Vincent. At this rate, you will die. Vincent tried to concentrate, his eyes as if he didn't dare blink to connect the two mana streams. A little more, just a little more, the flow would be complete, if I could connect like this. The distance between the two flows is getting closer and closer, the interaction between them is like a sensor flashing. Revan quickly stopped, don't, Vincent, it's still too early. But beyond imagination, Vincent successfully connected the flow. He was happy, he did it. Suddenly, the air flows that had just merged moved apart and collided with each other. Then a huge, shocking explosion occurred in the room. The tables and chairs were all broken, and the river was also blown away and smashed into the rubble. He couldn't help but cry out in pain. As for the owner of Adenka, he heard the news and immediately asked, there is still about half a year before the next Blood Castle opens, right? Vosa nodded to confirm, yes, that's right. The homeowner said that Vincent had defeated a 2-star martial arts master, so for him, that was probably just normal strength. Vosa was a bit hesitant but still replied, hoping so. Even though Revan was blown away, his wound was not very serious. After he was stabilized, he ran towards Vincent and asked, are you okay, Vincent? He reached out and waved and replied, it's okay. Revan then seriously reminded, you tried too hard, it still took me half a year, you were extremely fast, but it will take at least 2 months. As for the Adenka homeowner, he set a condition of 1 month. Talk to Vincent. Let's defeat the blood demon in a month, but Vincent had just gone through an explosion so he was a bit struggling. Julian scolded, what did I tell you? The book fell from Vincent's face and he sighed, thinking he was finally reborn again. Ryu hurriedly walked down the hallway. As she walked, she worriedly thought, the homeowner's message to young Master Vincent, that he had to complete the transfer ceremony within a month. You don't have much time, young master, you must hurry. Soon, Ryu-sa arrived in front of Vincent's room. She opened the door and loudly asked, young master, are you here? When she looked inside the room, she was immediately shocked. The room, which was originally decorated and beautiful, was now in ruins, with a large hole in it. Moreover, the two young masters were still injured and bandaged. When Vincent saw her, he said, oh, how wonderful. Ryu-sa couldn't help but blush. She coldly asked, young master, do you want to explain this matter? Ryu-sa sat on the chair and trembled. This person is the chief attendant, Ryu-sa level 7-star light. Vincent quickly made up an excuse. Don't worry, chief attendant, I'm just meditating a bit. Sari was cleaning your wound and scolded you, don't lie. I don't know anything about mana, but people don't get like this after meditating. Are you planning on making me worry? Vincent replied confusedly, I'm sorry. Looking at his shyness, Ryu-sa was slightly surprised. His attitude towards others was completely different from the past. She sighed and said, I won't ask any more, because you said not to worry, but whatever you meditate, you must hurry. The homeowner has sent you this message. He must complete the transfer rite within a month. Vincent was also a bit surprised. He bent down a bit to speculate. As far as I know, my father has never set a time limit before. I see, that means he has expectations. Before leaving, Ryu-sa specifically told me that I would personally be your guardian until the end of this day and next month. I hope you will do your best until then. She also hopes inside, young master, you must defeat it. Revan couldn't help but look at Vincent worriedly. Vincent needed at least 2 months to get the Puppet King's blessing, but 1 month. Vincent spoke up, it's only a month, we have to hurry. but Sari suddenly grabbed his hand and interrupted him. Young master. You can't do anything too hard anymore, okay? Vincent had no choice but to answer her, okay, I promise. He suddenly realized something. Around him the series seemed to radiate blue light. This was mana. The series has a large amount of mana. Seeing him stay quiet, Sari shouted again, okay. Vincent was startled. Oh okay, I promise, now you go, I have something to discuss with Revan. Sari obeyed and left. When the door closed, Revan expressed, 1 month is not enough, we have to find another way. Julian also wondered, but, what should we do now? Vincent remained silent and did not answer. He silently raised his hands, condensing a stream of air. After success, Vincent smiled and asked, Revan, is this the movement of mana? Julian and Revan couldn't help but be surprised. Vincent, that is, you finished the flow. Vincent controlled the flow to form a pattern. He confessed, this time I can circulate the mana as I wish. With this, I will be able to complete what Father said. Julian exclaimed, it's true that good people can do anything. Revan is still in shock. Oh my god. Vincent confidently declared, we don't have to wait a month, it's just beyond my expectations. 2 weeks later, in the woods. Vincent concentrated, Revan stood next to observe, and Julian also hovered and watched. Vincent said, now we will show the characteristics. Revan gulped and nodded. Duli is equally stressed. While paying attention, Vincent suddenly reminded me that it might explode like last time. Can you step back, Revan? He smiled and replied, no, I have to see with my own eyes, your success. Seeing that, Revan didn't stop him anymore but accepted. Okay, Julian praised a bit, this guy is so loyal. Vincent then controlled the mana to stop the flow. Here we go. Soon, the amorphous air flow formed patterns. The air drops slowly connect together. Then the circles appeared. Suddenly something sounded. Julian turned his head to look. What was this feeling? It seemed like someone appeared. It was a giant with a long beard, holding a large hammer in his hand. That person's eyes were as bright as the sun, staring at where the 3 people were standing. Julian trembled all over and stammered, are you the Dwarf King? Hello. Seeing the other 2 people didn't react, he realized, only gods like me can see him. The Dwarf King said nothing, just raised his hammer. Then he suddenly brought down a hammer. Julian was afraid, holding his head and screaming. But what was struck was not a great hammer, but a source of golden divine power, forming a barrier that envelops the 3 people. Vincent closed his eyes and concentrated so he didn't feel anything. A moment later, when he opened his eyes, he looked. The circles fit into a large circle, looking like a shield. Reedon explained, the Dwarf King's blessing, the first characteristic of defense, strengthens the body will become tougher. He couldn't help but be secretly happy, he really did it. It didn't even take a month, but he already had the dwarf's blessing. The Dwarf King then slowly disappeared. Julian smiled and told him, let's go home. Vincent took charge of the power flowing in his body, and happily said, with this, I can fight with 3rd-level swordsmen. I have laid the foundation to tame the blood demon. Thank you Revan, it's all thanks to you. Revan laughed and said, after killing the blood demon, thank me. Vincent suddenly said, but, I have to ask you one more favor. Revan tilted his head in confusion. 2 days later, the car carrying Vincent to Hanoi arrived and parked at the door. Vincent stepped out and said energetically, it's time to go to the Blood Devil's lair. Sorry for the sudden request, Chief Chamberlain, I have decided to exceed my father's expectations. Ryusa bit her lip nervously, not taking full advantage of the homeowner's time limit, and leaving 2 weeks early. Will he be okay? Seeing her not moving, Vincent wondered, what is that? She explained, I have protected the participants of this transfer rite 3 times. The homeowner, his brothers, as well as the rest of the Adenka family. There is no one who fails to overcome it all. Savannah's son, he can't be the first to fail, but Risa only dares to say these words in his heart, but for the outside words, she seriously reminds him, please don't take risks with that wild courage. Vincent smiled confidently and reassured, don't worry, great servant, you will be surprised, nothing will happen so you don't need to worry like that. After that, all 3 people, including Julian, in a state where no one but Vincent could see them, boarded the horse-drawn carriage on the way to the city. The atmosphere in the car was tense and quiet. Vincent dejectedly turned to talk to Julian, the bodyguard for such a mission. It's really useless, Julian explained, the blood demon will leave a few items behind, she's only here to observe you. Vinchen wondered, I really don't understand, why do I have to do this, just to prove myself? Julian held his head and clicked his tongue and replied, a lot of things have changed after 500 years ago. Suddenly, Ryusa suddenly asked, startling both of them, do you know anything about blood demons? To subdue the blood demon, you must have at least 3 stars of mana, or higher. Do you know, as far as I can see, young master has not yet reached the 3 stars level. Julian was also curious, now I remember, you never asked about the blood demon, Vinchen reassured, don't worry. Then he thought again, did Arslan arrange all this? The blood demon will be the first monster that I have subdued. Thinking about it, Vinchen said confidently, it is not a monster that I need to know about. Ryusa seriously reminded, even with your swordsmanship, don't let your guard down. I don't think I'm funny, but... Vinchen suddenly asked, the chief attendant, why are you trying so hard to help me? Ryusa did not dare to tell the truth, but had to say, because I am the bodyguard and supervisor for this guest. Vinchen laughed and said, corruption, are you really going to hide it? I was once in need, so we can't help but look into this. Maybe you think I'm too weak to do this on purpose. Ryusa's face turned red, her eyes lowered, not knowing how to answer. Vinchen continued to say, if you don't want to talk, then that's fine, you didn't ask me about my practice sessions, so let's consider it fair. At this moment, the charioteer stopped the horse. Vinchen said, we are here, and replied yes. Both got out of the car. Looking ahead, he asked in surprise, this is the blood demon's lair. Ryusa said, there is no exact name for this place, but people often call it the ancient temple, the Star Temple. A memorial to the first patriarch of Arslan, after defeating one of the remnants of the great demon Davin. Vinchen squinted his eyebrows and thought, it's Arslan again, it's demon blood again, it can't be a coincidence. Ryusa then pulled out his sword and loudly declared, then, I'm ready. Having finished speaking, she raised her sword high, a stream of power emitted and soared into the sky. A barrier gradually formed. It completely covers the ancient temple area and the place where Vinchen and she are standing. Julian looked bewildered, a mana barrier, Vinchen explained, a barrier with a level that only allowed one monster to pass through. As soon as he finished speaking, from the large pillar of the temple, a cold gaze glanced at them. Blood demon. The scythe in his hand slowly appeared. It roared loudly as if showing its strength. Vinchen looked at it and pulled out his sword and smiled and said, great servant, open your eyes and see. And report exactly what you see, how I prove myself to the Adenka family. At this time, the blood demon was like the angel of death demanding his life. Raised the scythe, preparing to slash at him. The scythe got closer and closer, but Vinchen had no intention of backing down. Julian impatiently said, Vinchen, avoid, then counterattack. He refused, no, keeping your distance will be better if you confront an opponent with a bigger weapon than you. But with us. It's best to approach him. After finishing speaking, he pulled out his sword and jumped up. Seeing this, the blood demon couldn't help but be a little surprised. Seeing Vinchen swing his sword towards him, he quickly used the scythe to block it. Vinchen smiled coldly and said, don't think that I allow you to swing that scythe. Having said that, he attacked even more fiercely. Vinchen concentrated his strength to attack continuously, causing the blood demon to fall back with some difficulty. With his previous combat experience, he was completely confident, even Ryusa had to admit, close combat would be very beneficial when confronting heavy weapons, that was always natural. But for his first real battle at the age of 14, how many people could do it perfectly? He looked like he had defeated blood demons many times before. At this time, while fighting, Vinchen was also thinking, the Dwarf King's attributes are truly amazing, I can even move like this with this body. But after all, that is the foundation for finding techniques in our swordsmanship. Vinchen suddenly raised his foot and kicked hard on the scythe that the blood demon was holding. He followed that and used the momentum to jump back. When he landed on the ground, Vinchen smiled, now. This is the right time to increase the distance. The blood demon was very excited, however, he became quite nervous after so many defenses. The next attack will certainly be very wide. And there's a lot of space for us to get close. Sure enough, as he expected, the blood demon launched an attack. It raised its scythe and swept it into a zigzag path, shooting towards him. Vinchen immediately rose up to fight back, confronting an enemy with many loopholes. Of course it would be easy to find victory. I must maximize my attributes along with my sword moves during this time. In Vincent's eyes, there appeared the zigzag path that the blood demon had just created. Right now, it was sending that attack towards him. Vincent did not show any signs of flinching, his eyes flashed with sharp light, focusing his attributes on his sword move, slashing strongly at the blood demon. Immediately afterwards, the blood demon's huge body seemed to be sucked into a blood pearl. Vincent finishes the move. At the same time, the pearl immediately fell to the ground. He stood up straight and turned around, smiling and asking, "Did you see that, Chief Chamberlain?" Ryusa did not respond. She nervously looked towards him, wondering if he really didn't know that. The reason why the blood demon cannot be defeated with a one-hit kill. Along with her thoughts at that time, the blood jade just now suddenly glowed. The blood demon's eyes opened again. The blood demon had 2 lives. And at this moment, it reappeared behind Vincent, raising its scythe, preparing to slash down. Vincent was still standing still without any reaction. But the scythe is getting closer and closer. Ryusa turned pale and cried out, "Young master." Immediately, Vincent's eyes glanced back. When the blood demon swung his scythe down, he immediately crouched low, successfully avoiding the blood demon's killer move. Vincent secretly smiled and thought, even this is the same as 500 years ago. Suddenly, the tip of a scythe suddenly appeared in front of him. The blood demon chopped it down hard. Vincent immediately jumped up to avoid it. He was surprised, it was so fast. Looking back, its appearance has also changed. Have these bastards evolved in the past 500 years? Ryusa frowned and observed, a blood demon went crazy after being revived, along with that, its speed and strength increased. On the other side, the blood demon raised his hand with sharp claws and scratched down. Vincent was forced to jump up to avoid the attack. The ground was crushed by a large piece of blood demon's hand. Vincent stabilized and landed on the ground again. He had to admit in his heart that it was dangerous. The retreat route through the wall is also blocked. The crazy blood demon screamed and rushed towards him. It used its scythe to slash once again at rapid speed. Just when he was about to perform his move, Julian hastily reminded, "Vincent, sit in the temple." "It's not good, we have to change the plan," Vincent immediately said. "No, not yet, we have to let it off guard first. It's thinking about that too, it's trying to corner us to strike a decisive blow. And when it is completely ready to launch the decisive attack, at that time, we will proceed with the plan." Ryu sat on the side watching but couldn't help but be concerned. She clenched her hands and told herself, "I am the one overseeing the transfer ceremony, if I interfere, it means the young master has failed. Please, don't let me end your son's future." Miss Savannah, back in time, the young girl with purple hair smiled brightly and held out her hand and asked, "You're really strong. Staying here Tharslang is wasting your potential. We are walking on an adventure path to become martial artists, do you want to join?" Ryusa couldn't help but look up in surprise. "Coming from a downtrodden family, I survived by stealing at the national border. Having to confront such a terrible monster shocked me, but she invited me to join. I thought, she is a crazy woman." The girl smiled and said, "Oh, that's right, I forgot to introduce myself, I'm Savannah, nice to meet you." Then she turned around and said to the 2 people behind her, "Khan, Vesa, you both agree, right?" Those 2 people were the homeowner Adenka and Vosa when they were young. Khan indifferently replied, "I don't care." Vosa smiled and said, "You are really free to do it, even if I don't agree, you still stubbornly do it, is that so?" Ryusa thought at that time, maybe I had also lost my mind after being injured in the head in battle, maybe I was too tired of that life of robbery. Or maybe I was influenced by her boldness. In the end, I accompanied them on their adventure to become an Adenka legend. The journey of 4 people begins. In the forest, the giant rushed forward with each heavy step, holding in his hand a large wooden stick that looked like a mace. Ryusa pulled out his sword and said, "I'm sorry, I'm not the main character." Long purple hair flying. Savannah suddenly jumped up from behind the giant. She held up 2 fingers to form a cross and smiled, saying, "Wow, she is the best." Having finished speaking, Savannah still kept a smile on her lips. The sword slashed down decisively, directly cutting off the giant's head. He collapsed to the ground immediately, almost at the same time as Savannah's landing. Ryusa exclaimed, "She is so strong and beautiful. She has the power to make others smile." Savannah happily blinked. The conquest mission was successful. "In my hopeless life, she is a ray of light." Ryusa smiled in response, you are that wonderful person, Lady Savannah. Some time later, on a day of heavy rain, the sound of rain mixed with the cry of a newborn baby. Savannah, after giving birth to a child, passed away. A python scarf was placed over her face, hiding her beautiful face. Ryusa was speechless, holding the child in her arms, making everyone cry in pain. In the end, Ryusa couldn't be strong. She cried out and called, Lady Savannah. The child she held in her arms was also crying. That child is Vincent. Ryusa looked at the child silently determined, yes, this is not the time to be sad, this child that Lady Savannah left behind. I will protect this child from a miserable life as a child of a Denka's direct lineage, until he becomes an admirable martial artist. But when he grew up, Vincent was still Julian, and Davin had never appeared. He was bullied again. His younger sister slapped him hard on the cheek, causing him to fall to the ground. The younger sister said contemptuously, "Don't pretend we are friends, loser brother. You're so useless, why don't you try speaking politely to me instead?" Vincent had no way to resist at that time. He could only accept, "Yes, sister." The younger sister laughed proudly and sarcastically, "Just because I said so, you actually did it." All of these stories were well known, but she only felt disappointed and thought, during 14 years, I have thought countless times about what I can expect from this loser Vincent. Should I leave a Denka? One time, when Chu-sun stood outside eavesdropping and exclaimed, he was so cool. Ryusa suddenly appeared, murderous intent burning in his voice and warning, "You're acting too stupidly and creatively, Wilson." Wilson's legs softened in fear. While trembling, I explained, "It's not like that, the chief attendant, I'm just, as a servant, young Master Vincent." The young master has been recognized by the homeowner. Back to the present, Ryusa kept cheering. Finally, I was starting to see hope. "Don't give up, young master, you can't stop here." On the other side, blood demons continuously attacked. It swung its scythe down. Vincent's face was not panicked but extremely calm. "You just give an order, now." As he finished speaking, a shadow flashed past him. She was surprised. Who just ran past? When could it be? The scythe swung down, but was blocked by something, and the two weapons collided into a deafening sound. The person who had just rushed forward stood in front of Vincent, using his big sword to block the Blood Clan's blow. That person is none other than Riven Adenka. Ryusa stood on one side bewildered and lost his soul. Ryusa was surprised by his recklessness. She shouted in panic, "Riven Adenka, is he planning to help the young master fight the blood demon?" Vincent stood behind and calmly said, "I rely on you." Riven replied, "Destroy it before I fall." As soon as he finished speaking, Vincent immediately sat down on the ground. He concentrated hard to manipulate the mana in his body. Ryusa stood to one side in surprise and silently exclaimed, "Oh my god, is he crazy? Why is he meditating at this time?" If Riven is pushed down on the young master, with just one attack, he will die. At this time, the blood demon aimed at Vincent, who was intently meditating. Realizing that, Riven immediately stopped him, asking me to provoke him. "Where are you looking? I'm the one challenging you." Having finished speaking, Riven tightly grasped the sword in his hand, ready to fight. The angry blood demon used his sickle to attack Riven. He looked at Riven fiercely and then roared with evil sounds. The blood demon used his sickle to slash at Riven. He looked amused and said, "If you don't lose to Vincent, then you are my prey." Riven strongly raised his hand to block one of his attacks. "Weaker than I thought, that's all you have." As soon as he finished speaking, the blood demon slashed wildly, making Riven silently exclaim in fear, "Oh no, the mirror bar can't have the Iron Man effect, it's cracking." This bastard aimed his sword. Immediately afterwards, the blood demon struck Riven's sword and broke it into pieces. Witnessing this scene, Riven angrily cursed, "Damn it. Without a sword, how can we protect Vincent?" At the same time, the blood demon's sickle descended on Riven's head. The situation was so sudden, Riven quickly raised his hands to block it. At this point, Riven was about to succumb to this attack. He quickly asked for help, "Vincent." Hearing the call, Vincent said, "Well done, Riven." Immediately, Vincent appeared to help Riven. He quickly slashed the blood demon's body. Immediately the blood demon's internal pill was exposed. Then it started to crack. Pieces of debris fell out of the blood demon's body. Just like that, it disappeared before Riven and Vincent's eyes. Vincent smiled and said, "Thank you, Riven," as soon as he finished speaking. Riven quickly replied, God, I suddenly feel sorry for the devil's blood. Suddenly a voice interrupted and said, is that your plan, young master? Congratulations, but I'm not sure the homeowner will be okay with you being helped. Didn't you say you wanted to exceed father's expectations? Hearing these words, Vinchen smiled helplessly and replied, you are too hasty. These words made Ryusa surprised. Vinchen explains, you created this mana barrier to represent a monster. Let's pass by for a moment, because the first one is dead. The next one will target us. The act of conquering blood demons, proving yourself. Vinchen held the jelly in his hand. He confidently said, now I will prove myself. Having finished speaking, he forcefully crushed the jade stone. Right after that, Vinchen entered a certain illusion. Vinchen silently said, even though I have leveled up my body, I can only use sword skills twice. The reason we have to meditate is to be able to calculate the effects of the magic stone. And the tolerance of my body. Vinchen recounted the scenes that happened while he was meditating. The blood demon's weakness is revealed as it heals its wounds. With an opponent with so many loopholes, I can perform swordsmanship much easier. Just like that, Vinchen successfully destroyed the blood demon's internal pill with ease. Hearing these events, Ryusa was bewildered and deep in thought. She silently exclaimed, it seemed like she didn't have to worry about anything. Great work, young master Vinchen. At this time, Vinchen was concentrating on practicing. Julian wondered and asked, really, what sword technique is this, and my body is like this after using it a few times? Vinchen then replied, attributes, meditation, magic stone, without one of those things you won't be able to do it. Julian said, lie down first, even if you faint, Ryusa will take care of you. Vinchen replied in a low voice, just like the true sword festival, Julian, the real winner is the one who can last until the end, I will never fall. Suddenly he walked over and called out in a low voice, young master. Suddenly, a barrier appeared, causing the entire forest to tremble. Right after that, a matrix appeared. Revan sat to the side, witnessing this scene and had to look up in surprise. Julian panicked when the matrix appeared right before his eyes. Ryusa silently said, this is the summoning circle, but the rite of passage never had this. Then, Ryusa stepped closer to observe closely. She silently wondered, this is it. An ancient guard. Ryusa pointed the sword at the ancient guards to warn of the situation. Ryusa explains that a guard this large has not been found yet, meaning that there is a high possibility that it was created along with the temple. Then, she shouted loudly, I am a subordinate of the Adenka family. Ryusa Bayo la go on, declare your mission to the main Adenka family and show respect. As soon as he finished speaking, the ancient guard immediately moved. Witnessing this scene, Ryusa panicked and said, it's useless, it's no longer lucid because it's too old. She said, young master Revan, please take young master Vinchen and retreat. Hearing that, Revan panicked and quickly picked up Vinchen and said, oh okay, Julian said nervously, dragging him away quickly, quickly. Right now, the ancient guards are rushing towards Ryusa. Faced with this situation, Ryusa calmly used the leopard sword technique on part 7 to attack it. Suddenly a crashing sound rang out behind Revan. Hearing a loud noise, Revan and Julian were startled and turned around to look. Revan called out in surprise, great servant, Ryusa. A moment later, there was a sound of movement from the rubble. Ryusa tried to use the east wind to freeze the ancient guards. Immediately, the ancient guard froze. Ryusa took advantage of the opportunity to immediately break it and escape. Witnessing this scene, Revan gasped and exclaimed, that is the rank of a 7th starlight. Suddenly, Vinchen weakly said, not yet. Hearing this, Revan was startled and called out, Vinchen. At this time, Vinchen looked forward and said, over there. Having finished speaking, he immediately punched that side. The blow went through the fence, smashing into the huge statue pillar in front. Julian panicked and asked, Vinchen, what are you doing? Revan caught Vinchen, who was gradually fainting. Ryusa calmly thought, slashing into nothingness, but why, to say something to me? That is, a guard, is that its true form? At this time, Ryusa discovered something unusual about the ancient guard. She wondered, when did it escape? The young masters are in danger. At the same time, the ancient guards were about to attack her. Realizing that, Ryusa immediately used the blessing properties of Wandering Galaxy. Long body of snow. Ryusa quickly rushed towards Revan. She aimed for the ancient guard at the back of the Revan. Ryusa slashed once, causing Revan to panic. After everything was done, she asked if you two were okay. Revan stammered and said, "I think so." Julian gasped in admiration, "So fast." Ryusa thought to herself, "I can't see the true form of the guard." But the young master saw and warned him. Vincenn lay face down on the ground and said, "Great Chamberlain, look. I think that's what the guards are protecting." At this point, everything has been resolved neatly. Ryusa opened the lid of the mysterious box and observed. Vincenn quickly asked, "What's in there?" Ryusa hesitantly replied, "This is." The cactus, it seems, is an artifact left behind by the first homeowner Arslan. Julian explained, "Cacti, an extremely rare magical material, are a priceless treasure." Vincenn nodded and replied, "It seems that this is the reason why Arslan created the transfer ceremony." Ryusa brought the cactus in front of Vincenn. She knelt down and said solemnly, "Young master, please accept it. Of all the Adenkas that have come here, you are the one who found it, so it belongs entirely to you." But Vincenn seemed shy and did not dare to accept it. Ryusa then said, "That's my problem." After a moment of contemplation, Vincenn pulled out the sword and said, "Let's do this." Immediately, Vincenn cut the cactus into 2 pieces. He held a piece in his hand and said, "Now I will be an accomplice. I won't be able to get it without you, so take it." Ryusa then took a part of the cactus and replied, "Thank you." Right now, somewhere, sunset is gradually falling. At the grave of the Adenka family, at the sword grave. Ryusa came over and said, "Homeowner, I have returned after young master Vincenn completed the transfer ceremony." The owner Khan nodded and said, "This matter must be reported to the church. What I saw was much more surprising, so I came to find him." "I look forward to hearing that." Ryusa explains that, "Do you remember the hostile Revan Adenka? He was influenced by young master and even risked his life to block the blood demon's attack. Moreover, young master Vincenn overpowered it. Success." As soon as he finished speaking, the homeowner Khan asked, "Doesn't that mean the boy can't do it alone and has to be cunning?" Ryusa quickly explained further, "Then, he defeated the blood demon alone. And he also found the cactus left by the first homeowner Arslan. This is the half that the young master gave me." Hearing this, the homeowner was surprised and asked, "How can Vincenn do it himself?" Ryusa replied, "Yes, the young owner cut it off himself with a sword." Suddenly someone interrupted, "This is still missing, Ryusa." The homeowner said, "Break the cactus piece." "That's the homeowner's order, break it immediately." Hearing the order, Ryusa replied, "Yes." Right after that, Ryusa immediately broke the cactus piece. Ryusa placed it on the ground. She looked at it for a long time. Then Ryusa said, "Adenka ancestors, please forgive this rudeness." Ryusa held the sword in her hand and used Dongfan Shuyan. Immediately, the cactus piece was frozen. After that, the ice fragment immediately broke, but unexpectedly, the cactus fragment was unharmed. Witnessing this, Ryusa exclaimed in surprise, "How is it possible? I tried my best." The owner Khan said, "You must be a high-level blacksmith to be able to break cacti." Suddenly, a voice calling for father rang in the owner Khan's ears. Vincenn silently said, "It seems like it's almost your turn." Hearing these words, the owner Khan advised him that it seemed Vincenn had special powers. "Take care of him, my son." On the other side, Wilson was sobbing and said, "Young master." Julian then said, "Wilson, young master needs to rest after that battle, please be quiet." He panicked and asked, "Young master, do I really need to go to Blood City?" Sari said, "Of course, can you let him go alone?" Ju's son said in fear, "But, Ceres. The city is full of scary monsters and martial artists." The Ceres teased, "So Gypsy Wilson is afraid of monsters." This statement made him hesitate to say, that. Vincenn thoughtfully asked, "Julian, haven't you seen it yet?" Julian was confused and asked, "Why?" He said, "The flow of mana from the person of that Ceres." Julian wondered and asked, "What, mana?" "I don't feel it even though I have lived with the Ceres much longer than you. If it was true then I should have known." Vincenn said, "I have seen similar mana flow 500 years ago then, maybe not." After that, Vincenn asked, "Sari, what are they and you?" Sari was startled and stammered and said, "Yes, yes. Breathe, I'm from a lost family." Vincenn said with a disappointed face, "I knew right away, the Ceres possesses a magical body." Julian said, "Inhalation, body magic, this is the first time I heard about it." Vincenn said, "The Inhalation family studies the body and mana, moreover, they are one of the people who discovered Saint. That's the point. People in the Snuff family have a trait called a magical body. Similar to holy bones, it allowed them to absorb mana and use it skillfully. Julian exclaimed in surprise, so that means, Vincent said, if a body is full of mana, it can stop the holy bones from slowly dying. Vincent said, do you know anything about the Snuff family, such as your ancestors? Ceres said hesitantly, this. Suddenly Wilson raised his voice, young master, do you know why Ceres here again? Sari then replied, my grandmother passed away a long time ago, she was the only person I knew who had the virus. As soon as he finished speaking, Vincent expressed, please forgive me. Sari quickly replied, it's okay, you've been through a lot more, from the True Sword Conference to the transfer ceremony. Julian wondered, however, why a clan with such skills would perish. Vincent said, perhaps the same thing happened to the Samian clan. Julian said that, it makes sense, if they tried to hide the existence of the holy bones. Vincent replied that the Snuff family was killed to cover up the clues. Suddenly the Ceres panicked and said, oh wait, there is another person, she just passed away recently, but the young master's mother, Princess Savannah, is also a traitor. Hearing these words, Julian couldn't help but be surprised, I never knew about this. The Ceres further explained, perhaps since he was born, no one has mentioned Princess Savannah. Because the homeowner always feels sad, every time he hears someone mention the princess. On the other side, the homeowner Khan was standing alone, looking thoughtful. The series continued, the princess hired everyone without any discrimination, even the families that had perished. Wilson continued, we are all here thanks to the Princess Savannah. Especially as the chief chamberlain, she was once at the bottom of society, until Princess Savannah personally brought her to the Adenka family. Hearing these words, Julian proudly said, Mom is truly a wonderful person. Vincent agreed and said, yes, it also means Ryusa takes care of us thanks to her. Suddenly, there was a knock on the door from outside. Young master, are you here? Ryusa opened the door and walked in, causing Vincent to exclaim in surprise. The chief attendant, Ryusa said, young master Riven is here. Leave. Outside, Riven is enjoying looking at the world around him. Vincent walked over and said, are you leaving? Riven replied, I have defeated the blood demon and I cannot stay here forever. As soon as he finished speaking, Vincent expressed, I have one more thing I need your help with. Hearing this, Riven happily replied, okay, just say it. Vincent said, I want you to learn more about the family's history from 500 years ago. It seems like someone wanted to cover this up. Riven smiled and replied, something like a first love story with a watermill. As soon as he finished speaking, Vincent nodded and replied, yes, similar to that. After that, both of you shook hands. Okay, leave it to me. Vincent said nostalgically, see you again, Riven. As soon as he finished speaking, Riven replied, I will become stronger, I don't want to humiliate you either. After saying goodbye, he turned and left. Vincent looked at the fading back. He said, Chief Servant, I have been told about my mother. It seems like your kindness towards me is to repay a debt of gratitude. Ryusa replied gently, yes. Vincent continued, I have something to ask as Vincent Adenka, not from Savannah Adenka's son. Ryusa was curious and asked, what is it? He said with determined eyes, train me, until I reach the bloody city. I ask you this not because I am my mother's son, but because I am a martial arts master. At this moment, Ryusa thought in her head, Princess Savannah, will my loyalty to you be transferred to young Master Vincent from now on? I will never be able to hear your answer, please forgive me for my weak decision. After thinking carefully, I have decided that I will not be gentle with you. Vincent smiled excitedly and replied, I'm counting on you, Ryusa. After that, they went to the training area together. Ryusa said, you can learn attributes without shadow theory, but that requires you to have a mana attribute circle. Okay, Vincent immediately replied, okay. Then, she picked up the sword and continued, okay, but since you asked me as a martial artist, I won't be able to simply tell you about everything. Vincent wondered, don't you plan to use the sword from the rite of passage? Ryusa pondered for a moment, the Black Moon sword, you will meet it when the time comes. You still have 5 months until you reach the bloody city, but if you can wound me even once, I will show you that attribute. Try cutting me with your strange swordsmanship. As soon as the words ended, Vincent quickly asked, what word? Don't you see, Riven, a permanent wound is quite good. Before he could finish his sentence, Ryusa leaned close to Vincent and said, do I look like young Master Riven? Vincent stared at Ryusa and silently admired this attribute. After that, Vincent and Ryusa practiced swordplay together. Ryusa said, I also know quite well about the power of the sword. That's why I'm planning not to give you the chance to use it. Vincent thought to himself, did she just look straight into my eyes? It's too dangerous. T heard that you are a friend of Priest Dun Lan, we will ask him for help when needed. Vincent quickly replied, are you too cruel? As soon as he finished speaking, Ryusa calmly replied, I haven't told you yet, I'm not being gentle with you. Fast forward a week passed. Ryusa and Vincent still passionately practice every day. He was now drenched in sweat, but that didn't stop his determination. Ryusa suddenly appeared from behind and said, you have been preparing for a long time. Immediately, Vincent was attacked from behind by her. Vincent lay on the ground in pain. Ryusa said, 2 attack techniques, any more and you will be overwhelmed, let's stop here. Vincent whispered, too gruffly. Ryusa coldly replied, you will get better soon, I will call Serial and Wilson. Ryusa looked at her sword, she silently exclaimed, this sword is about to break, I don't know how many swords I have had to replace in the past few days. I need to tell this to the blacksmith. Ryusa stood aside and said, it seems your master title is the only thing you've lost since we last met. It would be a tragedy if you forged the Adenka family with such trash swords. Hearing that he was being insulted, Han Sen glanced at him. He lifted his glasses and raised his mouth to ask, who is this, the stalker? What's wrong with you, why do you come to me in trouble in the middle of the night? She quickly handed over a bag and said, let's take a look. After saying that, she turned the bag upside down. From inside, countless sword blades were chipped, or even broken. Ryusa recounted, these are the blades I used last week, I only used them for dueling, I cannot let you provide fragile blades like these. Han Sen picked up a blade to examine it and replied, okay, but that's strange. Did you fight a monster with sharp teeth? Ryusa shook her head, no. Han Sen wondered, what about a martial artist of 9 stars or higher? She immediately asked back, do you think I have a chance? Do you do that a lot? Do mages have more than 7 magic circles? Do you think I want to die or something? Or her sword, had it collided with a great holy sword or something? At this point, Ryusa hesitated and said, no, it didn't. I don't know if you consider it a great sword, but, I dueled with young Master Vincent's Blood Lotus. Han Sen then exclaimed in surprise, what, Vincent, is that ugly 7th young master, why does he have serum? After a while, Ryusa and Han Sen went to Vincent's residence. Seeing her, he immediately went to ask, what's going on at this hour, Ryusa? She bowed her head apologetically and replied, I'm sorry for being so late but still invited you out. He insisted on waiting to see the Blood Lotus serum. Han Sen crossed his arms and coldly snorted, is there a reason why we can't see it? I'm the one who created it. Vincent then noticed him, he couldn't help but be surprised, he created the Blood Lotus. Julian was surprised, so this dwarf's name is Blacksmith Han Sen, he confidently affirmed, I am a dwarf, and if I wanted, I could even call myself Khan. Julian said, he is a famous blacksmith, father's longtime friend and a former master affiliated with the Adenka family. Vincent asked skeptically, the former master, think he is no longer a master star? Decades ago, Julian recounted, he stopped making great swords and focused on high-quality innovations. He was looked down upon by the smiths for his greed for money, and as a result, lost his honor, and his position in the Adenka. After hearing this, Vincent exclaimed, that's great, this makes Julian surprised, why? He explained that many people were able to protect themselves thanks to this person, who prioritized others over his own honor. Then he immediately placed his hand on his chest, respectfully bowed his head and said, I am the 7th young master of Adenka, Vincent, very pleased to meet you, Master Han Sen. When Han Sen saw that, he was stunned, what a master. He was made to laugh out loud by these 2 words, look at this guy, he really knows how to be funny. Okay, I'm sorry for coming so late at night, young master, are you satisfied? Vincent was not angry at all, still maintaining a respectful attitude and replied, I am not mocking you. He chose the correct path. Hearing these words, Han Sen suddenly remembered what homeowner Khan had told him before, the path you chose is the right one, Han Sen. His wish will be ridiculed by many, however, me. Believe that your decision is the right one. At this moment, in Han Sen's eyes, Khan's image seemed to exist in Vincent. He thought to himself, it seemed like it was hereditary. Then he walked up to Vincent and said, I thought you were an ugly Vincent, but that must have been a fabricated rumor. Vincent replied, I will take that as a compliment. Han Sen suggested, let me see the Blood Lotus, I have to check its condition. Vincent did not hesitate and gave the sword to him. After receiving the sword, Han Sen immediately took it out of the bag to examine it. He rubbed his chin and frowned but said nothing. After a while, he returned the blood lotus to him and asked more. Did he use it to defeat the blood demon and duel with the person stalking Savannah? Vincent nodded and replied, yes. At this point, Han Sen's face revealed surprise. He could not help but wonder why the blade was not damaged at all, as if he did not use the blade, but used his own strength. Thinking about it, he asked, what kind of swordsmanship do you use? We have to see. Seeing Vincent hesitate, he said dissatisfiedly, why are you hesitating? You really intend to carry the blood lotus around but say, I'm too tired today, to get out of this. Julian quickly stopped, Vincent, it's not possible, today you've used both sets of swordsmanship. Vincent replied, I know, but it's not every day we meet a master, if I give up miss this opportunity. At this moment, the series suddenly appeared. She patted Han Sen's shoulder and smiled affectionately and asked, Mr. Han Sen. Why are you still causing such a ruckus when it's time to sleep? Han Sen was so scared that he stammered, no, series, I'm just talking. Vincent couldn't help but wonder, did the two of them know each other? Ryusa explained, Han Sen donated to children living in poverty, and Seri was one of them. Those two people are basically father and daughter. On the other side, Han Sen was flustered by the series. She angrily puffed her cheeks and said, whatever, I'll be angry, how will I feel when you come and cause trouble with other people's work? Han Sen quickly compromised, okay, tomorrow, come, okay. Vincent immediately approached and patted his shoulder and suggested, tomorrow I will go to the smithy. He asked in surprise, really? Han Sen happily immediately agreed to leave. At one point he turned around and loudly emphasized, you must take the series with you, promise. Julian was speechless, this old man is crazy about girls. Seri looked in the direction he was going and smiled gently. Vincent affirmed even more that he knew where the warm heart of the series came from. The next morning, Vincent followed the appointment to the smithy. He was currently demonstrating the move to Han Sen. Vincent concentrated the mana into the sword. Then immediately make 2 slashes to form the word high and strike forward. Seri stood and looked with wide eyes. Han Sen was also secretly surprised. The move was so strange, it felt like the moves of the heroic king and the great devil recorded in legends. Not bad, Han Sen smiled. It can be seen that they gave him the blood lotus for a reason. When the performance was over, Vincent asked if he thought that was enough. Han Sen closed his eyes and said, well, you also interest me quite a bit, almost enough to make me want to give you a sword. Vincent was surprised, a sword, give me stars. He sighed and scratched his head to continue, but there was one thing missing. Vincent immediately asked, what was that thing? Han Sen expressed, I have been planning to make a sword for a long time, but it requires a rare material. Vincent put the sword in the scabbard and said, I will buy it. Han Sen immediately laughed, it's okay, it's something so precious that you won't be able to buy it no matter how much money you have. Cool horn bowl. Hearing the name of this ingredient, both Vincent and Julian were stunned. Both people turned to look at each other. A moment later, the horn of the pedestal was placed on the smithy's table. Vincent wondered if he could forge a sword with this thing, but Han Sen was still so surprised that he couldn't speak. The cool horn hit the pedestal and he suddenly shouted. Vincent quickly signaled for silence. Shush, only father and Ryusa know about this. Han Sen quickly covered his mouth. He exclaimed, oh my god, fate must have arranged for you and me to meet. Okay, I will make a sword for you. Vincent suddenly probed, I wonder if you can add a horn to the blood lotus instead of making a completely new sword. Han Sen wondered, why, you should order a new sword too, let's go. He handed the blood lotus to him as he explained, the blade symbolized the beginning of my father's career, and the blood lotus itself was excellent, I quite liked it. Han Sen received the sword from him and laughed and said, you always choose the right words to say, okay, come back 3 weeks later, I will add the horn to the blood lotus. 3 weeks later. When the 3 people returned here, everyone was shocked. The series stuttered, young master, what's going on? In front of them, the smithy was engulfed in flames. Vincent turned pale, the factory was busy. Burn. Seri looked shocked and tremblingly asked, what about Mr. Han Sen? Vincent immediately reassured him, calm down, sir. Even though he said that, he also judged in his heart that, looking at this shocking series, it meant that something more serious had happened at the factory. Vincent gritted his teeth and said, we have to rescue Master Han Sen. Julian frantically asked, what are you doing? Don't tell me you're planning to rush into that fire. Vincent said, my sword can cut through anything, I will cut through that door and fire and then run quickly inside. Julian worriedly said, "You're too reckless," but Vincent had already made up his mind. He cast mana around his body. Then pulled out the sword, cut along a line. The sword zigzagged towards the burning smithy. At this moment, Vincent quickly jumped inside. Julian pointed in one direction and shouted, "Over there." Vincent looked in that direction and saw Han Sen slumped in a corner. He quickly ran to shake the person he called, "Master Han Sen, please wake up, Han Sen." Julian looked at it and said, "We are too late, he is completely unconscious." Vincent was worried. What to do? Julian suddenly interrupted, "Look there. Is that Blood Lotus?" Vincent immediately looked behind. There was a column of light continuously emitting pressure. Julian said suspiciously, "It seemed like mana was pouring out here." Vincent judged, the dragon bone was definitely stronger than what Han Sen expected. "Let's just help Master Han Sen out first." But when he was almost to the door, pieces of burned wood fell down. Vincent had no choice but to step back. He gritted his teeth. How could that be possible? "The exit is blocked." He reminded Julian, "If we don't do anything, we will be engulfed by the volcano. What should we do now?" Julian tried to keep calm. Think. "That's right, do you know any defense skills?" Vincent asked confusedly. "Defense?" Julian said, "I know it's dragon bone, but it won't be able to maintain this fire for long." Vincent immediately guessed, "What do you mean we can wait?" "I have this, a swordsmanship that can only be used for defense," Julian happily urged. "Great, let's use it for defense." Vincent closed his eyes and said to himself, "Remember, I am Vincent Adenka." Also known as Davan Samian, Samian Swordsmanship Chapter 1. Breaking the wind, a move was performed by him. The sharp blade seemed to sweep across the spear, and it was like a barrier had been erected. "The blade breaks steel, the amount of mana will depend on my steadfastness." Slowly, the flow of fire is approaching us. Julian looked at him in surprise as he performed his defense. That was the Death Sword technique, Chapter 1 of Dissolving the Wind. "Oh my god. That's Samian swordsmanship." "This old man, who are you?" The defensive barrier surrounded the three people. Vincent used all his strength to maintain it. A moment later, the fire suddenly stopped burning. Vincent panted tiredly. He sat down on the ground, leaning on his sword to keep his body balanced. "We survived." Han Sen suddenly coughed a few times. Vincent helped him sit up and asked, "Master Han Sen, are you okay?" But the first thing he said after waking up was to ask you, "How did you do it?" "How could you, using Samian swordsmanship?" Vincent was confused and had to talk about it. Seeing him say such incomprehensible things, "I guess he's okay," he was also thinking inside, "If the master recognizes it, then I think I'm not so weak." "Where?" Han Sen also said without any doubt, "That's right, that can't happen, I must have been asleep." "Oh well. The sword is complete." Vincent immediately stood up and walked towards the sword. "Mr. Han Sen sat and muttered, "I have never forged dragon bone before, how could I know in advance that it would overflow with mana and spit fire like that?" "Okay." Vincent raised his hand to the hilt of the glowing sword. When he lifted it up, the golden light became stronger and stronger, mana poured out and enveloped his body. The sword is resonating with me." On the sword's trunk, a mark appeared. Han Sen saw that he was not moving and asked, "Why are you so dumbfounded? Don't you like it?" Vincent replied, "Not at all, this is a wonderful sword." Julian rubbed his chin and thought, "What was so strange?" Vincent asked, "What's wrong, Julian?" He explained, "If this was the sword inherited by Chief Arslan, then, he should have known this would happen to the dragon bone, right? If I were Arslan, I would also have to give some kind of warning. Or was there a reason why he didn't say it?" It was a practice session for the next dragon bone battle. At this time, Vincent also vaguely replied, "I understand." He immediately walked up to Han Sen and asked, "Han Sen, can you forge a new sword for me?" Han Sen said in surprise, "Since you want a new sword, you definitely don't like this sword, already." Vincent explained, "Since you've already completed a good one, I'm sure the next one will be even better than this one." Han Sen thought about it and said, "It will take a lot of time, we still have to clean up this mess too. But I can't fight against dragon bone, so what's the problem here? Do you think in the next dragon bone battle, I can still survive?" Julian hugged his stomach and burst out laughing. Vincent also felt funny. That night, another piece of dragon bone was placed on the table. Ryusa said, "Because you need dragon bone, I brought it over there." Han Sen stammered dumbfounded, and added, "Yet another dragon bone sword." Ryusa quickly signaled for silence. "Shush, only the boss knows about this item." Han Sen calmly asked, forging another dragon bone sword. Surely Savannah's subordinates are nobles, Ryusa said. Not for subordinates, this is a sword only for the young master. Han Sen held the dragon cup in her hand and said cheerfully, you also know how to persuade others. Okay, I don't know how long it will take, but I will forge the most perfect dragon bone sword possible. Ryusa then returned with peace of mind. As she walked, she thought that she had given up halfway. But when I saw him grow this much, I was very surprised. At this moment, Vincent's voice rang out, startling her, asking her to excuse her. I was going to share it with you, but it looks like I've already taken it back, so how can I repay you? Ryusa respectfully bowed his head and replied, there is no need, you have completely received the debt of gratitude for the dragon bone 14 years ago, when Vincent still did not understand anything. She explained, he was born and he proved his excellence as a warrior. There is no greater reward than this. Vincent suddenly drew his sword and said, then you will be even happier, Ryusa. 8 circles appeared on the sword as if symbolizing the power of the puppet king. Vincent also silently recalled that he had thought about that when fighting with precious blood, a way to defeat Ryusa, a 7-year-old warrior, star. He confidently declared, today I will defeat you, and learn your secrets. Ryusa on the other side also pulled out his sword and accepted the challenge. I have told you time and time again, but I will not be lenient with you. A dazzling sword flashed. Terrible power as if it wanted to cut everything away. Vincent was so cramped that he raised his hand to cover his face, and he also bowed slightly. Right when he didn't react, Ryusa said, not yet. In front of him, Risa flew quickly. She stabbed her sword down and said, you said you would defeat me, there's no way you can win. Having finished speaking, Ryusa stabbed his sword down, along with his cold mana stream. Vincent immediately raised his sword above his head to block her sword. The frictional collision created a shocking explosion at the mansion. The tip of Ryusa's sword pierced the surface of the Blood Lotus sword. Vincent gritted his teeth and used his strength to block her from continuing to crash down. Ryusa was slightly surprised. He blocked it. I used an amount of mana equivalent to 4 stars. But both my sword and the young master's sword are still intact. Usually when using this amount of mana, the sword blade is broken. Suddenly, a zigzag line of magic appeared, surprising Ryu. Taking this opportunity, Vincent immediately slashed his sword, both pushing her away and attacking her, flexing his arms and flexing to the side to dodge. She silently guessed, it was very different from the fighting style and force he used. Blood Lotus, what kind of power does it contain? Vincent's thoughts seemed to explain her question. This sword could not be destroyed, thanks to the power of the puppet king. The sword had absorbed all external forces. A sword that takes on all the characteristics of its owner. The new power of Blood Lotus. Ryu fell back and steadily landed on the ground. She confirmed that the Blood Lotus had been strengthened. Vincent immediately admitted that Master Han Sen had been working very hard. Seeing that, Ryusa smiled deeper and said, then I will be more forceful. Having finished speaking, Ryusa moved as quickly as lightning, and when he looked, it was as if he only saw an afterimage. Vincent concentrated hard. She disappeared. A shadowy figure suddenly appeared behind him. She seemed to be moving in a circle. Vincent closed his eyes to think. He couldn't let this speed fool him, he just needed to feel the amount of mana used to move. After feeling it, Vincent immediately drew his sword and cut a line on this side. Ryusa suddenly appeared behind him. She waved her sword and said, you are wrong. Vincent smiled again. Yes, of course I was wrong. He turned around, using his bare hands to catch the blade. He proudly expressed, and you will aim at us from behind. Ryusa was stunned. Using his bare hands, he guessed my direction of movement in just 1 month. At this time, Vincent raised the sword in his other hand and performed a move, double sword spade. Virtual C. The first episode of Puppet Army. Numbness. In front of it, a large explosion area was created. Dirt, rocks, and dust rose up. On the ground, form a circle large enough for 2 people to stand at a distance from each other. Ryusa landed steadily on the ground. What she did not expect was that Vincent used both moves, but the latter move was truly unexpected. I was beaten until I dropped my sword. Vincent threw the sword in front of her and said, pick up your sword. I don't want to win, cheaply, by hitting an unarmed person. Ryusa frowned slightly. She also unceremoniously pulled out her sword and reminded her, quite arrogantly, young master, not all swordsmen or monsters are as lenient with you as I am. Enemies stronger than you will not sympathize but pay attention to your situation at that time. You must remember, young master, At this moment, the true power of Ryusa bursts out. Below her feet, a thick layer of ice appeared. Vincent exclaimed, "Okay, I understand, that aura is really bright." Ryusa's eyes flashed, she especially emphasized, "Be careful with this trick of mine." Having finished speaking, she bounced her legs to gain momentum. But something unexpected happened, just when Ryusa was about to jump away. Suddenly her whole body became helpless. Ryusa panicked. When her body was about to fall to the ground, Vincent came to help her. Then, he flicked her forehead hard. Vincent smiled and said, "You have been injured by me, you only have 4 months left to go to the bloody city." Ryusa still couldn't believe what was happening. How could it be possible? Vincent explained, even with double swords, it still couldn't cut her. "But I can cut through the flow of mana around you, and with the power of the Puppet King, I can do it." Hearing these words, Ryusa found it even more unbelievable. "He slashed through the mana stream to block my attack, is that okay?" Even so, Ryusa still has to admit, "You always do better than my expectations," Vincent suggested, "then I want to receive that reward." Ryusa stood up and agreed to this request. "Okay, I will tell you. Of the blessing I have been given, the flow of mana from the wandering galaxy." Some time later, in his room, Vincent controlled the flow of mana to form a cloud-like symbol. Next to him, Julian and Ryusa stood watching. Ryusa was secretly surprised, he could comprehend it in 2 days. During that time, she also explained, he let the mana flow through the meridians, then began to transform. Vincent did as she said, the flow of mana continued to be controlled by him. Just seconds later, it immediately changed into a new cloud shape. Julian looked around nervously, hoping he hadn't broken through the ceiling again. Just when he was afraid, suddenly a stream of smoky purple mana appeared. When Julian looked over, the flow of mana had stopped and formed a shape like a young woman. In Blood City, the wind and snow blew strongly. In the city lord's office, the royal lieutenant, Va Golf Pagoda, came over with a file of documents and grumbled, "Why don't you look at these documents? Are you distracted again?" Bloody City Lord, Tan, Hosie Qui Bao replied boredly, "But, I am a swordsman, it is a waste for me to keep writing." Va Go immediately reminded, "Please stop talking nonsense and check the group of people entering the next city." Hosie sighed, "Okay, I'll do it now." While reading, she suddenly exclaimed, "Wait, Vincendenka, isn't that a member of the main family?" Va Golf confirmed, "Yes, he is the 7th son of the main branch." Ho brother smiled faintly and sarcastically, "Here comes another troublesome person." In the meantime, Va Golf also clenched his hands in silent determination. That loser 7th son, if he is as useless as rumored, then this will tarnish this loyal reputation. Before he enrolls, we will deal with him first. Vincent is concentrating on practicing in the middle of the night. Julian saw Vincent's inner strength. He kept exclaiming loudly, hoping that the ceiling wouldn't be penetrated. Suddenly, something surprised Julian. There was a fluttering female figure walking closer. She gently blew cold air towards Vincent. This made Julian panicked and exclaimed, What is that?" At this moment, Vincent silently told himself that the blessing of the Galaxy Wanderer was only 1 step away. On the other side, Julian was frozen by the girl's cold air. Julian complained uncomfortably, "It's too cold, she's gone," Ryusa replied, leaving no trace. "Even on the cold white snow, that is called ice onions." Julian said that Blood Castle is not a place for training, it is more like a fortress. Julian raised his hand to point at the map and continued, "Here it is, it's right here, in the middle of the Rocky Mountains, near the border with Samian." In the past, when fanatics and countless great demons invaded Samian, they were repelled by Arslan and many warriors of that time. From then on, they carried on the mission of maintaining and protecting this bloody city. Hearing these words, Vincent happily said, "Then we will definitely find Arslan's letter here. Maybe there's also another dragon fruit bone." As soon as he finished speaking, Julian replied, "There is no more dragon bone, but the legend of another treasure is there." Vincent was curious and asked, "What treasure?" Julian explained that it was a heavenly fruit. It was said that it could cure all diseases, or even bring the dead back to life. The celestial fruit tree has a lot of fruit. There are many unemployed people waiting in the Blood City, sitting around the celestial fruit tree waiting for it to fall. The old me never believed such things, but looking back at the situation now. The next goal will be heavenly fruit, right? To cure the gradually decaying sacred bones, it is necessary to obtain heavenly fruit. When we finish registering, we will have 9 years left, Vincent replied. "No, we still have too much work to do, so the real time is even shorter. Julian happily replied, fine, we will learn the secret of the heavenly fruit tree and then take it over. Suddenly Vincent was surprised and asked, Julian, what it says here is that we must take care of ourselves and not use the money of the family in the Blood City. Julian replied, to avoid meaningless wasteful spending, and maintain expenses in this large family. Vincent sighed and asked Julian, so where do we make money? Julian confidently replied, don't worry. I have invested in the 6 Dharma platforms. Upon hearing this, Vincent wondered and asked, Dharma platform. Julian calmly explained further, the Adenka and Samian families are both famous for their swordsmanship, and the 6 Dharma platform is the great tree that trains the most elite magicians. We will invest in the 6 Dharma platform for things like this, their research, and will receive a corresponding contribution bonus in return. And the magician I invested in is called Va Ni Li. She had just become co-owner of the 6 Dharma platform. But the investment money will be lost if this co-owner dies. At this time, there was a knock on the door outside the room, and the suitcase answered, come in. Didn't I say it all just now? I don't want to work with you. Speaking of this, the mysterious guy in the back directly destroyed Va Ni Li immediately. Julian couldn't help but exclaim, God, how could the co-owner of the 6 Dharma platform be killed so easily? It was reported in the news that the co-owner of the 6 FOP Dai station had died. According to information received, the victim died due to an explosion during research. Reading this information made Julian startled and exclaimed, how could this be? My money. Vincent quickly replied, you should respect the dead a little. Julian said, do you think you're in the mood to think about that? We'll starve to death in that bloody city. Vincent thought to himself, people have also found her title, that she would leave all her assets to her younger brother. And golf in Pagoda. I know we're both from the Pagadu family, but I've never had a genius brain like yours. Am I a disgrace to the family? Why? Vincent then said, let's investigate the person named Va Golf first. Julian replied, I think so. At this time, Vincent stood alone on high. He looked down and whispered to himself, there was only 4 months left. We must collect a lot of information to be able to prepare well for this event. Fast forward 4 months on the Rocky Mountains of Blood City. Ryusa said seriously, for security reasons, from here we will walk. As soon as he finished speaking, Vincent excitedly replied, okay, I understand. She pointed forward and said, if you keep going this way, the city lord will welcome you. Vincent looked at Ryusa with gratitude, I don't know how to thank you anymore, thank you for everything. Ryusa laughed and replied, it's nothing. I think my mother wants that too. Looking at Vincent's appearance, Ryusa silently exclaimed, I feel very happy now that you are more mature. She kindly advised, please take care of your health. After saying goodbye, Vincent immediately left. On the other side, Va Golf walked over and said, City Lord, young Master Vincent will be here soon. At this time, the City Lord was lying on the table and said tiredly, I'm so sorry, I'm not used to having to appear formally and welcome others. Va Gon quickly explained, but that was his job. Suddenly, a voice called out to the City Lord. It says that recently, there have been monsters invading the land of the residents in the surrounding area. Hearing this, the City Lord happily said, then I have to go. As a City Lord, I have the responsibility to protect the civilians here. The other side quickly replied, no, these monsters are quite weak, it's okay to send a few soldiers. As soon as she finished speaking, she turned to look at Va Golf and said, don't say that, Va Golf, I will give the name of young Master Vincent to you. Va Golf quickly stopped, wait. Before I could say anything. The city's blood lord has already left. The guard stood next to him and asked, what should we do with young Master Vincent, Captain? Thinking for a moment, Va Golf replied, I will go to welcome him on behalf of the city lord. Then he went to the city gate. Seeing Va gone, the 2 guards said solemnly, humbled themselves to respect his glory. Va Go coldly asked, respect for glory, where is young Master Vincent? The guard quickly gave him the lens and answered, over there. Then, he raised the lens and observed. He saw Ryusa in front, and asked in surprise, isn't that the great servant Ryusa? Hearing this, the guard wondered and asked, Ryusa La? Va Golf replied, yes, Ryusa, wanderer of the galaxy. He thought to himself, I heard that young Master Vincent is useless, but is he so useless that he needs such a powerful person to guide him? At this time, the guard stepped forward and said, what about the test, will you reduce the difficulty? Va Golf replied, no, just do it like last year, I will test him myself. Va Golf thought, anyway, I will have to pull out the weeds completely, before he can register. The first round of testing, taming the void monster. Will start today. Isn't that blood? They looked towards the bloody citadel and the splendor outside. This made them gasp at the scene. Right after that, a hurricane occurred. Vincent silently asked in confusion, has the test started already? It's time to check the results of the training sessions with Ryusa these past few months. He expressed, I am very happy to receive your warm welcome. Vincent strongly entered the first round of testing. He looked at the monster and asked curiously, who is that monster? The strongest predator in the snowy mountains, the blue-eyed white tiger. Wilson said in fear, this is why I don't want to come here. The Siri shouted loudly, young master. Vincent calmly said, Sari, Wilson, when I leave, run as fast as you can to the city. Sari was confused and asked, what? Right after that, Vincent quickly rushed forward. He shouted loudly, over here, kitten. He secretly thought, if that's the blue-eyed white tiger I know. It will react faster to moving objects. Seeing the provocation, the blue-eyed white tiger immediately chased Vincent. Seeing this scene, Vincent proudly said, good, it's in its sights. Vincent suddenly looked surprised and said, but what is this, is there something wrong? Even though it looked like a blue-eyed white tiger, it didn't feel like that, it didn't feel like a living monster. But I will defeat it anyway. After that, Vincent and the blue-eyed white tiger rushed to fight each other. Suddenly, out of nowhere, another blue-eyed white tiger appeared. This made Vincent say in surprise, another one. At this time, Vincent immediately strengthened his body again. He jumped up really high. Avoid the pursuit of two white tigers. When Vincent climbed up the tree, Julian nervously said, look this way. 3 or 4 years, there are a few more in the mountains. There are a total of 18 children. It's impossible to defeat them all with just 2 blows of the sword, Vincent said nervously, something is strange. Blue-eyed and white tigers do not move their herds, they are the strongest predators so there is no need to do that, and they are carnivorous but do not have the slightest smell of blood. Julian wondered and asked, could it be that they were created by magic? Vincent asked in confusion, were they an illusion? On the other side, Va Golf is focusing on controlling the formation. He silently wondered, did he find out? It doesn't change anything, this is magic to summon high-level illusion monsters, there is a very small difference between them and real tigers and they are even more intelligent because they are controlled by humans. What will you do, useless young master? Sitting on a tree observing the situation, Vincent commented that we can wait a little longer, if they are using this high-level magic, they will run out of mana soon. Julian quickly dismissed it as impossible, they were definitely using synthetic elements. Vincent was curious and asked, what is it? He explained, is the method of using multiple spells of the same type at once. Instead of using multiple spells, you can designate one as a composite element, and expand the spell by copying. It's effective, fruit and uses much less mana. Vincent said, so if I find the designated one, the others will disappear? Julian demanded, yes, but how do you plan to do that? We can find out because they are controlled by a human. At times like this, real monsters will stand in front. If controlled by a human, he will try to protect the synthetic element. Still standing motionless on the top of the mountain is the synthetic element. Blessing properties of the Galaxy Wanderer have used by Vincent in this round. The action was too fast, making the blue-eyed white tiger unable to prepare. With just one move, Vincent defeated the blue-eyed white tiger. Witnessing this scene, Va Golf exclaimed in surprise, that is Ice Star, characteristic of Ryusa, how is it possible? He's arrived at the element synthesis. Vincent raised his eyes to look at the white tiger in front of him. He said, that's it. The synthetic element of this magic. Seeing that you were about to solve the magic, I shouted angrily, I won't let you down and let you attack. He gave the order and rushed forward. Immediately, the blue-eyed and white tigers rushed to attack Vincent. He thought to himself, the blood lotus had been enhanced with dragon bones, absorbing his mana properties. Absolute sword combined with the blessing characteristics of the Galaxy Wanderer. Absolutely transforming sword. Then, Vincent used the sword in his hand. With just one move, he defeated several white tigers blocking his way. It has not stopped here. He continued to use the Wandering Galaxy to attack. Seeing Vincent's shot made Va Golf surprised. He silently exclaimed that Vincent had blown them out of the sword's path. Immediately, the blue-eyed white tiger disappeared. After finishing processing, the forest became quiet. To his surprise, he didn't actually slash down the illusions, but rather cut off the flow of mana that was creating them. He understands magic very well, Vincen Adenka. Who exactly are you? Vincen said with an arrogant expression, wondering if the host at Blood City was satisfied. The confused guard asked, Captain, how should I handle the results of this test, and angrily replied, what do you mean, don't you see, my magic was completely wiped out, already. Open the gate, we will welcome the young master. As soon as he finished speaking, the guards replied, yes, sir. Blood City is a gathering place for martial arts masters. Is it easy to find a magician of that level? Wilson stepped inside the citadel. He happily called out, young master. Julian said, absolutely not, I think we got it right. The door began to slowly open. Julian said as he followed Vincen, Va Ni Li's younger brother, and the magician who handled everything in this citadel. In front of the city gate, Va Gon was already waiting here, he said solemnly, respectfully greeting you. Julian exclaimed in surprise, Lieutenant, Va Golf Pagoda, he said, welcome, young Master Vincen, we allow you to enter the Blood City. Vincen calmly replied, you must be Sir and Gon, nice to meet you. Julian said, we can't bring the family's money to the castle, but it has a sponsorship system, talented cadets will be sponsored by the castle. Now we have to score as many points as possible with this guy and get back all the money we invested in the magic tower. Outside, people bustled back and forth talking, not many people, coaches, teachers, students, soldiers and children of many families all lived here. If you count the servants in the house, at home, the number will be even larger. Va Golf advised, you will have to share a dormitory with other people, it might not be very comfortable. Vincen replied, I won't feel uncomfortable at all. Va Golf said in a low voice, when he started living here, he would become a student soldier, in the fortress, and would have to give up all the status he had. Hearing these words, Vincen chuckled and said, if I will only be considered a young master in this carriage, he nodded, I understand. The students passing by were laughing and chatting happily. Sari said happily, he also recognized that uniform, right young master, he must look very cool, and Golf said, your uniform will be delivered tomorrow, a bit late, a little bit. Vincen wondered and asked, so what is my current rank as a military student? And Golf explained that all military students must start at 9th rank and take the promotion exam every half a year. Ranks range from 9 to 1, if you pass the promotion exam after rank 1, you will be considered to have taken the first step to becoming a martial artist. And when he graduates from the fortress, he becomes a true martial artist. Hearing these words, Vincen thought, it will take at least 4 years and 6 months to graduate, I have to find the celestial fruit before that to avoid losing my life, he hesitantly said, can I ask this one question, little no. Va Gon understood Vincen's intention, he replied, synthetic element, your target is the blue-eyed white tiger at the center of my magic, right? Vincen nodded and replied, yes. Va Golf happily clenched his fists and exclaimed, so I was right, but, how come you know magic when you come from a family of martial artists? Julian smiled complacently and replied, because my martial arts skills were so proficient, I switched to passionately studying all the rest. Vincen said, knowledge is power, I think there is no difference, apart from such things. Va Gon sat and pondered, how could a child like this be labeled as useless, with such talent and profound knowledge? You are very interesting, Vincen Adenka. Suddenly, Vincen asked, oh yes, I want to ask you something more. What should I do to get the celestial fruit? Hearing this, I couldn't hide my surprise. He thought in panic, children are still children, this kid believes such myths. Va Gon then replied, who knows, seeing that the heavenly fruit will choose its owner, who knows, maybe he will accidentally be chosen. Julian continued speaking to the side, I think this captain just thinks it's a myth. Vincen replied, gathering information seems a bit difficult. Then there was a horse-drawn carriage that took Vincen back to the dormitory. Soon, they arrived at the place. Vago said that this was the dormitory for the 9th class cadets. Your servant will be placed on the 1st floor, and you will be placed on the 3rd floor, room 5, young master. Here is your 9th rank military cadet commander. Holding the student badge in his hand, Vincen immediately put it on his chest. Va Golf said solemnly, I humbly pay homage to your glory. This is the greeting of the loyal, 9th rank cadet Vincen. Vincen responded with an amused look, humbly respectfully bowing to your glory, Lieutenant. After that, Vincen went to room 5 on the 3rd floor. He coolly opened the door and stepped inside. Inside, other military students were already waiting. Everyone seemed cold and incomprehensible. Vincent was confused and asked, "What's going on, Julian? Did I do something wrong?" Julian quickly replied, "Yes." Suddenly there was a voice, "Hey, who is this?" Julian was startled and exclaimed, "This voice." Ma Lan walked in and said fiercely, "Isn't our useless Vincent? He is now the 9th-ranked military student, the 6th direct descendant of the Adenka family." Seeing Ghost Lan, Vincent silently exclaimed, "Who is this idiot and why do I suddenly feel so disgusted?" Julian replied, "That's our bastard brother. That guy is the 6th son, Ma Lan, the guy who bullies me the most, he even makes me eat trash." Hearing this, Vincent began to feel nauseous. He silently said, "The memory, not my imagination, is it real? This bastard usually uses his strength to bully the weak. Looking at his reaction, it seems like it's the same here. He is burying the honor of the Adenka family. It's okay if I curse him a little, right?" Julian replied happily, "Of course, killing him is also fine." After that, Vincent came up to shake hands and said, "Long time no see, bro. I didn't think I'd see you here again, I'm so happy." This action made Ma Lan surprised and quickly waved his hand and replied, "I didn't think we were close enough to talk like this, right?" Vincent replied triumphantly, "But, I didn't think so. You left the main branch of the family a long time ago, yet you're still ranked 9th. As soon as he finished speaking, he bitterly said, "Is that so? Hey, 11 Den, come here." Hearing the call, 11 Den was startled and replied, "Yes." Then, the cruel ghost hit Zai Den in the face with a painful blow. He cruelly cursed, How do you teach new soldiers? How dare you act like that in front of me? If something like this happens again, you will be expelled from school, understand?" Zai Den unjustly replied reluctantly, "Yes." Witnessing this scene, Vincent glanced at Ma Lan and silently exclaimed, "This guy is too bad, yet this abandoned guy is Arslan's direct descendant." Suddenly, Vincent discovered something unusual. He saw Kajin's silhouette in the form of a ghost. Even Julian couldn't help but be surprised. Ma Lan screamed ferociously, What do you still have?" Right after that, Vincent directly hit Ma Lan in the face. It was too fast, leaving him unable to react. Zai Den gasped in surprise at Vincent's actions. The military trainees present there were all startled and looked up. At this moment, Ma Lan became so angry that he growled and called Vincent's name. "You probably haven't received any loving fists yet, have you?" Vincent calmly said, "I have learned a few things from this place. Here, nothing is more important than strength." When Ma Lan was about to attack, Vincent quickly grabbed his hand, then hit him on his neck. It has not stopped here. Vincent forcefully grabbed his collar, throwing the ghost Ken on the ground painfully. Having finished processing, Vincent calmly wiped his hands clean, while the ghost was lying on the ground writhing. Then, he turned to look at the people in the room and said loudly, "Everyone, listen to me, the only fear you have as a martial artist is respect. So get over your fear, it's the only way to become a top martial artist." Hearing these words, Ma Lan angrily growled and said, "You bastard! How dare you provoke me, in this room?" In response, Vincent just gently curled his lips and smiled contemptuously. Lightning-fast body dodged his attack. Julian looked at this scene with an expressionless face and was a bit speechless. "Brother, this situation." Julian looked excitedly at the person in front of him. "If we're lucky we can turn it into an opportunity. The village is near Ila Citadel, the scenery is as poetic as a fairy tale. Not far away, the defeated demons were piled up in a corner. The man wearing a white shirt bowed his head and thanked his brother. "Thanks to the city lord, we can sleep peacefully at night." His brother laughed loudly and waved his hands cheerfully, replying, "Nothing." The old man suggested, "Since you're here, why don't you stay and drink a little today?" Brother scratched his head shyly. "Well, we're not supposed to drink alcohol when we're on duty." But to refuse his enthusiasm would be too rude, he said with a bright smile, but at this moment, a low voice rang out, asking me to drink with him. Turning around, what caught her eye was Va Golf with a murderous look on her face. I also needed a drink because my superiors kept making me crazy. He was speechless, stammering, "He Va Golf." A moment later, a delicious plate of meat was placed on the table, and that was it. Ho brother said with a serious look, resting his chin, "That direct descendant Vincent Adenka just defeated the synthetic element." Va Golf looked serious and questioned, "Seriously, you don't understand anything about what I'm talking about, do you?" Hung confidently said, "Of course not, do you think I'm a magician or something?" Va Golf asked curiously, the city lord, Vinchen knew and destroyed something that even a 7-star martial artist like her had never heard of. Don't you realize how amazing that was? Ho Xie raised the beer cup to his mouth and replied, no, it's not like other direct descendants even destroyed a snow mountain or something. After all, he still sounds more cowardly. As if remembering something, he pointed at the golf club and said, oh yes, you golf, you must be very excited to find someone as cowardly as you, right? At this moment, the stone lit up, a pleading voice rang out, Captain, can you two please return to the city? Va Golf covered his boredom with his hand and impatiently asked, what's going on? The voice on the other side rang out again, 9th place Ma Lan and Vinchen. Having requested the presence of a mediator in their competition, Va Golf shouted in surprise, eyes wide open, what? The whole person in the goal moved, then immediately appeared at the scene of the match. Bo Ron Anvil stood up to greet and apologize, Your Excellency. Bo Ron timidly spoke up, because this was a competition between two direct descendants, so I accepted the request of the Vinchen military students. Va Golf stepped forward and said, no, you did very well, keep going, report to me everything related to the Vinchen trainee army. This directly made the coast of Rhonda surprised and speechless. Grand. Va Golf glanced at Ma Lan and said, although you caused a disturbance in the dormitory and should have been disciplined, we will ignore this matter, because we have received the report from the Vinchen student army. Ma Lan was so angry that he gritted his teeth, this cunning fox. Vinchen still smiled and said, I will take that as a compliment. Va Go looked at the two of you with sharp eyes, then, with my authority as captain, I allow these two military students to compete against each other. Both of you, please maintain your honor. As soon as these words were uttered, Vinchen pulled out his sword. Ma Lan also pulled out his own sword, his expression a bit panicked. What is that? Could it be a blood lotus? Ma Lan pointed to the sword Vinchen was holding in his hand and said, are you planning to use the fake version to imitate father? Vinchen laughed mockingly, it looks a lot like the fake version. Ma Kan confidently affirmed, of course, I bet my right wrist that it is a fake. Vinchen's expression changed, his whole body radiated coldness, he remembered those words well. Ma Lan is not weak but arrogantly says, I will make you surrender soon, the ability to bless from the daughter of fear. Forcibly, the demon's hand extended forward, a terrifying energy radiating out. Zai Den stood to one side, his whole body trembling with this energy, he cried out in fear. Sari was also equally affected, crying out in pain, whoosh, missing master. Julian exclaimed in surprise, this is the ability to make opponents extremely scared, brother, are you okay? Looking at Vinchen without fear, Julian asked incredulously, are you okay, how is that possible? Vinchen replied, because of my spirit, a swordsman must not fear another swordsman. Julian asked eagerly, what do you mean by meaningless words that the only fear that a martial artist is allowed to feel is respect, can skip a move with just that nonsense? Vinchen said leisurely, because this is related to psychological state and determination. Looking at Vinchen who was still indifferent as if nothing, Ma Lan's face was pale, what, why wasn't that bastard affected? The students above were also surprised, what, rape didn't affect him, nothing happened to him, TSK. Looking at Vinchen in front of him, Ma Lan said affirmatively, you must be cheating, right, Vinchen? He madly rushed forward, used his sword to slash at Vinchen, I will use my sword and mana to chop you up. The sword slashed down, its powerful force cleaving everything in half. Ma Lan's expression became crazy, he laughed proudly, what's up? But in front of him, Vinchen was nowhere to be seen, he cried out in panic, what, where did he go? This bastard left, but before he could finish his sentence, Vinchen suddenly appeared behind him. He immediately turned around and looked behind him, wondering in his mind, since when? Vinchen directly put his foot out and kicked it forward. Kicked the ghost into the distance. Ma Lan raised his hands in front of his chest to block the attack, his face looking at the scene before him with disbelief. But at this moment, the ghost's eyes widened. Swinging the sword combined with the mist. Vinchen rushed forward and struck a blow. And increased strength by strengthening the body. Vinchen swung his sword, hitting the ghost straight to the ground. Ma Lan's body hit the ground hard. Directly causes unconsciousness of personnel. Va Golf looked at this scene and thought, everyone knows that ghosts are trash. Even so, the reason he was still able to maintain his position as the representative of the trainee army was because of his overwhelming strength compared to the other 9th-ranked trainee troops. But now Vinchen is threatening his position. At this moment, a voice rang out, what's going on, why is there no one in the dormitory? Seo Bai Ra put her hand on 11 Ren's shoulder, looked at the scene before her eyes suspiciously and asked, "What are people doing here?" 11 Den looked at the person next to her in surprise and exclaimed, "Seo Bai Ra." Seo Bai looked down at the arena and said, "That guy falling down there, is that a ghost, and the captain is also there?" Zai Den thoughtfully explained, "It was Vinchen, who had just joined this place. He was really great. He said the only fear a martial artist was allowed to feel was respect." "I wonder if I can become like him," Seo Bai said excitedly. "Oh ho, do you want it that much?" Her eyes became sharper. He knew it wasn't over yet, right? Coercion was a move he himself had achieved, but his blessing was a completely different matter. Julian said with a crazy expression, "Brother. More. Punch him." Vinchen now stands still, deep in thought. Strange. I made him put down his sword, but the lieutenant still hasn't announced the winner. Ma Lan was lying on the ground, his eyes suddenly lit up. A powerful light flashed into the sky. Seo Bai Ra shouted in panic, one of the most powerful gods, who possessed the power to control electricity. With the blessing of the giant's brain, the demon's entire body radiated a halo of light, an extremely dazzling light. Vinchen was also startled. "This is it." Vinchen quickly raised his hand to defend. His face became tense, trying with all his strength to resist. "Your hand." Ma Lan looked at Vinchen's arm and said. He asked excitedly, "Do you like this trick, King's lucky dog? Strengthen my lightning." Looking at this move, Julian thought in his head, "This is impossible. This bastard's only move is the fear of the bully. I have been bullied since I was a child for many years. There is nothing I don't know." Laughter rang out. "Ha, of course you wouldn't know." Ma Lan explained, "Even though I was born with this lightning ability, I only mastered that move after arriving at the fortress." Facing him, Vinchen asked, "How many years have you been hiding it?" Ma Lan proudly smiled and said, "Well, I have no intention of hiding it or anything. It's just not necessary." Vinchen was startled, eyes widened and asked, "What?" Ma Lan continued to say, "With just my basic ability, there is no one my age who can oppose me. I don't think it is necessary to endure pain to practice lightning for nothing. While at the fortress there was no other option to graduate, since I was a direct descendant I took the time to practice it. Unlike other people, I don't need to work or labor like those stupid bastards. Thanks to it I get stronger and stronger. It also helps a lot in torturing the lower class bastards." Listening to this nonsense, Vinchen couldn't stand it anymore and shouted, "Stop talking nonsense, Ma Lan. The person's strength is just developing with that personality all his life, and never achieving mastery. You not only deny your family's responsibility, but also deny all the efforts of others, trampling and oppressing them." Vinchen's eyes were fiery, he gritted his teeth and said in a loud voice, "You think, what is the honor of the name Adanka?" Ma Lan laughed loudly, his hand released energy, "You always do nonsense, reason is always applied to the strong, you can only say such nonsense, if you can defeat me, then loud but reasonable." Light shot out, shooting straight towards Vinchen. Opposite, Vinchen gently avoided the attack and rushed forward. "You said you would use your arm to bet that this blood lotus is a fake, right? I will show it to everyone. Your arm will be broken, dispose as you wish." Vinchen thought in his heart, "With 2 more moves, I will use one of the illusionary moves, and will end this match with the absolute Melaleuca sword of King Ngun Yan." Ma Kandwang straightened his hand towards Vinchen in the air. "Do you think I let that happen?" The beam of light was released with such terrible power that even Vinchen had to move aside. The bastard, the ghost with a face full of blue veins, shouted loudly. Dying, a series of rays of light shot out, completely covering the room. Looking at the scene in front of him, Va Golf couldn't help but frown and think, "Ma Lan, that bastard, he has lost control of his lightning energy, with that power he cannot control it at all." With a boom, a stream of light shot into the air, causing a huge shock. Below, Sari panicked and covered her mouth with her hand. At this moment, the impact of the explosion caused a piece of rock to fall. "Prepare to fall at the beginning of the series." Vinchen shouted loudly with a panicked face. Rocks and soil fell down, and a series of people were scared and raised their hands to defend themselves. But the feeling of pain does not occur. Raising his head, he saw that Va Golf was standing in front of him, his hand raised to block the rocks. Va Golf looked down, concerned and asked, "Are you okay?" Sari stammered and said, "Okay." Va Golf looked towards the Ron Anvil and ordered, "The Ron Anvil, evacuate all the trainees." The Ron Anvil clasped his hands to receive the order, "Clear, sir." Va Golf reached out towards the series, I will use magic to teleport her to a safe place. A beam of light immediately covered her body, but young master. Suddenly, Va Golf was stunned. Wait, miss. Her whole body was filled with magical energy. On this side, the devil still raises his head and screams, "Keep going, you coward." Vincent glanced at him and thought, that move is very strong but also has too many loopholes. I need to find a weak point, and use ice to rush forward and close immediately. Suddenly, Vincent's lower leg was pulled back by something. Vincent's face changed dramatically. Then, his body was thrown away and fell backwards. Lying on the ground, Vincent thought, with practice, the power to maintain is too great. I can't use it for a long time like Raelsa, just one long swipe is my limit. Ma Long looked at Vincent falling to the ground, laughed loudly with excitement, look at that. Va Golf looked at the chaotic situation in front of him. It was my fault, even though this was a duel for cadets, the devastation was too great, I should have done this from the beginning. Va Golf's hand appeared in the picture, into magical energy barrier. The Dharma ceiling shot out, covering the entire arena. Vincent gritted his teeth and cursed, damn it. This means that the space for me to dodge his attacks has become smaller. Ma Lan had the opportunity to proudly say, now what, it seems like the captain is also leaning towards me. Vincent analyzed the current situation in his mind. It was now more difficult to use his swordsmanship, it was too difficult to get close to him, he was exploding in power while I was recovering, and I was about to reach the limit of my ice attack. What should I do? In Vincent's ear, Julian's voice rang out, hey guys, there's no need to get too close to him, we can take advantage of the magic barrier, to cause an explosion then he'll be injured below. Vincent eyes wide open, that way. The devil's feet stomped hard on the ground, die, useless guy. Vincent's eyes were full of determination and he looked straight, okay, I trust your strategy, Julian. As soon as Ma Lan performed the move, Vincent immediately jumped into the air. Vincent was a bit worried, with this jump, the ice move was completely unusable. Julian confidently affirmed, don't worry, just trust my strategy. Ma Long raised his arms upward, dancing well, let's see how you can dodge my lightning in the air, that's the perfect grave for a bug like a human. He will be defeated by this attack. Vincent rushes forward. The sword stabbed straight into the shield, penetrating deep inside. Vincent turned around, held his sword and slashed out. Va Golf's eyes widened in surprise, the magic barrier. The beam of light shot upward, breaking the magic barrier. Ma Lan looked up at the sky in panic without saying a word. Screams of pain rang out, smoke and dust flew everywhere. The smoke dissipated, and on the ground was a ghost that had been seriously injured. Vincent's foot stepped on his chest, affirming that a fighter's words were stronger than anything. With the sword given to me by my father, I will punish your sins. Ma Lan stammered in fear, wait, stop. But no, Vincent still said frantically, this younger brother cannot let his older brother become a liar. Vincent strongly slashed a red line of blood. Watching the barrier turn into nothingness, he pondered, the mana barrier he had created was on a completely different level than something a normal martial artist could create, created through layered upon countless spells. It was an enclosed space completely sealed off from the outside world. But it only takes one slash. The demon screamed in pain, my hand. Va Golf appeared in front of him, speaking out to stop Vincent, we will stop here, Victor, Vincent Adenka. Vincent glanced faintly and said, you didn't stop me. Va Golf sighed, he said it himself during the competition, so I couldn't do anything else. At this moment, a loud voice rang out, young master. Wilson rushed in and said, I have already brought the priest you requested. Following behind is the 5th level non-permanent priest Chevin. Che Vin held up his badge and asked, who is carrying around a 2nd level priest's badge? Che Vin stood up and said, it must be me. Che Vin immediately noticed Ma Lan lying on the ground. He shouted in surprise, the person lying on the ground, is that a level 9 military student Ma Lan? Che Vin asked in surprise, did you defeat him? No, before that, how could you possess such a precious thing? Vincent smiled complacently, strangely enough, I heard that it was an item that allowed me to be treated like its original owner. His face was a bit tense, that's right, a lowly 5th level priest like me shouldn't be asked such questions. Che Vin quickly asked, do you want me to heal your wound? Vincent also said without any politeness, please. A green light appeared, covering Vincent's arm, and the wound slowly recovered. At this time, the ghost being crushed under the rock also saw this scene. He shouted like he was crazy, ha, this cunning bastard, it was all set up, now treat my wound too. Vincent slowly walked over to him, smiling and talking about that. Really, healing your hand would be the best, that's what I'm thinking. Ma Lan was startled. What? He heard Vincent continue, he bet on his right arm in an official competition, brother. Julian said with an evil face, so if I heal that arm for Alpha Nu Eta, Vincent will also join in, won't that destroy my reputation? Ma Lan gritted his teeth in anger, bastard, in his mind, you want me to choose between my honor and my right hand. Julian's face was full of happiness and he sighed, phew, man, revenge is so sweet. Vincent glanced at this expression, I better make sure that I'm on your side. Professor Bo Ron hurriedly ran over, what just happened, did Vincent win? That's great. Vincent looked down at the ghost lying on the dars and said coldly, choose, even if the gods send a miracle, until the arm is dry, it will not be able to be reconnected. There is no other way. Ma Lan gritted his teeth and said, cure it. Julian couldn't help but tease, what, I didn't hear anything you said, so speak louder so the other trainees can hear. Ma Lan was angered by it, stop pretending you can't hear it, fix it, I have no honor, nothing. Okay. Julian then revealed a satisfied smile, okay, now I'm satisfied. Vincent heard that and spoke up, then please, priest, I request you to treat my brother as well. Receiving the order, the priest went up to treat Ma Lan. After completing the treatment, priest Che Vin reminded him, it is better to make sure that he does not overwork himself and avoid any heavy exercise, because such treatment is not a complete power, perfect. Zai Den spoke in surprise, but he defeated even that ghost, it's hard to believe. Seo Bai Ra nodded and said, you're right, up close he's not that bad. Zai Len shouted towards the person in front of him, Vincent, do you think I can become like you? Vincent smiled and said, if you can overcome your fear, I am sure you can reach much further than your current potential. Listening to these words, Zai Den was deeply moved, Vincent. Sitting on the ground, Ma Lan silently cursed in his heart, damn it, you only win once, don't be so arrogant, Zai Den and the other bastards are already flattering him. He reached out and picked up a large piece of earth, don't forget, the king of this place is still me. It's not too late. I can put energy into this stone and throw it at its head, but before he can do anything, a foot stomps hard on his hand. Va Golf looked at him coldly and said, the only reason I ignore your tyrannical ways is because your hand must fully recover, and be able to hold a sword in a month. Thanks to the blessing of a superior who did not fulfill his responsibilities, I am already very busy, so don't bother me anymore. Having his feelings revealed, Ma Lan bowed his head apologetically and said, I understand, sir. A week later. The office of the lieutenant and Gon Pagoda. Yes, and the other hand is placed on the chest. Very good, this is how you show condolences in this day and age, Julian walked around Vincent reminding. Sitting on a high platform, he crossed his arms and said, you are my sister's guest, but if you come here to express your condolences, you are about 4 months late. And this is not comfortable. You will return to be the direct descendant, the 7th son, but I am just a lieutenant who used to be a lowly mercenary, I think our relationship is quite strange. Vincent explained a bit stiffly, come to think of it, you already knew my name from the beginning. Va Golf said with a serious face, you investigated me and my sister, and intentionally approached me. What is his purpose? He asked with sharp eyes. Julian hesitated, oh, this is not the case, Vincent sighed and said, tell me the truth. Investing in your sister, Va Golf Pagada, Va Golf asked, then, do you want me, the heir, to return what you invested? Vincent bowed his head slightly, filled with sympathy and spoke up, at first I really wanted to, but after I also invested in him, and heard the whole story. I've been reflecting on myself. An incompetent child oppressed by the environment, when I heard that story. I just wanted to talk to you. Va Golf nodded and said, I know your situation well, but I don't think you will hear what you want from me. I ran away from home and the magic tower under the command of the Sandman family, the forces that abandoned me, and made a living as a mercenary. After a very long time as a mercenary, I now work in here, on the front lines of Adenka. Unlike you, I no longer care about my sister or my family, Vincent said hesitantly, but if so, why haven't you denied the name Pagoda yet? After that, the two people, Vincent and Va Golf, just stared at each other. Returning to the room, Ma Lan walked in and saw a group of people laughing and chatting. Seeing someone appear, the crowd immediately silently looked over there. After that, the three of them immediately walked away, continuing to laugh and talk to each other. So, really? Ma Lan returned to his bed and sat down. Lying on the bed, Ma Lon covered her face with her hands. His eyes were full of ferocity, silently swearing in his heart, "I will kill you, Vinchen." At this moment, suddenly a dark voice rang out, "Do you want to kill him?" A black shadow appeared in front of the ghost. The shadow makes a proposal, "Some want me to help, others don't." Va Golf frowned and asked, "Why haven't you given up the name Pagoda yet?" Pagoda is a prestigious family that has led the magic tower through countless generations. If you were a soldier, that background must have hindered you quite a bit. Vinchen calmly replied, "Maybe you, Lieutenant." Before you could say anything, Va Golf shouted angrily and shut up. "You're just a kid who hasn't even achieved any stars yet. How dare you talk like you know nothing about this? You don't know what I had to go through, nor do you understand how I felt when I left the magic tower. If war breaks out between the Samian and Adenka families, then I will destroy the magic tower people who ruined my life in the first place." Hearing these words, Vinchen sighed and replied, "I know." As soon as the words ended, Va Golf exclaimed in surprise, "What?" Vinchen explained further, "I used to be like that, but in the end what I wanted was not revenge. It's about being accepted and loved. The reason why he has not abandoned the name Pagoda. It's because you still care about your family, right?" These words made Va Golf remember his past. "My older sister is very talented and bright. To say that I have endured being bullied until now simply out of respect and admiration for her would be an understatement. But at the same time, her brilliance caused me even more suffering. Why can't you do it with half of a suitcase? I have to hear these words everywhere I go. I couldn't stand the pressure and persecution, so I ran away and abandoned my family. I thought I saw through you, but that's not true," Vinchen quickly replied. "You can be honest with yourself, because human emotions are not always simple." As soon as he finished speaking, Va Golf replied thoughtfully, "But I received advice from you. It's okay to offer condolences, and even though my sister is dead, I can finally be honest with myself. If you have invested in the magic tower, surely it won't change too much." Vinchen wondered, "What does that mean?" "I will become your sponsor, you will no longer need to worry about living expenses while in the city," Julian said happily. "My money, it's back." "You really know how to talk, Riven, Ryusa, Master Hansen. And now the second lieutenant and golfer, they are all trapped." Hearing these words, Vinchen silently replied, "Why do you treat me like a fraud?" "What I told them came completely from the bottom of my heart," Julian laughed and replied, of course, your senses from 500 years ago must be absolutely correct." Suddenly, from afar, there was a loud laugh. It was unbelievable. "Yet he was sponsored by the lieutenant," Zai Den continued to say. "Yes, the lieutenant is so fastidious that he has never sponsored anyone before." Vinchen walked over and called her name, the car and her. As soon as she finished speaking, the purple-haired girl quickly introduced herself. "I am the representative of the 9th grade middle school student army, Seo Bai Ra. Because the female students used the second floor, we never had a chance to meet." Vinchen said, "This is the first time I have heard of a representative of the middle school student army." As soon as he finished speaking, Seo Bai replied, "Do you think your brother completed his mission properly? I am responsible, reporting responsibilities to professors." Suddenly, Vinchen discovered something strange. He silently exclaimed, "This is, although her level is incomparable, her characteristics feel similar to his mother's. My unique characteristic is that I can test the strength and potential of my opponent. Let's see, how can he defeat the demon? Wait, he doesn't have a star symbol, and is red like this machine, which means I can't evaluate his potential." Vinchen said, "I don't appreciate your unique way of greeting." Seo Bai Ra replied, "Well, if I made you uncomfortable then I'm sorry." Hearing these words, Vinchen was surprised and wondered, how did he know? If this was the first time, even the professor couldn't feel it. Vinchen asked, "But what are you guys doing here?" She asked in return, "What about you? A military student is not allowed to walk around alone in the middle of the night like this." Seo Bai was confused and asked why. 11 Den said in fear, "It would be very dangerous if he caught a cold, he always had to go with friends. Or, you may encounter the evil spirit Davin, suddenly come to stop him, stop it, and he will be gone." Vinchen wondered and asked, "What is Davin's evil spirit? Tell me in detail everything related to that." Seo Bai Ra said bewilderedly, "If it was natural for you to do that." 11 Den was confused and asked, "Do you know the great devil from 500 years ago, right? After the great devil Davin lost to the heroic king, his soul was scattered all over the world. However, there are still remaining remnants that form contracts with martial artists and grant them great power. They use their lives as collateral to give them enough strength to achieve their goals." Hearing these words, Vincent secretly wondered, so this great devil Davin really exists, isn't it all just a legend that blames all the blame on me? Seo Bai laughed and continued, sometimes fake contracts are reported, but I don't really believe in those. An evil spirit from 500 years ago. When would such a thing exist, right? At that time, the devil said, make a contract with me, then I will help you get anything you want. Ma Lan was scared and asked, are you Davin's evil spirit, is that true? The devil replied, is that really important now? The important thing is, I can help you achieve your goals. Ma Lan heard this and hesitantly replied, that's it. The devil continued, aren't you the king of this place? You must strike back at your throne. At the same time, Vincent and 11 Den returned to the dormitory together. Vincent looked around and saw that everyone was sleeping, because it was already late. Suddenly, 11 Den burst out laughing and said, today there's a night shift so I'll go now. Vincent heard him and replied, yes, thank you for coming with me. Suddenly Vincent felt something unusual. He wondered if the ghost wasn't here. On the other side, Zai Den is alone holding a lamp in her hand. Cross the dark streets in the snowy night. He silently exclaimed as he walked, the night was truly scary. Going somewhere, Zai Den discovered something strange. He shouted in panic, who was there? Immediately, 11 Den had his arm cut off by some force. This made 11 Den so scared that he stood still and motionless. The devil said, damn it, I was aiming for your throat but missed. Seeing the devil's strange silhouette, Zai Den trembled and stammered and said, you are Ma Lan. At this moment, Ma Lan went crazy and replied, where is that bastard Vincent? With the help of the devil, Ma Lan became more powerful than before. Zai Den calmly asked, with your appearance, have you made a contract with an evil spirit? As soon as he finished speaking, Ma Lan laughed mockingly and said, you dare point your sword at me, that's quite bold. Zai Den bravely responded, I'm no longer afraid of you, Makana Denka. As soon as he finished speaking, the cruel ghost strangled Zai Den's neck. He said, if you point your sword at the king, then you will be beheaded, you will lose your reason. He took out his sword and pointed it towards the ceiling. When the situation was hanging by a thread, someone appeared to help. He was confused and looked around. Zai Den called out in surprise, the professor said. Bo Rondi said, signing a contract with an evil spirit, you have denied the honor of a martial artist. Seeing the dam, Ma Lan happily said, Professor, cutting you into 100 pieces would be more fun than cutting sand. Bo Rondi frowned and said silently, my attack had no effect on him at all. Bo Ronda replied, ring the emergency bell, signal. Right after that, in the quiet night, Vincent suddenly woke up at midnight on the third watch. He looked at Ma Lan's bed and silently asked, Ma Lan hasn't returned yet. Julian replied, who cares if that bastard freezes to death or not? Suddenly Vincent heard the bell ringing continuously. He wondered and asked, what was that sound? They quickly replied, it was an emergency alarm, something must have happened to the person on night patrol. Hearing this, Vincent panicked and called out loudly. Immediately after that, everyone in the dormitory immediately left. Vincent hurriedly ran out to check the situation. When he saw Seo Bai Ra, he quickly called out. Seo Bai Ra heard and immediately came closer. Vincent asked in confusion, what happened? Seo Bai replied, I still don't know, as soon as I heard the emergency bell I came out here. Suddenly, he felt the smell of blood nearby. Then immediately reminded, Seo Bai Ra, use your crystal to inform the captain about this, tell him this is an emergency situation. Seo Bai replied, what, at this hour? Vincent frowned and replied, things don't look good, we may need to call a higher official. Vincent shouted loudly, everyone, please follow me out. Just like that, Vincent took the lead, Seo Bai followed. Unexpectedly, after a while, the emergency bell had stopped. Vincent thought to himself, the fluctuating mana flow had also stopped, could it be that the battle was over? Seo Bai Ra urgently urged, hurry up. Vincent wondered silently, Seo Bai Ra, don't react, just listen to me, can we set up any barrier? She asked curiously, what do you mean? Vincent replied, the original match is over, we can't connect, which means the opponent has won. Seo Bai Ra replied, I have learned a type. One of the 7 basic barriers of a Denka, the triangular barrier. But, speaking of this, she hesitated and was speechless. Seo Bai thought for a moment and then continued, at the top of the triangle, there needs to be a martial artist of level 5 or higher to create the barrier. If this condition is not met, the barrier will lose balance and collapse. If we can find a professor on the dike, it will be possible." Hearing these words, Vincent understood the problem. He replied, "I see." After that, Vincent immediately opened the door. Seeing bloodstains on the ground, he exclaimed in surprise, "Blood." Suddenly, the professor fell from above and fell from above. Seo Bai witnessed this scene and couldn't help but stare in surprise. They exclaimed in surprise, the professor gasped. From within the strange darkness, a voice said, "I found you." Immediately, Ma Lan held the sword and rushed towards Vincent. Seeing this situation, Vincent calmly took over. Vincent stands ready to fight the ghost. Vincent frowned and asked, "Who are you?" Ma Lan appeared with a fierce expression and replied, "Everyone has gathered, all the bastards who oppose me." Vincent angrily stared at Ma Lan. He asked, "What have you done?" In the crowd, someone spoke up and said, "That dark aura, is it real?" These characteristics are identical to the martial artist possessed by Davin's evil spirit. Hearing these words, Vincent was surprised and asked, "What? No way, I'm right here, now I'm fighting against myself." Ma Lan smiled and replied, "I will show you who your true king is." After that, he immediately used force to surround the Vincent people. Before this power, they were unable to resist. They were afraid, holding their heads and trembling as they spoke, stronger than before. Suddenly Vincent shouted loudly, "Don't lose your temper. We are martial artists, don't be afraid, draw your sword." With encouragement from Vincent, everyone regained their composure. Ma Lan witnessed this scene. He angrily said, "Vincent, that bastard, he is freeing them from my rape." Vincent said that the professor was a level 5 martial artist and was easily defeated. "With this, can I deal with the ghost?" "No, we can't rely on our own strength alone, we need military support and Seo Bai has already asked for help. Until they get here, I need to buy time with these inexperienced trainee soldiers." Vincent said, "Seo Bai Ra, the barrier that you mentioned before, can you use it perfectly?" She quickly replied in bewilderment, "Okay, I have memorized it." Vincent replied, "Then let everyone know that together we will create a triangle." Hearing this, Seo Bai panicked and asked, "What? Have you forgotten what I said before? We need a martial arts level 5 or higher to act as the center of the barrier." Vincent calmly replied, "I will do it." These words made Seo Bai Ra surprised. "I will be the center of the barrier." Seo said nervously, "How could that be? You're not even a 5-star martial artist yet. Don't be delusional anymore, you'll be crushed as soon as we create the formation." Vincent then replied, "You are now an official cadet, Seo Bai Ra, make a decision to protect everyone first." Hearing these words, Seo Bai took a deep breath and said loudly, "Everyone, form a defensive triangle." Quickly, everyone must focus all their strength on this triangle formation. Vincent will be the center of the formation. Ma Lan smiled sarcastically and said, "Are you planning to create a formation? Are you planning on committing suicide?" Vincent calmly replied, "On the contrary, if you are trapped in our formation even though you have signed a contract with the evil spirit, but still fail, that would be very humiliating, devil." As soon as he finished speaking, Ma Lan arrogantly replied, "Okay, I will attack and let you die to your satisfaction. Create a formation, you bastards." Julian, who was next to him, was scared and said, "Brother, it's not possible, let's just run ahead. If we use ice," Vincent confidently said, "I would have escaped before if I wanted to, but if that were the case, then everyone behind us will die." Then, he said loudly, "All 9th class cadets." Entering the battle, everyone immediately held swords. Lay out the formation, create a defensive triangle formation. Vincent felt that his mana was gradually being depleted, but he needed to stay and not let the formation shake. Ma Lan smiled complacently and said, "You're exhausted, right?" At the same time, the wind formation matrix was formed. Witnessing this scene, Ma Lan exclaimed in surprise, "Impossible, really? That bastard, can he survive under that attack?" Vincent held the sword in his hand and said, "That's all you have, Ma Lan." As soon as he finished speaking, Ma Lan replied bitterly, "Do you think you can still use this move again? Just dream." Having finished speaking, he immediately rushed to attack Vincent. When the ghost was about to approach Vincent, he felt that the power was unbelievable. Because of the evil spirit that gave him strength, his lightning and swordsmanship combination became much stronger. At this moment, Ma Lan arrogantly laughed loudly and said, trembling in fear. Just like that, he gave a blow to the formation, making everyone wary. Among them, There was a female military student staring fearfully ahead. She saw evil eyes looking at them. They shouted out 2 words in fear, "Demon God." Davin. Ma Lan smiled and replied, "Yes, that's correct, your terror is exactly what I want to see." Vincent quickly reassured everyone, "Don't be afraid. A martial artist's only fear is losing respect. Don't be afraid of that bastard who abandoned his honor and surrendered to the devil." Seo looked at Vincent's attitude and exclaimed, he was trying to lift everyone's spirits and reduce the pressure so the triangle formation was reduced. Was he really only 14 years old? Then I can't just keep thinking, Seo Bai said, "Ninth class cadets, we will simultaneously inject mana into the formation according to my command. 1, 2, now." All the 9th class cadets had regained their composure. When the 3rd count rang out, they immediately injected mana into their bodies. The demon monster was now mad, screaming loudly, then rushed towards the formation. He said, "Maggots deserve to die." Vincent firmly replied, "Give it up, Ma Lan, you bastard. The professors will be here soon, time is on our side. If you stop and repent now, maybe you can avoid the prospect of death." Hearing these words, the devil in the demon can provocatively said, "I know you want to kill them all, that is your goal, have you forgotten?" Ma Lan replied, Yes, I want you all to die in terrible fear. That is my purpose, coming to this country, whether life or death is important to me." Vincent felt that his magic power had increased again. He wants to make a fatal move. Ma Lan was so embarrassed that he became angry, growled and called Vincent's name and said, "Die." He used his sword to slash Vincent, causing the ground to shake violently. Seo Bai Ra panicked and said, "Everyone, be careful of the rocks that bounce off the ground." As soon as the words fell, the ground immediately cracked. Rocks shot up, injuring the 9th class cadets. Vincent on this side witnessed this scene and couldn't help but be surprised. He silently said, "Defense formation." Vincent panicked at this situation. Ma Lan shouted loudly, "Vincent, it's over." Then he immediately rushed towards Vincent. Faced with this situation, Vincent did not show any fear, he calmly observed his every move. Ma Kan rushed in like a wind, a hurricane took place. Surrounding is a strange and sinister atmosphere. Vincent exclaimed in surprise, "How come?" Immediately afterwards, 11 Den was seriously injured. Seo Bai Ra panicked and turned her head to look at the car. Ma Lan saw the poker, he was surprised and said, "Why is that guy here? He was already defeated." Zai Den calmly replied, "I tell you, I will never be afraid of your magic again." Hearing these words, Ma Lan angrily scorned these bastards. "Don't look at me like that, if you dare to oppose me." Sensing that the power of Ma Lan is growing stronger, Seo Bai Ra quickly reassured and maintained the formation, "We just need to persevere for a while longer." Vincent thought to himself, the formation is about to break, and Zai Den can't stand it anymore. Suddenly Vincent's eyes showed surprise. He looked at Ma Lan's strong body and exclaimed, "How is that possible? I haven't used any sword techniques yet, but why? I can see the fine lines of swordsmanship." A sword line ran through the ghost's right hand. "No, my priority is to wait for reinforcements to arrive, but the defense shield is almost at its limit. Should swing the sword, or wait, slash or wait." At this time, Vincent was in a dilemma. Vincent said, "I have no choice anymore." Right after that, he called out loudly, Seo Bai came out, the spell was about to break, prepare to go. Seo Bai Ra quickly replied, "Wait, what?" Vincent continued, talking like a flying sword. Hearing Vincent's plan, Ma Lan proudly laughed and replied, "Okay, I'm the one who will fight for real." Vincent calmly set up the formation, he said, "The second form." Vincent uses his ability to wander the galaxy to attack ghosts. Suddenly, Vincent looked tense at the current situation. He said, "I can't cut him exactly according to the starlight points, I need to do it again." Ma Lan arrogantly laughed mockingly, "That's all you have? Do you think I will sit still and let you do what you want? I will burn you to ashes, Vincent." Having finished speaking, Ma Lan used his magic power to strike a palm towards Vincent. Seeing the dangerous situation, Seo Bai Ra panicked and shouted loudly, "Vincent." At this time, Vincent's limbs were tied tightly by evil forces. He whispered in confusion, his left hand was hit, it was difficult to hold the sword again. "But I can't back down now. I will deal with him right now." After thinking about it, Vincent shouted loudly and threatened, "Block it, you bastard." With his current strength, Ma Lan is not afraid at all. He laughed loudly and replied, "Thank you. Do you think I will be beaten like an idiot, when you swing your sword with that crippled hand?" Then, Ma Lan firmly grabbed Vincent's left hand, making Vincent unable to move anymore. Ma Lan said, "You will be roasted, Vincent." Vincent silently said, "If this were my previous life, I wouldn't have had a chance like this. This hand wouldn't have been destroyed, you idiot." Regaining his fighting spirit, Vincent clenched his sword again. He used his right hand to master the game with the ghost. Just one blow of Vincent's sword caused Ma Lan's right arm to be severed. The incident happened so suddenly that the ghost could not respond in time. Vincent slashed again. The power was so great that it turned the ground upside down. After finishing the deal, Vincent gasped and said, "Has the bastard fallen yet?" At this time, Ma Lan slowly stood up. He replied bitterly, "Vincent, this bastard. You dare cut off my hand, twice." Seeing his rage, Vincent silently exclaimed that evil power had disappeared. That mysterious black sword, is it the sword that can cut the connection between the ghost and that evil soul? Ma Lan got mad. He growled and said, "I will never, ever forgive you. I will chop you up and throw you away for the animals to eat. Die, you bastard." As soon as he finished speaking, he frantically rushed towards Vincent. At this time, Vincent calmly observed and thought, "It's not over yet. If I want to stop him, I think I need to swing my sword again." Then, Vincent loudly exclaimed. Suddenly he felt something unusual. Vincent panicked and said to himself, "Damn it, I can't move, damn it, please move, everyone has gathered their strength to support me, how can I get to this point? I can't give up here, I need to find out what happened 500 years ago." Suddenly, a voice spoke up to stop the chaos, "Ma Lan Adenka." Someone used a rope to tie Ma Lan up, causing him to be paralyzed. Ma Lan angrily frowned and shouted, "Let me go." Va Golf appeared from behind and approached. Ma Lan was surprised by his appearance, and said coldly, "Don't act like you know me." After that, Va Golf immediately set up a formation. Ma Lan was confused and scared and shouted, "What is this? Stop." Ho Brother stepped closer and lowered his voice and said, "Give up, Ma Lan, wait until we're done, you can't hide. This is the magic that binds you to your own illusion. Crystal prison. Its only downside is that it takes time to prepare, but anyone who possesses magical power when bound cannot escape." Hearing these words, Ma Lan angrily shouted, "Damn it, Vincent. Don't think this is the end." Just like that, the ghost was buried in the cold ice. Brother Ho walked closer to Vincent, looked excited and said, "It's you, Vincent Adenka. The bastard you bumped into was full of praise. Oh my god, the injury is so serious that I can't even open my mouth." Suddenly, Vincent pinned the sword to the ground. He collapsed to the ground. His brother happily said, "What extraordinary endurance, you have saved many people today. Va Golf and I will take care of it from here, you can rest now." At this moment, Vincent's eyes changed clearly. Seo became worried and quickly ran to ask, "Vincent, are you okay?" Vincent has now fallen into a world of illusion. He stepped inside, looked around. He asked confused, "Where am I?" As soon as he finished speaking, Julian immediately appeared and replied, "Brother, what have you done? Why do you make my body so exhausted?" Vincent saw Julian's appearance. He exclaimed in surprise, "Julian, you." On the other side, the elder brother entered the palace. Standing before the owner of the house, Adenka, she said solemnly, "I respectfully bow to your glory, pleased to meet you, Mr. Adenka." Homeowner Adenka replied coldly, "No need to be polite, talk freely, brother." Hearing that, the elder brother shyly raised his hand and scratched his head, then smiled and replied, "If you say so, Owner Khan." Hearing this, the Khan lowered his voice and asked, "Then, what happened?" Brother Ho replied hesitantly, "Not at all happy." Brother Hu continued, "Therefore, about 15 people were injured in the 9th level military trainees. No one's life was in danger, but a teacher was killed, his name was a 5-star martial artist. And student Zai Den was lucky to survive in the battle with the ghost." He then replied, "We are ready to share this pain of loss with the deceased and his family, and also for the injured, provide them fully until they fully recover." As soon as the words ended, the brother quickly lowered his head and replied, "It was my fault, I could have handled it sooner." The homeowner Khan quickly consoled and said, "No, there are many incidents that happen to those who make contracts with evil spirits. Your quick and decisive decision to stop him was very correct. But the devil is still alive, after becoming a contractor with the evil spirit. As far as I know, those who make contracts with evil spirits are given a huge source of power, in exchange for their lives. Once the power is exhausted they will die. Brother Who replied, the magicians of the Dharma platform had analyzed it, there was no specific reason but there was only one thing. According to the students participating in that competition, Ma Lan became arrogant and angry after his arm was amputated by Vincen. His arm was severed and he couldn't reattach it. Hearing these words, the Khan silently wondered if that was the strange swordsmanship the boy used. During the True Sword Conference, the owner Khan remembered the sword Vincen had used. He then said, let's impose sanctions on the ghost, it has surpassed the rules of some martial artists by dealing with evil spirits. So he will have to be imprisoned in a dungeon for the rest of his life, his image and information will be blocked, and his limbs and tendons will be cut off to avoid future disasters. It will no longer be able to hold a sword. Next there needs to be a reward for Vincen. Where is he? Ho brother quickly replied in surprise, we took him to the main house after treatment. But now he still hasn't woken up, it's been several days. At this time, in some world, Vincen was confused and asked, Julian. Where is this? Julian replied, I don't know, after you lost consciousness I was brought here. But looking closely around, I think we are in Ma Lan's memories. Hearing this, Vincen exclaimed in surprise, we are trapped in Ma Lan's memories. Why? Julian continued, I also want to know that, do you think the black sword technique you used to deal with him had something to do with this? Vincen was confused and asked, what is this? This has never happened in my previous life, entering the memory of the person I killed. Demons, dealing with evil spirits and when I use the black sword, this connection. Suddenly, a voice spoke up, saying I didn't want to leave. I'm already the strongest 9th rank student, why do I have to practice to control my brain power? Seeing this scene, Vincen exclaimed in surprise, that's it, Julian replied, it seems like he was talking to the captain before we got here. Va Gon once told Ma Lan that you are one of the respected sons of a Dan Ca, do you intend to act as a clown on stage? If you don't want to end your life up there, then bring out the force of lightning protection and use it immediately. Julian exclaimed in surprise, the field, Vincen replied, it seemed that was the reason why the captain and Golf let go of the devil. At that time, Ma Lan angrily shouted, okay, I will do it. After that, he listened to Va Golf's words and immediately brought out his internal force to protect the Dharma. Seeing this scene, Julian gasped and asked, what was that? It was the magical energy of the protector's internal force. Vincen looked at Ma Lan's serious attitude in the photo. He suddenly heard a noise and quickly turned around and shouted, what's going on, Julian? Not here, Vincen is lost in a dark world. Suddenly a hand reached out and hugged Vincen's head tightly and said, why don't you die? My child, the image of Davin's mother appeared, causing Vincen to call out in surprise, Mom. Vincen wondered, is this my memory? Images of familiar people gradually appeared, from Master Nigo A is smiling at Vincen. Coming to the sub-phase and Arslan is no exception. They carry shadows of the past. Vincen held back and shouted, wait, what happened after my death 500 years ago? Suddenly, a sword pierced Vincen's chest. At this point, it seemed like he understood everything. Vincen silently said, yes, you are also here. Kajin appeared from behind Vincen. The image of Vincen being tied up by huge chains. He thought, the Samian family prison lives behind stone walls. Suddenly a voice spoke from afar, he did nothing wrong, strength cannot cover up the truth. Vincen wondered and asked, who are you? Arslan quickly replied, I will fight for you, although it will take a long time. Seeing Arslan, Vincen couldn't help but feel emotional. After that, Arslan slowly approached Vincen. The image of an adult Arslan appeared in front of Vincen, causing him to wonder. Who is that, Arslan? The last time I saw him was when I was in prison, I've never seen Arslan in this mature form. Suddenly Arslan said, Arslan is Julian. Hearing this, Vincen shouted loudly in surprise, what did you say, Arslan, say it again. Arslan, don't you hear me? Arslan replied calmly, let's meet again. 500 years later. No matter what happens. Seeing the events happening before his eyes, Vincen exclaimed in shock, what? Arslan, just like that, Arslan disappeared right before his eyes. After that, Vincen returned to reality. He sat on the bed absent-mindedly calling his name, Arslan. It's just, what did he do to me? Julian panicked and quickly asked, dude, are you okay? Suddenly disappearing like that scared me. Vincent pondered for a moment and then replied, I'm fine, my body seems to have been treated. But, what are those memories from just now? Arslan is an adult. Came to see me before I died. Suddenly, there was the sound of a water basin breaking. Vincent followed it with his eyes. Ju's son was surprised and called out, young master. Cyril continued to speak, he was finally awake. After speaking, the two suddenly burst into tears. After that, Ju's son and Sari emotionally hugged Vincent and shouted, young master, you're awake. Ju's son sobbed and said, I thought you would never wake up again. Sari smiled excitedly and continued, so lucky. Seeing the attitudes of the two of them, Vincent was confused and didn't understand what was going on. Vincent smiled and replied, thank you for worrying about me. Suddenly a voice interrupted, oh my god, I came at the wrong time. Am I intruding on your touching moments? Vincent wondered and asked, she is. Wilson and Sari said in panic, the city owner, whose brother replied warmly, I'm a familiar friend, nice to meet you. Vincent quickly put his hand on his chest and said solemnly, I would like to humble myself and respect your glory. Ho brother came closer and replied, oh no, there's no need, it's okay to skip those rituals. Calling the city lord is a bit stiff, you just call me sister, sister. Vincent was confused and asked, why are you here now, and what about the citadel? Ho Sie replied, I came to report the incident to your father. Either way, the golfer will take care of the castle better than me, so don't worry, it's best for me to stay away from things related to paper and pen. I plan to work with you on a few business projects in the central area and will come back in about 3 days. Hearing this, Vincent nodded and replied, I understand. Ho Sie smiled and said, Vincent, your sister wants to ask for a small favor from you. These words made Vincent bewildered and asked, what is it? Brother who then asked, do you want to have a match with the young master of the Samian family? As soon as he finished speaking, Vincent was startled and asked again, do you want me to have a match with the young master of the Samian family? Brother Ho calmly replied, actually, I want you to compete in the friendly meeting. Vincent asked with a skeptical face, friendly meeting? Hu Ji explains that is where the Samian and Adenka clans were introduced to compete in martial arts with each other. The event was so big that both clan chiefs would attend. And this year's friendly meeting will be held at Blood Lake. Meaning that the young master and patriarch of the Samian family will appear at the stronghold. Hearing those words, Vincent silently exclaimed in surprise, the current patriarch of the Samian family. He then asked, but why are you only mentioning this now? Ho Sie then explained further, because initially, Ma Lan was the one arranged to participate in that match. But since things have changed like this, the only direct descendant that comes close to meeting the age and skill level requirements is you. Vincent silently commented that the period that the captain in golf had mentioned was a friendly meeting. Brother Ho continued, your opponent is the 6th youngest of the Samian family. He is a genius with the potential to become the next patriarch of the family. Everyone, even the ghost, doesn't think he can win. Aside from achieving 2nd place in the tournament, no one has ever won at a friendly meeting, so don't be too pressured, just consider this a good opportunity to experience it. As soon as he finished speaking, Vincent replied with a face full of determination, no, if I go into the ring with the intention of losing to the Samian family, then it will go against the will of the Adenka family. Hearing these words, Ho Sie was excited and silently exclaimed, ah, that's great. Brother Ho laughed and replied, then will you try to win? I like your way of thinking. Suddenly the owner Khan came and said, are you responsible for your words? Seeing the owner Khan appear, Vincent called out in surprise, father. He confidently replied, I'm sure I've shown you how to take responsibility through the True Sword Conference. The Khan said that the pressure between the two events is something that cannot be compared to each other. Vincent proudly replied, I promise, I will bring back victory, father. As soon as he finished speaking, the homeowner Khan coldly replied, that's a good idea, I'll trust you. With the exhaustion from the recent battle, the wounds in your body are quite serious, we have to go now, you should rest, let's go, bro. After explaining everything, the owner Khan and his brother immediately left. Outside, the owner Khan said, thinking about it carefully, it seems like we haven't given a reward to Vincent yet, right? Who brother replied, yes, have you decided what the award is yet? The homeowner Khan thought for a while and then said, I will accompany you when you return to the citadel. And we will carve Vincent's name on the monument in the Blood City, I will carve it myself. As soon as the words ended, the brother exclaimed in surprise, "Is that engraved with a name, really?" In the citadel there is a giant monument carved with the names of the heroes of Adenka. Those with great achievements will have their names engraved on the monument. I know Vincent has accomplished a great job, but remember, no one has had their name engraved on it while at level 9 except Daya, am I right, brother? The homeowner Khan replied, "I will come to see you in 9 days." On this side, Vincent rested comfortably on the bed. He closed his eyes and thought, friendly meeting. The Adenka family has always had the idea of overcoming Samian. There will be a day when we can overcome the Samian family with our swords. This is a good opportunity to review the current level of the Samian family's strength. The only thing is, Vincent sat up and called, "Julian. Do you know anything about the 6th son of the Samian family?" Julian then replied, "I'm not sure anymore, because I never thought that Ma Lan would turn out like this. I never paid attention to the friendly meeting." Vincent wondered and asked further, "So assuming we don't have much of a level difference, what are the chances of us defeating the 6th son of the Samian family?" Julian replied, "We still haven't completely grasped the absolute sword, so the possibility is almost impossible, but I think there is still a small chance. According to Shadow Theory, at best you will reach 3 stars. But your opponent, who was educated by the Samian family's elite standards, must be at least 3 stars or higher." Vincent silently thought to himself, "I'm sure the difference in strength is huge." Suddenly he quickly got out of bed and shouted, "No way. I have to start moving this body a little." Julian said worriedly, "What, didn't you hear your father say, right now the injuries in your body are very serious and you have to rest?" Vincent then smiled and replied, "My body has completely healed, I just need to not use magic in practice, right?" Julian was helpless and could only sigh in admiration, "Honestly, use my body carefully, you ugly old man." After that, Vincent immediately went to practice swordplay. Vincent held the sword tightly in his hand. He practiced seriously without resting. He silently said, in order to reach the level of the current era of the Samian family, his feelings for this match, as well as his feelings for his previous life. Suddenly Revan came and said, "This reminds me so much of the past. The first time we met with sword in hand was here." Vincent heard a familiar voice. He then turned his head to look and replied, "You are, Revan." Revan smiled and said, "Long time no see, Mr. Vincent." After not seeing each other for a long time, the two of them sat down to drink tea together. Revan recounted, "I heard that you were seriously injured. I'm happy to see you healthy." Vincent replied, "Thank you, I didn't know you would visit." Revan raised his teacup and took a sip and said, "Oh well, the things you asked me, I found out some things about it." Vincent couldn't help but stand up with joy. "Really? Did you really find out what happened 500 years ago?" Revan proudly replied, "Yes, of course, I discovered a few things that I'm not too sure about." Vincent wondered, "Oh, what's that?" Revan suddenly said seriously, "I'm very curious about my family. Besides me, no one has martial arts talent, family size, financial ability, all are better than the rest of the surrogate descendants. But I can't beat Mr. Vincent in the battle of talent. Don't you think it's strange? It's strange that my father, who has no martial arts talent or is particularly rich at all, was able to participate in the True Sword Convention as an important member regularly, for many years. After asking until the end, my father also gave me an answer. He said, 'Okay, one day, you will become my successor. Follow me, Revan.'" His father led his son in front of a bookshelf. He wondered, "Where are you going with your father?" He didn't answer right away, but put his hand on the bookshelf and suddenly a magic circle appeared. The cabinet vibrated and slowly moved to one side, revealing a secret room. Father Leader said, "Even the Adenka Patriarch cannot enter here, without my permission." Revan looked stunned. "This is the place." He said, "This is an underground library, the history of Adenka that the world does not know." The two of them went down, explaining as they walked, all the records about Adenka from its earliest times, its history of light and darkness, are all saved here. My family has a high position in the world, family, thanks to maintaining this precious archive over many generations. For the past 500 years, this archive has always been kept secret. If this knowledge were to be revealed, only our family would suffer, because we maintain this knowledge. This is like our business." Revan walked and observed the library basement. His eyes landed on a book. "This is it." Vincent was secretly happy that the family's records were still preserved. If that is the case, there may be a record in there to prove his innocence. Revan smiled apologetically and added, "But I have to succeed my father as head of the family first, then I can show them to you." it's still a long time until then, Vincent gratefully expressed, okay, that's it, it's very useful. But are you okay? This is top secret information about your family's business. Revan shrugged and replied, I bet my life on you, so I don't need to think much. Vincent suddenly smiled, thank you, Revan. Suddenly remembering something, Revan reached into his bag to rummage. Ah, that's right, he almost forgot something important. He held up a blue stone. Vincent looked at it and was surprised, it's a magic crystal. Revan said, I went to fix the broken sword, then the blacksmith asked me to give this to you. The crystal suddenly glowed. From it, the image of Master Han Sen appeared. He scratched his head and said, I don't know if this thing works properly, because I haven't used it for a long time. Vincent was happy to see him. Mr. Han Sen, how are you these days? Revan was speechless and asked, that was a recorded message stored in the crystal, don't you know that it was an expensive astronomical communication crystal? Vincent was confused and tried to find a reason. Of course he knew, just kidding. The crystal stone conveyed the words you recorded before, I left this message, to tell you some things I found. Well, keep this magic crystal stone, it has the following properties. The basic function is to save that picture message. Then, now, what we know about dragon fruit after studying and remembering. Honestly speaking, it's nothing too crazy, but I found that I couldn't forge a perfect dragon bone. Vincent couldn't help but be surprised, it couldn't be reforged. Why was that happening? The materials were already there. Han Sen explained, do you remember the fire at the factory? We found the cause. When I started mixing blood lotus and dragon bone to strengthen the sword, I used an eternal flame to forge it. As you know, the dragon bone absorbs the user's aura. A great god gave that fire the name steadfast fire, then that dragon bone seemed to have absorbed part of the fire and caused an explosion. In fact, it is impossible to forge the dragon bone normally. That's a bit too much for me right now. Basically, the materials and fire retention in the forge are still unstable. Vincent nodded, I understand. Han Sen continued to tell the news, but the dragon bone you gave me. We can make a hammer out of it. After testing on a small piece of dragon bone, I discovered that the power it absorbed was completely stable, with no signs of violence, which surprised me quite a bit. But if we do that, we won't have anything left to use as material for your sword. With that special hammer, I think it's possible to forge a sword for you. That's what I want to tell you. Just like that, if you have anything, please leave a message to me through that kid Revan. After saying that, your image will also disappear. Vincent then rubbed his chin and thought, if I had more dragon bones, I could have the perfect dragon bone sword. Revan didn't stay here long either. He stood up and said, I'm going back to the workshop, I accidentally left my sword there. If you want to pass a message to him, please let me know. Vincent also stood up and said, so you can tell him, just forge a hammer with that dragon bone. I will try to find more dragon bones to forge a perfect sword. Revan laughed as if he had predicted it. He knew right away, I guess he would also decide the same. Let's go, please take care of your health, thank you. Return to your mansion. Vincent walked down the hallway and told Julian what had just happened. He whined, what the hell, Revan and Han Sen, everyone found the information useless. Vincent objected, it wasn't like that, Julian. That's all we need to know, now what's left is that we need to be stronger to prepare for the upcoming competition. Vincent whispered in his heart, and the beginning of my rise is the victory of the sixth son of the Samian family. Thinking about it, he spoke up and reminded, Julian, we have to win against the sixth son of the Samian family, can't you think of a way to help me get stronger? Julian couldn't help but hold his head and sigh, you're always like this, facing a superior opponent, and now you make me think. Vincent asked, will you help me or not? Julian said frankly, now there is no way we are even on par with the devil, and can barely overwhelm him at all. How can you expect to win against someone even stronger? Vincent also agreed, you're right, the magic lightning characteristic of the devil is extremely difficult to defeat. The attack range is wide and powerful enough to penetrate our defenses. Julian said, if we have the blessing of the lightning law, we might be able to win. Vincent expressed that he knew that, but it was too difficult. Julian crossed his arms and smiled meaningfully, saying, at least that's one way, we've already witnessed that special skill. Even if it's just for a moment in the match. Vincent frowned and expressed, I know I've seen it, but you know I can't just see it and be able to reinforce it. Julian suddenly said something, it was only with the memories of people like you. Vincent looked at Julian in surprise at this moment. Behind him it seemed like there was a large butterfly spirit, surrounded by small butterflies. He smiled and asked, but what if it was the memory of a god? Do you think it's possible? Julian's eyes reflected Vincent's surprised face, and in there was a scene that recreated the previous move that Ma Lan used. Vincent still couldn't believe it and asked, "Then, do you really have memories of the mana flow of the giant's brain?" Julian raised his face smugly. "Of course, surely, there's no mistake." Vincent happily urged, "So why are we still waiting here? Let's go quickly and receive the blessing." Julian frowned and said, "This is exactly the reason why I'm standing here forever. What kind of blessing is that body? The brain's mana is the most destructive of all the elements, and the giant brain is the strongest of all the old gods. If we try it now, only your body will be destroyed. It's just nothing more than a blessing. So, before returning to the city, we must try to restore as much mana to you as possible. Don't exercise, don't go to the training ground, and don't use some training method from 500 years ago. If you break one of these rules, I won't teach you the mana flow of the giant brain. Where is the cause?" Vincent was so annoyed by his nagging that he agreed, "Okay, I won't do anything, okay." 3 days later at Blood City. "The carriages are coming here," brother said. "It seems like it's finally here." Vincent wondered, "Don't we have to go down and walk into the city for security reasons?" Who brother explained, "That's it, it's just a lie, it won't be able to hide this giant citadel. That's just a formality for the welcoming rituals, you know you're an exception." Vincent nodded, understood. He suddenly looked out the window of the carriage and asked, "It seems like there are more carriages here than our original number." He was startled and said, "Oh, I haven't told you yet. You will be holding a carving ceremony." Vincent was surprised. "What?" "The carved stele is several meters high. There were many lines of writing on it. Vincent is currently waiting under the platform." Below, groups of people came. First, there is a group of people holding a black flag. The girl in the lead raised her voice. The representative of the first-class military trainee, Han Na Adenka, and 4 others gathered. Next are the second, third and fourth class cadets respectively. The fourth son of a direct descendant, a leopard Adenka represented the 5th class cadet and 15 other cadets gathered. Next, all the 6th rank cadets and 7th rank cadets gathered. Finally, the group led by the white-haired teenager arrived. He smiled and shouted slogans. The 8th rank cadet representative, Damian Adenka, and the remaining 15 cadets gathered. Looking at the spirited group, Vincent couldn't help but silently exclaim, "This was the first time I saw direct descendants other than Ma Lan." Everyone was amazing. Especially the child representing the first-class cadet, Hana. She was so sharp that it gave me goosebumps. At this time, there was another step forward to report, representing the 9th class cadet. Seo Bai Ra and 19 others gathered. Vincent silently assessed that everyone else was fine. After everyone had gathered below, there were a few whispers, but now whose name was engraved, it was rumored that the homeowner decided it himself. No way, would the homeowner come here? Just when everyone was doubting, behind him, the homeowner Khan appeared. Seeing him, someone immediately shouted, "It's the Adenka homeowner who's coming." "Really, the homeowner is here." Khan Adenka stepped up to the podium and commanded in a calm tone, "Vincent Adenka, step up here." Right after that, Vincent slowly walked forward. He placed his hand on his chest to respectfully express that he would humble himself before his glory. He was moved in his heart. He did not know that he would receive this wonderful gift. The homeowner seemed to answer him with his eyes, "This is not a gift, you deserve to receive it in a fair way." Then he spoke up, "Giving me the sword." Vincent immediately gave the serum to him. The homeowner Khan took out his sword and declared, "From now on, I will carve with Vincent's sword." He made a neat sword draw. The homeowner glared forward. He swung his sword and channeled mana towards the stone stele. Just that alone created an amazing amount of power. Vincent even had to squint his eyes, raise his hand to cover his face to block the energy. He simply infused mana and swung the sword. Below, some cadets could not withstand his pressure and were pushed back, some even screamed. Dominic was sweating in surprise. It turned out that this was his father's power. Adenka level. The tip of the blade emitted a brilliant blue light. Soon, the words Vincent Adenka were engraved. After the ceremony was completed, the cadets all shouted in unison, asking for their respect. Before his glory. The owner of the house, Khan, slightly curled the corners of his mouth and advised him to never forget his name, Vincent Adenka. Vincent smiled and affirmed, "I will never forget, my name is Vincent Adenka." Later, in the cadets' lounge. A group of people sat in a circle and admired each other. It was so wonderful. "The homeowner is so cool, yeah, he's a real Adenka, luckily Vincent is fine." Seo Bai Ra suddenly looked in and asked, "Hey, have you guys seen Vincent anywhere?" 11 Black replied, "He hasn't come here yet, isn't he talking to you on the second floor?" Seo Bai came out and said, "I was planning to hold a congratulatory party for him, but I haven't found anyone yet. I tried to suggest, could he be at the practice field?" Seo Bai denied, "No way, he just came back." In a room at this time, Vincent was sitting and concentrating on controlling mana according to De Leon's instructions. Expand all the channels, going in that direction, you must feel 3 points. And starting from here, this is important, at this part, Julian snorted every 2 hours. He cried with emotion and said he couldn't do it. Even someone like me who is called incompetent all day long still has his name engraved, Vincent sighed. He turned around and asked, "Isn't that something to be happy about?" Julian cried and said, "Of course I'm happy, my father has recognized me as his son, are you really not affected at all?" He put his hands on his thighs, his eyes looking into the distance and said, "Didn't I tell you, we still have a lot to achieve, we can't cry or laugh just because of these small things." After talking for a while, Vincent immediately clapped his hands to encourage the spirit, then, "Stop sobbing, we need the blessing of the giant's brain to meet Dad's expectations." Julian immediately cheered up, he held back his tears and replied, "Yes, we have to work hard." After regaining composure, he continued to explain, "You must have felt it by now, right? You must focus on connecting those 3 points into an isosceles triangle." Vincent focuses on doing that. Soon a triangle was formed. At the same time, a strong bolt of lightning struck the room. The light from it dazzled the space. Julian squinted his eyes, was it successful? In front of him and Vincent, the image of a person with a golden body appeared. "You are. What's wrong with your brain?" Julian shouted happily, "It's done, man, we have received new blessings." But Vincent couldn't be happy right now, he didn't know why his whole body was in pain, he couldn't help but scream loudly, his whole body trembled and he fell to the ground. Julian panicked, "Man." Vincent's whole body was covered in cold sweat, his eyes lost focus. He shouted loudly, his whole body emitting a yellow aura, looking like he was losing control. That power made him more and more crazy. Julian cried out in shock, "Brother, what's going on? Why is it like that?" Vincent used his last bit of consciousness to try to speak, thunderous energy, it was pouring out. At that time, the giant's brain slowly spoke up, "How interesting, a human wanted to achieve divine power. Every era has people like you." Julian asked impatiently, "What's going on, what happened to this guy?" The giant brain said, "You summoned me, by activating the blessing, and I gave you what you wanted, that's all." Julian objected incredulously, "There is no way that a blessing given would cause the recipient to suffer like that, we have completely controlled that power in advance." He explained, "Your body must be. His current body absorbs the transmitted mana like a cotton ball, and he can absorb much more power than usual. It's like the body of a god, but from there it causes overload." Julian asked worriedly, "What should we do? He will die." Giant brain said, "Simple. Stop the flow of mana, and the lightning will stop." He was happy to hear that, but not for long, he added, "But if you stop it now, I will not give him any more blessings. He can either die, or he must endure to survive and receive blessings, choose one of the two." Julian looked in shock at Vincent who was in pain below, "How did it turn out like this?" He angrily questioned, "This is so unreasonable, this is not reasonable at all." The giant's brain narrowed his eyes, his voice was cold and unreasonable. "It was you who activated the blessing and summoned me, does it make sense that you received power that you did not have? Know yourself and know your destiny, that is a trade-off that you must bear, you stupid little god." And that stubborn brat, he didn't stop the flow of mana into his body. Because he knows this is both an opportunity and a challenge. He would receive no blessings if he stopped the flow of mana now. Control the energy in your body and adjust it to balance, you must do that before receiving my blessings. Julian gritted his teeth and whispered, "I can't sit still and do nothing, while he is on the brink of life and death. My holy energy may be very weak, but I will try to protect his heart and pulse stably. Let's do it now." After thinking about it, he immediately cast magic, using his energy to turn into butterflies, take them and control them to Vincent's place. The butterfly wings gathered, forming a barrier around his body. Julian was happy, "Okay, my energy has covered his body, now the only thing left is his efforts." But right after that, his energy barrier was suddenly broken, because the mana from that lightning was too high, there was no way to block it with just a little holy power. Julian tried desperately to resist. I couldn't maintain this level of mana absorption into his body for long, lightning energy was flooding his body. Please, just try a little longer, if his heart explodes, we'll both be dead. At this moment, Julian's hand suddenly became transparent and translucent. He panicked. Had I used too much holy energy in my body, I was disappearing, my body was melting away. I don't want to die, but if I let go now, he will. Once again, the energy curtain he had just reinforced was broken. The heart in Vincen's body seemed to explode slightly. His whole body slowly fell down in front of Julian's shock. His pupils shrunk. Oh God! Someone please, save us, Julian screamed in despair. At this moment, the door creaked like someone opened it. Sure enough, someone appeared. Who was there? Julian looked out as if he saw hope. This is it. The healer who cured the demon Lon, the squid spirit sent by the fortress. I see, my voice can be heard by whoever has the power of the holy temple. The priest just came in and saw Vincen collapsed on the ground and was surprised. Young Master Vincen, what's going on? Julian looked at Vincen, even though he was exhausted, but the triangle that maintained the blessing was still there and immediately understood. God. He hasn't given up yet. He quickly regained his spirit. Okay, I won't give up either, I have to try, it's all or nothing with you. The other priest didn't know what was going on. Suddenly he heard Julian's voice. Priest, can you hear me? He asked. Are you the one who called me? Who are you? Julian tried to calmly instruct. I am a god familiar with Vincen, please heal him quickly, the priest said with difficulty, but I cannot approach him with lightning surrounding him like this. Julian immediately asked, so I just need to block these lightning bolts, right? I will block the lightning bolts so they don't hit you. In the meantime, please treat Vincen, the priest immediately agreed, understood. After the two of them discussed the plan, Julian once again used his holy power to fly towards Vincen to block the lightning, if the priest could partially cure him. So what we need to do is block these lightning bolts and not let them attack the priest. Try to endure it, even if you have a little strength left, you must try to endure it. Right now. The priest who received the signal immediately deployed holy power, O light of Mother Earth. Warm healing energy enveloped Vincen's body. He seemed to feel recovery, his godless eyes regained their light. On the other hand, at the governor's palace, Va Golf felt someone coming, but didn't turn around to ask, are you here? Are you ready? Her eyes filled with determination, she bent down and replied, yes. Mighty and gone, please teach me magic. Va Golf then turned around and said, do you remember the match between Vincen and Ma Lan? When I saved you from being hit by falling rocks. I felt an extremely powerful source of mana in her body. Like young Master Vincen, the source of mana you possess is beyond our current understanding of magic. Miss Sari, learning magic isn't easy, and I've never been easy on anyone. His eyes slightly lowered, saying, yes, but, I'm still determined to learn. Young Master Vincen grew older and kept going down a path where I could no longer assist him. All I could do was take care of him when he returned, full of trauma. I don't want that anymore, I want to help him, no matter how small, I still want it. The Captain Va Golf smiled with satisfaction. I see, young Master Vincen really has a good servant. But, because she was a servant, she needed Vincen's permission to study. While talking, suddenly a strong yellow light streamed in from the room's glass window, accompanied by a strong noise. Va Golf frowned in surprise and exclaimed, what the hell is going on? The two quickly ran towards the source of that energy. When they arrived, their eyes were filled with surprise and surprise. Vincen was now kneeling in the middle of the room, on the ground where he was. The place had sunk a bit, the whole room was filled with dust from the aftershock, and the priest was also sitting on the ground next to him. Va Golf couldn't help but ask, Priest Che Vin, what is this? He smiled and replied, please don't worry, young Master Vincen is fine. I'm not sure, but young Master Vincen. It seemed like he had received a great opportunity. At this moment, Vincen no longer had the pain-absorbing appearance like before. Now in front of him was a new flow of thunderous power received from the blessing from Giant Brain. After a while of settling down, listening to Ceres about her aspirations, Vincen asked again, do you want to learn magic, Ceres? Sari timidly said, yes, as long as you agree, I can start studying immediately. Julian suddenly appeared and exclaimed, but a servant was taught by a captain, an outstanding magician. Brother, this is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, allow it immediately. Vincen glanced at him worriedly and said, but, you look a bit dim, Julian. Julian smiled reassuringly, don't worry, Rest a little and I'll be back to normal. Vincent also believed his words and then turned to continue talking to Sari. Will you be okay? Learning magic won't be easy, Sari determinedly replied. Yes, I want to help you no matter what I have to do, any. Vincent didn't say any more and immediately said, okay, then practice hard. Serial, received consent, happy Serial, thank you young master. Vincent raised his head and said to her, please take good care of her, Captain. He nodded and replied, of course, I will teach her strictly. Besides, Va Golf also looked at Vincent and commented that because he had observed the growth of the demon lawn, he could confirm that what Vincent had just possessed was great lightning, an extremely strong lightning energy. I've only looked away for a moment, but you're already stronger, Vincent. He said, since Vincent is safe, why don't we plan the lesson? Ceres immediately agreed. Looking at the two of them, Vincent suddenly thought, teacher, now that I think about it, I don't have a teacher to teach me, but now even the Ceres has one. I never learned any kind of magic, which Arslan left to the Adenka family. Just as the lieutenant was about to leave with the Ceres, he asked, Lieutenant. As you know, the peaceful meeting is quickly approaching. And we need to devote all our efforts to practice and prepare for that occasion. The person who will take on the task of training me is somewhere in the city. Taiwi was surprised. What do you mean when you ask, what are you talking about, Vincent? You have to find a teacher for yourself, don't you know? This time it was Vincent's turn to be shocked. What? He wondered, but this is a specialized organization to train people of the Adenka family, Van Golf explained. It's just the facilities and learning environment. This place is first and foremost a stronghold, Vincent. Elders from each family invest in a child with the potential to succeed a teacher. Sometimes a martial artist will also volunteer to accept it. As for direct descendants, the elders in the family will personally come and teach. Don't tell me, at this age you still haven't found an elder to invest in you. Vincent felt guilty and avoided eye contact. That's it. Van Golf sighed deeply. Oh my God, did I choose wrongly? Vincent turned to Julian again. I asked just in case. Julian bluntly said, no elders are on our side, don't get your hopes up. I'm afraid to say it. But who would volunteer to invest in a useless Vincent? This is something we really can't do anything about. Vincent can only pray silently, if only someone could help us. There's only one place. At the Adenka government house, Ryusa received the letter. She picked it up and asked confusedly, what is this, Wilson? He stammered, that. It's a letter from young Master Vincent to the homeowner. Ryusa stared at him and asked, since you brought it directly, it must be important. Why don't you bring it directly to the homeowner? Why send it through me? Wilson trembled and explained, no, I don't have enough courage to stand in front of the homeowner. Looking at him like that, Ryusa just sighed. Okay, I will deliver the letter. Very soon, the letter was delivered to the Khan's owner. And that's why I came to deliver the mail. The homeowner Khan stood by the window and opened the letter to read. Ryusa waited for a while before asking, can you tell me the content of the letter? He also did not hide it and said that it required a teacher. Ryusa was startled. Damn, I should have seen it first. I was distracted by registering him to enter the citadel, and completely forgot about this. The homeowner Khan continued, and he said he had the great thunder blessing seal of the demon dragon. Do you know why he sent me this letter? Ryusa replied, isn't the son asking his father for help? Because now, he can only ask for help from here. Homeowner Khan pondered for a moment and then asked, I heard that you once guided Vincent, do you want to go? Ryusa immediately refused, no, I can't do it. I use the swordsmanship of a fallen family, not Adenka's. If you let me teach you for too long, he will only form bad habits. Homeowner Khan hesitated, so, what can we do to help Vincent? Ryusa smiled and said, there is a suitable person, someone the homeowner also knows. A very strong user of Adenka swordsmanship, who possesses great lightning, formerly known as the Thundermaster. With your power as a householder, if you can give him a position to enter the city, then he can become young Master Vincent's teacher. The homeowner Khan said, then he must also want that. Ryusa confidently expressed, no need to worry about that, he is also my friend, I can convince him. Vice Captain of the White Sword Unit, Merlin. The person Ryusa mentioned was walking alone at the training ground. After walking a while, he suddenly looked over. In a corner of the training ground, there is the wooden man that Vincent often uses to practice. It's only been a few months. I wonder what the young master is doing. Suddenly, Ryusa appeared and asked, are you taking a walk? Merlin was surprised, why is that so? She nodded to say hello, Merlin. After that, the two of them went back to Merlin's dormitory together. He hung up his coat and asked, "A busy person like you came here, not just to ask what I'm doing, right?" Ryusa said directly, "I want to invite you to work." Merlin immediately wondered where he worked. "Coach, in the Royal Dragon team." He sat down on the chair and sighed. "The team name now doesn't even have the word sword anymore. I'm sorry, but I refuse." Ryusa expressed, "There is someone I really want you to teach. Who is it?" "Incompetent young master Vincen. Do you know him?" Merlin's face suddenly changed. He was startled. Ryusa recounted the situation. The elders didn't pay any attention to him, but he was still too young, because he had very little potential to become a homeowner, so no one wanted to teach him. Merlin bowed slightly and said, "Thank you for inviting me, but no." Before he could continue, Ryusa startled him again, and he received a blessing from the Great Thunder. Merlin was surprised, starting to hesitate a bit. "What?" But then he explained, "Well, to be honest, I was quite interested. But there are so many reasons that prevent me from doing this job. The elders don't like me, so they push me around, but you still want me to teach someone who has never been chosen by the elders." Ryusa smiled. She put her hand on her chin and said, "Why don't we bet? Young Master Chen is about to have a duel with young Master Samian. If he wins, become his teacher." A few days later, at the Saturday friendly meeting, Vincen seemed to have just undergone practice controlling his new power, so he seemed tired. But even so, he had no intention of giving up. It was still not enough. He had to make the power of the Great Thunder completely his own. Thinking about it, he swung his sword again, injecting power into it to launch his ultimate move. He quickly realized the problem. The lightning energy was not enough to cover the entire sword's body. He had to separate it into electric rays like a ghost. "I have to increase the intensity more." Thinking about doing it, Vincen increased the power injected, and the Great Thunder mark appeared, but he was still not proficient in controlling it, so it immediately burst out stronger. Suddenly, a bolt of lightning struck him. Fortunately, Vincen reacted in time and tilted his head to the side, causing it to hit the wall behind him. Julian sighed. Looking at the room destroyed by Vincen, "You still cannot control it." Vincen raised his arm that still had lightning in it and jumped out, saying, "I can feel the lightning energy filling every fiber of my being, but to control it, it's still too difficult." Julian couldn't help but wonder, "You stupid demon, how can he control this violent lightning energy? This intensity is not yet considered microelectric enhancement, but is still just microelectricity." He thought to himself, "The result was not as expected, compared to the efforts we put in." Vincen agreed, "That's right, even though you practiced hard and sacrificed a lot of sweat and tears." Julian was startled and his face turned red. "What, did you hear that just now?" Forget it all for me," Vincen laughed. "Don't be shy, I exist for you, remember." "Julian, do you remember Ryusa's response?" "Some time ago, Ryusa wrote you a reply, apologizing, young master. With the current situation, it seems we still can't find it." A teacher arrived before the friendly gathering. First of all, for personal reasons of the invited person. Then, due to the influence of the elders, they did not want him to join the line of direct descendants that they had arranged. The Council of Elders exists to restrain the power of the homeowner, so even the homeowner cannot control this issue. "I really want to help you, but I can't leave the general manager position vacant for such a long time." Back to the present, Vincen sighed and said, "This year's friendly meeting, we can only rely on our own strength. No, it's just us. Make absolute use of the sword, as well as the remaining moves as much as possible." Julian pondered for a while, then suddenly he remembered something. "That's right, we still have another method." Vincen is confused. "Another way? What way?" He proposed, "Swordplay Samian, you were once a member of Samoan family, right? You used it at Hansen's meeting." Vincen crossed his arms over his chest and said, "We can use it, but if so, how do we deal with the consequences? If everyone sees that I can master the Samian sword technique, we will be dragged back to your mother's place." Julian heard that and felt depressed. It was true, it was really difficult. Vincen also complained, using the sword technique of his previous life was impossible. But at this moment, he also suddenly thought, a skill from his previous life. What if it's his skill? I can use it at my current level. In the Samian territory, the main castle of the Samian family. The white tiger is bound by chains. The blonde-haired young man with the red cloak walked up to him. "So you are the blue-eyed white tiger, the frozen monster that the Adenka must be able to defeat in order to enter the Blood City." Suddenly, someone from behind said, "There you are." He turned to look. It was the family elder, Julian Samian, he came to announce that his opponent for the friendly meeting had been reselected. The information sheet about Vincent gave, he said, the seventh son, also known as the incompetent. Vincent Adenka. A direct descendant suddenly and strangely emerged, with his talent, and quickly rose to a new level of prestige within the clan. For the Samian family, the friendly gathering does more harm than good. If you win, nothing changes, but if you lose, we will suffer the ultimate humiliation. What people want to see is the touching moment when the underdog rises up and wins. What are you going to do? While they were talking, the blue-eyed white tiger used its strength to break the chain. When it broke free, it immediately opened its mouth and rushed towards the young man. I only saw him give a cold smile and said clearly. I had to completely overwhelm him. His swordsmanship was deployed at the same time. The sword slashed continuously, so fast that I couldn't see clearly. And when he retracted the sword, the white tiger's 4 limbs had been severed. He, the 6th child, direct descendant, Gon Samian confidently declared, I will let the whole kingdom know. That touching story does not exist. Seo Bai Ra happily held the jade stone in her hand. She hummed the song as she went to meet Vincent. Seo Bai Ra thought to herself, Vincent will like the gift of the day. Opening the door, she excitedly asked loudly, Vincent, are you here? Suddenly something made Seo Bai Ra widen her eyes in surprise. There was a source of immense energy that overwhelmed her in an instant. Then a loud noise rang out and the ground shook. I only saw Vincent gasping, holding a huge sword in his hand. Then planted firmly on the ground. Seo Bai Ra looked at the power radiating around Vincent's body and silently wondered what that skill was. It was as if he was holding another sword and not a blood lotus. At this time, Vincent quickly put the knife back and smiled and called out, Seo Bai, long time no see, how have you been? These words made her hesitantly reply, I mean. Seo Bai quickly took out the jade stone and said excitedly, I brought you a gift. Vincent slowly walked forward, confused, then asked, what's the gift? Is that an enchanted crystal? Seo Bai Ra said, what's inside is what's important. Samian's 6th son, Ka Golf's practice match is stored in this crystal. Hearing these words, Vincent was so excited that she quickly clenched Seo Bai's hand and replied, really, thank you. Faced with this situation, she shyly said, it's okay. But be careful at the end. Vincent wondered, what's wrong? Seo Bai Ra explained that it was a bit cruel. Right after that, Vincent immediately used the crystal to recreate everything hidden inside. Every detail of the training process of the 6th young master of the Samian family has been recreated in the most realistic way. Vincent silently said that, no matter how many times I see it, the technology of this time is still admirable. As soon as he finished speaking, Julian continued to reply, you are behaving like an old man. Suddenly Vincent's face looked a bit wrong. Julian panicked and quickly asked, brother, is something wrong? Vincent quickly explained that he would place his left foot there and attack the lower body. But that's just an illusion. With just one quick attack, he successfully forced the opponent into a defensive position. And hidden in his consecutive blows, was an attack with great destructive power. Just like that, he destroyed his opponent's sword.
In that scene, the image of Ka Golf's opponent quickly raised his hands in fear and surrendered. I lost. I admitted defeat.
Seeing this scene, Vincent frowned and said, but even his opponent had admitted defeat. He still didn't stop. At that time, Ka Gon arrogantly said, do you think everything will end like that if you admit defeat? His face. This is the price you must pay for daring to challenge a Samian member. Seo felt scared and closed his eyes, watching the battle and exclaiming, what an inhuman bastard. Vincent couldn't hide his anger. He silently asked why, from beginning to end. Why are you behaving exactly like Kajin? The similarity in appearance may be purely coincidental. Vincent recalls his past 500 years ago. He kept admiring the techniques he used. Even the smallest habits. It seems to remind me of Kajin back then. Seeing this, Vincent silently thought to himself, Ka Golf Samian, I need to see you. On the other side, in a certain hall. Everyone dressed in black was present here. Suddenly, the leader of the Magicians Association, Aoi Tu, slammed on the table and loudly said, please calm down a bit. We are pleased to welcome the magicians who are here for a friendly gathering. As everyone knows, the friendly meeting includes a total of 3 stages. A treasure hunt with the aim of finding treasure chests in an enchanted dungeon. A conquest fight against previously captured monsters. And finally, a practice match, which served as the climax of this friendly gathering. We will take on the first phase, the treasure hunt. After that, I will decide the types of monsters we will create with magic. As soon as he finished speaking, Va Golf raised his hand and asked, "Can I say it?" Alboda quickly replied, "Yes, the majesty of the blood." Vago said that, because of our loyalty, considering the level of the two young masters, we are recommending a reptilian monster or an 8th level demon. At this moment, he secretly thought to himself, monsters of this type would probably be difficult enough for the 3-star light martial artist to conquer, they would be just right for the first stage. At the same time, someone raised their hand to express their opinion. Alboda saw that and politely replied, "Yes, you can speak up." He then arrogantly said, "Dear members of the 6 Dharma platform, we nominate the 8th level giant beast to scatter silk." As soon as he finished speaking, Va Golf asked in surprise, "What is it?" "Are you kidding me? The giant beast has a difficulty level suitable for 4-star and 5-star light martial artists." He smiled smugly and said, "There's nothing to be angry about, this is the first friendly meeting in thousands of years, there has to be a little change to warm up the crowd, and isn't that right, is that the responsibility of both parties?" Va Gon responded angrily, "You already have a murder and you still dare to open your mouth to talk about responsibility, using giant beasts is just for you to polish your 6th young master's performance." Hearing these words, the other guy smiled sarcastically and replied, "If you continue to make excuses like that, then I advise you to give up, sincere." This statement provoked Va Golf's temper, at which point he got mad and said, "It seems like the Samian family found a loyal dog." As soon as he finished speaking, the other guy burst out laughing and replied, "How dare you say such insulting things about the 6 Dharma platform while having the last name of Pagoda? You make me so sad, and Golf Pagoda." Seeing that the atmosphere was a bit noisy, Aotaru angrily shouted, "Enough, the people who will participate in the practice match are the young masters, not us. Let's resolve this by voting. Those who want to use giant beasts, please raise your hand." After speaking, everyone in the hall immediately raised their hands in agreement. Va Golf was lost in this crowd of people, he angrily cursed, "These bastards," all raised their hands. Seeing that the results were clear, Alboda happily clapped his hands to announce, "Now, based on the majority's vote." At this moment, Aotaru silently exclaimed in his mind that they are all Samian's dogs, "We will proceed to prepare the giant beast," haphazardly scattering silk. In another development, Hosea is diligently taking notes but his mind is confused. In the room for a friendly meeting, the brothers were busy concentrating on work. She wondered, how was the Samian family's guest list? Va Golf quickly replied right away. As soon as the words ended, the exhausted brother lay down on the table and lamented, "Oh my God, it was really exploiting labor, knowing how miserable it was, he wouldn't have become the city's owner." "Kill me." Va Golf sat aside, attentively reading the guest list and then replied, "Seriously, am I helping you do this?" Hu brother suddenly realized something. She asked further, "Oh yeah, how are the preparations for the first stage going? You're still planning on preparing some illusions, right?" Va Gon sighed and replied, Okay, don't mention it again." All the magicians who were not from the serum, including the president of the Magicians Guild, were bribed by the Samian family. Hearing this, the elder brother pondered for a moment and then replied, "I see, why is your face so frowning?" Va Go continued angrily, "I suppose the 6th magic tower belongs to their territory, that's fine, but controlling the entire Magicians Association is fine." Hosea calmly stood up, stretched and replied, "Those crazy people eating pig bran, maybe they're all evil." Va Go with a sad face said, "Never mind, as long as Vincent wins all the remaining challenges, then why not go there?" As soon as he finished speaking, his brother was startled and quickly asked again before saying something. "Captain Va Golf, do you really believe that Vincent can win?" Va Gon pondered for a moment and then replied, "I mean, wouldn't it be more beneficial for us if the Adenka family won?" Brother Ho happily said that the chance of winning of the Adenka family's young master was only less than 10%. I remember he said these words from his mouth when he was still a candidate. As soon as he finished speaking, he hit the target, hesitatingly replied, "Oh, am I telling the truth?" Brother Ho grabbed his neck and teased him, "It seems our captain is bewitched by young Master Vincent, why don't you go ask for sponsorship?" Or maybe he just wanted to make his sister jealous, and with a panicked look on his face, he quickly replied, "When and where did you come from? Please finish your work first if you have time to joke like that, tomorrow is a friendly meeting." Having finished speaking, Va Golf left angrily, leaving his older brother confused and not understanding his attitude. Hosea spoke in a low voice, but he was serious. On the day of the friendly meeting, everything was prepared for the battle. The radio stations exclaimed in surprise, "Is that Vincent Adenka?" The person next to them quickly replied, "Probably so. It's obvious that he's only here to replace the Adenka ghost who couldn't attend today. From the beginning, the Adenka family was at a disadvantage, but now the situation over there is even more serious." Vincent now said to himself, "Kagon Samian." His attitude and expression almost 100% matched Kajin's. Or am I just imagining it? At the same time, there was a loud scream. Young Master Samian came and opened the gate. Immediately, the gate slowly opened. Ha Golf walked into the stands with great spirit. He smiled proudly and said, "Nice to meet you, sincere people. And you too, Vincent. I am the sixth son of the Samian Ka Golf family." As soon as he finished speaking, Vincent replied, "Vincent, 9th rank cadet in Blood City." After the introductions were finished, the two of them shook hands. Witnessing this scene, the journalists exclaimed in surprise, "The two of them are quite sociable." "That's true, I thought Vincent would be more condescending." Ka Golf laughed and said, "Being friends with people of the same age is always great." Vi Chen smiled and replied, "Yes, indeed." Looking at Ka Golf's rude attitude, Vincent frowned and felt really uncomfortable. "Obviously there's nothing strange about this guy, but I just feel uncomfortable." Ka Golf expressed that he hoped he could prove his strength, his friend Vincent. Seeing this scene, Va Golf silently said that guy wanted Vincent to prove himself, with a social attitude that showed his superiority to the Adenka family. On this side, Vincent calmly replied, "Yes, I agree with you." This statement made Ka Golf exclaimed in surprise, "What?" Vincent continued, "And also wanted to see him show off his abilities." Ka Golf Samian. Va Golf stood aside, constantly exclaiming, he really dared to provoke Ka Golf, Vincent. Thinking about winning. The crowd standing below expressed their excitement, even though they had not yet entered the battle arena. But the friendship between the two has already begun. Right after that, the bell rang signaling that the battle was about to take place. Below, the people of the Samian family shouted loudly, "Samian, Samian. Young Master Ka Golf, I love you." Hu Ge Mars said coldly and began. "I would like to announce the official opening of the friendly meeting. The first challenge is treasure hunting. Both contestants will enter a magical space and recover chests that look like this. However, in the magical space there will be enhanced monsters that can use magic spells, and a giant guarding the chest." Hearing these words, the people sitting below began to discuss. "A giant, this year the difficulty level has been increased, that must be it." Hosie further explained that each contestant will be able to choose 2 members of the cadet class in turn to support themselves during the challenging task. The defeated general of the last friendly meeting, the Adenka family, will be the one to choose the cadet first. She whispered into Vincent's ear and asked, "Are you going to choose the 9th rank representative Seo Bai to come out first?" Before he could finish speaking, Vincent jumped into his mouth and replied, "I choose 2 cadets, 11 Dan and Hamon, to join your team." Hearing Vincent's choice, Hosie exclaimed in panic, "What? What did he just say?" He didn't notice that his words were broadcast through the live speakers. Seeing that the situation was a bit embarrassing, she quickly laughed it off and said, "Sorry for my shouting." Not far away, 2 men were wondering, who is 11 Den, and Hamon. The young man standing next to him picked up the paper to look at it and replied, "I will check the list of burned soldiers. See, these 2 people are 2 people ranked first among the 9th class cadets." They whispered and said, "Did he really choose those 2 cadets? They look so skinny." No, if they were chosen, there would be something more eye-catching than their appearance. Look, 11 Dan and Amon are standing to one side trembling and not daring to move. Brother Ho was confused and quickly asked, "Young cadet Vincent, are you sure you will choose those 2 people?" Vincent confidently replied, "Sure." She looked worried and said, "I hope you don't think about using those 2 people to justify your failure. If so, I will be very disappointed." As soon as he finished speaking, Vincent arrogantly replied, "That's not all. The first reason why I chose those 2 people. It's because I don't want Master Ka Gon to make any excuses for my failure. The second reason is that although those 2 people have a distant relationship, they both have the blood of the Adenka family flowing in them. They can be from the maternal side or from the side, but the important thing here is to defeat the Samian family with the blood of the first family owner Arslan." Seo Bai Ra once expressed that this might be a bit. "But because I thought you would choose me, I was a little sad." At that time, Vincent confidently said, "I completely trust and respect you. Thanks to your advice, I was able to defeat the ghost. So please try your best during the friendly meeting." Hearing these words, Seo Bai wondered and asked, "What do you mean? I thought you said you wouldn't choose me." Vinchen replied, "Just provoking Ka Golf, I will let Ka Gon turn my provocation into a subjectivity, and I will defeat him with that subjectivity. In that case, he is sure." Returning to the present, Ka Gon heard Vinchen's choice, he laughed and replied, "Very good. Then I will choose 2 cadets, I will teach you the consequences of arrogance, Vinchen." Vinchen smiled and replied, "Great choice, Ka Gon." Va Gon silently exclaimed, "The stage has already been set for the Samian family's victory. Knowing this, what else are you trying to show in front of us, Vinchen? In that case, we need to trust you and continue to have faith in your efforts in this round." On this side, Samian's people panicked and said, "What's going on? Why did he give up the right to choose his representative?" Va Golf walked over and put his hand on his shoulder to provoke him. "Get ready, what's wrong? I'm sure you're very excited to proceed with the first round, right?" The other guy quickly replied in horror, "Yes." Immediately after that, the magic array was opened together by the magicians. When the gate is opened, Ka Golf and Vinchen walked in front of it under everyone's eyes. He shouted loudly, "Starting from now, we will begin the first round of friendly meetings. Treasure hunt." Vinchen led 11 Den and Ha Mon into the matrix. "The deeper you go inside," Ha Mon said fearfully, "it's too dark." Zai Den quickly asked, "Vinchen, do I need to use glowing crystals?" Vinchen replied, "Yes, thank you." Under the light of the crystal, the 3 of them continued their journey. On the other side, Ka Gon has also entered his journey. He brought Seo Bai out for his expedition. Seo Bai Ra wondered, "Young Master Ka Gon, do you need light?" Ka Gon replied proudly, "It's okay, the cadet represents Seo Bai Ra. For both of you, could you please walk a little further away from me?" Hearing these words, Seo Bai angrily said to himself, "What is he talking about? Did he tell us to stay back because he thought he could take care of everything himself? He completely looked down on us, me." Ho Sia and Va Golf were outside observing the situation. She wondered and asked, "Are they still searching?" Va Golf replied, "Probably so, it's so boring. If a giant monster appeared, it would probably become more interesting." Ho Sia said that their approaches were completely different, those 2 people, and Gon continued to reply, "Vinchen considered the 2 of them his companions, completely different from Ka Golf Samian." Ha Mon now stammered and said, "I know I shouldn't say this when we've come this far. But do you think we can really help you?" Vinchen coldly replied, "Don't worry, you 2 are wonderful cadets who have overcome your fear." Suddenly, some force attacked from above, causing the Vinchen people to be unprepared and injured. Zai Dan and Ha Mon were both knocked away and flew away. He painfully raised his hands to his head and looked at the situation. What was going on? Her eyes showed surprise and tension. A giant monster appeared before them. The little Zai Den sat on the ground and shouted loudly, asking, "What is that?" As a giant monster, its expression looks very fierce. Zai Den shouted in panic and said, "That's too loud. Is everything still going according to plan?" Amon looked around in confusion and then replied, "Wait, where is Vinchen? Could it be that he was crushed under that pile of rocks?" At this moment, the 2 of them eagerly called out Vinchen's name. Suddenly there was a response, "I'm here." Vinchen rushed forward towards the giant monster. His face was full of determination in this move. He strongly used his sword to slash once into its neck. Immediately, the giant monster collapsed to the ground in pain. After that, Vinchen urgently shouted, "11 Den, Ha Mon now." Hearing the call, Amon calmly replied, "Okay, we will proceed as planned." 11 Den continued, "You go find the treasure, just leave it with us." Ha Mon took out something to lure monsters. "Over here, you big, stupid thing." Zai Den held the sword in his hand and thought to himself, pretending that the silk was a giant monster with poor vision, it would automatically react to the loud noise emitted from the drum. After that, the 2 of them continuously banged their drums, creating noise disturbances. 11 Den said, "Lead him back to where we came from, Ha Mon." Vinchen saw this scene, he silently felt in his heart, "See, you guys are brave enough. Now, let's find the treasure." Ho Sia observed the situation through the screen, she panicked and shouted, "Don't do that, Vinchen." Va Golf silently said in shock, "It can only be a treasure hunting round, but the most important factor here is to show off your fighting ability throughout this process." The idiot of the Samian family smiled triumphantly and said, "I guess he completely misunderstood the true meaning behind this round." At this time, Vincent is quickly looking for treasure in the first round. Suddenly he discovered something unusual. Vincent saw a chest not far away. He silently exclaimed, "There is the treasure." Suddenly, there was some powerful force that knocked Vincent away. A large hand pushed him out. Vincent hit the wall behind him painfully. He looked up and observed and silently cursed, "Damn, that's it. Another giant monster." The giant appeared, it rushed forward and cut a path towards Vincent. The attack was powerful, a ring of bright light emitted with powerful power. From the explosion, Vincent rushed out like lightning. Vincent thought with a tense face, in order for the plan to succeed, I needed to save at least one slash of the absolute sword, so having two giants made things much more difficult. The giant's eyes widened, staring at Vincent without leaving. Quick as lightning, the giant reached out and grabbed Vincent. Vincent quickly dodged. It was even more agile than the one I encountered before, it could even keep up with the speed of the eagle. The giant's hand hit the rock hard, causing a huge shock. Van Golf looked at this scene, his eyes widened in panic. What's going on? Why is there another giant? At this moment, the old man suddenly exclaimed, "Oh my God." His face was full of strangeness. He said stiffly, "We must have made a mistake in the beginning." Va Golf angrily rushed forward, his hand grabbed his collar and lifted him up. "Why, you bastard, how dare you take the name of the Dharma platform, and then use those dirty moves?" A gentle hand was placed on my shoulder. "Stop, sir." Va Golf glanced at the owner of the arm, only to see his brother vigilantly looking around, reminding him that there are many eyes and ears here. "If we make a mess right now, we will have to suffer losses." "I understand why you're angry, but that won't change anything." Va Golf calmed down and nodded and said, "I understand." When he was released, Sei Khan looked at him and praised him, saying that unlike what people had rumored, he was quite calm, truly suitable for the title of a loyal manager. His brother also looked at him with a cold voice, "And what about you? When this ends, remember to stay, you bastard." On this side, Seo Bai opened her eyes wide and looked up, with a surprised expression. "Don't be stunned," stammering and unable to form a sentence. "Oh my God." The giant was slashed, blood spurted from its arm, accompanied by a scream of pain. The one holding the sword is the singer. Sie Gon jumped up in the air. The hand holding the sword pierced straight towards the giant. With great power, the giant was beaten and lost his balance. The whole person seemed to be about to fall backwards. The giant's face was punched until it turned black. Sie Gon said in a disdainful tone, "What the hell, is it him? I was really hoping it was something interesting. People said it was a giant, this would be too easy." But he didn't know, while he was proud. Then the remaining giant appeared behind him. Seo Bai shouted in panic, "Are there two giants? What is going on?" "Be careful, young master Sie Gon." Sie Gon still stood there without moving. Sie Gon spoke faintly, "Swordplay Samian." In the first form, Sie Gon gently smirked confidently. Nguyen Quang, holding the sword in his hand, slashed a line. A series of rays of light slashed out, and the giant's claws behind him were slashed into many pieces. But Sie Gon aggressively rushed forward. Not stopping there, Sie Gon jumped up step by step, walking on the giant's arm. Sie Gon's feet rushed quickly through the air. Step by step getting closer to the giant. Sie Gon smiled confidently and said, "Let's see how long you can last." Sie Gon jumped up. Slashed a sword at the giant. With a bang, smoke and dust flew and the giant fell to the ground. Seo Bai narrowed his eyes. Even though saying that made me angry, he was really strong. Even if there was someone else here, it wouldn't change the outcome of the game. Sie Gon said complacently, "Stop overreacting like that, stand up, I still have a lot of tricks for you to see." But Sie Gon's mind is extremely worried. "I hope Vincent is okay." The giant's feet stomped heavily on the ground, causing the ground to vibrate extremely loudly. The giant moved frantically, reaching out his hand. "Grab Vincent." Dudian scratched her head and angrily said, "Damn, why is nothing going according to plan?" Vincent gently advised, "Calm down, we need to think of a way, Julian." Dudian is still worried. The absolute sword slashing attack is an extremely powerful skill. Can't we put them in one place and slash both at the same time?
Vincent said a little hesitantly, I don't believe it's that easy to do." Julian questioned, "Why not?"
Vincent explained, "They are so big, if you aim at one you won't be able to see the next sword strike." Dudian coldly assessed that it was a trash skill. Vincent ran and shouted angrily, "You just said it was extremely strong. Vincent looked straight ahead, thinking to himself, I need to defeat 2 guys in one move, if I have a goal. Wait, at this moment Vincent's eyes suddenly widened. Vincent's eyes looked towards Duty and next to him. What was the target? Zai Den and Ha Mon were trembling all over, their eyes filled with confusion. In front of the 2 people was a terrifying giant. Zai Den trembled and stammered, we can't go anywhere else. Ha Mon next to him also said, I don't see Vincent anywhere either. Aren't we in big trouble? Right at the moment of danger, Vincent stood up to block the 2 of them. The 2 of them looked at the object in Vincent's hand and cried out in fear, Vincent, he brought the trunk, should we go out now? Vincent turned around and shouted towards the 2 people behind him, change the plan, it will come soon. Zai Den was startled, a little confused and asked, come, what do you mean? The 3 people stood still, watching the 2 giants slowly approach. Behold! Another one, Zai Den almost screamed madly. It was dense, the ground shook so loudly, 2 giants rushed towards it like crazy. 3 people are standing still. Zai Den scratched his head and screamed in fear, we are doomed, help. Vincent was extremely focused at this time, eyes looking straight ahead, Julian, in position. Julian floated in the sky, now above the giants. He asked eagerly, do we really have to do this? I don't want to be a target. The giant came closer and closer, it opened its mouth and roared. Vincent thought in his head, as expected, because of its size, I couldn't use my sword to cut both of them. If that's the case, I just need to find something that can cut through these 2 monsters. I thought about it. Vincent stomped his foot on the ground to gain momentum and jumped up. Vincent's eyes were as red as blood, focusing on staring at the giant. I saw it, no, I felt it, the remaining half of my soul. Julian's presence, Vincent gently raised his sword, aiming straight towards Julian in the air. Julian looked at Vincent who was aiming straight at him, a little uneasy and asked, are you sure you'll be safe? I won't get hurt, right? At this point, the giant could no longer maintain his composure, he aggressively raised his hands high and smashed them towards Vincent. Vincent was also ready at this time, aiming straight at the giant, his sword absolute, changing shape. The giant's 2 hands were as big as a mountain. At this moment, Vincent raised his sword and slashed forward. The sword slash went straight through, cutting the giant in half. The sword did not stop in place, it continued to slash towards the remaining giant in a straight line. With a bang, the giant in front of Julian was cut in half. Looking at the light in front of him, Julian was scared. Why didn't it stop? Julian screamed miserably, please help me. Boom, a giant mushroom appeared in the air, smoke and fire exploded. The 2 giants were slashed away. Sand and dust flew everywhere. Anbota spoke up in surprise, he had defeated those 2 giants. With just 1 slash of the sword, old Se Khan was astonished. Ho Se rolled his eyes and said speechlessly, he and gone, that's it. Va Golf smiled proudly and nodded and said, yes, that was Vincent's deadly technique. Absolute sword. Vincent, after defeating the 2 giants, smiled with satisfaction, as expected, even reaching the absolute sword, God cannot be defeated. Julian stood still, his whole body trembling. Julian angrily rushed forward, grabbed Vincent's neck and asked, what are you talking about? You're not sure, are you? Vincent smiled and said, I can't defeat God. Julian still said without anger, even so, do you know how scared I am? At this moment, Vincent seemed to realize something, his eyes widened, I was just thinking in my head, how could Julian hear? The voices of 2 people, Ha Mon and Zai Den, came from behind. Vin, is there anyone else here? Vincent and Julian were startled. Vincent quickly waved his hand and said, it's okay, let's prepare to leave. Vincent walked in front of the blue light and said expectantly, I'll save my absolute sword for this. The last thing that absolutely needs to be destroyed. Absolutely, the sword is stuck straight into the light. Vincent's hand picked up the sword and slashed, that is, the entire space was hidden by magic. Before the astonished eyes of Cement and Ham. The bright area was cut into many pieces. Vincent heroically raised his sword to the sky. The sky was also torn apart, completely revealing the light of hope. The old man had a stiff face and stammered, magic dungeon. It's been destroyed. The old man was very enthusiastic and quickly ordered his subordinates behind him, hey, check the spell again, there seems to be something wrong. Va Golf gently placed his hand on his shoulder and said indifferently, no need, he wondered, what? Va Golf gently told the truth, Vincent's sword, can cut through magic. On the outside he seemed calm, but inside he was also very surprised, but I didn't expect that you could destroy the entire dungeon like that. Looking at Vincent in front again, in addition to his swordsmanship, I am also very impressed with his creative solution. Impossible, Anboda suddenly shouted loudly. Anboda questioned and said, it is very rare for people to be able to destroy a dungeon on their own. We have underestimated young Master Vincent. Brother Ho smirked and objected, there was a rule prohibiting this action, besides Vincent, no one had ever tried to do so. But, he took out the magical stone and said, why is a Magus commander of the Mages Association, a neutral party like you, so angry? Act like this is your business. Zai Den held the treasure chest in front of her brother and said excitedly, City Lord. Here's the treasure chest. Amon behind me also chimes in, Vincent has one, right? Over here, the old man couldn't accept this truth and muttered, no, not yet. The old man's face twisted and he said, the first stage is just for you to show off your strength, who finishes first has no effect at all. Although the sword he possesses can cut through magic very amazingly, but that's all. Young Master Ca Gon's attack is not over yet, there is only a bang, a huge foot stepping on it, strongly to the ground. During the remaining time, if the Master of the Kagan continues to perform martial arts, a large giant appears in front of the Kagan. Then victory will belong to the Samian family. Vincent heard these words and walked in front of old Seekin, if so. Ca Gon will end this phase quickly, Vincent coldly declared. The old man looked panicked, not believing what he heard. This is the end of this stage, what are you? Vincent turned around and said, Lieutenant, the dungeon I entered wasn't created using synthetic elements. Va Golf thought for a moment, then nodded and said, that's right. The environment is assumed to be balanced in nature, so the synthetic elements are obscured and just now, you entered one of the 2 clone dungeons. Vincent looked at old Sei Khan and asked, have I destroyed a clone dungeon? He nodded and replied, yes. Vincent immediately changed his face and questioned, so where did the mana that created my dungeon go? If a stream of water flows in 2 directions, and we block off one direction, then on the other side, the water will flow violently. Following that, the giant suddenly went crazy, his whole body seemed to become several times stronger. Ca Gon's face was surprised, what the hell, that giant? Ka Gon felt that the giant monster's power had multiplied. Immediately, a giant monster rushed forward. Strike a blow towards him. Faced with that situation, Ka Golf calmly said, even though it seemed to have gotten stronger, its intelligence was probably still the same. With that simple attack, you will definitely lose your hand, have you forgotten? Having finished speaking, Ka Gon used the wind to dissolve, frantically slashing wildly at the monster. Beautiful, sharp slashes were launched. Immediately, its fingers were cut off. Suddenly, Ka Golf's face looked a bit frightened, he silently wondered, absurdly, has it grown to this level? At this moment, the angry giant monster threw a punch down. Its expression could not hide its anger. The punch radiated immense power, causing the ground to turn upside down. Ka Gon's small body had to stagger, unable to stand firmly on the ground. He silently said in surprise, something must have affected it, because otherwise, how could a monster that was about to die suddenly become so strong? Ka Gon lay flat on the ground, helplessly looking at the monster about to attack him. He cursed angrily, damn it, I didn't have time to adjust my posture. At the same time, there was a timely sound of drumming. Thanks to that sound, it attracted the giant monster's attention. Seo Bai Ra shouted loudly, he was looking this way, you go find that box quickly. Si Den heard this, quickly ran away and replied, okay, leave it for me. Seo Bai repeatedly banged the drum and shouted, over here, damn ugly guy. As expected, the monster turned towards Seo Bai Ra. At this moment, she ran away with the drum in her hand and shouted loudly, follow me. Seo Bai Ra silently said to herself, you're very lucky, Ka Gon, if Vincent hadn't told me to try my best, I wouldn't have helped you arrogant bastard. Suddenly, something unusual happened that made Seo Bai feel uneasy. A fierce bang rang out, the force of which knocked Seo Bai flying far away. She fell on the ground and the drum fell out of her reach. Seo Bai opened her eyes and closed her eyes to consider the situation. She wondered, what is it this time? Seeing the original giant monster appear in front of you. Making Seo Bai Ra surprised, the original giant still hasn't died. Seo Bai was so small standing in front of the giant monster that she could only stand still and watch. Suddenly the giant monster was angry, it raised its huge hand high. Aim towards Seo Bai Ra and take action. She saw that the situation was not right and quickly shouted, wait, it seems like something is wrong. On the other side, Kagon swung his sword and slashed the monster's neck, saying in a proud tone, how dare you treat me like this? How dare you sabotage my performance? Blood Red Brother, Final Consciousness. Kagon uses his ultimate move, using blood to attack monsters. One blow left a large hole in its chest. Ka-Golf's blow was so decisive and agile that the giant monster had no time to react. Just like that, Kagon only used one sword to injure it. Seo Bai witnessed this scene and couldn't help but exclaim in surprise, he destroyed them both with just one sword move. From the beginning, Ka-Golf has been extremely excellent, he didn't just let the giant live to add drama to his performance, but also to maintain his physical strength. Over here, Kagon angrily asked silently, how dare you ruin my plans? I will never forgive you, think calmly. Even though I exposed my inappropriate behavior, I still succeeded in completing the challenge. Finding the chest, I even left a good impression at the end. Even if I did poorly, my performance would definitely still be better than Vinchen. Kagon walked out to face Vinchen. At this time, Vinchen smiled sarcastically and said, you're out late. Looking at your expression, I bet you like my gift very much. Seeing Vinchen already waiting here, Kagon exclaimed in surprise, Vinchen. You finished first, wait, gift, what do you mean? Vinchen then smiled and replied, I have a friend who is quite good at magic, thanks to them, I was able to overload the mana in your dungeon. Hearing these words, Ka-Golf silently wondered, was it his plan to make the giants crazy? Could it be that he was toying with him from the beginning? Thinking of everything, Kagon calmly sighed. Then he pretended to be kind and replied, I admit defeat, I was shallow in my assessment of you, Vinchen. But from now on, things will be different, because I'm starting to see you as a real friend. As soon as he finished speaking, Vinchen proudly replied, well, I'm looking forward to this, my friend. When Brother Ho saw this atmosphere, she silently exclaimed, if the two of them just decide who is the winner, then why the hell is choosing a judge? Then, he loudly announced, thus, the winner is Cadet Vinchen Adenka. The next challenge will be held 3 days later. Seo Bai Ra breathed a sigh of relief and replied, fortunately, Vinchen won. Suddenly Ka-Golf came and spoke, so she was here. It's thanks to you that I was able to complete it, without you, I would have looked like an idiot, the cadet representative said. At this moment, Seo Bai shyly looked at his hand and replied, yes. In her mind, she silently wondered, why is that? I don't know why, but my instincts told me not to shake his hand. Standing and waiting for too long, Ka-Golf quickly said, my hand was a bit tired. Hearing this, Seo Bai Ra quickly replied, sorry. Then, she quickly shook his hand. After finishing, Kagon happily said goodbye, then, I'm going. This made her confused, so she hesitantly replied, yes, take care. Seo Bai secretly wondered if he really came to thank her. On this side, Ka-Golf's mischievous eyes were clearly visible. He chuckled and said, goodbye, the cadet representative Seo Bai. At this time, night had fallen and covered the city. In a certain forest, a spirit beast was flying freely in the starry sky. Sari is currently focusing on cultivating mana in that forest. Suddenly there was a loud call, she shouted, causing her to quickly open her eyes. I saw Ju-sun tiredly carrying a large sack on his back and panting, saying, I'm here. Seeing Ju-sun, Sari was excited and quickly ran closer. Ju-sun put the sack on the ground, looking tired and said, these are her food and clothes. Seeing these things, Sari quickly asked, what happened at the friendly meeting? Is the young master okay? Ju-sun replied confidently, with my help, of course he would win. His opponent voluntarily surrendered. Hearing this, Sari breathed a sigh of relief and replied, luckily. Seeing her attitude, Ju-sun wondered and asked, is training here difficult? Sari said, well, when I was in the city, I couldn't concentrate due to being distracted by the young master, and the Tai we said it would be better for me to practice here, because I could communicate with the spirits of the snowy mountains. Ju-sun was curious and asked further, you said you are suitable to be a spirit mage, right? Sari nodded and replied, I have to find a spirit soon to sign a contract. At this level I can only control one, but I like many spirits. Suddenly, a cry for help echoed not far away. The series was startled and quickly turned around to look. She was confused and asked, Ju-sun, what did you say? As soon as she finished speaking, Ju's son quickly replied, "No, I didn't say anything." The cry for help kept echoing in the Siri's head. She looked up at the sky and exclaimed, "Who is that voice?" On the other side, Seo Bai's group happily clinked glasses to celebrate. Seo Bai said excitedly, "For Vincent's victory, let's drink, even if it's just juice." Hearing these words, they happily raised their glasses to toast. Vincent shyly replied, "I'm only 1 point better than him, is there a need to be so noisy?" As soon as he finished speaking, Seo Bai burst out laughing and replied, "What's the point? In the history of Adenka, that's an achievement." Even though as Ka Golf's supporter I shouldn't have said that, Vincent quickly continued, "No, you were the most important factor in my victory." This statement made Seo Bai confused and did not understand anything. Vincent quickly explained further, "Because I believe he will be very helpful to Ka Golf. Ka Golf and I may be at the same martial arts level, but you play a very important role in Ka Golf's victory. So even if Ka Golf doesn't accept this result, when the evaluation is finished, I will still have an advantage." Hearing these words, Seo Bai gasped and exclaimed, "That's great, you had it all planned out, huh? Anyway, if I have the chance, I'll help you next time, because I'm the 9th level cadet representative." Having finished speaking, Vincent quickly replied, "Okay, I believe you, Seo Bai." After that, Vincent and Seo Bai clasped hands together to show their mutual trust. Suddenly Vincent's eyes showed surprise. He grabbed Seo Bai's arm tightly and observed carefully. This made Seo Bai confused, so he called out, "Vincent." At this time, Vincent looked frightened and silently asked, "No way, here, when?" "This is Samian's sealing chain." Vincent asked eagerly, "Did something happen to Samian, was it physical contact?" Hearing this, Seo Bai stammered and replied, I shook hands with Ka Golf, he wanted to thank me for my help." It seems Vincent has understood everything. He silently cursed, "Ka Golf, this bastard." Julian wondered and asked, "What is a chain seal?" Vincent gritted his teeth and replied, "It's called a chain seal, but it's more like a curse." Chain seal, a skill that slowly suppresses the opponent's mana, causing them to slowly die. "Ka Golf, are you that despicable?" Julian asked further, "Do you know how to solve it?" As soon as he finished speaking, Vincent quickly replied, "First we have to see what type of chain seal this is. Depending on the type, there will be different ways to resolve it." He clenched Seo Bai's hand and shouted loudly, "Let's practice together at dawn every day." Hearing this, Seo Bai shyly blushed and said, "Every day," Vincent replied, "starting from tomorrow." The words made Seo Bai surprised and unable to close her mouth. She reluctantly replied, "Okay." After that, Vincent went alone into the deep forest, leaning his back against the tree trunk. Pondering for a moment, he said that if he directly placed the curse on her, Julian continued, then surely he was very confident that no one would find out. Vincent worriedly said, "Since you don't know about it either, this chain seal must have been erased from history like the absolute sword heaven or demon body." Julian enthusiastically expressed, "Maybe we should still keep it a secret first, with Seo Bai Ra as well." At this moment, Vincent silently told himself, "I will not forgive you, Ka Golf. You actually used black magic on an unrelated person." After a while of waiting, Seo Bai Ra finally appeared. She shyly called Vincent, "Sorry, I'm late, it took me a while to prepare." "How do I look okay?" Seeing Seo Bai's new appearance, Julian and Vincent couldn't help but be surprised. Vincent was confused and asked, "Why did he dress like that during practice?" These words made Julian sigh helplessly and complain, "Were you a monk in your past life or something?" Vincent was confused and asked further, "Why are you suddenly teasing me like that, Julian?" As soon as the words ended, Julian explained, "She likes you, don't you realize it, over here?" Seo Bai looked sad and silently wondered, "Shouldn't I be getting ready?" Hearing Julian's words, Vincent exclaimed in panic, "But she's still young. 500 years ago we were 29, how could I recognize the feelings of a 14-year-old girl?" After that, Seo Bai spoke loudly, "So let's practice, Vincent. You called me here because you had a plan, right?" Vincent replied, "Yes, meditate first." Right after that, Vincent grabbed Seo Bai's hands tightly. He said, "Just keep rotating the mana through the acupuncture points on the body like this, tell me if you feel anything strange." Seo Bai Ra innocently replied, "It's just meditation, what's so strange?" As soon as he finished speaking, Vincent gasped and quickly replied, "No, that's all I said, keep going." He secretly felt that the flow was so intermittent, couldn't she feel it? It seemed like she had lost a lot of feeling or imagination while practicing like that. Julian wondered and asked, "What are you thinking, can you resolve it?" Vincent felt the power of the chain seal slowly flowing out of Seobai's body. He looked tense and said, "No. It's stronger than we think, we can't resolve it ourselves." These words made Julian panic and ask, "Why, so what are you going to do now?" Vincent thought for a moment and then replied, "To create a chain seal like this. Usually a heart from an animal, spirit or living person is used. He is definitely hiding the sacrifice somewhere in the snowy mountains, just find it and release it and the chain seal will be broken. If you can't do it, Seobai Ra will die in 3 days." This statement made Julian exclaim in shock, who just said, 3 days. "I know it's a bit heartless to say this, but the friendly meeting is my priority, the second phase will begin in 3 days, we have to prepare carefully." Vincent sadly said, "Julian, I hope you realize which is more important, those who only stubbornly pursue their goals will gradually lose their people. For example, if we still had comrades who were destroyed by Samians, we wouldn't have died instantly." Suddenly, Seobai wondered and asked, "Vincent, shall we continue? I'm tired." As soon as he finished speaking, Vincent was startled and quickly replied, "Sorry, then that's okay for today." On the way back, Julian kept asking, "But how do you know so much about that curse? Were you once a black magician?" Vincent said, "No, I have experienced the same thing. When I was imprisoned, they sealed my mana. I heard that at that time they used the heart of a prisoner on death row." Hearing these words, Julian expressed pity and exclaimed, "Your life is really bad." Vincent coldly replied, "There is still something to say." Julian wondered further, "But what did you do that you were imprisoned for 10 years? Vincent said, "Because of the battle with Kajin." He was so busy talking that he didn't notice that Seobai Ra was tired and stumbling backwards. Hearing the noise, Vincent and Julian looked in panic. Seeing Seobai Ra collapse on the ground and fainted, Vincent quickly ran to help her and called out loudly, "Seobai." After that, Seobai Ra was taken to the treatment room. The doctors said, "We have checked, and let her rest. But this is the first time I've seen symptoms like this, I don't think we can do anything for her anymore. Chavin suggested that you should send her to the Gaia temple in the capital." At this moment, Vincent fell into deep thought. Could the priest in the capital be able to undo the chain seal? It had already been erased from history. It was probably impossible, and it was growing too fast, she probably wouldn't even be able to make it there in time. Vincent hurriedly begged, "Sir Chavin, please take good care of Seobai Ra." Seeing his unusual attitude, Chavin quickly asked in confusion, "Cadet, what are you doing?" Vincent didn't bother to answer, he turned around and left, silently saying, "There's only one way left. Find the sacrifice used to create the chain seal, in this snowy mountain." Seeing that Vincent was about to make a crazy decision, Chavin shouted in fear, "What are you doing, Cadet Vincent?" At this time, Vincent jumped down below the snowy mountain. He silently told himself, "No, Samian. I won't lose anyone else to your dirty tricks." Inside the forest in the snowy mountains, Ceres is looking for something alone. She whispered, someone was calling for help. It seemed like the voice of a soul, but it sounded too far away. Suddenly there was a breeze that made the Ceres exclaim, "This wind." In the blink of an eye, Vincent appeared in front of the Ceres. Seeing the Ceres here, he was surprised and asked, "What are you doing here?" After that, the two of them walked and talked, knowing everything that was going on. Ceres wondered, "Are you using a sacrifice in the curse?" Vincent replied, "Yes, it was sealed somewhere on the mountain, this snowy mountain." Ceres curiously asked what they usually used for sacrifice. Vincent explained that it was usually small objects that were easy to hide, a small animal or something. Hearing these words, the Ceres suddenly expressed surprise and exclaimed, "A soul." Seeing that her face was a bit troubled, Vincent apologized. He said, "I was in a hurry so I spoke nonsense." As soon as he finished speaking, Ceres calmly replied, "Young master, I think I can help you." This can't help but make Vincent a bit surprised. On this side, the chain seal is gradually corroding Seobai's body. Time cannot delay any further. Vincent hugged the Ceres and jumped high. The two of them looked determined to accompany each other on this journey. Ceres pointed forward and shouted, "Young master, over there." I heard it in the middle of that crack. After that, Vincent immediately turned around and replied, "Okay." Soon, Vincent brought the Ceres to the place where the sound came from, asking for help. Ceres continuously shouted loudly, asking, "Where are you? I'm here to help you." Vincent followed behind and silently said, "It's not that I don't believe in the series. But Seobai Ra doesn't have much time left, I can't just stay here." After thinking about it, he quickly said, "Serial, there's not much time left, if it's here, then I will destroy this entire area to destroy the chain seal." Suddenly Vincent saw Seri thoughtfully taking something from the ground. A soul glowed in her hand. Seri said, "The soul, it was sealed just like Seobai Ra. So cruel, is there any way to help him?" Vincent sadly replied, "Unfortunately I have no choice. Since it became a sacrifice, it no longer has the ability to survive, giving it a peaceful death is best." The series looks at the soul and cannot help but pity its small fate. Then the miserable series said, "No, young master, there is a way." Immediately, the series sat down, she muttered the spell. Witnessing this scene, Vincent gasped and exclaimed, "This is," Julian continued, "a soul contract. If the series signs a contract with that soul, the higher level contract will destroy the chain seal." At the same time, the chain seal began to show signs of cracking. Immediately, the soul was unsealed. Seeing freedom, the series was so moved that he burst into tears and said, "The curse has been lifted." Vincent happily said, "Thank you, Series, you're great." Series looked at him affectionately and replied, "Really, I just helped you, right, young master?" Suddenly a mysterious force appeared. "Now," he said, "luckily." Hearing the noise, Vincent quickly looked to observe. He quickly rushed forward. "Use the sword in your hand to slash the wall." Because of the object, the wall immediately cracked. Having finished processing, Vincent loudly asked, "Who are you, and what are you doing here?" From inside the dark night, a voice answered, "You are, Vincent, what do you think you are doing? How dare you?" Interfered with the traditional ritual of Samian, Kagal walked out in front of Vincent with a fierce expression. He said, "You better have a good reason, Vincent." Seeing Kagan, Vincent angrily responded, "You dare to appear alone, Kagan, Samian." Ka-Golf proudly said, "Vincent, I'm not sure if you can recognize it, but you just destroyed the traditional ritual of the Samian house. In other words, who just showed a hostile attitude towards that Samian family. Put that thing down and go away, in exchange I will forgive you this time." As soon as the words ended, Vincent bitterly shouted back, "How dare you call it an exchange, when you're trying to kill Seobai?" Kagan raised his hand to scratch his head, he sighed and said, "Really, you already know." Looking at his arrogant attitude, Vincent couldn't help but be surprised. Ka-Golf smiled and said, "As you know, Vincent, there is a class that when you were born." Before he could finish speaking, Vincent frowned and asked, "Class, what do you mean?" He smiled sarcastically and said, "Just like you and me, some people are born with the burden of destiny on their shoulders, but others don't know where they are. We are different from those people, and for anyone who dares to cross that line." Looking at Ka-Golf's deceitful face, Vincent couldn't hold back his resentment. Kagan recalls the image of Seobai Ra and warns, "How dare you destroy my plan? I will not forgive you, must be punished." Of course, someone of your class understands that, right? This is our law. As soon as he finished speaking, Vincent angrily swung his sword at Ka-Golf. When the sharp blade was pressed against his neck, he just calmly smiled smugly. Vincent said, "You have never changed, since 500 years ago." Hearing this, Ka-Golf exclaimed in surprise, "What?" Vincent continued, "Don't act like you don't know, Ka-Golf Samian, your rules are wrong, at least for me." Suddenly Ka-Golf burst out laughing and exclaimed, "Those eyes are great, because your eyes are so great, I don't think we can become friends. To see who is right in the end. At the friendly match." Kagan stared at Vincent's eyes and threatened him. Kagan smiled smugly while Vincent calmly did not answer. In another development, the chain seal on Seobai Ra's hand was removed. At the same time, she also slowly opened my eyes. Seobai Ra asked in confusion, "Why am I here?" Chavin shouted in surprise, "Ca span Seobai Ra, are you okay?" Suddenly Vincent rushed in and shouted, "Sir Chavin, how is Seobai?" Seeing Vincent's attitude made Seobai gasp. Chavin quickly replied, "Cadet Vincent, he just woke up." Vincent ran over and held Seobai's hand to observe and said, "Give me your hand and let me see." He silently exclaimed, the sealing chain had disappeared. It's better. Faced with this situation, Seobai was confused and didn't understand what was going on. Chavin said shyly, "Anyway, Cadet Vincent, there are only 2 days left until the second round, shouldn't you get ready?" As soon as the words ended, Vincent smiled and replied, "Yes, I have prepared, I cannot lose to someone like Ka Golf. In his mind, Vincent silently told himself that, in round 2, we will face the real monster, the battle of conquest. In the main Citadel Adenka building. Night has fallen. On the newspaper pages it was written, shocking news at the friendly meeting, the first victory of the Adenka family in 5 years, who is Vincent Adenka. Reading these lines of news, the 4 great elders of Adenka, Dagolf Adenka could not help but exclaim in surprise, this is, really? The 4 great elders of Adenka Phi and Nen replied, yes, even if the Samian family had acted disruptively, it would not have helped him win. Dagolf wondered, did they put pressure on Luke Top Radio? Elder Adenka replied, I thought it was better to have him than nothing, but he has matured. As soon as he finished speaking, he angrily hit the table. He shouted loudly, is this the time to joke? Dagolf expressed exclamation, you startled me. The concubine then asked, is there a problem? The old man wearing a backpack. The old man with the bell said that the elders are the representatives of strength, the ones who have held the power of the Adenka family for 500 years, with the exception of the last 25 years. Khan Adenka, before this bastard held the position of homeowner. That bastard didn't even bother to hide his dislike for the elders since he was young, and now he's sitting firmly on the householder's chair little by little. Phi Donan continued, that's exactly why, we are supporting the eldest son and second daughter as heirs. The eldest son is a singer, full of ambition. And the second daughter, wearing Na, has nothing in her eyes but martial arts. Haven't you forgotten that the plan is to make one of us the head of the house, to be our puppet? The beggar frowned and replied, you have thought about it. What if, Vincent wins the Samian house? The 7th child, especially that annoying Sava Na woman, we have no family to influence this child, which means we cannot control him. And not long ago, the Khan's name was engraved with the name Vincent, and the sword it carries now is the blood lotus, used when the Khan was young. Dagon was confused and asked, so what, the old man wearing a bib, what do you mean? The beggar calmly replied, now. Khan is using Vincent as a sword against us, the elders. These words made the 3 elders remain silent. Dao Beck continued, we can't let Vincent win more. Dagolf was confused and asked, but how? Phi Danen continued, do you have any ideas? Hilo Van calmly replied, I think we should send a letter to Samian's house. The content is that the Adenka family will not consider the Samian family's rule-breaking behavior in round 1 to be a problem. Hearing this, the beggar replied in surprise, the elder T. Lo Van, he is. Before he could finish his sentence, T. Lo Van continued, however, round 2 will be held under the Adenka family. 2 days later, the arena was set up for a friendly meeting, and the elder brother loudly announced, here we go, we will begin the second round of a friendly meeting to compete between 2 families. Round 2 is a battle of conquest, with only one rule. Take care of the monster in front of you in the shortest possible time. The monster facing him is a man of fluids, carrying a long mountain of animal bones. Extremely powerful attack from the liquid core. A noise rang out, Ka Golf disappeared. This made the monster surprised. Va Golf gasped, he disappeared. Ho Ca calmly replied, no. Look above, Ka Golf appears from above. Rush towards the monster's head. At this moment, Ka Gon proudly smiled and said, 6 Ca, opening chapter. Then, he used the flashing moonlight to deal with it. With just one swing of the sword, Ka Golf cut the monster in half. At the same time, the clock also rang signaling the end of time. Va Gon loudly announced, 14 o'clock, 86 seconds, his brother standing next to him couldn't help but exclaim in surprise, what, so fast? This is a new record. 20 seconds ahead of the lady. My god, it didn't take 20 seconds, Samian's house is so classy. Standing on the glorious victory, Ka Golf proudly said to himself, how is it, Vincent? This is when I get serious, it won't be like the first round anymore. Then, he arrogantly declared, what I cut next? It will be you, Vincent. At this time, Vincent confidently stepped out. Julian wondered, how to break this record. Vincent calmly replied, don't worry, Julian, if it's about speed, I won't lose. I will destroy it from its very beginning. Seeing Vincent appear, his brother happily said, Cadet Vincent is the candidate of the Adenka family to start. Va Golf asked, are you ready? As soon as he finished speaking, Vincent immediately pulled out his sword and replied, of course. Receiving the answer, the elder brother announced that round 2 for the Adenka family would begin. Dad, Vinchen suddenly saw that there was something unusual about the monster. He silently wondered, wait, that translator name seems a bit strange. On the other side, Phi Danen wondered, what did he do? Thilo Van calmly took a sip of tea and replied, nothing. As soon as he finished speaking, Phi Danen laughed and replied, you don't have to lie, I know you did something in the second round, right? Thilo Van laughed and said, no, really, I didn't do anything with the monster that Vinchen had to confront. I don't use any magic or potions, it's the same as the name with the same name as young Master Ka Golf. Just starve it for 2 days. A normal swordsman wouldn't pay attention if he did that, but a starved monster would become a bit more violent. That was enough for that kid to not be able to destroy it quickly. Julian said nervously, he was hungry, are you sure? Vinchen replied, his eyes full of blood, he was definitely crazy from hunger. Julian panicked and quickly said, we should propose postponing this challenge. But it was too late, the starting sound rang out. Immediately the monster was released. Faced with this situation, Vinchen thought to himself, I have to keep my distance from it, but if I avoid it, I can't break Ka Golf's record. Then, Vinchen closed his eyes and spread his arms wide. Brother Ho looked panicked and shouted loudly, what are you doing, Vinchen? And I was so worried that I shouted loudly and dodged quickly. At this moment, the ferocious monster rushed to attack. Immediately, drops of blood splashed everywhere. Just like that, Vinchen was injured by the monster. Witnessing this scene, his brother was speechless. I only saw Vinchen in pain as the spear pierced his chest. Right after that, the sword in Vinchen's hand reacted slightly. He proudly said, thank you, thanks to you I can shorten the time. Vinchen held the sword tightly in his hand, he said, if you stab so deeply. I don't need to use control skills, now take my thunder. As soon as he finished speaking, the monster screamed in pain and eerie sounds. Vinchen's scary eyes said, the blessed characteristics of great thunder. Immediately, Vinchen strengthened the thunder. An explosion rang out, shocking the whole world. Va Golf shouted enthusiastically, what the hell, we need to call a healer. Brother Ho calmly said, Va Golf, let's check Vinchen's achievements first. Remember when Vinchen once said that if I participated in the contest with the intention of losing to Samian's family, it would go against Adenka's wishes. Hu brother secretly thought to himself, even so, I didn't think he would try so hard. Is he ready to die so he can defeat the Samian family? And Gon declared loudly, 5.39 minutes. Cadet Vinchen won. Che Vin saw that Vinchen was seriously injured, he panicked and ran closer and called out, young Master Vinchen, that's a serious injury, hurry up. We have to pull the spear out first, and at the signal from me, pull out the spear, and we will heal the wound at the same time. 1, 2, 3, immediately, the spear was pulled out under the witness of everyone, including Ka Golf. Seeing this scene, he was confused and muttered to himself why he chose such a barbaric way to risk his life. At this time, the doctors were working together to treat Vinchen's wound. In contrast to the pain, Vinchen smiled provocatively and looked towards Ka Golf. Seeing that attitude, he couldn't hold back his anger and cursed, damn it. Hu Ji loudly declared, this closed the second round. Please leave immediately, we have to move the injured. I almost forgot, the third round will continue in 3 days. After making the announcement, they immediately returned to the palace. Inside the carriage, there was a mysterious person who said, that boy is the son of Savannah. I look forward to meeting him. On this side, hiding his tired face, he lamented that he had sincerely applied because he heard that this was an easy job, and it was like that until it really happened. Before he arrived, young Master Vinchen, hearing this confession, he laughed and replied, I don't know what else to say. But, thanks to you, the hole in my chest has healed, as if by miracle. As soon as he finished speaking, Che Vin quickly interrupted and replied, no. I am not the owner of this wooden symbol, to do that is impossible at my level, but for the owner of this card. Vinchen was surprised and asked, what does it mean? Che Vin explained that, I think you experienced something like a miracle, the healing ability of a second-level monk is very miraculous. Therefore, the owner of this symbol will also have the ability to miraculously heal. But because I am a 5th-level monk, my healing ability is limited, it can only be stitched and bandaged. Obviously, his heart has not fully recovered. Dear young Master Vinchen, if you overexert yourself before it has fully recovered, you may no longer be able to use the mana. Suddenly, a brother rushed in from outside and shouted loudly, Vinchen, you've finished your treatment, right, so let's go eat. Hearing these words, Vinchen gasped in surprise and quickly asked again, what do you mean, City Lord, what are you talking about? Hosea shouted loudly and replied, brother and sister, the head and wife of the Adenka and Samian families are here. Samian's side invited him and the homeowner to have a meal. After that, Vinchen and the homeowner Khan went to the living room. He thought to himself, dinner invitation from Samian, what are they plotting? Suddenly there was a greeting from far away, long time no see, Khan. It's been a year, hasn't it? Van Kia happily walked closer to the owner Khan. She continued, nice to meet you, Vinchen. A sumptuous dinner table has been prepared. They sat at the table together, enjoying dinner together. Van Kia gently said, you can eat it, Vinchen, these dishes are all specialties from Samian. Vinchen calmly replied, yes, thank you. Looking at the woman sitting in front of him, Vinchen silently said, so that person is Vi Kia Samian. Like her father, her appearance is typical of the Samian family. Steadfast is one of the rulers of the mainland. Suddenly, Van Kia pointed the knife at the Adenka homeowner and said, Khan, you have become quite petty as you get older. The homeowner was confused and asked, what do you mean? Van Kia replied, where did you hide it? Such a lovely thing for so long. At this time, Vinchen was attracted to the knife that Van Kia was holding in his hand. Angrily, he quickly kicked his chair back and stood up. Vinchen angrily pulled out his sword in a defensive position. Seeing that action, Van Kia silently exclaimed that this boy could react to the aura he secretly emitted. At this time, Vinchen silently said with a frowning face, she is very strong. The intention of death makes me believe I will die, and that aura is sharp enough to cut me into a million pieces. She is a truly terrible swordsman. After that, Van Kia laughed and praised, you have a good feeling. She silently said, I hope to be able to fight someone like this. Vinchen sweated profusely and replied, thank you. The owner Khan coldly asked, why are you smiling? Vinchen replied, because the Samian family is very strong. The old man asked further, did you feel that aura? Vinchen nodded and replied, yes. At this time, the owner Khan looked at Ka Golf who was sitting quietly next to him. This made him startled. Ka Golf saw the act of giving fork towards me. He pretended to be stupid and asked, do you have a problem? Hearing these words, the head of the Khan family calmly raised his handkerchief to wipe his mouth and replied, young master Ka Golf is quite polite. He was quite polite when he did not draw his sword at the dining table. Van Kia glanced at Ka Golf and advised, don't worry son, feel free to eat. Vinchen wondered and asked, Julian, what are they doing? As soon as he finished speaking, Julian said, yes, I hesitated a bit. But they were having an aura battle to see who had the more overwhelming aura, which were the two householders who ruled the continent. After finishing the meal, Van Kia went up to the city gate and looked down. She said, give me your useless child, he's grown up quite well, hasn't he? The owner Khan replied, my prodigy has been overwhelmed. These words made Van Kia laugh and say, I've caught you. Suddenly she quieted down for a moment to think. Van Kia said, there are people with bad intentions. How dare they interfere in a friendly meeting when you and the head of the family and the wives of both families are witnessing? The homeowner Khan replied, are they the elders of Samian? As soon as he finished speaking, Van Kia smiled and replied, you are half right, I believe that in the first round there was the involvement of Samian elders. But the second round is the elders of your family. I believe that the four great elders of Adenka are plotting something. And the target is Vinchen, although there may be more options, but they want to eradicate variables like Vinchen as soon as possible. What do you think about this situation? Do you think that your child, who looks like Savannah, will win in the third round? The homeowner Khan pondered for a moment and then replied, now he can only say one thing. The Adenka family will definitely surpass the Samian family. Van Kia laughed mockingly, are you talking about that wish? If it hasn't come true in 500 years, then it's time to give up. So what about intervention from the elders? How will you stop them? The owner Khan said, no one on this continent can survive, after cheating before my eyes. Nothing will be able to stop Vinchen's victory in round 3. Van Kia frowned, he said as if, I'm sure Vinchen will win Gone, if nothing unexpected happens. Homeowner Khan suddenly remembered what Vinchen said, I promise to return victorious, father. He smiled full of confidence and said, my son has promised that he will return victorious. The next day, the third round friendly meeting was held. The stands were crowded with spectators. The voices of discussion made the atmosphere of the match become exciting, yet the Adenka family won the whole match, round 1 and round 2, but the real battle is in round 3, when they actually face each other. I guess the Samian family will try to win at any cost because their honor has been damaged. I wonder if the Adenka family can have another winner after this lady. Look, it's Van Kia Samian. Sitting next to him was Khan Sao. There were 2 martial arts masters representing this era present. Bang! A clash of 2 swords rang out. Below the arena, Vincent and Xie Gan raised their swords to touch each other. Ho Xie stood in the middle and announced that the match had been expected by everyone for a long time. Prepare. Begin. As soon as the words ended, the audience's cheers rang out loudly. Julian worriedly asked again, "Brother, you still haven't forgotten our current conditions, right?" Vincent nodded, "I know. My damaged heart can only withstand the most, 1 slash of the absolute move. We must find his loopholes, and win in a single blow. Start with." Great thunder to test him. After thinking about it, Vincent proactively attacked. He swung his sword and slashed a bolt of lightning forward. When Xie Gan saw it, he didn't even bother to avoid it, but rather sarcastically said, "Is that a big lightning?" I just saw him raise his hand. Then a stream of golden lightning shot out from his hand. Repel Vincent's moves. When he saw that, he was surprised. What a lightning bolt. Xie Gan flashed a sarcastic smile, challenging like that. Unfortunately, Vincent. I thought I had to burn him to ashes to be satisfied. As he finished speaking, his whole body radiated red energy. Looking at them, Vincent was surprised. The blood-red mana was burning. Maybe it was. Even though I've tried it, I still can't forget the Samian family's secret mana magic that made me give up. The mana uses its owner's vitality to shine. Non-truth theory. Xie Gan's eyes turned red. He tilted his head and smiled and asked, "It seems like you know what this is. There's no way you wouldn't know, right? Let's see if you know how to disable it." Xie Gan suddenly rushed forward as fast as lightning. Vincent immediately raised his sword forward cautiously. "He's coming. I have to use strengthening magic with Blood Lotus and block that attack." But before he could do so, a sword slashed straight through your left shoulder. Vincent looked at the blood splashing up, his eyes full of surprise. Had he been cut? Xie Gan is like a wind. After slashing his shoulder, Vincent landed behind him. Why is this speed so terrible? How can the Flying Blood Emperor have such an effect? What that child achieved, surpassed even the abilities of the young Kajin. It has not stopped here. Xie Gan continues to turn around and attack. "It seems like you're thinking too much, Vincent." This time, Vincent promptly raised his sword to block. But Xie Gan, with his skyrocketing speed, continuously threw consecutive sword attacks, making it a bit difficult for Vincent to defend. He was full of arrogant and provocative. His arrogant expression in the first and second rounds was thrown to the dogs. "Okay. Why don't you act like you can beat me too? I won't let you swing another sword again." Vincent gritted his teeth and his eyes flashed with lightning. At the same time, Xie Gan slashed the Blood Vu sword. He also used a powerful lightning move to block it. The 2 energy streams intersect, creating friction. A huge commotion erupted, the arena exploded, causing dust and rocks to fly up, obscuring vision. The homeowner's face was expressionless, but his eyes still looked down intently. Van Kia seemed quite comfortable, she even smiled a bit complacently. The arena was severely cracked and the dust slowly dispersed. From within that smoke, a blue light flew out. "That's Vincent." He stepped back after a moment of thought. "The Flying Blood Emperor's might would weaken if the battle dragged on. If I time it right." However, a surprise appeared. Xie Gan jumped up from the dust, swept a crescent-shaped sword towards him and said, "I will not let you rest." Then he lowered his sword. The moon hat slash was performed, a blood-red sword slashed down at Vincent. He glared at it. And then, another huge explosion happened. On the ring, a long crack appeared. Xie Gan landed on the ground. He gritted his teeth and smiled smugly. Laughter burst out loud. He exclaimed happily, "It was so satisfying. This was the result of challenging the Samian family." But at this moment, Vincent's voice rang out, making him immediately stop smiling. "Is that all you have?" In front of him, Vincent held a blood lotus in his hand, but its shape changed slightly. Its whole body emitted a purple aura, as if reinforced by mana, so the sword's body became larger, looking like a sturdy shield. His eyes were unusually sharp, staring at Xie Gan Connector, a Mi Lu Ni sword technique, the third form. Great sword speed treasure. The wooden sword was cut and broken. The man was beaten to the ground, and when he saw the falling sword blade, he was stunned. The wooden sword is broken. Immediately after that, he was kicked in the face. Kajin's legs haven't even been retracted yet, but people are constantly mocking him. It's so boring. How come you have 2 arms and yet you're worse than that armless loser? If that's the case, it's better to give up swordsmanship. Davin sat in the back looking down at the whole scene. He just frowned slightly but didn't say anything. Suddenly, someone came up from behind and asked why the winner had already been decided, but he continued to beat them. Dave turned around and said, "Good job, Milu Ni. The person you told him about was a martial arts master studying under the Samian family, Fan Kana Milula." He smiled and said, "That's so stiff, call me Fan Khan. How many more times do I have to tell you? I met him in the Samian clan's arena, we were just puppets used as a backdrop for Kajin's abilities to shine." Fan Khan put his hands in his pockets and asked, "Do you really think what you said last time? That you will defeat that thing? Defeating a young master whose mere existence is a complete fraud?" Devan breathed a laugh and replied, "Yes, it was a stupid dream, wasn't it?" On the contrary, Fan Khan seemed to trust him. "No. You're the only one who actually tried to defeat Kajin. I think you're the only one who can do that." At that time, Davin thought that Fan Kun was a martial arts master with outstanding talent, a loyal friend, who did not deny his dream, but encouraged him to the end. But he became strong too quickly. On a heavy rainy day, Davin, then an adult, stood before a person who had been hit by countless arrows. The claws of the Samian family. When he became too strong, he fell into the trap set by the Samian elders, and died. But he left me this set of swordsmanship. And now, in the form of Vinchen, he performed it, the sword technique Milu Ni, the third form. The skill is the exact opposite of the Samian clan's moves, consuming very little mana. Sword art Milu Ni, great sword speed treasure. Ca Gon's eyes looked like he couldn't believe it. What kind of swordsmanship was that? Vinchen gave a cold smile and said, "The justice of the Samian family. This is the swordsmanship that belongs to someone who sacrificed his life for it." Ca Gon was only surprised for a moment. He quickly took the sword back and still had the same sarcastic tone. "Is that so? So I'm sure it's a useless skill." This time, he directly threw his sword forward. Vinchen calmly raised his sword in front of him to affirm, "Of course not." Ca Gon's sword combined with Flying Blood Emperor Vu shot straight towards his sword. Ca Gon, after throwing his sword, also rushed forward. He jumped up and down on the Blood Lotus sword's body, and at the same time used force to continue thrusting the sword down. Vinchen immediately raised his sword with the attack Mi Lun to the 7th form to defend. His eyes said deeply, "I will break this cheap skill, easily." Vinchen frowned. Ca Gon maintained the same posture, then used the Flying Blood Emperor Vu sword move, emitting a large stream of energy. Vinchen couldn't help but exclaim, the pressure was so strong, it was as if he was once again facing the Kajin of his youth. "But," Ca Gon screamed like crazy, "my next attack will send you to hell." In that moment, he suddenly disappeared from Vinchen's sight. To your surprise, he disappeared. On the first floor, there was only Vinchen left alone, making everyone confused. The young master of the Samian family had disappeared. He would appear from nowhere like in the second round. Vinchen now smirked, "That's right." Right after that, the horse suddenly appeared and was about to stab him. But Vinchen seemed to predict it and turned to the side. Seeing that he could avoid it, Ca Gon couldn't help but be surprised. How could he predict the direction of the sword? Vinchen now infused mana lightning into the sword, his sharp eyes looking at Ca Gon full of sarcasm, analyzing his every action. He would lower his right foot first. "Now you will move back into the space behind to dodge, right?" Having said that, he swung his sword and slashed down. Ca Gon quickly jumped up. He shouted angrily, "What trick did you use?" Vinchen jumped up and interrupted, "It was because of your arrogant personality, you wanted to stab me from above." The sharp sword he slashed, Ca Gon immediately tilted his head back to avoid it. Vinchen concluded with one sentence, "Doing the opposite wouldn't be difficult," he thought to himself, "Now I'm sure. This kid uses the same strategy as Kajin, normally that means he will be extremely strong, but for me, this has a different meaning. Because in this world, there is no one. I understand Kajin's swordsmanship as well as I do." Being caught by him, Ca Gon became even more frantic. He jumped up and swung his sword wildly, Damn it, die. Vincent calmly stood waiting for him to attack. Kajin is a genius, he can use his power to control any situation, but if something suddenly happens, he can't control it. If so, he will completely lose his reason and attack indiscriminately. Even your weakness is the same. After thinking about it, Vincent raised his sword again and started the first form of the Amy Lu Ni sword technique. The great sword doubles, the small sword becomes larger with a purple halo. On the other side, the singer rushed forward as if he had lost his mind. Vincent's eyes were very serious and challenging. I'm coming. Once again, both of their swords collided, two streams of terrible power gushed out, but it seemed that the purple aura had more power. Before long, it cut off Xie Gan's sword. The broken blade was shot backwards. To his surprise, Xie Gan's blue pupils shrank in disbelief. The stands once again collapsed, his sword was broken, Vincent won, yet the Adenka family was able to win all 3 rounds. It was truly a miracle. Vincent breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately the match ended quickly, because the absolute sword slash was not the only skill that affected his heart. But before you could celebrate, Xie Gan's cold voice rang out, "Don't make me laugh, this round isn't over yet." As he finished speaking, his whole body radiated blue mana, almost stronger than the Bloodless King. The power spreads throughout the field. Vincent frowned and gritted his teeth. What was wrong with his mana? The mana was more concentrated. Xie Gan smirked and said, "Because I'm just a beginner, it might be a bit dangerous, but it's not just you who's hiding tricks." Instantly, the broken sword glowed again, as if it had turned into a new light sword. At this moment, behind him also appeared a giant figure, the upper half of which was human. The lower half is a horse, in that person's hand is a sword. This is the blessing characteristic of the sword Saint K-Sak. Spirit sword. The homeowner Khan also had to say something surprised, that is. It's hard to believe, since when did Xie Gan have another blessing? The holy sword's blessing bestows upon its wielder a skilled swordsman, but when you reach its peak, you will receive another blessing, and the power of that blessing will transform your sword into another form. Xie Gan is at the highest level at the 4-star boundary, so around him, there are 4 circular light spots rotating around him. Vin Blanket was stunned. What is that blessing? You really used all your strength to use the Flying Blood Emperor's power, which will be dangerous for you because you are using an extremely large power. Xie Gan glared, pale green mana seemed to flow out. His speed became faster and faster. In the blink of an eye he swung his sword in front of Vincent and said, "Thank you for taking care of me." Vincent was a bit startled by this move. Does he still have this much strength? But he quickly raised his sword, still using the Mi Lun technique, to defend. The ground could not withstand the strength of both and showed signs of cracking. A strong wind arose, dragging dust and sand all over the stands, causing everyone sitting and watching to struggle to cover their faces. What is it? The wind pressure blew all the way here. Below, Vincent bites the termite to support. However, not long after, the membrane around the blood lotus created by Mi Lun was broken by Xie Gan's holy sword. He smiled coldly and said, "You risked your life during the second match, just to raise his lips. Then I won't care about this life anymore. Even if my body crumbles from fatigue, I will defeat you." Vincent gritted his teeth and thought, well, this kid is exactly like his brother. I will never accept defeat before you. Even if I have to risk my life. Where Vincent's heart suddenly glows. He seemed to have more strength, directly threw away Xie Gan's sword, and the two began a speed battle. Xie Gan lowered his sword. At the same time, Vincent also raised his sword to attack. The two swords continuously touched each other, and the mana stream also collided and rubbed. But in the end, Vincent's Mi Lun swordsmanship was completely broken. Xie Gan laughed loudly and sarcastically, it was broken. But then, a fist suddenly hit the side of his face. Just as he was about to touch that side, Xie Gan immediately raised his elbow to block it. This attack caused him to be sent flying backwards. But Xie Gan quickly regained his balance, put his hands and knees on the ground, and held his body still. Vincent was tired but still did not allow himself to give up, both had reached their physical limit. I'll bet everything on this last attack. Xie Gan stood up straight, as if taking his own blood and sword. Draw a crescent curve and perform the final, blood red song form, the absolute sword. On the other hand, Vincent also used the great thunder blessing given by the giant brain to replace the third form. Both of them performed moves at the same time, one side was full of blood. On one side is a giant thunderbolt. The two moves were almost simultaneous, directly colliding with each other, absolutely gaining more power from the giant thunder. Will cut through the target. And will explode, as Vincent predicted. Gon's move will be penetrated, the great thunder will rush forward with a loud explosion. Sand dust flew up, causing the Gon's vision to be obscured. By the time he could see. Then Vincent swung his sword towards me. He used his final attack to create a blind bomb. In that moment, Gon was helpless and almost unable to avoid it. As for Vincent, hit it down strongly. Look closely, Sami and family, from now on. You will become challengers. Vincent made a strong slash towards Gon's right shoulder holding the sword. He couldn't resist at all, he leaned over and fell down. As a result, young master Gon was unable to continue competing. At that time, Gon's blood shot up. The winner of the third match was Cadet Vincent Adenka. The stands seemed to burst with joy. That was the victory of the Adenka family. It had been so many years. Why did such a talented person only appear now? All around, the name, Vincent, was shouted loudly like thunder. But you, Vincent also looked up at this time. Standing in the middle of the field, surrounded by cheers. He felt like he was back to the Davin he was when he won against Kajin. Vincent tightened his grip on the sword in his hand. Finally, I did it again, he couldn't help but scream loudly. Somewhere, Crystal News also transmitted the match results. Interviews will be conducted after the treatment. Pastors, quickly. Wait, reporter, don't do it. While broadcasting, suddenly the crystal was cut horizontally. The bespectacled elder was so angry that he cursed, damn it. And he believes Lo Van's face is no longer as good as before. On the field, Ryusa proudly asked, so? Young Master Vincent, you've grown up so much. Merlin smiled and replied, I think I lost this bet. In the forest covered with white snow, someone exclaimed, this year's friendly meeting is so interesting. Yes, both young masters are unbelievable, that's right, both are very strong. Daisuken, do you think I can defeat those two people? The other person replied, young master, you are very strong. The family is famous for its spearmanship and is on par with the Adenka and Samian families, descendants of the Vatikan family. Going out, carrying the spear on his shoulder, he pursed his lips and thought, that boy Vincent, I want to fight him so much, is there any way? Suddenly, he thought of something and opened his eyes, oh right. Ra Ven suddenly turned around, pointed the spear at Blood City and said, say Khan, I have a good idea. I'm sure Vincent will stay in the Citadel all the time because he's a cadet. Contact my father, I want to join the Blood Clan. Vincent suddenly opened his eyes, it was dark in front of him. He looked around wondering, this place is not a citadel, I remember defeating Gon, then went to rest, oh my god, where am I? Could this be the world? In my memory. Suddenly, out of nowhere, countless arms sprouted. Then from all sides, iron-armored cavalry appeared. Vincent immediately held his sword and shouted, what is that? Who are these people? No one answered him. But just jump forward and attack. Vincent gritted his teeth and directly took out his sword. They attacked him. He did not show any mercy, so he slashed countless times with his sword. Wherever the sword reached, those people were immediately cut down. Vincent frowned, this feeling was as if the demon spirit of the great demon Davin. Suddenly, Vincent glared as if he saw something. At this moment, in front of him, a figure identical to Kajin appeared. He smirked and stared at him, saying, there you are, one-armed Davin. Vincent frowned and asked, Kajin, what are you doing here? But Kajin did not show any respect, directly swung his sword and slashed, shouted, and disappeared from my sight. Davin. Vincent felt uncomfortable being oppressed by this aura. This mana pressure was so strong that his body couldn't move. Just when he felt helpless, a sword rushed forward. That light rushed forward, penetrating between the two people, blocking Kajin's steps from rushing towards him. Vincent was surprised, that light. I won't let you say anything more. A figure suddenly jumped down in front of him. Vincent was surprised and called out his name, Arslan. He also responded, me. Vincent couldn't help but ask, what was this pile of things, but suddenly a light turned on behind him. Red eyes slowly opened. Then a giant body like a great devil appeared before the two of them. Vincent widened his eyes in confusion, and what else was that? Arslan replied, the great devil is the one who caused this mess. He quickly urged, there's no time left, that bastard has already noticed your presence, you have to recover quickly. Get past Samian's house, and face the truth you left behind. Vincent's eyes were filled with confusion, meaning. But without letting him finish his sentence, Arslan turned around and drew his sword towards the great devil, instructing, "Everything now depends on you." Vincent raised his hand to stop. "Wait, Arslan, I have something, want to ask." However, Arslan had already rushed towards the great demon. Vincent raised his hand and called helplessly, "Arslan. Wait for me, right now, other voices are calling you again, Vincent, are you okay, Vincent?" He suddenly woke up, only to see himself sitting on the bed. Seo Bai appeared worried and asked, "Vincent, are you okay, do you feel unwell anywhere, what's going on?" But right now your mind was still on. Think about the dream from earlier, get past the Samian house, and face the truth. The position of secretary of the Adenka family was left by Arslan himself. "I've overcome the Samian house, but I still can't see the truth." Vincent held his head in disbelief. Could it be that I'm still lacking something to perfect the position of Adenka? Suddenly, the bedroom door opened. The owner Khan came in and said, "Please excuse me, 9th class cadet. Vincent was surprised to see you, father." Everyone else who is afraid of sweating hastily bows and respectfully bows before his glory. He calmly said, "Just for a moment, you guys can relax." Seo Bai hesitated and asked, "But when will the Adenka family be present?" The owner Khan looked at Vincent and said, "Well done, you kept your promise to me again. It's only right to give your child something in return. Do you have any wishes?" Vincent suddenly realized, "That's right, what I'm missing is the most basic thing, I still don't have it." Thinking about it, he seriously expressed, "I'm still not a true Adenka, I still need a teacher to teach me the Adenka swordsmanship." The homeowner Khan suddenly asked, "Do you know that the elders don't like you at all?" Vincent nodded and replied, "I know, but today I defeated the Samian family, one step closer to the ladder of perfecting the Adenka position. However, if that's the case and they still object to not finding a teacher for me, then I would also be disrespectful to the elders." The homeowner Khan smiled when he heard that. He turned around and said, "Me too, follow me." The two of them went to the same place together. Ryusa and Merlin are waiting, there you are. Seeing them, Vincent immediately went up to say hello. "It's been a long time since I've seen them, and also, you are, Merlin. I suddenly thought back to the first time I met you, Merlin, I will remember this name." He suddenly smiled, "So you really still remember me?" Ryusa introduced himself, "This person is an 8-star martial artist and the master of lightning, so I proposed him to be your teacher, young master Vincent." Merlin also came forward and politely said, "Please allow me to introduce myself properly, I am the deputy commander of the White Sword Team, and am currently working under the Royal Dragon Guild." Merlin Engine. Vincent heard his last name and was startled in surprise. "Merlin, you just said Fan Ko. That's Arslan's old surname." At the Samian family's main residence, Van Kia sat on the homeowner's chair coldly resting her chin and looking down. Ca Gong was kneeling below and asked, "Do you know the reason why you lost, Gong?" Vincent saw through me, "I also lost my demeanor and became overly agitated." "It was you who left a shameful stain on yourself," Ca Gong expressed in a low voice. "I'm really sorry, sir." Van Kia reached out and grabbed his head and said, "Okay, after all, failure is also the mother of success. But, if you dare to make that mistake again, I will personally strip you of your skin and bones." Ca Gong smiled obediently and replied, "Yes, I know, Mom." Suddenly, his eyes turned black and his eyes turned red. Ca Gong tried to grit his teeth and endure, he seemed to be talking to someone. Then, "I know you're angry because you had to give in, but now we're in front of my mother, calm down." Van Ky did not know that, behind his son's back, a long black shadow appeared. It looked like the image of the great devil in Vincent's dream before. Merlin saw that he looked surprised and wondered, "Yes, that's my last name, is there a problem?" Vincent felt guilty and quickly looked for a reason. "No, I mean, could it be that Mr. Merlin here has more power and position than we can imagine?" Ryusa explained, "The Fawn Company family is one of the oldest martial arts families, having served the Adenka family since its inception. They are middle class, not high, not low." When he heard that, he made a loud noise, "So that is." After that, he couldn't help but think, how could it be that the Fan Ko family changed their name to Adenka, but their family still had the name Fan Ko? Ryusa added, "He has completed the registration procedure at the Citadel, so from tomorrow he can start teaching young master." Merlin expressed, "The next time we meet, we will become teacher and student." I would like to apologize in advance if I've been rude to you in the future, young Master Vincen. He replied, I will also humbly learn, Sir Merlin. The owner Khan advised, try to push yourself to go further, Vincen, you are enthusiastic, clear, father. Even so, he couldn't help but worry in his heart, I have to try. Because it is impossible to say in advance. What are they going to do with me? At this time, at the meeting of the elders of the Adenka family, Black banged the table and said angrily, it has happened, what we have always been afraid of has happened. Vincen became the hero who defeated the Samian family, and now we no longer have a chance to get in on that brat's rise. How do you intend to take responsibility for the current situation? The elder begged. He was sweating and looked down apologetically, I have nothing to defend, Vincen has grown beyond our imagination. Elder Phi Danan's sharp eyes glanced sarcastically, is this ours? Isn't this your only intention? The elder believed. Are you still going to deny it? Lo Van gritted his teeth with anger, they are trying to use it as an excuse to eliminate us. He finally had to humbly express, let's think of a solution together. On the other hand, at Samian's mansion, old Julian sat dazed on the ground, blood splashing towards him from someone unknown. The old man stammered in fear, why did you do that? On the ground is the magician's body. The safe guy. Van Kia, full of murderous intent, slowly approached to question, I want to ask you back. Why did you hire these magicians? Tell the truth. Elder Julian. He broke into a cold sweat and explained, I just wanted to embellish the Samian family's victory. As soon as she finished speaking, Van Kia's foot kicked hard against the wall behind him. She said with disdain, that's it. This Samian family wants you to embellish your victory. I'm a bit hated for things like politics and tactics, those things don't fit the title of a martial artist at all. Because of them, I have never been able to have a proper one-on-one match with that bastard. We have never had any connection or involvement with Luke Fopdai or other organizations, it is our own way of advancement, for the benefit of the Samian family. Yet I am powerless to obey the elder of the Samian family, no matter how hard I try. So, why don't you know what to do and retire to the countryside, grow vegetables and raise fish or do something to help you grow old?
Old Julian didn't dare look into her eyes and replied, I will do that.
He returned to his room and closed the door tightly. Look at the glowing crystal on the table. He went to touch it. It's a picture message from a Lo Van elder, it's me. Seeing him, old Julian immediately angrily shouted, what the hell is going on? I thought you had already interfered in the second or third act. Lot news. He also struggled as he gently rubbed the scar on his face and said, thanks to Khan and Van Kia's appearance, we couldn't do anything, and Vincen's abilities were beyond our imagination. Again, Julian angrily asked, how dare you use that as an excuse? At this rate, we won't be able to avoid being charged with trying to stop Vincen. Believe me, those elders are not the problem is that we will become a thorn in their side. Old Julian gritted his teeth and had to quickly think of a plan, to get rid of that brat Vincen as soon as possible. But Vincen seems to be sleeping right now. Suddenly he felt something and opened his eyes. Someone appeared and stabbed a sword at him. Vincen quickly jumped up and dodged to the side. He pulled out his sword and prepared himself to attack. Who are you and how did you get here? The other person pulled out the sword that was poking the pillow and said, I'm sure you're already asleep, you have sharp senses. Vincen looked at the person who had just attacked him in surprise. Mr. Merlin. He coldly looked at him and reminded him, it's past midnight, from now on you must call me teacher, Vincen. Although my senses are sharp, my ability to observe is still very lacking, I still haven't realized that I am in a very strange place. Vincen then looked around and saw that he was no longer in the room but in the room. A place like a dark cave is extremely surprising. Merlin explained, the magic dungeon was used for the first stage, the dean created it, if you pass my training then I will let you go. Otherwise, don't dream of leaving here. Vincen wondered, what are we going to do here? Merlin said bluntly, destroying your great lightning, and reshaping it. My orientation is all wrong, Vincen doesn't seem to believe what you say, what are you saying? Merlin put his hand in his pocket as if searching for something and said, I don't understand its potential, this is a premise that needs to be laid firmly before learning Adenka's swordsmanship. What he took out was a necklace. With a carved pattern on the surface, there is also a purple stone in the middle. Vincen looked at it and wondered, that is. As if understanding what he wanted to know, Merlin said, it was a special pendant made from magic, only using great lightning could destroy it. Your mission is to destroy this pendant. Once that's done, Think about learning swordsmanship from the Adenka family. Vinchen stood up with determination. He had to grow up quickly. Must become a true Adenka, to face the truth. I will destroy that pendant at any cost. Then master the swordsmanship of the Adenka family. As he finished speaking, he passed the great thunder into the sword and released a move to strengthen the surface. Merlin glared. Immediately after that, a powerful thunderbolt radiated from his body, even knocking Vinchen back. He then quickly put his hands on the ground to regain balance and brake. Vinchen looked towards Merlin without surprise, that is. In front of him, a pair of bright eyes seemed to open. Behind Merlin, a giant appeared. He said without emotion, "Look carefully, Vinchen. This is called True Giant." Vinchen and Julian were surprised. It was huge, it looked completely different from anything we had ever seen. Merlin narrowed his eyes. Immediately, the giant raised his hand to stop a stream of lightning. Then immediately strike that blow to the ground. The force of the attack was so powerful that it knocked everything away. Even Vinchen could not resist and was thrown away. Merlin then regained his strength. Vinchen fell a few meters away. He struggled to stand up with his hands and feet. He couldn't help but think, what is that blue lightning, completely different from his and the ghosts? Merlin slowly walked up to him and said, "I'm sorry, I'm not the type of person suitable for the teaching profession. So I'm not confident that I can teach you in detail, or explain in a scientific and systematic way. For now, I can only use the method I think is best. Until you understand what a real big thunder is. My big thunder will be your opponent, Vinchen. At home, Wilson is struggling. Use all your strength to buy a bushel of clothes for the young master. Next to it is the beast that the series saved the day before." In the city lord's office, the older brother fell asleep, helplessly clutching his head. Moments later, I saw a small animal walking on a crowded street. It goes through a small alley. Inside, a man covered with a cane was walking somewhere. And that person, no stranger, was the worried elder. Small animals don't know how to go into certain rooms. In the center of the room, there was something glowing. About a week after Vinchen started training. In the snowy forest. The little animal suddenly rose to the ground and made a few popping sounds. Sari picked it up, and it kept calling as if reporting something to her. After hearing it, Sari praised it. "Oh, is that so? I guess everyone is doing their job well. It's been hard, Pop Pock, is that so? You're also worried about the young master." Speaking of which, Sari frowned slightly and looked up at the sky with worry, thinking, it's been a whole week since the young master started training, but he's still not done yet. I wonder if he's had enough rest, or not. I hope he doesn't push his body too hard. At this time, in the dungeon, Vinchen was still in a fighting mood. To break the pendant on Merlin's neck, he used large lightning to surround the blade, then jumped up to try to reach his teacher. Merlin didn't dodge at all, as soon as he slashed down. He just raised his sword to block it very easily. Just as I thought, every time he was cornered, he used the same trick. This kid melted lightning energy with a very strange sword technique. However, it was still very young and green. After thinking about it, Merlin stopped a stream of green lightning from his hand. Vinchen gritted his teeth when he saw it. It's happening again. He quickly retreated, and at the same time used micro-electric enhancement to fight. Merlin launched an attack, sending that blue lightning directly at him. The two great thunderbolts intersected, but it could be seen that the power from the Merlin was superior. Soon, Vinchen's move was extinguished and Merlin's lightning also surrounded him. Vinchen gritted his teeth and exclaimed, the attack range was too wide. The blue thunderbolt exploded, creating a large black hole on the ground and rocks flying everywhere. Vinchen had no way to fight back and had to try to fight back. He wondered, although the force was not as strong as his golden lightning, how could it create terrifying pressure on such a large area? Suddenly, Merlin didn't know when he was behind him. He raised his sword and prepared to slash down, saying, just standing there admiring him won't do any good. He swept the sword across. Vinchen quickly leaned back to avoid it. At this moment, the pendant seemed to catch his eye. Vinchen immediately reached out and tried to reach for it. I just needed to snatch that pendant. Very close. The distance between him and the pendant was very close. But just when it seemed like it was about to reach it, Merlin jumped and landed on the ground, and of course, Vinchen missed. He was surprised. Did the teacher do it on purpose, giving me a chance to hold the pendant? While he was distracted, Merlin used the tip of his sword hilt. Hit him in the side. Vinchen was so painful that his whole body cried out. He fell down, lying flat on the ground. At that time, Merlin also took back his sword. He looked at him and thought, the boy's movements have improved, but the big toy hasn't improved at all. It seemed like practicing for a long time. He decided to give him a break. That was enough, now to rest a bit. As soon as he sat down, Vincent picked up a small bottle of water and took a big sip. Julian worriedly advised, not knowing when Merlin would let him rest again, take the opportunity to drink lots of water. Vincent wiped the water stains on his mouth and said, I know. At this moment, he bowed his head again and thought, no matter how much light he released, or how much he expanded his attack range, he still couldn't overcome the blue lightning. It's like two great thunders. There's something different for me at the core. What is it? Vincent thought about it and then brought the water bottle up to drink. Julian said indignantly, why is there so little water in that bottle? Really angry? Vincent reminded, don't complain, it's lucky to be allowed to drink. If do not have. Suddenly at this moment, Vincent seemed to realize something and was stunned. The water bottle seemed to be floating in the air. He suddenly froze and thought, what if there wasn't any water bottle? It was like a wave of water crashed down on him. Vincent woke up. He shouted, he found it. This word attracted the attention of Merlin and Julian. Vincent tilted the water bottle upside down and happily said, at first I thought I had to suppress the lightning energy before releasing it, as if I had to save the amount of water in this bottle. But it turns out capital doesn't need to be like that in the first place. Just let them flow naturally, through every muscle and blood vessel and then transmitted to your sword. And released, as soon as he finished speaking, from Vincent's body, the power of great lightning rushed out like a storm. Merlin smirked. Finally, the boy understood. But he still spoke up and said, the lesson is not over yet. He picked up the pendant and asked, doesn't that mean you are exempt from destroying this thing? Can you do it? Vincent smiled confidently and replied, okay, let me try. Vincent put all his strength and rushed towards Merlin. Seeing his current strength made Merlin surprised. At this moment, Vincent jumped up high, crossed Merlin's head to attack. Realizing the danger, Merlin quickly raised his sword to shield. A fierce echo made the ground shake. I only saw Merlin using a strong hand to strike the ground. Suddenly, his face looked a bit confused with the situation in front of him. Merlin silently exclaimed, this method is Ryu Sasao's skill. Right now, Vincent is frantically attacking Merlin. He used a great sword to slash. A powerful slash fell towards Merlin. Suddenly a voice spoke up, Ryusa and I have been friends for a long time. So we know each other's moves very well. You're so unlucky, Vincent. As soon as he finished speaking, Merlin immediately retaliated, swinging his sword wildly at Vincent. Witnessing this scene, Vincent exclaimed in surprise, the great sword attack was broken, it was too dangerous. At this time, Vincent was attracted by something that surprised him. Vincent looked at Merlin's face and said silently, that scar. An old scar that was very deep. He was once overwhelmed by an opponent, and didn't even have a chance to treat the wound. The pain, the fear, the humiliation, and the failure, for a martial artist. That must be a fatal weakness. At this time, Vincent had grasped Merlin's weakness. He quickly approached him and then firmly grabbed his necklace. Seeing Vincent's intentions, Merlin immediately quickly dodged. Just like that, Vincent used internal force to make the necklace's face crack. Immediately, it broke into small pieces. Even Vincent carelessly fell flat on the ground. Merlin suddenly raised his hand to touch the scar on his face. He silently wondered, was she aiming for this side of the scar? How should I put it? For a 14-year-old, she was quite experienced. After that, Merlin said, I will teach you Adenka's swordsmanship. Vincent happily asked more, are you serious? Merlin laughed and continued, just wait and see, the future will be much more painful than this battle. A few days later, Seo Bai tiredly complained, so you kept fighting in that closed space for a whole week. 11 Den replied in an admiring tone, you are really great, Vincent, just finished speaking. Vincent calmly replied, it's nothing. Julian said that young martial artists are not usually like that. Suddenly, Serial ran to call, young master. Vincent was confused and asked, Serial, what's going on? She quickly replied, this was just sent for you, young master. Vincent quickly picked up the letter and read it. Zai Den looked at it curiously and said, target mission, for a 9-star cadet, Seo Bai continued to say, and it was also sent directly to Vincent, again. Vincent exclaimed that this must be a bit unusual. Seo Bai replied, Usually these quests would be accepted by rank 7 or higher. Julian looked tense and said, "Brother, look at him." Vincent wondered and asked, "What's going on, Julian?" Julian said that, the one who requested this quest, were the elders of Star Adenka. Seo Bai came here and happily asked, "Vincent, what's wrong, do you need someone's help?" 11 Den continued, "Because we trained with you, we have become stronger, we can help a little." Faced with these suggestions, Vincent pondered and did not respond. On the other side, after knowing what happened, Merlin asked curiously, "Are you planning to go alone?" "Why?" Vagon calmly explained, "This is your first mission, I think it's quite dangerous for you to act on your own." As soon as he finished speaking, Vincent confidently replied, "That's why I'm going alone, the elders blatantly threw a mission at me. So this must be a test, either." Merlin continued, "A trap, they're probably trying to get rid of you because you're in their way." Vagon replied, "I agree with Mr. Merlin, in this situation, letting you go alone is too dangerous, Captain." Vincent placed it on his chest, his face filled with determination, saying, "This is my battle, and escaping this trap unscathed will be my victory. There is only one fact that I must become stronger. If I accidentally become a victim, in this war of rights, I still have to accept it. Because I am also an Adenka clansman." Seeing his determination, Vagon kept exclaiming that he was truly determined. "I approve of your conquest, don't embarrass your loyal cadet." Vincent proudly replied, "Yes sir, Vincent Adenka, 9th class cadet, will be responsible for this mission." On the other side, the songstress was relaxing on the roof and humming and whistling. Suddenly, Va-Go appeared and asked, "Are you lazy again?" Ho-Sie was startled and looked angry and replied, "How rude, I'm just resting for a little while, just for a little while." "It seems Vincent just received a mission," Va-Golf replied coldly, "I thought you were not interested in managing the cadets." As soon as she finished speaking, she smiled and said, "What do you mean? After all, I am the city owner." "So, who is the mastermind?" Va-Golf replied, "Even though they call themselves an association of elders, I'm sure he believes in Lo Van." The cunning old man believed in that nonsense. There probably wasn't any good reason for him to assign the task to Vincent. Suddenly, there was a call, the city owner, it was an emergency. Now, right in front of the city. There's an unknown martial artist causing trouble. He insisted on meeting Vincent, but because he refused to obey the rules, we were forced to fight. The guard shouted orders, "Don't let him come any closer, declare your identity, otherwise." Seeing the situation in front of him, Sei Khan said, "Young master, we should follow the rules and come back later." He went out and laughed complacently and replied, "Why, I just came to talk." "Let me say it again, everyone." Ra Ven frantically pulled out his weapon, ready to fight. He said, "I came to see Vincent, where is he?" Seeing his aggressive attitude, the guards quickly ordered him to stop and not let him enter the city. Hearing this, he said angrily, "It seemed like there was no other way." Having finished speaking, he immediately used the first chapter of the spear flying technique. Attack the guards. Suddenly, a sword flew in front of him, making him scream in fear, "What the hell is that, a whip?" Right after that, someone used a rope to tie him up. He went out to the edge of the street and shouted in panic, "I can't move." Stepping out from the darkness, he spoke loudly, "I have confirmed your identity with that flying skill of yours." Young master came out. "Why don't you just stop here? If things get out of control, it will become inconvenient for both of us." Seekin witnessed the vein being tied up. He quickly reached out to hold on and shouted loudly, "Young master." Suddenly, a golf cart appeared behind him and warned him that if he moved, "I will cut off your head." This will make the Shikan unable to react. He secretly said in fear, "A magician, he must know 4 ancient words, no, he must know more than 5 ancient words. A magician with 5 runes, and a woman who possesses a whip that can be customized to the user's will, you must be the one in charge of this castle, right?" As soon as he finished speaking, his brother confidently replied, "I guess you know quite a bit, butler." "Yes, I am the city lord of this place, Ho-Sie is my name. Why would a member of the military come here?" Hearing this, he went out to ask more questions, "Are you really the owner of the city?" Right after that, he immediately broke the rope. Seeing the scene in front of him, his brother silently exclaimed in surprise, "This bastard, can he escape his restraints?" Ra Ven laughed and said, "I have a request, please accept me as a cadet for the blood of the city." This statement made Ho brother startled and exclaimed, "What?" At the entrance to the city of Tone Nun. Julian asked curiously, how long has it been since I've seen a forest covered in snow like this? Vincennes continued, yes, it is indeed extremely refreshing. Julian said, but as for the mission, isn't it a bit too easy? I don't see why the elders can interfere at all. Vincennes calmly replied, at first glance it seems like that. The objective of the quest given to me by the elders is to defeat a certain Golan. Julian wondered and asked, could it be that the Golf Lin was just a bait leading to another trap? Vincennes quickly warned Julian not to lower his guard. Golf Lin is a species that lives in groups. Individually they can be weak, but they take advantage of numbers and hunt extremely intelligently. However, this damn thing goes alone. Julian wondered why. Vincennes replied, who knows, maybe he was abandoned by his herd. Or it became strong enough to no longer need protection from its herd, and slaughtered its entire herd. Hearing these words, Julian couldn't help but feel scared. He said, okay, I'll plan for the worst case scenario. Vincennes laughed and replied, thank you, Julian. According to reports, it will be somewhere around here. Having finished speaking, Vincennes immediately jumped onto the roof of the carriage. He threw the bag of money to the driver and said, this is our ride fee. The driver was confused and replied, we still have a long way to go before the tour. Vincennes said, that's okay, I'll get down here soon. Hearing a strange noise, the driver asked in bewilderment, when did he get on the roof of the car? Vincennes laughed and replied, and please get out of this forest as soon as possible. The driver turned pale and shouted loudly, what are you talking about? It's very dangerous, so get down immediately. As soon as he finished speaking, he could no longer hear the sound. It turned out that Vincennes had left here a long time ago. He mumbled confusedly and asked, he's gone. At this time, Vincennes used fast speed to go deep into the forest. He stopped somewhere. Vincennes sat on the ground observing the situation for a while. He smiled proudly and said, now, let's go find the Golf Lin, shall we? The nature of the Great Thunder Wish, its true form. Vincennes used his sword to stick it firmly into the ground. Lightning giants began to appear. He thought to himself, although blue lightning lacks power, it will radiate far and fast. It will be able to cover the entire area with only a small amount of lightning, and from there detect every movement. There it is, something moving. Is that damn thing? At this moment, from afar, a golf figure appeared. It charged ferociously. Growled towards Vincennes. Realizing the dangerous situation, Vincennes quickly hid behind a tree trunk. He silently wondered, what is this? It's too big to be classified as a golf ball. And those strange characters. What the hell? Julian said that perhaps it was a magic creature created by black magic. These words made Vincennes ponder, what a demon is like. I can't confirm its fighting ability just by its perfection, I have to approach it very carefully. Something has entered the trap I set with my lightning. It was getting closer, it was an assassin sent by the elders. Suddenly there was a loud noise behind Vincennes. He was startled and quickly looked after him, his face exclaiming in horror, a spear. There was a voice, I almost couldn't catch it. Nice to meet you, Vincennes, this is the first time we've met, right? I came here to challenge you, let's see who will win the glory. Hearing that, Vincennes frowned and asked again, you, want to challenge me? He looked at the badge on his chest and said to himself, that's a 9th level cadet badge, who is that? There's no way I can ignore a 9th level person. At the same time, Golf Lin appeared behind Vincennes, causing a chill down his spine to stand in shock. With a tense face, he looked at her and silently cursed, damn it. We've been discovered by the Golf Lin. Vincennes quickly ran away to avoid the monster's attack. Out in panic, he quickly asked loudly, what is that, a goblin? Vincennes shouted enthusiastically, be careful, it might be something crazy. If you attack it without a plan. At this time, the monster was aiming for the edge right there. It ferociously rushed to attack him. Seeing this scene, Vincennes whispered in panic, he changed his target to that boy. When the monster was about to rush to the edge, Vincennes shouted a warning, it's dangerous, run away. Having finished speaking, Vincennes quickly threw the spear towards the edge. Just like that, the spear pierced the monster, rushing towards him. Seeing the target, go out and quickly grab the weapon. He said confidently, maybe I don't know the details, but I still understand that those bastards must be gradually beaten to death first. On the other side, a singer and a golfer are walking in the yard. Brother Ho stretched his arms and said in a relaxed voice, finally, the unpleasant things had left the fortress. Suddenly, I asked her if she did that on purpose, right? She sped up the admission process and went out to chase Vincen. Touching the descendants of the Va-Ti Can, the third most powerful family, was a bit reckless even for the Adenka elders. And out Ven, who is interested in Vincen, will become a guarantee and reinforcement. You used your brain. Brother Ho calmly replied, who knows, I don't know what you're talking about. Suddenly, Ho Xie remembered something. She then turned around and called out, Sir, I still have some leave left. Elsewhere, the monster is attacking frantically. He was not afraid at all, he calmly smiled proudly. He swung his spear towards the monster, causing it to have its arm ripped off. Then it fell painfully to the ground. The bewildered monster stared out at the edge. I just saw him gaining momentum and jumping very high. Then rushed to attack it a second time. Ra Ven used his deep internal force to pin it to the ground, making it impossible for the monster to react in time. At this moment, it got mad and used its big hand to strike toward the edge. Knowing its intentions, he quickly ran away. Vincen stood on a tree branch calmly observing the situation. He thought to himself, there is no room for me to interfere. Who is this kid? He cannot be compared to swordsmen of the same age, no. He's at the same level as me and Ka Golf. At this moment, the monster and the outcrop looked at each other with eyes full of hatred. Ra Ven proudly said, the blessings of love permeate all things. Characteristic. He used the spear to pierce the monster's chest. A flash of light blinded others. The spear along with the vein pierced its arm. This made Julian gasp and exclaim, the goblin. Vincen continued, he defeated it. The monster's arm gradually regenerated. This makes Ra Ven surprised. He exclaimed, the split part is growing again. Soon, the monster's arm returned to normal. Witnessing this scene, he went to the edge of the city in panic and shouted loudly, swish, squirt. Vincen enthusiastically warned, it doesn't look normal, avoid it. At this time, the monster's strength has increased many times. It frantically rushed to attack the edge. He silently said, there's scales and physical damage, if ever. From afar, Vincen shouted nervously, what are you doing? Move your body now. Just then, there was a certain force, using the rope, binds the monster's body tightly, causing it to become stranded like a spider. Ra Ven stammered in panic and said, just like that, I finally found you. It would be quite troublesome if you kept running around without telling me anything, master. Are you okay, Vincen? Heard a familiar voice and turned around to look. He happily jumped up and said, thank you Seekin, you saved me? Vincen asked curiously, that uniform, is he a butler? At this moment, the monster's arms were shaking, it was trying to struggle in its bonds. Soon, it broke the rope, growling madly. Vincen shouted in panic, the thread was broken. Sei Khan replied, I guess this is not an ordinary goblin. This time, the monster is setting up a matrix. Witnessing this scene, Ra Ven exclaimed in panic, sealing magic, this goblin knows how to do magic too. The monster's eyes radiated hatred. This caused Ra Ven to panic and scream loudly, it had disappeared. On the other side, someone was controlling the formation. He silently supported the monster in this war. With a mysterious expression, he said, there was a problem, his waist stiffened. Julian opened his mouth in surprise, what just happened? It disappeared. Vincen tilted his head to probe and said, its mana is going, but first. He walked up to the other two people and asked, who are you? Sei Khan suddenly remembered and said, oh, we haven't introduced ourselves yet. This is the young master of the family's house, and I am the butler. As soon as he finished speaking, he came forward and patted his chest to introduce himself. My name is Ra Va-Ti Can, today I became a cadet in the city, and obeyed the principal's order to come find you. When he learned his identity, Julian was horrified, went to the beach and asked. Vincen glanced at him and asked, do you know this family? Julian replied, of course, Va-Ti Can is one of the three famous martial arts families along with Adenka and Samian. He is the son of the Va-Ti Can family famous for using spears. Vincen also agreed, of course, then he has martial arts skills. Julian explained further, not only that, their family's head Pon Tia Button and Ti Can is famous for having only one child. That means, he is the only son of the family and the boss, and future homeowner. Seeing that, Vincen couldn't help but wonder what the only son of the Va-Ti Can family was doing in Adenka's bloodline. Julian put his hand on his shoulder and advised, It seems like you should join them now? Vincent wondered, why? He explained that the Vatican's only child cannot be hurt. If we join him in going out while the elders' intentions are still unclear, he will become a shield for us. And if they are also strong, then they will support us. Vincent secretly smiled. I guess I have to thank the principal. At this time, Seekin suddenly spoke up and expressed, we also request an explanation from you, young Master Vincent. That suspicious figure, and why would a mainstream young master go on a mission alone like this? This quest is not just a normal monster-killing quest. I can't let my master fall into the Adenka family's civil war. Becoming a cadet in Blood City is only in name only. Based on your explanation, we will decide whether to go or not. Both Julian and Vincent suddenly didn't know what to say. But before he could speak, he walked to the edge and blocked his butler's face and said, who cares, I have more important things to do. Then he pointed at Vincent and declared, Vincent, I challenge you to a duel. He absent-mindedly repeated his words, let's fight a duel. Now that I remember, he seemed to have mentioned that he wanted to fight him. Raven recounted, I watched the friendly match. Great match between you and C.A. Gon, makes me very excited. My original plan was to defeat C.A. Gon. But now I've changed my mind. Vincent, I want to grow stronger with you, and surpass you. Julian was speechless, he was both stupid and enthusiastic. Vincent also acknowledged, yes, he was very straightforward and aggressive. We will get along very well, although I thought so. When answering, Vincent bluntly said, I refuse. Out on the sidewalk, I was so shocked that my eyes widened and I asked, why? He sighed and replied, because I'm on a mission right now, my current priority is to defeat the Linwood from earlier. Ra Ven suggested, can't we just fight once? Vincent firmly said, no, we have to prepare first. At this moment, I couldn't help but get angry and jump around the place where he scolded me, you're too cowardly, you chicken. Vincent doesn't care about his words, he said, even if he said no matter what, I won't change my mind. I will repeat it again. I cannot fight you, until I defeat the Linden Wood. Sei Khan suddenly realized something. But before he could say anything, he excitedly asked, if so? Just defeat it, then you'll fight me, huh? Vincent smiled and replied, who knows, if I have time, maybe I will. He didn't think much of it, he excitedly raised his hand and shouted, okay, let's kill Go Bo Lin, it's so fun. Sei Khan called him and was about to say something, but even if he tried, it wouldn't be worth it. He just sighed worriedly and thought, if he was attracted, he would follow until the end, even though he hadn't heard any explanation. The young master was already convinced to follow him. Vincent Adenka, this time you won. In the city of Tuani Khan, Main Street. In a restaurant, Vincent suggested, why don't we rest here first tonight, and immediately agreed when we went out, okay, rest is also very important. The three of them were sitting at the same table having a meal. Seekin speculated, about the Adenka elders, I thought we were in trouble. While eating on the street, he asked in surprise, so why Seekin? Vincent expressed, first of all, that Go Bo Lin, seems to be a fusion created by someone. Sei Khan nodded, I agreed, went to the beach and remembered, then said, there was something very strange about its scales and horns. Then we will investigate further. At the same time, from upstairs of the restaurant, someone slowly walked down. The familiar flow of blood suddenly rose. Vincent suddenly felt startled. He stood up, this smell. It's the smell of the Samian family's dungeon, why do I smell it here? Next to the stairs, a person wearing a white robe was coming down. This person was in a lethargic state, as if his mind was not clear. Vincent saw it and was sure it was him. He immediately went to the foot of the stairs and asked, are you free? And the other guy saw that his expression also changed and he shouted, Vincent Adenka. You were startled, he knew your name. At this moment, the other person lost his footing. The whole person immediately fell down the stairs to the ground. Vincent walked over, grabbed that person's shirt and pulled him up to ask, who are you? Who sent you? Suddenly, a stream of black blood flew up from that person. In his chest, a vortex appeared. Within half a second, his whole body lit up, and his body showed signs of cracking. Vincent immediately drew his sword. This was the Blood King's ability, his mana was out of control. At this time, the two people who went to the edge and Sei Khan also came running. Is there something wrong, young Master Vincent? He immediately shouted loudly to remind him that he was experiencing a mana explosion and would explode soon. Ra Ven frowned in confusion. Why did it explode? The Seekin was also confused. I didn't feel anything. Vincent couldn't help but grit his teeth. Am I the only one who can feel his mana? At this moment, the whole person reacted more and more violently. His body exploded even more violently. Vincent's face turned pale. It's dangerous, be careful. A big fire broke out. Only then did Sei-kan see. He immediately ran forward to the edge, pushed him back, spread a protective net, and when he reached the edge, he called in horror, Vincent. Vincent was being pulled by that fire and couldn't run away. He gritted his teeth and cursed, damn, too strong. Then a powerful explosion occurred right in the restaurant, making everyone scared. The employees screamed and exploded. Sei-kan frowned suspiciously. Why didn't he feel any explosion? Whoever did this. Then I must protect the young man from the veins. After resting, he immediately made a tongue like a blade, blocking in front of me and the veins. Vincent is still stuck right next to the explosion site. Van quickly shouted orders. Sei-kan, must save Vincent, he reminded. It's dangerous, sir, stay behind me. He also thought, he must quickly save young Master Vincent, this protective shield is quite safe. But once again, the explosion continued to flare up. At this time, a purple light appeared. Vincent, at the center of the explosion, used his sword to slash it, minimizing its destructive power and protecting himself. But this same action caused him to consume too much energy. Vincent had difficulty breathing. The two people on the sidewalk couldn't help but exclaim in surprise, what? Immediately after completing the work, Vincent collapsed exhausted. Ven quickly ran up to him and asked, Vincent, are you okay? Vincent. Sei-kan stood silently and exclaimed, surprisingly, it was clear that young Master Vincent had been pulled into the explosion. I saw it with my own eyes. Could it be because that strange sword strike was able to destroy the entire explosion? Vincent was then helped upstairs by the sidewalk. The child used magic rope to tie up the body of the man who had just exploded and drag him away. At this time, he had woken up, but there was still an uncomfortable feeling in his heart. It was dangerous, the distance was very close. I used the sword strike ability about 3 times, luckily my heart didn't stop beating, the mana veins were now a mess. The room door slammed shut. Out of the gate, he worriedly asked, is it okay, do you need me to call the official? Vincent replied, no need, it's just because I overexerted myself. I have to quickly meditate a bit and ask you two to protect me. Sei-kan wondered, Dharma protector, maybe you trust us, what if we have bad intentions? Before he finished speaking, Vincent stated his thoughts, if my feeling is correct, Butler Sei-kan is at least a 7-star martial artist. If the housekeeper has bad intentions, it makes no difference whether we meditate or not. After listening, Sei-kan frowned slightly and said nothing more. He created a large cocoon for Vincent so he could go inside and meditate, while he went outside to guard. Inside, Vincent was trying to calm down the mana pulses in his body. Ven then asked, Sei-kan, do you know how Vincent is still alive? He replied, I don't know either. Just like he slashed that explosion. Out of doubt, is it possible, Sei-kan, can you do it? I am not sure. The serial number is not guaranteed either. Sei-kan looked at the other person's body again. Moreover, the cause of the explosion was that man. Even though he had stopped breathing, his body was still relatively normal, as if no explosion had occurred. But as soon as he thought that, his body cracked. From there, a stream of black air flew up. Out to surprise, the corpse was disappearing. Sei-kan's face darkened. Why did so many confusing things happen? Suddenly he exclaimed, it turns out that's it, I understand. He looked at him with wonder. What you mean? Going out and looking at the cocoon, Vincent is indeed a formidable guy. I really want to confront him quickly. Nightfall. Finally, Vincent opened the cocoon and walked out. It's getting dark, longer than I thought. While he was squeezing his shoulders, he looked forward. I went out and sat in front, not knowing when I fell asleep. Vincent exclaimed, there are so many things going on and yet he still sleeps well, he really comes from a famous family, carefree. Julian asked suspiciously, is what you said true? Mana radiated from that man. Vincent nodded to confirm, yes, it couldn't be wrong. That's the beautiful power of red-yellow, moreover, based on things that other people don't recognize. Julian wondered, does he also store mana in his heart like us, but he's not like a martial artist? Vincent explained, based on the smell coming from Samian prison, he was a prisoner. It seems that after being forced to inject drugs, he was brought to us. Speaking of this, he suddenly frowned and thought, could it be that the actions of Samian and the elders were all a coincidence? Could it be that there is still something we don't know? Suddenly, Seekin's voice rang out, causing Vincent to turn around in surprise. I wanted to ask. He was standing in a dark corner quietly observing him. Then, his hand shot out long threads of silk and asked in a gentle tone, "You knew that man would explode. Besides, he knew how to quickly escape. Then why don't you run?" Vincent seriously replied, "In that restaurant, there were not only us, but also many innocent people. There were also women holding children." Khan still didn't believe it and asked, "Was that more important than his own safety?" Vincent immediately asked back, "If it were me, he would pretend he didn't know them." Seekin laughed and shook his head, "Definitely not. What is certain is that the truth is that I did not act like young Master Vincent. You are the most righteous sword I have ever met, young Master Vincent." He respectfully bowed his head. Vincent smiled lightly and replied, "Thank you, Butler Khan." He added, "If this is the case, respect the young master. In this Farsland draft quest, I will not participate." Vincent frowned, "In this mission, will not participate." On the other hand, in that forest, a linden woodchuck was led away by someone chaining its neck. It kept growling, causing that person to get angry, shout, make noise, "Obediently follow me. Wait a little longer and I'll give you Vincent a denka. And dessert with Va Tin Can's only son." The next morning, thanks to a good night's sleep, I went out to the beach full of energy, walking and humming, just hunting for love, just hunting for love. Go quickly and come back quickly. The two Vincents walked behind him speechless. Julian said, "What idiots." But he didn't really follow, that barbaric Seekin, Vincent remembered, he had loudly declared last night. Returning to the previous night, Vincent heard this decision of his and was surprised. What did he mean by not participating? Khan explained, "The safety of the young master out to sea is my goal. If things were bad today, I would have killed that goblin earlier. But doing so will affect young Master Vincent's achievements. I want to see, without the family's intervention, what you can do with that righteous sword. I promise, I won't touch a single feather of that goblin." Julian was now puffing his cheeks, but unexpectedly, he wasn't really coming along. Vincent smiled reassuringly, "Isn't this an exciting occasion? I have the support of such a strong martial artist." Julian grumbled, he knew things would turn out like this. He treated his internal injuries first and then came back a few days later. Vincent said, "No, if there is really someone behind this, give him more time, more dangerous." While the two were busy discussing, the street suddenly asked, "Hey Vincent. Where are we going?" Vincent couldn't help but be speechless. "You don't know anything and still volunteer to lead the way." Then he also explained, "We went to the place where we met some goblins, but I haven't seen any monsters yet. If that's the case, its lair is not around here, perhaps farther away. There is a high possibility that the way it appears here is the same as the way it disappeared." Ra Ven asked again, "So what to do now?" Vincent immediately rolled up his sleeves and walked forward to answer, "We have to change the search method. I think maybe the traditional method will work in this case." He reached into a bush not knowing what to do. Seeing this, he stopped. Wait, I can't find its whereabouts, unless you have superpowers," Vincent confidently said. "What is the need? It's much bigger than this wing's ecosystem, somehow leaving behind traces, footprints, traces of hunting, waste of some kind. It's not difficult to find those seemingly discrete traces." Having said that, he suddenly remembered that this was the way he searched for things that he had learned over many years of hunting demons and ghosts in his previous life. It was nothing big. "I'll follow the blood trail first, come here to the edge. When I hear him call, he quickly runs after me. Wait for me." Both of them added a Julian walking forward. At this time, when looking towards a tree trunk, Vincent discovered a deep scratch. Next, they encountered a field of animal bones still stained with blood, and they even shivered. After a while, there were large footprints on the ground. Vincent bent down to look and pointed in one direction. Arriving at a field of reeds, he walked out to the edge and exclaimed, it was unbelievable, without the ability to track, yet he was able to track down the whereabouts of the monster. "Great job Vincent, I learned a lot from you today." Suddenly, Vincent frowned and stopped. He looked ahead and said, "It couldn't be this easy." He didn't understand what was going on outside. Vincent's expression became serious and analytical. "Those traces looked too obvious, as if they were prearranged, so from now on, I haven't been lost or confused at all. Finding monsters is never that simple. If so, it could just be that someone is leading us by the nose." As soon as he finished speaking, one of them stepped on a magic formation. The ground immediately shook. Then, like a preloaded bomb was activated, the ground exploded. Luckily, Vinchen and Vinchen had already retreated. The ground sank, creating a hole. When they came out, they were surprised. Was it a magic mine? Was this a trap? Julian rubbed his chin and analyzed. This whole field is very strange. Vinchen suddenly thought, what a field. Julian expressed that it is supposed to be in hot and humid places where many reeds grow, but in this place, Vinchen only noticed that he was right. The reed fields here are very unusual. If so, he immediately cast magic. A powerful sword attack struck out. The field was quickly covered with lightning. And in the corner, there was a person wearing a black scarf hiding. Seeing lightning strike him, he immediately raised his hand to cast magic. A crimson shield appeared. The lightning that struck was bounced back, and the two magic spells collided, creating a huge commotion. The field of reeds once again sunk a deep space, looking at the edge in surprise at the person in front of him. Who was that guy? Vinchen replied, he was the one who lured us here. The other guy spoke in a provocative tone, you guys already realized that this was an artillery battle. These kids are also smart. Thank you for responding to my request, young master. My name is C.A. Van. Vinchen frowned and asked, did the elders of Adenka send you here? C.A. Van smiled coldly and confirmed, yes, they said they would pay me 100 million if they took your life. Vinchen gritted his teeth, if you were so frank with me. C.A. Van laughed cruelly and snapped his fingers, of course I don't intend to let you survive. Right after that, the silhouette of a wood grain suddenly appeared. Behind two people. Vinchen hugged his heart and thought, why do I still feel the after effects of the sword beheading? Maybe wanting to recover after meditating for one night is a bit too much. C.A. Van was now standing on top of the linwood tree, looking down and arrogantly asking, what's special about me and me too? Do you think you can defeat both of us at the same time? It's impossible, you two will have to bury yourself here. But Vinchen suddenly smiled and muttered. That goblin, you must leave it to me. When the singer heard it, he paused in confusion. Then suddenly, his whole body was wrapped by supple silk ropes. You. The rope tightened so tight that his face bled. And in the blink of an eye, his whole body was cut by those ropes. From the silhouette of the person appearing as well as the way of attack, it can be seen that that person is the butler Seekin. Vinchen immediately performed the sword technique Mi Lu Ni. If you go out on the coast, use spear and can. The two combined to attack the goblin at the same time. But it seemed unharmed, but seemed to be filled with anger and screamed loudly. Vinchen was surprised, how could that be? It reflected all my attacks. C.A. Vang held two magic balls behind him and smiled triumphantly, I hope you haven't forgotten my presence. Having said that, he shot two orbs at them. The two immediately jumped up to avoid it. But when he landed on the ground, Vinchen suddenly knelt down in pain and worriedly asked, Vinchen, are you okay? Seeing him, he went out on the road and happily called, Say Khan. He said shyly, hiding his flaws, young master Vinchen really has sharp eyes. Vinchen said, I thought, it's impossible for Say Khan to just leave the coast like that. The driver smiled wryly and explained, hoping the young master would forgive me, because I only cut down those who threaten the young master. Suddenly, he went out and shouted, wait, it's his body. Where have you gone? Only torn clothes remained, the body was not here. As he finished speaking, a circle of light emitted, and the song appeared inside. He breathed heavily, leaning on Go Bo Lin's body and said, I remember now, that Say Khan is a notorious name in Va Tin Can, the killer used his real name. It's you, King of Assassinations. Kingslayer Seekin. When I went out to the suburbs, I was surprised to see the king, only to see Say Khan with a calm smile and an exclamation, it seems my name is still very famous. He released the silk threads in his hand and asked sarcastically, so what, you haven't run away yet? C.A. Van smiled sinisterly and challenged, no, the plan had changed. Your bodies must be taken. And turned into a perfect cheetah Ra. Vinchen smiled and said, let the magician over there take this matter. Say Khan calmly replied, just leave it to me. The two immediately got into position, and when the Lin rushed forward, Vinchen also jumped up at the same time. The familiar zigzag sword shot forward. He made a move, absolutely attacking the goblin with his sword. It immediately raised its pink-scaled arm in front of its face. The powerful sword attack struck, but obviously, the Gobo Lin remained unharmed. Ra Ven frowned, blocking the absolute sword. Vinchen landed on the ground, hugged his chest and said, it's so strange, It's like it's resistant to magic. On the other side, the singer was also using magic to attack Sei-kan. The two fought fiercely. He proudly sarcastically said, "Stop doing nonsense, King Killer, your ability is assassination, not direct combat, right?" Sei-kan did not hesitate to respond, "You also seem to have no talent in taming." Van said confidently, "Do you think I can tame something like a goblin, all thanks to the properties of the necklace? The demon wearing it is forced to listen to me and I can forcibly move it." Having finished speaking, he snapped his fingers. Right after that, the linwood was standing in front of Vincent. Jumped up again, it balled up its fists. Appeared from behind the cone, preparing to attack him. Sei-kan seemed to sense it and turned around. But at this moment, the goblin struck down. Right where he stood, a strong shock broke out due to its blow. Sei-kan promptly ran away from that place, but still couldn't help but suffer some injuries and cough a few times. Vincent rushed to the edge, worriedly shouting, "Sei-kan." He reassured me, "I'm fine," and... In any case, the young man's guess was correct. Ra-Ven also nodded to confirm, "Well, it can't be wrong, it's the scales of that dragon man." Vincent was surprised, "What a dragon person." Sei-kan explained, "Now that dragon people are extinct, their appearance is no different from humans, but if they show off their abilities, then the whole body will be covered with a layer of scales that is very resistant to magic, just like a real dragon." Suddenly, on the other side, the singer angrily cursed loudly at this stupid thing. "If you attack, what should you do? If you hit me, you have to adjust accordingly, right? Stupid goblin," he scolded and brutally kicked the goblin's head. It was in pain and growled, baring its teeth at him. Van immediately kicked it hard and shouted, "Do you dare to resist? You cannot escape my controlling properties. If you dare to defy me, I will drain the blood of the dragon man and destroy you." After hearing that, the Lin was scared and immediately withdrew his momentum of wanting to kill the guy just now. Vincent seemed to hear the main point of the argument. He immediately asked, "What is the nature?" Sei-kan replied, "Yes, he was making goblin breasts using the properties of that bracelet." Vincent immediately flashed the thought, "It's characteristic, if so then there is a way." At that time, the singers still continued to beat the linwood. Meanwhile, Vincent silently said the plan, "We have a way." When the singer stopped and looked up, he was surprised. "Have they escaped? What's up? Then it's difficult." But just as he was standing stiffly, the ropes of the Sei-kan suddenly rushed forward. Knocked him away from the Go-Bo Lin's body. Van quickly regained his stability and landed on the ground, intending to say, "This guy." At the back, he went to the edge, raised his spear, jumped up and shouted, "Come here quickly." He stabbed the spear down at him. But the singer promptly dodged aside. Even though he didn't hit the guy this time, he quickly changed direction to continue attacking. The spear could pierce through anything. This time, the singer couldn't help but grit his teeth. Damn it, he couldn't block it, but... He immediately controlled the linwood tree to stand in front of him. In front of the dragon man's scales, everything was useless. The goblin used its pink-scaled hand to hold the tip of its spear tightly. Its strength was so strong that he could not pull it out. Go-Bo Lin used his other hand to knock it up. Van smiled complacently, whatever he did was useless. But then, the next attack, Vincent used the Absolute Sword Chapter 2, transformed, drew a perfect curved line and hit him. Van angrily gritted his teeth. "This group, it was clear from just now. You're making fun of me." Next, Vincent continued to use the Galaxy Wanderer. Through the gap between the goblin and the singer, he slashed cleanly. His waist was injured and bleeding. However, it seems that the wound is not big, so he still has the ability to laugh loudly and sarcasm, and attack well, but the fact that you are at a disadvantage does not change anything. Van hugged his wound, then pointed his finger and ordered, "Come out, rush in and kill them." But the goblin is a bit different now, it doesn't seem to listen to his orders anymore. On the contrary, it now emitted a murderous aura and stared at him. "As if I wanted to eat you alive." Van began to panic, but Vincent coldly laughed and said, "From the beginning, what I was aiming for was not you. That is, the chain that binds the goblin, to break your characteristics. Now I hope that as usual, you treat it well." As soon as he finished speaking, the goblin curled his fist, screamed and hit him where he woke up. Van quickly cast protective magic to defend. But the Gao Lin's punch was so strong, it seemed to pierce through the magic circle. He struggled to grit his teeth and try to resist, intending to take out the dragon whistle. But in the end, it was still too late. The goblin's power prevailed, it broke the protective ring, and hit the guy with a powerful punch as if it made his body break into pieces. Seemingly unsatisfied compared to what it had endured, the Lin tree let out a shrill scream. It continued to punch, even knocking the singer's head into the air. Looking at such a bloody scene, Julian shuddered and exclaimed, "It seemed that his relationship with the Dragon Man was not very good." Vincent immediately said, "That person was not a Dragon Man, he only used the Dragon Man's whistle as a child." Monster, calm down. True dragon people share suffering with monsters, they will unite and fight monsters no matter what the situation is. He was just taking advantage of that special ability. After finishing dealing with the cavalier, the pink scales on the goblin's body suddenly melted. Ra Ven was helped by Sei Khan to stand up. When he saw it, he immediately said that the horny scales had melted away. Sei Khan breathed a sigh of relief. "Fortunately, I had a headache to think about this." Vincent said, "The Dragon Man's power is very difficult to fuse with the Dragon Man. Perhaps the Dragon Man uses magic to maintain that forced fusion. Let's do our job, I came all this way to destroy it. Now relax." Time passed, still in that forest. But this time it was the return direction. The 2 bags on Vincent's shoulders were still stained with fresh blood. Ra Ven still excitedly walked ahead of the cheering group. The first mission was a success. Sei Khan walked parallel to Vincent. He turned to ask, "Do you have any plans?" Vincent replied, "This mission was given to me directly by the Elder Association. If anything happens here, then I will think about dealing with the elders in the family. Besides, we also have a witness." Shekin wondered, "Who is that witness?" He pointed at him to confirm. He said yes. "The remaining clue is in Ca Van's capital. Doesn't that clearly show Sanong Sei Khan's talent?" "Thank you." Thanks to that, everything went smoothly. When she heard that, she couldn't help but sigh with a frown. It seemed like I was dragged into trouble again. Suddenly, there was applause and a familiar voice, which was quite good. "Has the housekeeper been played a trick?" Hearing the voice, everyone looked up at the same time. Vincent was surprised. "It was you." "City Lord, why are you?" she asked with a smile. "We're resting but we met again, Vincent." Brother Who jumped to the ground and said, "Vincent, you have worked hard, the mission has been successful. Can you show me?" Vincent opened 2 bags, one was the head of a Lin Chi tamarind tree, and the other was the head of a Ca Van. When he saw her looking at it so intently, he asked, "Do you know it?" Brother Ho picked up the 2 bags and waved his hand and said, "Of course this is the first time I've seen it, but I agree with you. This thing can be used to deal with that family's problem, this strong fishy smell." Vincent couldn't help but frown, the smell was fishy. She explained, "Perhaps you don't know, there was an elder who assisted Ca Gon in the friendly exchange, Julian Samian, who was responsible for Samian's cruel behavior. And the one who points out and assigns tasks to you, our trusting elder. Those 2 are longtime friends, what a coincidence, right?" Meanwhile, in the Blood City, Lieutenant Va Gol was sitting at his desk, his body burning with anger and resentment. "Remembering that because I was too tired, I acknowledged that Vincent had completed the task, because Vincent had work to do, so I returned to the family. That's a good reason, maybe. City owners often work hard during vacations." Finally, unable to bear it any longer, he slammed the table and stood up, scratching his head and shouting, "Lord, how can you handle your work while on vacation? I didn't want to work overtime." At this time, someone came in to announce, "The Deputy City Lord." He was angry, so he banged on the table and shouted, "Why, can't you see I'm busy?" The other stammered, "No, just Mr. Vincent's report has arrived." He held up a stack of papers. Va Golf received it with doubts. "Vincent's report?" When he read it, he immediately glared in surprise. It couldn't be. "The main content of this has been neatly resolved. If so, then we can freely review the City Lord's report. This document has already been processed. By the way, tell me about that mission. Both the sand and the magician's whistle. This event is probably for level 9. In the end, what happened within Adenka?" On the other hand, at the Adenka mansion, the Khan also received a similar report. He was quiet. Flip each page to read. When finished, he glanced up and asked, "What do you mean?" Vincent placed his hand on his chest and bowed his head slightly to answer. There were 2 main assumptions. First, this mission is a trap for you. Homeowner Khan said, "If you find this challenge difficult, it will really disappoint me." He smiled and said, "Of course I don't see it that way. I succeeded in this mission and stood in front of the homeowner. But during the mission, I felt the power of Samian. The elders of Adenka judge the heir by the power of Adenka as a good thing. However, it is unacceptable to use Samian's power to judge you like that. Elder Tin Lo Van and Elder Julian did not expect to be so close to each other. The homeowner Khan frowned. Could it be a suggestion from his brother? He continued asking, what is the second assumption? Vinchen replied that the family's useless elders were involved in this case, they didn't know anything. The homeowner Khan unconsciously rubbed his chin. If he admitted his doubts, he would become a coward. If he denied it, he would be said to be incompetent. Thinking that, he couldn't help but exclaim, that's interesting, which one do you lean towards more? Vinchen expressed that, rationally speaking, I choose the latter. Being considered useless is better than becoming a person with bad intentions but a coward. But, as he was talking, suddenly the door opened and he rushed in to announce that the homeowner had something big going on. Lady, what's the matter? Vos's face was drenched in sweat, he was panting and said, believe Lo Van, believe Lot Van Adenka. Committed suicide. The owner Khan frowned, committing suicide. She went and told him that he stabbed him in the heart with a sword and died in his room. He also left a will, saying I am responsible for all things related to Vinchen's mission. He suddenly denied it, no. This suicide is fake. The landlord Khan and his wife were surprised, fake. Suicide. Julian and Vinchen analyzed at the same time, the person responsible for this is still in the dark, he will not do this without evidence of guilt. There was definitely a force behind him that handled him and disguised it as a suicide, so it was predictable that he disguised it as a suicide. This place is the center of the Adenka territory. The fact that there is a force capable of assassinating the elders here, I absolutely do not want to think like that. So this suicide was just a planned drama. Vo Chu narrowed her eyes slightly. She smiled and praised, you can see what I cannot see. Homeowner, can I talk to Vinchen for a moment? He nodded, if the lady wants, then go ahead. Having received the consent, Lady Vosa immediately left. She also called, Vinchen, follow me. I really want to borrow that eye of yours, so I can see through this matter. The door to the elder's room was opened. The two went inside. In front of him is his body. Tin Lo Van was in a sitting position leaning against a wall, with a long sword stuck straight into his heart in front of his chest. Vinchen slowly approached the body and reminded her, don't be too scared, if this is the first time you see someone commit suicide with your own eyes. Vinchen sat down and opened his eyes to examine it. Behind him, he looked at his actions and was skeptical, perhaps the body was not normal. Sure enough, Vinchen immediately spoke up, strangely. This sword stabs very neatly, with just one hit. Vesa wondered, what's so strange about that? He's also a swordsman, that's his heart, just use a little force. The sword will, Vinchen interrupted, that's a basic problem. When people die, there will be some regret and suffering, it has nothing to do with their strength, at that time, they will show fear of death. Tin Lo Van's death was completely different from that, there was no trace of hesitation or fear in this sword stab. This suicide was certainly staged. Vosa doubted and asked, if so, where was Lo Van's real whereabouts? Vinchen smirked, that's it. His eyes sparkled and he turned to silently ask Julian, where is he? Julian was startled, huh? Don't you know everything? Vinchen shook his head to deny, no, that's all I know. Besides, wouldn't you give your opinion if I said something wrong? Don't you have any thoughts about this case? Julian thought confusedly, you're right, it makes me so uncomfortable. There is a kind of black magic, the art of recovering corpses. Vinchen smiled with satisfaction, I know what you will suggest. Then he also said this to Vosa, there is a type of black magic, the art of restoring corpses. Vesa frowned in disbelief and asked, is it black magic, do you have any proof? He replied, Mom didn't see anything, in his eyes. Vesa explained, my skill can only distinguish truth from lies through the human soul. We cannot clarify the whole situation, or see into the nature of ourselves. Suddenly, she tapped him on the shoulder, turned him around so he could look straight into her eyes and question, for example. Where did you learn about that black magic, Vinchen? Her eyes were like sharp knives staring at the two people. She constantly puts pressure on whether that old corpse committed suicide or not, it has nothing to do with me. What I need to know is where you know that from. On the other hand, in the meeting room of the elders, the black old man stiffly stammered, Sir, why are you here, homeowner? He coldly said hello, long time no see. Let's have a cup of tea together. Having finished speaking, the Khan raised his cup of tea and took a long sip. The three elders were silent, no one coughed. After taking a sip, the homeowner exclaimed, "The tea smells very fragrant, this tea." It was the type that the elder believed Lo Van liked very much. Hearing this name, the elder Fin Denise suddenly trembled. She forced a smile and said, "Elder. That corpse has nothing to do with our Elders Association." The homeowner Khan frowned with dissatisfaction. "Do you think it's over after you brush it all off?" Fin Denise seemed to have been given courage medicine. She put down her long glass and sarcastically said, "Ah, bring me, please speak frankly. Perhaps you came here because you were dissatisfied with Vincent's mission at this Congress." The homeowner Khan pondered and asked, "I am indeed dissatisfied." She said, "It seems like you love him very much. Because Savannah's son is contagious, that's why you treat him like that." Hearing this name, the homeowner was quite startled. Old man Dagon even sneered and added, "Aren't you afraid that Lady Vosa will be jealous?" He asked, "Will you protect the Hilam family, your wife's family?" Fin Denise smiled sarcastically and said, "I seem to be a bit brazen. What's the use of you taking care of her son now? When someone gains strong power in the family thanks to her life. Kanadenka, it is you." Time goes back. At that time, Savannah was still alive and pregnant with Vincent. She was lying on the bed. The homeowner Khan held her hand and bowed his head begging, "Savannah, please. If she uses it then she will live. Why is she still so stubborn in the end?" Savannah explained with a haggard face, "Khan, please understand my decision. Our child depends on you." "Khan, don't cry." At that time, he bit his lip. And now, too. His whole body was angry, radiating a maximum source of mana. In his ears still resounded the voice of Savannah, "Please take care of our child for me." After her death, he suddenly grew strong, and received the title of Adenka. What else? Her death, related to your destiny, is something that anyone can think of. Savannah is contagious. She was an extremely good and pure girl, but the whole family was very sad when she lost her life. Ah, no, she had a smug look on her face, mocking the patience of the Khan's landlord. Phi Dan Nen said, "Since you personally sent her away, you don't feel sad, homeowner?" Suddenly, the Khan pointed his sword at her face. He swung his sword and slashed once to warn the enemy. The power that the Khan radiated caused the whole palace to go crazy. The power spread to the outside. Everyone present nearby was frightened by this powerful pressure. Phi Danan was no exception. She was pushed away by the energy. His dull eyes stared at the Khan homeowner without saying a word. When that energy dissipates, everything returns to normal. "I just pulled out my sword and already felt the murderous aura. Could it be that I was hallucinating?" Phi Dan Nen was confused and silently asked, "What was that just now?" "This is the realm of the lower world that humans can achieve. 9 stars light." At this time, the owner Khan warned in a deep voice, "Please remember the elder Phi Danan. Her name is Savannah Adenka." On the other side, Savannah put her hand on Vincent's shoulder and looked at each other. She quickly asked, "Okay, tell me Vincent, where did you feel the traces of black magic from?" Julian stood aside in shock, silently wondering, what to do. At this time, Vincent pondered for a long time. Then he replied, "Son. Can see it." This statement made Savannah surprised and asked more, "What do you see?" Julian saw that the situation had gone too far. He turned pale and said, "Now, it's so wrong." Savannah wondered further, "Surely Ladensa doesn't know the name of black magic, right?" Vincent calmly replied, "Yes, only with your intuition you cannot know everything. Your eyes see the truth, the only way to fight that ability. It was God who passed down divine revelation to you. Thinking about it, it seems so simple." Hearing these words, Savannah was confused and silently wondered, "This is not a lie." Then, she wondered further and asked, "Divine revelation, you mean God has passed on divine revelation that was revealed to you in the past, star-friendly meeting competition?" Vincent confidently replied, "It is true that I have passed down divine revelation to you. The name of the black magic this time was also known through that divine revelation." Savannah looked into Vincent's eyes. She exclaimed in surprise. It was true that her eyes did not react. She warned, "Don't let others know about my teachings, it won't do you any good to reveal your ability." As soon as he finished speaking, Vincent quickly replied, "Yes, I know." Julian stood still and quickly asked, "What is it? Is this approved?" After that, Savannah said, "Then, what content did that God pass down to the heavenly revelation? Did he tell T. Loban's location?" Hearing these words, Vincennes secretly smiled and said, "Come on, what are you doing, God? Quickly pass down the heavenly revelation and give me some suggestions." Julian nervously replied, "What's wrong with me, so?" If it got to the point where even his mother couldn't sense his signs, then he had used advanced level black magic to hide himself, so T. Loban must have consumed an inordinate amount of vitality, grown enough to perform that magic. As soon as he finished speaking, Vincennes laughed and replied, "That's it." Savannah asked curiously, "So is it possible that a third person helped?" Julian explained further, "He has now been thrown away because he pleaded guilty, so he is no longer worth using. The possibility having a helper is also very small. Tyloban was physically exhausted, and there was no one to help him. So he is still hiding in this room." Suddenly Savannah spoke in a deep voice, "Still in this room?" Vincennes smiled and replied, "So I have a favor to ask you. I want to hit T. Loban's body." Savannah said, "T. Loban as a staff association can judge on the spot. I don't care who cuts him, but he is the elder of a Denka. I have enough strength to fight him, no." Vincennes said, "I need your help there. I will forcibly drag him, and then he will have a very strong attack. Can you stop that for me?" As soon as he finished speaking, Savannah happily agreed, "Okay, leave it to me." Having finished speaking, Vincennes immediately pulled out the sword. Then it crashed into the ground. The power radiating out was extremely strong. At this time, T. Loban's consciousness senses danger. The old man immediately radiated an underground force that silently resisted. His demonic energy roars ferociously, "You!" At the same time, Savannah promptly helped Vincennes. She gently used 2 fingers to block his sword. This caused the old T. Loban to exclaim in surprise. Barehanded. The old man tried his best to attack. But unexpectedly, Savannah was able to break his sword in half with one hand. Immediately, the demonic energy immediately disappeared in the blink of an eye. Savannah said in surprise, it turned out that he had become Samian's dog, T. Loban. "Is this the beauty of the Red Emperor?" T. Loban replied fiercely, "Damn it, I would have run away long ago without you." As soon as he finished speaking, Savannah laughed mockingly and ran away. It sounded so funny. "Do you think you can run away? In the name of your family you will be punished." At the same time, Vincennes pointed the sword straight at the old T. Loban's chest. A slash hit him, causing T. Loban to scream loudly in pain. Vincennes' eyes firmly said silently, "It's over." Suddenly, he felt something was a little unstable inside his body. He slowly fell to the ground painfully. Witnessing this scene, Savannah looked confused and followed. I only saw Vincennes lying down, cowering and trembling. He continuously screamed loudly in despair. The owner Khan was angry, and the surroundings radiated great power. He frowned, looking extremely indignant. Phi Dan Nen smiled provocatively and said, "Why are you reacting so aggressively? Do you think no one knows?" Julian panicked and ran closer shouting, "Oh my God, what's going on? Vincennes, what's wrong with you?" Vincennes replied tremblingly. After using his ability to search for ways, his body suddenly felt extreme pain. Vincennes looked at the finger that was gradually disappearing. Julian shouted in panic, "His nails were disappearing. Could this be it?" Vincennes said, "I never thought about it. Has it already started, corrupting heavenly bones?" He was trying to delay this disappearance. Savannah ran away in panic. "Now I'll go call the Mandarin. Please bear with me a little, Vincennes." Vincennes muttered, "There is no reason for this. It will take many years to face the corruption." Julian explains that it's not so strange to start being corrupted. "We have achieved our wish and achieved incredible strength with this weak Vincennes' body, time after time, dealing with opponents stronger than us. There are also many cases where force has been used beyond the limit, that obvious adverse effect. Perhaps it's time." Vincennes called with a sad face, "Julian, in this life, I too. Did you fail?" Faced with this thought, Julian didn't know how to respond properly. Then Julian calmly said, "No." Vincennes looked confusedly at Julian. He said, "Although your method is reckless and unreasonable, I don't think it is wrong. If it weren't for someone, my father and mother, perhaps I wouldn't be able to recognize my talent. Just like when I received the protection of the giant's brain power, I will use my divine power to maintain your heavenly bones." Vincennes saw this scene. He panicked and quickly stopped it. "Wait, Julian, just keep doing this." Julian smiled and replied, "Yes, gradually I will disappear. So, before my existence disappears, please find a way to cure this heavenly bone." Vincennes called out in fear, "Wait, Julian." Julian comforted me, "I believe you can do it." Just like that, Julian disappeared into thin air. Vincennes was shocked and looked at him full of regret. Beautiful yellow butterflies landed on Vincennes' hand. he silently said to himself, "Okay, leave it to me, Julian, surely, we will find a way to cure this disappearing heavenly bone." Suddenly, there was a loud call, "Young Master Vincent, are you okay?" Seeing a strange man, Vincent wondered and asked, "Are you?" He quickly replied, "The official Du Lan." On the other side, in the hall, the atmosphere was extremely tense. Everyone looked tense. People sat on chairs, their eyes watching him critically. Brother Ho stood to one side, looking disgusted. She said, "How long will it take for the notarization to be completed? It's just going through the motions. I'll go out and continue talking, I'm so sleepy." Suddenly Merlin appeared and called out loudly, "Becoming Lord." Looking in the direction of the call, Ho Xie exclaimed in surprise, "Merlin Qiang. Did you come here from the Bloody City this late at night?" Merlin replied calmly, "After reading the report, I was a bit worried about Vincent." "How's Vincent?" Ho Xie smiled and said, "You don't need to worry, it's fine. Probably with Khan." Before he could finish his sentence, Sei Khan walked over and shyly said, "I'm sorry, it took a bit of time." Brother Ho happily replied, "You have worked hard, butler." Sei Khan frowned and replied, "No, it has to be handled anyway." Seeing Seekin, Merlin's face became upset. Ho Xie was confused and asked, "Do you two know each other?" Seekin laughed and replied, "Yes, it also makes you feel awkward. Because the person who created the scar on that face was me." At this moment, Merlin got mad and quickly pulled out the sword. On this side, the Seekin also took out the rope to cope. Witnessing this scene, the brother panicked and shouted, "Wait, these crazy people." On the other side, in some room, Dun Lan kept exclaiming, "There was no way," until her body became like this. "If I hadn't heard the news from Elder T. Loban, and hadn't come here, something big would have happened. The treatment is not universal, the appearance of healing is not everything," Vincent shyly replied, I'm sorry." He thought to himself, where are they babbling like that? That's right, if it's official Julian, maybe he'll know how to cure it. After that, Vincent quickly asked, "I wonder if you know about the heavenly bones?" Dun Lan exclaimed in surprise, "Tien Company." He fell into thought for a moment. Dun Lan said, "So the God who protects you, you said, is protecting and assisting you to increase your strength." Vincent replied, "I don't understand time, is there no cure?" Dun Lan said, "I'm sorry, this is the form of Charslan I heard in the beginning, so for me." Hearing this, Vincent gasped in surprise and silently exclaimed, "Is there really no method, are both Julian and I wrong?" Dun Lan continued, "But I have a way to protect that God, not the dude's bones. If you are direct, nurturing divine power can protect him." Vincent hesitantly asked, "What do you mean by becoming a Mandarin?" Dun Lan quickly replied, "That is also the way, but it will not be easy. If you don't have time, it will be even more difficult." Vincent wondered and asked, "Then what to do?" Dun Lan said, "In the vicinity of Gaia Temple, there is a place called the Holy King's Dungeon. The Holy King is the legendary priest who built the Gaia Temple. There is a legend that there is a Holy Grail left there, a weapon that provides enormous divine power to the owner." Vincent was confused and asked more, "Are we looking for legendary objects?" Dun Lan explains, "Forest, that is not a nihilistic legend, because the owner who received divine power through that Holy Grail does exist." Vincent eagerly asked, "Who is that? We have to meet that person right now." Dun Lan then replied, "In history, there was only one person who used that Holy Grail. Arslan Adenka is the solar sword, the master's ancestor." On this side, Seekin and Merlin are still in a fierce battle. Merlin said bitterly, "Since the battle at Chavai Dan Plateau, we haven't faced each other." Seekin calmly replied, "I am a mercenary from the Dominican family, you are a fighter from Adenka, we have faced each other a lot as enemies." Merlin shouted loudly, "What's the difference now? If so, then it's rude." Having said that, Sei Khan immediately took action. Ra Ven stood next to him, panicking and calling out Sei Khan's name. At the same time, Merlin used Kingslayer to attack Sei Khan. Suddenly, someone's hand reached behind Merlin's neck. Brother Ho angrily grabbed the two people's hair and ordered, "Stop, both of you, stop. Both of you still remember your status as a teacher of the Blood City, right? If you two mess up, the person who will be in trouble will be me. Win or lose, just wait until Vincent and the suburbs leave the city. Until then, if you two continue to do these things, I will know." Suddenly, there was a loud call from far away, "Wait a minute, are you really going?" Dun Lan tried to stop Vincent, it was very dangerous. Vincent was confused and asked, "What do you mean?" "The one who told me was the official." "Let's go to the Holy King's tomb." Hearing these words, the elder brother exclaimed in surprise, "The tomb of the Holy King?" Sei-kan replied, "It seems that young Master Vincent wants to reenact that event. If that's the case, then we'll have to fight later on whether we win or lose, right, Merlin?" On this side, Merlin replied angrily, "If that's the case then good, Kingslayer." After that, Sei-kan and Rave left immediately after that. Hosea exclaimed in surprise, flinching. She turned back to look at Merlin and asked, "Your last name is Phi Company?" Dunlan walked to the front of the tomb gate. He was curious and asked, "Wait, are you really going to go in there?" Vincent confidently replied, "If I didn't come in, why would I come here?" At this moment, he thought to himself, Julian doesn't have much time. If Arslan has arranged the Holy Grail here, then I can't delay any longer. Dunlan asked further, "Master Vincent, have you forgotten what I said? Those who entered it lost their lives and could not return. No one knows the depth of this catacomb structure, or what is in it." Hearing this, Vincent replied with a face full of determination, "If so, why did you tell me that dangerous information? There are police outside, although they are a bit lax. Without a second-level official, you cannot enter. Why did you tell me that?" Dunlan was silent for a moment and then replied, "Do you know the Holy King Lango?" Vincent replied, "A little bit. If you know about Julian and history, you've heard it before. Saint King Longo is the hero who founded the present religion. The pioneer in the Devil's Conquest. Davin died. Most of the information about him was destroyed by the enemy." Dunlan put her hand on her chest with a serious face and replied, "I is the divine official who continues the power of the Holy King." Hearing this, Vincent could not hide his surprise. He asked, "The power of the Holy King?" Dunlan explains further, "There is a prophecy passed down to the person who inherits the power of the Holy King. Only those who experience death and meet the gods can find the Holy Grail." Vincent exclaimed in surprise, "Experiencing death?" Dunlan lowered her voice and continued, "I don't know if that prophecy is true or not, and I don't know what it's like to experience death. The power of the Holy King within, I have a feeling it's heading towards you. Mr. Vincent, if the person mentioned in the prophecy is you, then this is your chance." Even so, I'm still worried that when he entered the tomb, Vincent consoled him, "Don't worry, official Dunlan. Because the person the Holy King has chosen is me." Having finished speaking, Vincent walked alone into the tomb. Suddenly there was a source of magical power radiating from inside, making Dunlan standing outside surprised. He quickly clasped his hands together and prayed, "God bless you, Mr. Vincent." Vincent followed the rays of light flashing from inside. Just like that, we went deeper and deeper into the tomb. The winding staircases have no end. He silently asked, "What is this? I feel like I've been walking for a long time, because it's so dark, the feeling and time are all very vague." Julian, who finally knew anything. How can Julian listen to what I say? People are truly cunning. If they stay in a dungeon for 10 years, they always wish it was just one day, so that time can pass quickly. This road is indeed very strange, there is no end. Perhaps I have missed something important with the darkness making it difficult to observe everything. Just to confirm, Vincent then intended to turn around to observe. Suddenly a voice spoke up, telling him not to turn back. "When you turn around, you will immediately lose your direction, and be stuck forever in this tomb." Vincent panicked and quickly shouted, "Who is it? Come out here quickly." From the dark night, a purple flame appeared. Rushed towards Vincent. Seeing unknown silhouettes surrounding me, Vincent shouted in terror, "Illusion, illusion." The other side replied, "We are the warriors of the Illusion tribe. I am Mila Nan. I have been waiting for you all this time, you who pursue the truth." Vincent was confused and asked, "One who pursues the truth?" Mela Nan says, "Get over the Samian clan, and face the truth. We are the ones who stay to protect the mission. Has protected this place for the past 500 years. Prove to us that you are the one who pursues the truth, set us free." Vincent was now secretly happy and said, "Great, indeed what Arslan had arranged is happening." He asked, "How can we prove it?" Melanon replied, slashing at us with his sword. "Your mana will prove it." Vincent replied triumphantly, "Very well, to be worthy of your weight, I will use Adenka's sword. The sword of Adenka that I was taught by my master, the sword of Adenka." Having said that, the first sword strike is a semicircular slash. He shouted excitedly, I am Vincen Adenka. Descendant of Arslan Phi Company, the one who arranged everything. Suddenly, Milanon's face changed slightly. He shouted loudly, declaring, proving, failing. The catacombs began to vibrate violently. At this moment, a group of ferocious illusions rushed to surround Vincen. Faced with this situation, Vincen quickly dodged the attack. Milanon said loudly, it's not you, it proves failure. The situation was too dangerous. Vincen quickly called the brain giant for help. A source of lightning energy appeared, causing the illusions to scream loudly in pain. Suddenly, its arms began to grow longer, making Vincen exclaim in surprise. That arm grew longer. He was surrounded by a crowd of people. Without thinking much, Vincen tried his best to fight. With their fighting ability, Vincen had to exclaim, these illusions are so strong, even if we defeat them, they will continue to attack again. Milanon said fiercely, destroying the intruder of the tomb. On this side, Vincen said confusedly, behind, but if I turn around. He once said that when you turn around, you will immediately lose direction, and be stuck forever in this tomb. Hesitating too much, Vincen was hit by a sword from Milanon. He threatened loudly, give up, Vincen Adenka. He is not you of whom the prophecy speaks. These words made Vincen confused and wondering what to do. Isn't this the place Arslan had arranged? If Julian were here, he would tell me something. Alone, can't do anything. Vincen was exhausted by the siege of those scary illusions. A look of sadness and helplessness appeared on his face. Outside, Dunlan was kneeling with her hands clasped in constant prayer. Suddenly there was a loud sound, no way. Not even a little bit, the two guards replied, this is a no-go area. They stubbornly continued, so why are there people over there? Hearing a loud noise, Dunlan turned around to look. He exclaimed in surprise, they are. Inside, Vincen exhausted his strength and accepted his fate. Milanon said, we are the guardians of the prophecy of the Holy King and the Sun Sword Emperor. We will use our strength to protect it. If you hinder us, then as you know, that we cannot be defeated. It also means that you are the intruder, not the person the prophecy mentioned. The one who pursues the truth, the one who experiences death and meets the gods. Hearing these words, Vincen silently exclaimed in surprise, that prophecy has two parts. Milanon continued, he did not fit any part of that prophecy. Go in peace, Vincen Adenka. Now Vincen is being squeezed with one hand by the maze. Faced with this situation, Vincen slowly closed his eyes. A force from within him began to activate. Vincen burst out with immense power. Witnessing this power, Milanon exclaimed in bewilderment, this red-black mana, Simeon. Vincen used red magic to deal with him. He said with provocative eyes, crimson him, last chapter. Having finished speaking, Vincen used the sword. Slashed hard at Milanon's body. He silently said, yes, from the beginning I used the wrong name to prove that it was not Vincen, but that I had experienced death, Davin Simeon. My name is Davin Simeon. The one who overcame death and came here. Take me to the Holy King's Holy Grail, as prophesied. Hearing these words, Milanon said calmly, finally. I have also been liberated. After speaking, the illusions immediately disappeared into thin air. Seeing the scene in front of him, Vincen couldn't help but be surprised. Standing in front of a huge door. He was confused and silently wondered, is this the entrance? Vincen slowly opened the door. He looked in to observe. Inside is a magnificent room. Vincen walked inside. Glancing around, constantly exclaiming, this is the place. The Holy King's tomb. He approached Arslan's tomb. Suddenly, from inside the coffin, a ghostly aura emitted. Soon, a huge figure appeared in front of Vincen. Seeing this scene, Vincen looked bewildered and followed. He exclaimed, Holy King, La Migo. As soon as he finished speaking, he replied in a deep voice, yes, O successor of the Arslan bloodline. The arrangements my friend Arslan left behind. It seems to be going as expected. As he spoke, Lan Migo took out something precious, making Vincen surprised. It turned out that he took out the Holy Grail and gave it to him. Lan Migo said, I have finished my role. Thou shalt look forward to the next arrangement. Holy Grail will lead you to paradise. Thanks to you, I was able to keep my promise to my comrades and leave here. Thank you. After saying that, the Migo orchid just disappeared with the wind. Vincen stood behind. He looked respectfully. He raised his hand and placed it on his chest and spoke solemnly, with all respect and honor. At the same time, the ceiling of the crypt began to crack. This happened so suddenly that Vincent was confused. He silently wondered, with this shock, could it be that the tomb was collapsing? Perhaps it was by arrangement. Suddenly, someone appeared and called out, "Teacher." Oh no, Merlin appeared with a cold aura. Outside, Dunlan lamented fervently, "Damn, it's been so long, what are Mr. Merlin and Vincent doing inside?" "So, you mean, the prophecy about the Holy King's tomb has been given. For Mr. Merlin's prosperous family and the city lord's familiar family." As soon as he finished speaking, his brother seriously replied, "Yes, that's right. The one who saw the truth of Adenka went to the tomb of the Holy King, where there were also descendants of the familiar family. I don't know what to do here. But, now those prophecies have been fulfilled." Hosea silently wondered, "Merlin, are you okay, if Vincent is truly a pursuer of the truth? That also means you can't get out alive." Inside, Vincent replied loudly, "Fa Ko was originally the family name of Arslan's ancestor, right? It's strange that his family still exists, after changing the family name to Adenka. What is the story of the fortune teller?" Merlin pondered for a moment and then replied, "To some martial artists of Adenka, there is a prophecy that has been passed down from eternity." Vincent asked curiously, "The prophecy?" Merlin explained that, "Yes, the arrangement that our ancestor Arslan left behind was our mission. Descendants of the king, please die at the tomb of the Holy King, because Adenka, you have remembered your name." Hearing these words, Vincent could only gasp and exclaim, "Are you determined to die?" Suddenly, the catacombs began to shake more violently, making Vincent startled and looked up. Merlin calmly faced the situation with sharp eyes. He used the sword in his hand to immediately rush forward to defend. On this side, Vincent is struggling to avoid large rocks. Suddenly Merlin spoke loudly, "This place has tried its best to support for 500 years, now it has begun to collapse and cannot return to the way it was. There is only one way to safely leave this place. It is to destroy this organ. This is the core that maintains the Holy King's tomb. The moment it is destroyed, the collapse will be faster, and will create a small gap leading to the surface." Vincent was confused and replied, "Then I will destroy it, at least together." As soon as he finished speaking, Merlin added, "No. This is my mission." Vincent wondered and asked, "Do you intend to let me go out with that space, and die myself?" Merlin pondered for a moment and then replied, "Since the first time we met, you said you would remember my name." My heart was trembling, it was finally my turn. For martial artists, there is nothing more fun than completing the mission and dying. Young master, Vincent, is a good disciple. Having finished speaking, Merlin immediately helped Vincent escape. Suddenly, Vincent stood up to block his plan. He silently asked himself, "Is this a prophecy? That name is so gentle to me, isn't it? If it's Arslan, or the one I know, I absolutely won't sacrifice anyone to achieve my goal. Arslan is a simple child, that child once cried because of his injustice, there is no reason to throw away one's descendants as tools." Hearing these words, Merlin angrily clenched his teeth. He quickly asked, "Are you going to continue like this? If we continue like this, we will both die." Vincent calmly replied, "The two of us can go out too." This statement made Merlin surprised. Vincent explained further, "I was there to pave the way for you. You used all your strength and stayed here, right? Even if I leave behind some strength to escape, what if you become faster and stronger enough for the two of us to escape?" Having finished speaking, Vincent sat down on the ground and placed his hands on the ground. He silently said, "All the strength I have, gather for one jump in one go. The blessing of the Puppet King. The blessing of the Galactic Wanderer. The blessing of giant brain power." Merlin witnessed this scene, he gasped and exclaimed, "This is fusing characteristics." At this time, a formation was created by Vincent. Inherent characteristics are emerging. Vincent shouted loudly, "This is the moment." Hearing the slogan, Merlin rushed to help. He uses lightning. Create another door. A light source flashed in the blink of an eye. From the ruins, golden light appeared briefly. Seeing that, Vincent stomped his foot really hard. Then he quickly rushed forward. A face filled with determination was revealed. Vincent rushed as fast as the wind, approaching the place where the light came from. He said, "The light, the ground is here. Just a little more, just a little more. Suddenly Vincennes could not reach the light. He silently asked in bewilderment, there was no way, because at this moment he was using red royal magic so he didn't have enough strength. I will fall down. I will fall down. Suddenly, a hand reached out to hold Vincennes, making him surprised. Vincennes glanced down. I saw Merlin supporting me. Merlin smiled and said, you must definitely find out the truth. After that, he used all his remaining internal energy. Push Vincennes out of the tomb. Vincennes was forced out. He didn't have the heart to shout loudly, no way. Teacher, just like that, Merlin fell to the bottom. Suddenly, there was a silhouette of someone rushing past. I only saw my brother rushing madly into the crypt. She jumped straight down without the slightest hesitation. Hosea used his rope as a fulcrum. The rope wrapped tightly around the top of the nearby mountain. Then she rushed down and called out, Merlin. The other end of the wire was thrown down towards him. Catch Merlin as he falls into the abyss. After everything was done, Hosea breathed a sigh of relief and said, catched it. Now we know. This is a familiar song. It was destined to save you. Vincennes had now woken up from his coma. He was scared and shouted loudly, no help. Suddenly his face looked a little surprised. It turned out that Merlin had been rescued by a firefighter. Seeing that, Vincennes sighed and exclaimed, fortunately, everything was okay. Dunlan walked closer and laughed and said, the young master has woken up. He continued to reply, after causing trouble, have a good night's sleep. What the young master held in his hand was, Vincennes was startled and replied, oh yes. The Holy Grail left by the Holy King. Do you want to check? Dunlan held the Holy Cup and said excitedly, oh my God. I didn't expect to see it with my own eyes. Accidentally, Dunlan touched the red button on the Holy Grail. Dunlan shouted in panic, Holy Grail is sucking my divine power. Suddenly, water appeared in the Holy Cup. Dunlan was confused and asked if there was water left behind. Vincennes thought, could this be the power of the Holy Grail? He laughed and said, if I drink that, I will have more strength, right? Brother who said sarcastically, you want to drink it? That jar has been buried for 500 years. Without thinking much, Vincennes immediately picked up the Holy Cup and drank it in one gulp. He said that a great source of power was flowing through his body. This divine power. At this moment, Vincennes felt the difference in his body. At the same time, Julian is gradually being recovered. I saw Julian closing his eyes, his body radiating a great source of energy. Vincennes silently prayed, Julian should wake up and come here soon. Not long after Julian woke up, he asked in confusion, oh, I understand. It turns out you found a way to restore me to my original form. Vincennes calmly replied, it's not the same form as before, but I just supplemented your divine power. Hearing these words, Julian nodded and exclaimed, it turns out that, thanks to this divine power, I can maintain my existence and maintain this state. But, what is this ruin? Julian looked at Arslan's tomb without surprise. Vincennes explained that this was the tomb of the Holy King. The entire monument had collapsed. Hearing this, Julian burst into tears and asked, what the hell have you done? On the street, people are talking, have you heard anything? The Holy King's tomb has collapsed. What? After all, it's just an abandoned place that no one visits. But the important thing is that the person who destroyed it was the seventh master of Adenka, really. On the other hand, Savannah read that article. She pondered those words. Savannah says, obviously, I heard you are not well. Vincennes replied, thanks to the official Julian, I have recovered a bit. Savannah held the newspaper tightly in her hand and replied with sharp eyes, so that's it. A little recovery could cause such a problem. In this peaceful temple. Suddenly there was a loud scream, we need to slowly grasp the truth, there is no reason for young Master Vincennes to intentionally destroy the Holy King's tomb. Hearing this, Nen Li Yusi replied, his thoughts were too simple. Lord Dunlan. Do you think that reason is important to us? The most important thing is the fact that young Master Adenka destroyed Gai A's ancient ruins. Dunlan tried to explain, that's true, senior, but... Before I could say anything, Nen Li Yusi banged on the table and screamed loudly. Have the right to ask Adenka to compensate for that loss properly. They have maintained the protection of ancient relics, including those relics, for the past 500 years. The damage that young master has caused, even if I ask the Adenka family to donate to restore the monument and maintain other monuments, it won't be a problem. The other priests agreed and said, "Yes, using this opportunity the power of our church will be expanded." Hearing these words, Dunlan bitterly said to himself, "Donating, the money is in some people's pockets." Suddenly there was an interruption, one could say. I expressed my great regret at the meeting of the elders, about the departure of young Master Vincen. To compensate the Holy King's tainted reputation, we must demand commensurate responsibility. So what do you guys think? If I use his left arm as a sacrifice, is that okay? Vosa couldn't help but blame him. Do you know how big a problem you have caused? On destroyed a 500-year-old relic. Gaia Temple and Adenka had established a relationship after the Great Demon Battle. Gaia Temple was destroyed, leading to the political consequences of this establishment collapsing, which will be beyond our imagination. He sent a delegation to protest. They will demand baseless things to maintain this friendly relationship. Vincen shrugged his shoulders without showing any fear and replied, "Mom already knows everything, so there's no need for me to report those normal things." Vosa glared and asked, "Is there anything else unusual?" Only when she saw Vincen calling out, she immediately pushed a cart with a towel covering her face into the room. "Mrs. Vincen reached out and lifted the covering sheet. On it rested the sparkling golden chalice. "This is what I found in the Holy King's tomb." When Vasa saw it, he was puzzled and said, "That's just a bowl, isn't it? No matter how high its value is, it has nothing to do with this incident. They are definitely only concerned about their own interests. I cannot avoid the family's blame. How will I take responsibility?" Vincen raised his mouth and smiled confidently, "No need." Vosa was startled and exclaimed, "What?" Vincen affirmed that they, on the contrary, should thank you. Seeing that, she pondered and said, "Okay, let's try it." He began to explain, because the Holy King's tomb had nothing to do with them at all. That place was left without any management to be called an important monument. There are only 2 guards at the entrance, although when going in or out, you need to be accompanied by a Mandarin, but as long as you know the Mandarin, anyone can enter. Furthermore, they no longer investigated the tomb anymore. If they really thought that the relic was valuable, they would dig inside no matter what threats or sacrifices. It can be said that the Holy King's tomb is a grave. It is a pity to throw it away, but it is not worth keeping it. Is that understanding enough for me to avoid this responsibility, Mother?" As soon as he finished speaking, Vosa couldn't control his anger and said, "You disappoint me so much, Vincen. You know what kind of person I am, but dare lying to me." Her eyes turned red, and mana also flowed out as if out of control. Ryusa couldn't help but break out in a cold sweat. This is the scary thing when Lady Vosa discovers a lie. She was angry and questioned. "Don't try to justify the value of the tomb. If you have anything hidden, tell it quickly." Julian was scared to tears by her aura. As for Vincen, he still calmly resisted. As expected, nothing could escape his mother's eyes. "Mom, look at this." The room then emitted a soft blue light. Ryusa and Mrs. Vosa were both surprised when they saw this. This thing was. She even asked incredulously, "Could this be faked?" Ryusa shook her head and affirmed, "No, this is a structure that cannot be faked." Lady Vosa then calmed down and glanced at Vincen, thinking, "If I use this thing, then the situation can be reversed." Vincen smiled and asked, "Are you satisfied?" A few days later, the group of people from the Gaia Temple arrived at the Adenka mansion. The representative of the delegation, the Australian official, said in an arrogant tone, if Vincen's slanderous behavior was made public, he would not be able to avoid responsibility. The power of the Holy King, let's see how their family will respond to us for that act of sabotage. Dunlan tried to advise, "Senior, you are making that mistake." Nell laughed, "Was it a mistake? I was just doing the right thing." He proudly thought to himself, "That's right, even if he has the support of those old people, I can still sit on that high priest position." Dunlan frowned and did not continue to say more. At this time, the black man stood next to Vosa and Vincen. He asked, "Is what you said true, ma'am?" She replied, "Yes. You have brought Vincen to this important position, then this matter is nothing. If Vincen cannot prove his innocence, then we will deal with him directly." Everyone fought, each person had their own words, and the sand even radiated strong mana, making Julian feel trembling. The black old man raised his face and said, "If the lady has confirmed so. A useless battle, let's see what we can do if it happens." The temple delegation approached. Mrs. Vosa welcomed the temple delegation Gaia. Since the story is quite long, let me introduce the prepared location. In the large room that has been prepared, on one side are the elders of the Adenka family, on the opposite side are the Vasa and Vinchen, and the central row of tables is the place of the temple. Nen Li Yusi expressed, I am very sorry to have to go to the Adenka family, a longtime friend of ours, because of this unfortunate incident. I will not need to summarize the situation anymore, please invite the elders of Adenka to express their official views. Black smiled secretly, very well, taking advantage of this good opportunity, I will rely on the Temple of Thorns to hold the real power of the Elders Association. He stared at Vinchen opposite. As for him, he also responded with a provocative smile. Seeing that, he immediately stood up and pointed an accusing finger at young Master Vinchen. If you can still laugh now, do you know that this meeting took place because of your recklessness? Vinchen also stood up and spoke. Ah, I'm sorry. It's the same as when you left Australia, deliberately eliminating the head of the Adenka family. What? Everyone in the room couldn't help but be startled. As for Du Lin, he couldn't help but laugh happily. Nell angrily banged on the table and stood up to shout, an insolent guy. If you can't explain it clearly, don't try to save your life. Vinchen did not show any fear and stepped forward, sending his official greetings to all of you. The seventh son of Adenka, I am Vinchen Adenka. The 9th level student of the Blood Devourer. As he spoke, he took out a blue crystal stone. Glowing stone. Appears the image of the Holy King. It completely replayed the scene when he was in the tomb, when he got the Holy Grail, the Holy King, before his soul completely disappeared, expressed his gratitude. Thanks to you, I was able to keep my promise to my comrades and leave here. Thank you. The whole scene is like a replay of a movie. Nen Li Yusi looked at it with her mouth open. This is. Vinchen smiled triumphantly and suggested, now let's officially start the meeting. At Han Sen's smithy, a girl was carrying a basket full of weapons. While walking, a voice rang out, asking for permission. Is this Han Sen's blacksmith shop? The girl put down the gas tank and asked, is it okay, if you came here to ask him to forge a sword? The boy waved his hand, no. I'm a journalist, the Blood Lotus sword that Vinchen used to defeat Simeon, was it Mr. Han Sen who forged it? The girl replied, well actually, the imaginary sign she said immediately focused on listening to write the paper. But right after that, she got angry and shouted, don't come here again. Every time it's a famous sword, otherwise I'll write an article about it, seriously, it's driving me crazy. Do you know how much you hinder us from doing business, signing the price awkwardly, stammering, that. Then there was a strong hammer hitting the ground. Master Han Sen came out and asked, Me, are you arguing with the customer again? I told you to be polite when talking to customers, are you trying to scare them all away? Mi Li immediately withdrew her anger and faltered, Mr. Han Sen, no, that's not true. The journalist saw him and excitedly asked, Mr. Han Sen, you are Mr. Han Sen, right? Could you take a few minutes to talk to me? Han Sen sighed in frustration and complained, oh, it's a reporter. Because of that damn Vinchen, all sorts of things are happening now. The journalist who was blocked by the Mi Li still stubbornly shouted loudly, I'm sorry, blacksmith Han Sen. Please, let me interview you. Mi dismissed, no interview at all, go home. But it only takes a little time. Han Sen looked at him and coldly snorted, thinking, at least, thanks to him, I can hear people call me the 4 words, Master Blacksmith, even if only occasionally. And that guy, from then until now he has never come back here. He took the imaging crystal along with all the shop's money. Returning to the meeting room, everyone was now talking loudly, was that thing just now really the Holy King? If that's true then it's his grave. Has it completed the task for which it was created? Has the Holy King now been liberated? Meanwhile, Vinchen also thought to himself, I never thought that one day I would have to use the crystal mana that the master blacksmith gave me in this way. New Zealand gritted her teeth. He still didn't believe it and used the excuse to deny it, all this was a fabrication, a lie. Those are the memories he staged to cover up his crimes. The elders whispered, the images on the mana crystal right in front of them were hard to say were fabricated, I understand, black in my heart, I clicked my tongue and cursed, surrounded by a bunch of useless people. Vinchen expressed, so do you want to see this too? He took out the sparkling golden holy cup and introduced it, a relic that the Holy King had left for me. Holy Grail. The pale face cried out, the Holy Grail, the Holy King's Holy Grail. Nell still stubbornly objected, he was trying to say that the antique he took from somewhere whose origin was not even clear, was this the Holy Grail? He was clearly smearing it with ashes, ruining the reputation of the Holy King. Vincent calmly replied, after considering the series of recent events, Merlin is a royal knight. Gave his life to ensure this was real. At this point, Nan Lee Australia was at a loss of reason, and could only silently curse, that Merlin was one of the 12 swords of Adenka, a person of such caliber, but he put his life on the line to ensure what about this thing. At this time, Dun Lan suddenly went up to express, I will also testify. With the power of the Holy King flowing through my body and with my life, I hereby declare this Holy Grail to be genuine. Nell angrily gritted her teeth, you, which side are you on? Vosa asked, so do we need anything else to ensure? The elder was black. After all, my son has a heart, so I can't let him down. At this moment, no one thought that she suddenly issued a challenge. I brought out my right hand to ensure that what Vincent said was true. The old black man was extremely surprised. Vosa provocation, Black Elder, I especially welcome you, take out your left arm to ensure that. He gritted his teeth and thought, damn, what's going on, if they're so confident then, no, I can't lose. Struggling for a while, he was determined to accept the challenge, okay, I bet my left arm, I think what Vincent said was a lie. Vincent said, from the moment I stepped in here, I put my life on the line. He was startled and exclaimed, what? I just saw him slowly walking towards the temple's table. He slammed his hand on the table and said, now the priest has to leave. You're the only one who hasn't bet anything yet. Please bet something equivalent to my life and that of Priest Dun Lan and my mother's right-hand man. Australia was forced into a difficult position, but he still insisted that there was no way that it was the real Holy Grail, he was just speculating. He finally agreed to bet, do you think I will be scared because everyone here is betting all? Okay, I will bet my life too. The other priests looked at him with worried eyes. But they immediately followed him, me too, me too, me too. Everything went according to Vincent's wishes. He smirked and called Dun Lan, sir, I understand, go ahead, okay. Dun Lan reached out to touch the holy cup. Right at that moment, Vansa smiled slightly. A powerful stream of divine power seemed to flow throughout the room, making everyone roll their eyes. Gapes. After a while, the holy cup instantly filled with holy water filled with divine power. Dun Lan poured water right in front of everyone and declared, this is the power of the Holy Grail, it absorbed my miracle and created water into water. The elders watched but could only remain speechless. Vincent took this opportunity to ask, what are you going to do now? The priest is leaving Australia. Have you confirmed that the Holy Grail is real? His face then grimaced in panic. He stammered over and over, unable to speak, that's it. The priest next to him bit his lip. The guy stubbornly objected, I won't accept it, what's so great about gathering a little water like that? It was definitely some kind of trick. Before he could finish speaking, a red light suddenly shot through his neck. Nell was stunned, only to see fresh blood splashing like rain. His pupils shrank, his mouth moved, his eyelids fluttered. Why? Priest Mike Lee collapsed right in front of everyone. And the person who killed him was none other than Mrs. Vosa. Black opened her mouth in horror and exclaimed, Madam, what the hell are you doing? As soon as he finished speaking, his left arm was cut off. Black was stunned as he watched his arm fly away, along with fresh blood flowing. He screamed in pain. Lady Vosa's eyes were cold. She held a towel to wipe away the blood stains and said coldly, I, Vosa Hai Lam, the female head of the Adenka family. Respect my son's true honor, Vincent. As soon as he finished speaking, it wasn't just the priests of the Gai theism religion, but even the Adenka elders were surprised to the point of gaping. Julian blushed and asked, she had just called him, but Vincent was only thinking, the slash was so fast that no one could see it. That is the head woman of the Adenka family, Vosa Hai Lam. Black hugged his left shoulder. The whole room was in utter silence, even the sound of breathing could be heard. Vincent suddenly spoke up, breaking the silent atmosphere, can I say one sentence? Vosa glanced at me and asked, what do you want to say? He calmly replied without emotion, I hope that person can live. This is the Holy King's Holy Grail. And the noble ministers of Gai A are here, if we act now we can save them. When Vosa heard that, he turned around and asked carefully what his reason was. Vincent explained, because I don't want to be a child and have to borrow my mother's hands. I want to hold on her, with my own hands. She was quiet for a moment. Then he smiled and accepted, okay. Vincent then turned back to Dun Lan and urged him, Lord Dunlan, hurry up, he nodded. Then he held up the holy cup and said loudly, don't just stand there, quickly gather all the gods and gather the divine power. The group of prickly priests reacted. Quickly urge each other, that's right, hurry up. They gathered their strength and poured it into the Holy Grail together, using the light of the thorns. Vincent stood aside and smiled, everything was still going his way. Really looking forward to what will happen next in Vincent. In the light of divine power, Nen Li AC dimly opened his eyes. He was startled and touched his neck. What was going on? He had clearly been beheaded. Dun walked to the table and put down the holy cup and said, fortunately you are still alive, senior, no. Partly related to Australia. He saw him immediately gritted his teeth and said, Dunlan. He didn't bother to say much to him, but turned back to the elder and said, the Black Elder also come here, I will reattach his hand before it's too late. Black breathed a sigh of relief and replied, is that so? I'm sorry to bother you. But at this time, Vincent stepped forward to stop him, no. He picked up his arm. Smiling coldly, I won't let the Black Elder tie his hands together. He immediately opened his mouth and exclaimed, what? Vincent explains, unlike the ministers, the elders, are honorary knights of the Adenka family. If he recovers his arm, what difference does it make? Throw your honor to the ground. Black was so angry that blue veins were all over his face. Your whole body trembled as you tried to squeeze out the words, of course, that arm is proof of your innocence. Vincent placed his hand on his chest, bowed his head slightly, smiled victoriously and replied, I will definitely engrave this spirit of yours in my mind. He gritted his teeth, it was best like that. Vosa came forward and said, it seems, everything has been arranged well. Isn't that right, the Mandarin has to go to Australia. When his name was called, he jumped. Stammered and replied, yes, young Master Vincent is completely innocent, the temple will no longer request compensation from the Adenka family. So we would like to take our leave. They quickly left, however, Nen Li Australia still hasn't given up on bad thoughts, although humiliating, but if it ends here we won't lose anything, the plan to siphon money from the Adenka family, the family strengthen us so that next time it won't be too late. At this moment, Vincent blocked their path again, waiting a moment. He crossed his arms across his chest to express. I still haven't received what I need, my lords. He raised the crystal again, it repeated the words of the Holy King. Thank you, for helping me keep my promise to my teammates and leave here. Vincent frankly said, the Holy Grail was placed here according to the arrangement of the Sun Sword Emperor and the Holy King. Gaia Temple was unable to decipher that arrangement, and abandoned the Holy King's tomb. I found the Holy Grail and received thanks from the Holy King. You are called the descendants of the Holy King, not that there is anything you need to do. Nellie couldn't help but purse her lips. The other officials also bowed their heads in shame. In the end, he had to humbly express his sincere thanks to you for your efforts. Complete the Holy King's will. May the blessings of the Gaia Temple be with you and your family. Nen Li Yusi knelt down and bowed his head to the ground in front of Vincent. Others quickly followed suit. They kissed the ground respectfully. Julian explained, kneeling to the point of kissing the floor, this is the most noble ceremony of the Gaia Temple. Vincent smiled and said, this image is not bad. After completing the ritual, he let them leave and Vincent opened the door. Nell raised his head and immediately changed his expression. He gritted his teeth and secretly resented it. Just wait and see, at some point, this humiliation will come. What he didn't expect was that the door opened and dozens of people were waiting outside, holding cameras, journalists. When these people saw what was inside, they immediately exclaimed, how could this be possible? The officials were kneeling. It was said that this was a hearing to judge the sins of that young master. Let's take a picture first, that's special news. Can anyone explain what happened? The flickering lights suddenly turned on one after another. Nell was scared, covered her face and cried out, how could this be possible? Don't take pictures, don't take pictures. Black waved his hand to give orders. Quickly call the guards and chase all these people away. His pupils became cloudy and he swore, I will not forgive Vincent and Vosa. The content of the meeting was organized by the Elders Association and must not be revealed by any means. Now you want to break the rules of the Adenka family, Vincent. He laughed and said, except the content is extremely beneficial to the interests and honor of the Adenka family. The next part also has that sentence, right, you black man. Doesn't everyone see now that this situation is very beneficial for the Adenka family? The black man is so speechless that he can't refute, damn it. A few days later, the incident between Vinchen and Gaia Temple became a hot topic, quickly spreading throughout the mainland. Gaia's powerful hermits, even the first-rank officials, bowed their heads to Adenka's young master, which caused the temple's majesty to fall dramatically. The temple's plan to dominate the relationship with the Adenka had completely gone up in smoke. But at this moment, Dunlan exclaimed in surprise, "Hand over that holy grail, you give it to me, are you telling the truth?" Vinchen said, "Aren't you the one who received the power of the Holy King? There is no one more suitable than you right now." Dunlan confused, "But..." Vinchen interrupted, "And in the future I will often need to use my divine power, so it would be better if I let someone I know keep it." Dunlan is still a bit hesitant. If that's the case, it can't be helped. But he suddenly fell silent, his eye sockets clearly showing fatigue. He clenched his hands until he trembled and recounted, "As you can see, the temple is gradually rotting. I can live there and use the bowl for personal purposes. I will sell holy water at a high price, use bribery, or... Can you still trust me, sir?" Vinchen smiled and replied, "I believe you." Dunlan was surprised. "Ha, are you telling the truth?" He nodded, "Of course I believed it." That day, the person who gave me the divine stone was the god Mandarin Dunlan. I believe he will use the Holy Grail for good deeds. Dunlan accepted the holy cup to express that when the young master needed help. "Then I will fill this chalice with holy water." Vinchen politely said, "You don't have to do that." Suddenly, the door opened wide. Ryusa suddenly appeared and shouted, "Is the young master there?" He stood up in surprise, surprised. Julian said, mentioning that during the meeting, it seemed like someone was calling us. Ryusa panically reminded him that he must prepare quickly. The lady invited the young master to dinner. Julian and Vinchen couldn't help but be surprised. "What? Have dinner?" The table with many delicious dishes was prepared, the two sat opposite each other. The lady suddenly asked, "I heard that tomorrow you will return to your hometown." Vinchen replied, "I'm still a student, so when the mission is over, I have to come back quickly." Julian was so nervous that he bit his fingers and said, "Mom is like Dad. Never had a meal with anyone." The lady suddenly glanced as if looking towards him. Julian was scared, quickly hid behind Vinchen and cried out softly. Vinchen asked, "Are you still afraid of your mother?" Julian explained, "I told you, she always has eyes that know the truth. Because I'm afraid of doing something wrong, I'm always afraid of her eyes. This is a chronic fear disease that cannot be cured." Vinchen consoled, "But you don't need to be so tense. We have found the relic. Eliminate 2 people. Head of the Elders Conference." The reason she called us here, while we were chatting, she suddenly put the steak knife on the table and said, "The reason I called you here. It's to give your child a gift. I have turned my evil face away from Elder Adenka, taking control of the relationship between Gaia and the temple. I will give you a gift in recognition of this service. What do you want?" Vinchen immediately suggested, "Mom, give me some time to think." She nodded and agreed, "Okay." Vinchen used this time to think. This is also her punishment, for not being able to play the role of homeowner properly. After thinking about it, he made a decision and then asked, "What do you want?" He replied, "As a student of devotion, I want to have the opportunity to participate in the upgrade exam." Vosa tilted her head in disbelief. "The upgrade exam, really?" She couldn't help but laugh and exclaim, "Vinchen, it seems like you underestimated your mother's influence. I am the head of the Adenka family, you can give me as much as you want. I just need that." Vinchen nodded firmly, "Yes." She asked again, "What was the reason?" He smiled and explained, "Because that's what I needed. The promotion exam takes place twice a year, with a pre-assigned number of people. You know it's a fierce exam, that's right. If I level up with my mother's strength to support me. Then it turns out that I stole the position that should have belonged to someone. Getting an opportunity like that is not what I wanted. I want to win with my own strength." Vesa silently admitted, "That's the right thing, I mean. I feel your belief, Vinchen, is foolish. But faith can go very far. There were times when I also pursued the same thing as you," Vinchen wondered, "but now I don't." She said, "I'm too old to pursue that, I now have more responsibilities, I gradually have to adapt to that, no longer dreaming like before." Her eyes suddenly lowered. The atmosphere was quiet for a moment, but just a few seconds later, Vesa advised that if you return to the bloodline, the mission letter will come, and that mission will become the 8th level promotion exam for you. I will support your righteousness, Vinchen." He sincerely placed his hand on his chest and bowed slightly to express his thanks to his mother. Early the next morning, when the dawn light was just shining, Vincent had already gone to the carriage, ready to return to the city. He and Julian stood and talked about something. At the Adenka mansion, a woman's silhouette was printed on the window. There was no one else but the lady. She silently looked down. A few minutes later, he gave the order, "Ryusa, get ready, I will write a mission letter for Vincent." Ryusa was a little worried and asked, "Ma'am, can I ask what the mission is?" She said a name and affirmed, it was Ma and to me, the boy would come Ma and to me. Ryusa couldn't help but be surprised. She was talking about the southern coastal city, Ma and to me, the territory controlled by the Vio family. It was a poor place, without any special products. I heard that the people in that place were living in misery because of exploitation, so the homeowner ordered him to go there. "Madam, do you want to use young Master Vincent to attack that place?" Vosa said. "I know that Vincent is an excellent child, but that task will be very heavy." "It will protect the messenger Gaia sent there." Ryusa was startled. "Gaia Star?" She worriedly expressed, "A few days ago when young Master Vincent humiliated Gaia Temple, did you order him to protect them? The Vion family are cunning people. What if the temple bribes the Vion family to harm young Master Vincent?" The lady frankly admitted, "Of course it would become dangerous. They have all kinds of ways to disguise the assassination as an accident," and then she ran out of words to cry out, "Ma'am." The carriage began to roll towards the city. In the car, Vincent and Julian were still chatting happily without knowing what would happen next. "Yes, Vincent, because you are walking on the right path, you will be in danger, but it has to be like that, then it's called an exam." Returning to the Blood City, the first person Vincent met was the city Lord Ho. She greeted with a warm smile, "Welcome back, Vincent. You must have worked very hard, you have accomplished a great feat, I am very touched." Vincent twitched the corner of his lips and asked, "You seem to be in a good mood." Hu brother explained, "I heard that you handled that Lo Van's name, you handled a bastard, of course I should be happy." Vincent frowned and speculated, "You probably don't like him either." Brother Ho angrily recounted that he asked me to become his concubine with a very scary expression. He imagined that following her story, he also suddenly shivered. "I understand." The captain and golfer then coughed and reminded, "Ahem, the city lord." Then he remembered, "Ah, that's right, this is not the reason I brought you back." She took out a scroll and gave it to him, saying, "This is your next mission. I know you are very tired after a long trip, but this time you only need to go for 3 days. Vincent wondered, "Where is the location, city lord?" Va Golf replied, "The southernmost city of the continent, Ma and to me." Hearing the name, he suddenly frowned. What if that place kept the same name for 500 years, then surely. Suddenly a scream rang out, "Ma and to me star." Seo Bai Ra excitedly ran over to ask, "Are you planning to come to Ma and to me, really, when?" "Vincent, take me to Ma and to me with you." Later, in the student restroom, Seo Bai pointed at the photo on the book and said, "That's what they did. Currently, it's being managed by the Vion family. Ma and Tu Tamarind is quite famous because of its border. Furthermore, although it borders the territory of the Hen Lam family, the two sides have never had any friction, although there are no records of tribute being paid between the two sides, so there is many theories revolve around this peaceful stone." Vincent frowned thoughtfully. Hen Lam, yes, in his memory, the Hen Lam family had a very close relationship with Ma and Tu Mi. Hen Lam, my mother's family, Vasa Hen Lam. This mission is definitely to serve her purpose. Thinking about it, Vincent glanced at Seo Bai Ra, which was still talking endlessly, the remnants of the naval battle 200 years ago. Vincent suddenly asked, "You must be very interested in history." Seo Bai Ra immediately blushed. She quickly gesticulated and stammered, this. Finally, she shyly played with her hair and admitted, "My dream is not to become a martial artist, but to be a historian." Vincent looked at her blankly with judgmental eyes. Seo Bai angrily asked, "What is that expression? My dream was not that strange." Vincent awkwardly explained, no, I think it's a great dream, it's just, I don't understand why you're so devoted to such a dream." Seo Bai sighed and closed the book and said, "Historians don't make much money, besides, exploration is very dangerous, so I need to know more about martial arts." Having said this, she suddenly moved closer to Vincent and seriously expressed, "By the way, I can also help you with this mission. This time, I will go with you, and support you." The atmosphere was serious. Suddenly the door opened, 11 Dan and Amon rushed in shouting, "Vincent, I heard you just accepted a mission." Seo Bai Ra stiffened and was embarrassed, not daring to continue speaking. The other two still didn't know anything, still innocently suggested, "If you allow it, I want to go with you, Vinchen, I promise to be diligent and obey your orders." Vinchen smiled and agreed, "Good, let's all go together." Zai Dan and Ha Mon couldn't help but happily clap their hands together, while Seo Bai Ra sat still embarrassed. Julian happily teased, "I think you have enough company." Vinchen glanced at him and affirmed, "What are you talking about? They will all be useful." Julian wondered in surprise, "Then why, do you really think those friends will be useful to you?" Vinchen said, "Look into those trusting eyes. Their readiness will certainly help us a lot. And also, one more person." A moment later, outside with sparkling eyes, he exclaimed, "Really?" Vinchen spread his hands seriously and replied, "Yes, if you help me in this mission, then I will seriously train with you, I swear to you as a martial artist." The two of them quickly clapped their hands together, exclaiming, "Good suggestion, my friend." Only then did Julian understand his calculations. If he went to the suburbs to join him, Sei Khan would automatically be involved. After all, Ma and Mi is also famous for being a dangerous place. "Brother, you're getting more and more cunning," Vinchen said with a smug smile, "probably because of your influence." He went out thinking about something and then suddenly, oh yeah, thinking about it, Sei Khan had something to tell him. Then suddenly, a string of white light suddenly passed by. When Vinchen looked closely at the rope, he relaxed his body and stretched out like that. Threads of silk are spread out on all sides, and Vinchen and Julian are the central characters. He couldn't help but frown and ask what this meant. "Apologize," Seekin slowly walked forward. "My cold eyes carry a stream of mana, I don't intend to startle you." Vinchen was quiet for a moment and did not continue to draw his sword. The more the figure of the cone rises, the windier it becomes. He confidently affirmed, "Because he hadn't really shown that he intended to kill me." Sei Khan was secretly surprised, this had nothing to do with him. Then he spoke up and expressed that "You're quite interesting, young master." Vinchen looked at the dark space, only seeing white strings that were his magic. "What is this skill?" Sei Khan replied, "This is a type of barrier, it seals everything inside and out." Julian affirmed, "This is the Kingslayer's territory, the number of people who survive this thing can be counted on the fingers of one hand." He repeated Julian's words to Seekin, "The Kingslayer's domain, there probably aren't many people who can survive this skill, right?" He smiled and explained, "This is a perfect assassination method, it is also very useful when discussing secrets." Vinchen frowned slightly, "Secrets, what do you mean?" Sei Khan rubbed his chin in confusion and said, "Right, I don't even know where to start." "That's right, since you brought this up, you just said that there probably aren't many people who can survive this skill, right? Strictly speaking, there is only one person who can completely dodge this skill. That person's name is Merlin Fan Ko." Hearing this name, Vinchen was startled. "Is it master?" Seekin recounted that he was a young genius, even though he was still quite young. But his strength is extremely high, the king's territory has been completely destroyed by him. I failed completely. After that time, in order to face Merlin's lightning, I began to learn how to use mana, and finally, I was also able to leave a scar on his face. However, 15 years ago, when I became the Vat's butler, I completely lost contact with him. At this point, Vinchen immediately felt confused. "With my master, 15 years ago?" Julian asked skeptically, "Wait, how old is this butler?" Seekin's face suddenly changed, he smiled and said, "Isn't that strange? To be precise, I should be around your father's age. As you can see, doesn't my face look so young?" At this moment, Seekin's real face appeared. There was a large scar on one of his eyes, and it was full of age wrinkles. When we laugh, they become even deeper. Dulia opened her mouth in surprise. Could this be a reversal technique? Rumor has it that the King Slayer used inversion magic to change his appearance to deceive his opponents. Vinchen mumbled incredulously, inverting the technique. Sei Khan, now looking older than before, smiled and asked, "So, you also know about it, so do you know why I performed it in front of you?" Vinchen shook his head and replied, "No, I don't know what message you are trying to convey through this dialogue." Seekin shrugged and said, "First of all, I do. Because you protected us from the explosion. Second, because I hope that you are worthy of accompanying the young master to the countryside to realize your dream." Vinchen frowned, I didn't understand what he meant. He closed his eyes and reminisced. Then went out despite practicing spearmanship. even though the weather is quite cold. Seekin immediately reminded, young master, you cannot ignore the coldness of the city's blood. I can come here today. Ra's eyes filled with disappointment and he said, I've lost twice in a row. Vincent is a person. Rescue us all from the explosion. He is also the one who planned to destroy Chi-Tam. Whenever we are faced with a difficult situation, we almost have to stand and watch. Seekin looked worriedly at him, the young master, his hand clenched until it trembled. But when he turned back, his eyes were filled with sparkling exclamation, isn't it wonderful, that I have an opponent stronger than me? Okay, starting now. With Vincent as the goal, we must continuously get stronger. She looked at him stunned. He secretly hoped, please, just maintain this form, young master. You will reach the peak with him. Returning to reality, Seekin sincerely expressed, Mr. Vincent, you will become stronger, and lead the young master to the edge to reach his goal. But if you lose your form, I will chop you into 10,000 pieces. Julian gritted his teeth, what the hell is this? But Vincent just smiled faintly and said, what a scary threat. But as for your reversal technique, what does it have to do with our conversation? Seekin raised his sleeve and explained, the reason I developed the reversal technique was to create a physical body that could withstand Merlin's lightning strike. In addition to changing my appearance, this technique also helps me change the position of the mana flow at will, and regenerate the bones and muscles of my body. Right now, it looks like you're trying to prevent your body from exploding by using some kind of power, isn't that right, Mr. Vincent? You also openly admit it, right? He continued, if his body was destroyed and died, it would not be of any benefit to me. But what if I taught you to reverse the technique? Vincent couldn't help but be surprised, really? Sei-Kan smiled and asked, what do you think, do you want to learn? He immediately replied, of course, there is no reason to refuse. Julian's eyes glowed with hope, if we can master the reversal technique, we can make the sacred bones even more stable. That's right, besides using holy magic, I need another method to protect this body. Shekin requested, but you must promise me one thing. Vincent was quiet for a few seconds. Then he said, I can't be sure that I can always be Ra Ven's target, helping him rise. Seriously, I feel like I don't deserve to be the target that others pursue. However, one day, I will surpass Simeon at any cost, that's the only thing I can promise you. Seekin smiled and replied, that's enough, I will teach you the reverse technique. Having finished speaking, he began to inject magic into Vincent's body. And he seriously closed his eyes to receive. After a while, Vincent slowly opened his eyes. 3 days later, in the captain's room, he closed the book. At this moment, facing him was Vincent. There were other cadets below. He put his hand on his chin and said, I will skip the report. This contest will be held at the request of the Mandarin Dunlan. Accepted by the lady of the Adenka family, Vasa Hen Liam, it will be considered a progressive exam. In order to avoid it becoming a nuisance to both sides, I hope you will do your best. All for the good results of the advancement exam. Having said that, I thought to myself, the city lord will be the one judging in this exam, but in the end, I will probably be the one doing it. Thinking about it, he sighed again, everything will be reported to everyone in the near future, now everyone can disperse. The cadets raised their hands to their chests and bowed. I humbly pay homage to your glory. The carriage departs. Julian said, we will use the portal, but it will probably take a few days to get to Ma and to me. Vincent panicked, the portal moved, what a few days? In our time it took years to travel by land. Julian scoffed. I forgot that you are an old man. The 4th day. From the moment of departure, at the 5th portal. Wilson angrily shouted, wait, what does this mean? Why is the price so high? Do you know whose money you are stealing? The female magician shrugged and said, this is the original price, if you don't have the money to pay, don't use the gate, move. Wilson jumped up in anger, the blood-loyal cadet was on duty. Sari quickly grabbed him and advised him to calm down. Wilson. The female magician's eyes widened and she wondered, what is that? Both of them immediately froze. Sari asked in surprise, have you never heard of Blood Castle? Wilson took the opportunity to decide, so how about this, do you know who the person sitting in the carriage is? It's the young master of the Adenka family and Va-Ti-Kan. The girl covered her mouth and smiled provocatively, then what, if they are that great, then surely they must be willing to pay a higher price. Wilson flared up in anger and scolded me again, I know you're cutting corners on purpose, do you want to taste the taste of Wilson from the Dark Town? At this time, Vincent sitting in the car spoke up and reminded him, "Enough is enough, Wilson. If this continues, our reputation will be ruined by you. Just a small problem like this is enough to make you lose your temper, so you better go back to the Blood City." When Wilson was told that, he shyly bowed and did not dare to say anything more. Vincent pondered, now they don't even know what loyalty is. The farther they go from the middle continent of Adenka, the worse their treatment will be. Then Julian appeared and said, "We can't blame anyone, our influence is weakening in remote areas, this trip looks difficult." 6th day since departure. Horse-drawn carriages carry people across the road between the cliff and the strait. In the car, everyone was still talking excitedly. Seo Bai Ra suddenly pointed out, "Vincent, look at that. That is the barrier of Ma-en-tu-Mi. It was built 200 years ago. Thanks to this barrier, Ma-en-tu-Mi can protect it from the constant attacks of pirates." Vincent asked in surprise, "The attacks are non-stop?" Seo Bai Ra replied, "Yes, people say that to this day, pirates are still a serious problem." After listening, Vincent frowned and thought, "That's strange, I feel like there's something strange about this statement. Julian, we have to investigate this barrier carefully." Hearing that, Julian immediately volunteered to go up. "I understand, just leave it to me." A port city protected by a barrier for 2 years this year. Militium. Even though protected by a barrier. But the safety of residents is always threatened by constant raids from pirates. Coupled with the recent ongoing famine, the suffering of residents only increases. The group of cadets entered the city. Crossed the small road, with people on both sides exhausted from hunger. Ra Ven said, "I had heard rumors about famine happening here, but I didn't expect it to be so serious that it was beyond imagination." Sari asked, "So now, where should we go?" Wilson said dissatisfiedly, "There isn't even a guide, are they intentionally looking down on us?" Seo Bai speculated, could it be because Adenka's influence on the south is very little, or even non-existent? Vincent frowned, "No, there's still something strange. The He Lam family is the only family that has a kinship relationship with the Adenka family. Because this city is located at the border of Helam's territory, Adenka's reputation must have a stronger influence than the other places we went through. He reminded us that we need to collect more information. Go to the cathedral and ask the priests there." At Ma-en-tu-Mi's Gaia temple, the third-class priest, Lu Sin frowned and rubbed his chin to express, "Is it his duty to lead the way? I think I heard a little about it." Vincent handed over the mission paper to explain, "These are mission instructions and," before he finished speaking, Lu Sin raised his hand to stop him, and turned away nonchalantly and said, "Actually, I don't need to look at them." Vincent frowned, "What do you mean?" Lu Sin sneered and mocked, "Why don't you all go for a walk to kill time and quickly leave here? Wouldn't that be both ways? I don't need a guard, because this place is very peaceful." Raven couldn't help but loudly scold him, "Hey, it took us several days to get here, and now you're telling us to leave." But the people of the temple did not care about the door gradually closing. Just when there was only a small gap, their conversation faintly came out. He asked, "What is the next plan?" Someone said, "Well, we're going to the homeless shelter tomorrow." At this point, the door slammed shut. Came out angry, he dared to ignore us. Seo Bai couldn't help but scold him, "What's wrong with him?" Vincent called out telepathically, "Julian, are you there yet?" His arm trembled as he reached up to the wall. He replied, "Almost there." Struggling for a while, he finally climbed up. Julian breathed heavily and said, "Brother, it seems my ability will fluctuate, depending on the distance between me and you." Vincent glanced and asked, "How is everything? What is the condition of the barrier?" Julian was on the high wall looking down and replied, "Just as we predicted. There wasn't a single crack, moreover, no protective magic or maintenance magic was used, all the rumors about pirate attacks were just lies." Vincent couldn't help but think, everything was strange, staged, the attitude of the people and. At this moment, there was a loud explosion. Emitted on the opposite side. A few people were startled and panicked, there was an explosion, the pirates were attacking, they went out to calm down, let's go. The people in this place also cried out in fear, "Pirates, again, run quickly." Not only that, but then there were many explosions scattered throughout the city, people panicked and ran in all directions. There was another explosion, our house. Running up. Vincent gritted his teeth and asked, "Julian, is this a pirate attack?" Julian immediately affirmed, "Of course not, it's all fake, seriously. There wasn't a single sail in the distance, let alone a pirate ship." At this time, the temple door opened again. The Lusa and guy smirked and asked, "Come on, everyone, do you want to go inside and take shelter?" The people saw this and shouted, "It's a priest, we are saved, oh my god." This made Vincent suspicious. He was so relaxed, even in the middle of such a big explosion. He suddenly remembered what he said just now, "I don't need protection, because this place is very peaceful." He said that even though the attacks still happen regularly. This guy knows all the attacks are fake. Vincent speculated and then carefully analyzed again. Before the door closed, he heard their secret conversation. Vincent smiled slightly, a gathering place for homeless people. At the same time, Merlin was standing on the high wall of the bloody city. He quietly looked ahead. Suddenly a voice spoke up, "What are you thinking?" Merlin turned his head curiously. "You, Va Golf," the captain said with a smile, "it seems you have recovered significantly, Mr. Merlin." He jumped down and slowly replied, "Well, I won't complain. I had intended to complete my mission at the Sacred King's tomb. Because I believe that. That is my destiny." However, young Master Vincent changed everything. "I never thought about how I would live after completing my mission, so I thought about what I should do next." Va Golf stepped up to his level and recounted that I had also put myself in a difficult position because of my family. It's embarrassing to be comforted by someone who hasn't made any breakthroughs, and is more honest with his own intentions. Merlin's eyes were full of surprise. "That child was," Va Golf nodded, "yes, it was young Master Vincent. If he was the one who changed your fate. Then do you think you will find the answer to the next question through him?" Merlin silently bowed his head. In his mind, the image of Vincent's back suddenly appeared. The next day in MANHUA, at the homeless shelter. Just as Vincent was about to enter, suddenly two spears intertwined appeared to stop him. "This is the property of the Vion family. Not allowed to enter." Vincent smirked and said, "We are cadets from the blood, can you let us in?" The other person frowned and arrogantly refused, "No, if there is no good reason, we will not allow any martial artists from other families to enter." He immediately pointed in a direction to announce that he was coming. "That's my reason, your direction is just the direction that Lu San is aggressively walking towards," he angrily shouted. "Why do you guys? I told you I didn't need any protection." Vincent shrugged and explained, "We were simply following orders." Not only did Lu San not pay attention to what he said, he even insulted him. "Stop talking nonsense and got out of here immediately, you bastard." Vincent felt bored and thought, "He's quite stubborn, I really don't want to fight him," but thinking about it, he coldly took out the card that Dun Lan had given him earlier and said, "This is proof of being a second-class priest. We have to check this place, third-class priest letter, Lusa in." After saying that, he immediately threw the card in his hand away. He even cursed wildly, "Your ears are deaf, I told you to get lost." Vincent's eyes flashed sharply. He silently affirmed that he dared to insult his superiors like that. "It proves that there is something else here." Suddenly, a cry of exclamation attracted the attention of the two people. It turned out that a group of people on the street, taking advantage of the chaotic argument, secretly opened the warehouse door and shouted, "There are too many boxes here." The two doormen panicked. "When was he? But we've been blocking the entrance all this time." Out of curiosity, he walked over to a wooden box and asked, "What's in here?" Just as he was about to touch it, an arm grabbed his hand and held him back. A tall, fat man radiating red mana, looking out at the edge of danger. "You must not touch it. Let go of your hand." At this moment, familiar white threads suddenly appeared in space. The fat man was startled and turned around. Sei Khan's eyes were full of murderous intent, using ropes to tighten his body. Said coldly, "You wanna die?" The fat man was held tightly by the clutch and did not dare to move. Vincent reminded, "Butler, if he gets hurt, we will have a hard time." Hearing him say that, he had to withdraw his hand. Vincent walked up to that guy and said, "As the security team of the Mandarins, we only came to confirm whether the place where the Mandarin was going had any dangerous obstructions or not." Then he suddenly looked up to see if there was anything dissatisfied. "Then this friend of mine will report that there is a danger in the world to that faithful person." After hearing that, the fat man broke out in a cold sweat. Lu San gritted his teeth, "This bunch." But suddenly, a voice rang out, "It's okay, the official Lu San." The fat guy then greeted me warmly. "If you say so, then I understand, you guys will follow. The angel fish will also feel much more secure. I am Et Mon, the general manager of this place. Follow me, you can visit as you like." Vincent smiled and replied, "Thank you for your cooperation." He said, "Nothing. Because this is a peaceful place." These familiar eyes and words couldn't help but make Vincent feel cold. They then quickly followed Edmond to visit and asked curiously, "What are these boxes and what are they in them?" Lusa replied, "It's all magic stone." His eyes were full of wonder. "What is a magic stone?" Edmond explains, "They are ingredients to absorb magic power. Homeless people will help us forge magic stones, to compensate for the accommodation problem." Lusa also added that our officials also take care of treating them, because this job is quite difficult, so we often get injured. Seo Bai Ra shouted in disbelief, "No way, those things were only for magicians, how could homeless people do it?" Edmond replied, "That is the secret technique passed down from the Vion family, I don't know any more." Zai Den and Ha Mon couldn't help but be a little concerned. The secret magic of MANHUA, or the secret magic of the Vion family, magic stones would be sold at very expensive prices everywhere. Deeper into the refugee area, the banging sounds became louder and louder. And when everyone arrives. Introducing, this is the workshop. In a factory, many people were smashing emerald magic stones. Thanks to the best treatment we can give them. Then hopefully one day, they can live independently outside. Let's go to the next place. The guy who brought the people came quickly and left quickly. Before leaving, Vincent looked back at this magic stone workshop with suspicious eyes. In the late afternoon, Edmond led everyone up to the high wall. This was the final location. Standing here looking forward, you can clearly see the beautiful sunset. He also introduced that Noan is a famous place for MANHUA. Vincent pointed in one direction and asked, "What was that building? Could it be used as a warehouse?" Edmond replied a little hesitantly. "Ah yes, because storing magic stones is very important." Vincent curled his lips and chuckled, "Is it unreasonable to place the warehouse so far away? There must be a reason why he doesn't want anyone to know." Lusa went to the place to announce, "General Manager. No one was injured today, so we're going home, and the believers should also go home and rest." That night, after a hard day of traveling, everyone was tired and slept early. It was a bit bad to sleep outside. I don't know when he kicked the blanket and kicked the girl lying next to him in the face, he could only resign himself to snorting. The only person who hasn't slept yet is Vincent. He was now standing looking at the warehouse area when he asked Edmond in the afternoon. Not knowing what he intended to do, I only saw Vincent slightly smile, then a stream of light green mana emerged to cover his body. Midnight. Suddenly 3 spots of light appeared in the forest, like fire. On a small dirt road, a line of people were being forced to go somewhere. Someone asked, "How many people were there?" "About 10 people, keep a strict watch so that no one runs away." "How can you run? How could they escape this mountain with that appearance?" It turns out, those people were shackled by both hands and feet, led away without being able to run away. Vio Hek, the warrior of the Vion family, urged him to go down, "Move quickly, if this keeps up he will probably stay up all night." A blonde-haired man bowed and begged, "Please let me go. I'm not homeless, it's because the mandarins forced me to come here, my children at home are still young." Vio Hek didn't say a word and immediately kneeled and pushed hard into the man's stomach. Shouted, "Hey, stay home." He was hit and made him vomit blood. Falling to the ground was so painful that my whole body trembled. Vio glanced down at the man like he was looking at trash. In a cold voice, "Where is your house? Tell me. I will bring your child here as well, no matter what. Do you still want to go home or not?" Why? Suddenly he felt like he was missing his child. The man had no way to resist, he could only clench his fists and cry until his whole body went numb. He continued to glare at those standing pale and threatening. The remaining guys also stopped making jokes. "Even if you escape, you will still become easy prey for the monsters in this mountain. Perhaps your family and friends will be the next ones chosen to replace you." A young man in the group stood in a corner muttering, "I want to go home." At that moment, in the nearby bushes, an arm reached out and grabbed his shirt. Before he could react, in an instant the boy was pulled into that bush. Ahead, the group of people was still being led away. No one noticed the boy's falling shoe. After walking for a while, Vio also signaled to stop. "It was here. This is where your real work is." No one dared to come in. When he saw that, he got angry and grabbed the blonde man and shouted, "What are you doing standing there? Come in, or do you want to be beaten?" They then checked the number again. "How many people in total?" The soldier replied, 10 people, sir." The little guy didn't seem to believe it, so he checked it himself. "Let's see, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. When the count reaches this number, there is no one behind. Vio Hek looked suspiciously towards that dark road but didn't see anything. He asked, "What is that? You said there were 10 people, but why were there only 9? The soldier stammered, "No, it was clearly 10 people." Vio Hek shouted angrily, "You idiots, one of them ran away, quickly go find him." At this moment, a weak voice rang out, "Sorry, sorry." Shadows of people slowly appeared on the dark road. I got separated and lost my way. Final. Caught up with everyone. This person's appearance is the guy who just disappeared, but in fact this is Vincent, the person who used the reverse appearance change technique to blend in here. Seo Bai Ra angrily slammed her hand on the ground and shouted, "It was all a lie." Back 2 hours before Vincent invaded the warehouse, Seo Bai said loudly that no matter how he thought about it, he still couldn't believe that magic stones could be mined with a pick and shovel. Surely that homeless camp has a secret. Hearing this, 11 Den was confused and asked, secretly, Hamon quickly expressed, "But the facilities are very good and there are no problems at all." Vincent said, "No, because we don't see it. The place called the warehouse is on that mountainside. And that guy named Etman. A general manager with sharp eyes and very suspicious. The eyes of a serial killer, yes, just like the magician who attacked us. Mom wouldn't send me here on a mission without any reason, if that's the case." Vincent suddenly stood up and loudly declared, "I will unravel that secret, tonight, I will infiltrate that concentration camp." Zai Den looked scared and called Vincent. He quickly went out to answer, if it weren't for him, they would be suspicious. As soon as he finished speaking, Vincent burst out laughing and replied, "So the butler is in charge. Can you transform into a person with a smaller body using the inversion jutsu?" After that, Seekin and Vincent's body walked to the front of the church, sitting in contemplation with absent-minded expression. Above, Lusa said, "By God's grace we become one family." He thought to himself, "You guys are useless here, you've sniffed the wrong place, kids." Ra Ven whispered in Vincent's ear and asked, "Are you okay, Sei-kan?" "No, Vincent." As soon as he finished speaking, he replied, "Ah, it's okay, Ra Ven." Seo Bai sat next to him and kept exclaiming, "The butler, Vincent, spoke more like an old man. I had to say that there was no need to worry, I was still normal." Seekin heard these words and called out, "Young Master Vincent. Again, you've played me a trick." On the other side, in a dark prison, Heck fiercely threw Vincent in the form of a homeless person into prison. He shouted loudly, "Come in quickly," causing the homeless person to fall flat on the ground. He clenched his teeth and groaned, "It was so annoying. Makes me think I missed one. Sit still, don't try to do anything." Julian on one side exclaimed in panic, not expecting to be in jail. Vincent said that if you get used to it, it's normal. Suddenly on the ground, a matrix appeared. From the ground, a demon emerged with a happy expression. Next, the series image appeared. She quickly asked, "Sir, are you okay?" Vincent calmly replied, "I have successfully infiltrated here without being detected. I will first collect information here." Suddenly from far away, there was a loud scream, "Is there anyone? I'm not homeless, please let me out." Meter Li Tium Jackfruit, street number 3, the house with green tiles, "My child is there. Please someone bring food for my baby." At the same time, Heck walked up and loudly ordered him to get up quickly. When it was time to eat, he took out a pill and gave it to Vincent. Seeing the black round ball in his hand made Vincent hesitate. He squeezed his mouth hard and said, "Quickly, I tell you to stand up and drink it." Seeing that Vincent was in danger, Julian panicked and shouted, "You should try to avoid drinking it. Do you know what it is?" Vincent quickly replied, "I don't know, but this is the fastest way to know its ingredients. Just try it first and think about it later." Julian was anxious when he saw Vincent drinking it. "My big brother, what stupid thing have you done?" Finished speaking, he commanded loudly, "Quickly give those guys medicine." Something made Julian gasp in surprise. He exclaimed, reversing the jutsu that prevented his body's absorption of the pill. Vincent confidently said, "If I use internal energy to break down this pill, I will know what this pill is and what its ingredients are." Vincent suddenly expressed surprise and exclaimed, "This is it. Mana is calculated with high concentration." Hearing these words, Julian was shocked and asked, "Mana, if let ordinary people drink instead of martial artists, then mana will flow into the heart, and will break the person's veins if it reaches the limit. This is a dangerous object for homeless people who are not trained in martial arts. At this moment, Vincent secretly thought, what are they trying to do here, kidnapping innocent people and forcing them to drink this stuff? Julian explained, but, if you give this to someone who already has mana in them. Just like a tonic, a lucky opportunity accidentally fell on Vincent. A few days later, the people in the prison were taken somewhere. Vincent looked around and exclaimed, I have never seen this building before. Soon he arrived, he shouted loudly, here he comes. He pointed towards the next door. He said, starting one by one, go through that gate. Just like that, they could only follow, trembling step by step inside. Everyone looked scared at this door. Suddenly Vio Heck's face became a little angry. He looked at the blonde man and shouted, what's wrong, are you deaf? Faced with his fierce attitude, the blonde man reluctantly walked in. Standing in front of the dark night, he cautiously walked forward slowly. Thousands of sharp eyes were staring at him, causing the blonde man to shout in fear, what is happening? As soon as he finished speaking, a scary face rushed towards him. At this moment, he is being drained of all his energy by some force. Standing outside, witnessing this scene, he proudly laughed loudly and exclaimed, very well, at least one person must have appeared. The blonde-haired man screamed loudly in pain, mumbling loudly around street number 3 and 12. This made Vincent and Julian also exclaimed in surprise, Dad will come back. Vincent frowned and stared at the devil. He thought to himself, that is, definitely. It's Davin's evil spirit, the evil spirit contract and that. At this time, the blonde man had his positive energy sucked out by the evil spirit. Vincent panicked and asked silently, how could a normal person make a contract with an evil spirit? That medicine, it was the pushing of the mana in the body to the limit that caused this. Immediately, the blonde man was chained tightly around his neck. Hands and feet are no exception. Heck stood outside and proudly said, at least one person was rescued. Major General Itsu will probably like it very much. Suddenly, the guard behind him shouted, hey, why are you standing there, it's your turn. Hearing that, the other guy turned back to look at Vincent and said, oh yeah, let's see if our luck continues. Quickly step in, he forcefully pushed Vincent inside. Vincent's feet could not resist any longer. When he stepped inside, the fear in his body could not be hidden on his face. Suddenly, darkness surrounded Vincent, causing Vincent to exclaim in confusion, this is. He thought to himself, so that's it, this is the memory I fear the most, it makes evil spirits invade thoughts and devour the host. The image of Davin's father appeared and said coldly, something disgusting was born. Davin's mother continued. Why don't you die? Seeing the two of them, Vincent exclaimed in surprise, Father, Mother. Until death, no one will accept me. I'm sorry but I will not let you control me easily. Having finished speaking, Vincent immediately attacked the evil spirits inside Davin's parents. Suddenly, Davin's voice brought Vincent back to reality. The guard wondered, why isn't he moving, could he have formed an evil spirit? Suddenly Vincent's face changed a bit. A large source of energy was emitted. The loud noise made the group of Seekin startled and looked up, saying, there was an explosion on the mountain, who attacked? Lu Se-in said with a pale face, that position. Seekin worriedly called out his name, young Master Vincent. In the mountain. That building was half collapsed. Heck shouted angrily, this damn guy is too suspicious. Whoever is still standing up, quickly capture him for me. As soon as he finished speaking, Vincent held the sword and rushed towards him. Sensing something unusual, Vio Heck turned his head to look and asked, what? At this moment, Vincent just happened to strike him with a blow. Heck quickly raised his sword to block the blow. He frowned and said, as expected of you, a homeless person like you would dare. Before he could finish speaking, Vincent cut his sword in half. Then another stab to his chest. His arm was severed, screaming in pain. Vincent said coldly, as a human being, and as a martial arts master, I cannot condone your evil behavior. Saw the leader injured. The guys in the back quickly rushed to help. They shouted ferociously, the arrogant bastard. Suddenly, Vincent disappeared from sight. Causing them to exclaim in confusion, they disappeared. Suddenly Vincent attacked from behind. Took care of all those people. He held this wound in pain, he said, damn it, the bleeding can't stop. That's natural because the mirror contains brain power. As soon as he finished speaking, Vinchen stuck the sword in front of him and warned. Please call the official here quickly, otherwise you will be crippled forever. He shouted angrily, we need help, someone is injured here, we need the officials to help. Vinchen secretly smiled and said, if the mandarins come here, then the guards must also appear. Vinchen walked closer to the building, he silently called, Julian. Let's destroy their plot. Julian was interested and replied, okay. Go inside the building, with many turns. Suddenly there was an explosion, causing the building to collapse. Vinchen went into battle alone to fight them. The group of people exclaimed in horror, there was an intruder, a brat. Vinchen boldly appeared before them. Making the group angry, they quickly rushed forward and wanted to kill him. The leader ordered them not to let him escape. Faced with this situation, Vinchen used his sword strike ability. To defend against their attack, his face suddenly became a bit panicked. An explosion rang out, sending rocks flying. They looked at each other in confusion and asked, was it caused by that intruder? Suddenly from above, there was a loud call. Eddie King. I only saw Vinchen's mighty power rushing towards him. He used giant lightning to kill those people. Its power is very great, creating a fierce hurricane. Faced with this power, the group of people could only glare. Vinchen boldly walked out from the rubble. He said proudly to himself, it seems there are no more guardian martial artists here, but the amount of mana he used was a bit more than expected. We must quickly investigate this place and find evidence of their crimes. From afar, there was a loud noise that attracted Vinchen's attention. Someone appeared and passed him. A ghostly figure stood in the distance. Swung his sword towards Vinchen. The other guy smiled and said, this is you, sir. Seems very ambitious. Julian exclaimed in horror, funny mask and clown costume, Wei Wu's 7-star guardian martial artist. Clown Orchid Fiber Tun. At this moment, Lan Si Tun smiled proudly and said, let me see how the poor young man of the Adenka family will show off his dancing talent. Vinchen silently wondered to himself, the 7-star master Lan Si Tun. Julian replied, yes, he is a monster holding the position of one of the 5 strongest martial arts masters of the Vo house. As soon as he finished speaking, Lan Si Tun arrogantly said, yes, do you realize the difference in strength between us? Hearing these words, Vinchen quietly thought to himself, he really is different. Even though it's rusty. And Mr. Seekin. Also a 7-star martial artist, this guy is nothing compared to them. No, you are really much weaker than the 7-star martial arts masters I know. The clown Lan Si Tun. These words made Lan Si Tun speechless for a moment. He replied angrily, let's see if you can still say that. After your body was punctured with several holes. Having finished speaking, he immediately struck a blow towards Vinchen. A cloud of dust and smoke surrounded it. Lan Chu Tun proudly laughed out loud in victory. He said, the difference in level is absolute, no matter how talented you are, no one can overcome the difference in martial master level. Vinchen suddenly appeared next to Lan Tu Tun and said, looking closer, your mask looks uglier than I thought. Hearing the noise, Lan Tu Tun was startled and turned around and shouted loudly, what? Suddenly his eyes widened in surprise, no, wait. So the guy who took my attack down there is. Vinchen said, didn't I tell you earlier? You are really weak compared to the 7-star martial arts masters I know. Turns out this is Sei Khan in Vinchen's appearance. This made Lan Tu Tun confused and silently exclaimed, there are 2 names, how is that possible? Without saying much, Seekin immediately used the rope to attack him. Lan's sister Tun angrily cursed, damn it. Only blood splatters were seen everywhere. Lan Chu Tun fell from above, and Vinchen calmly stood to the side observing the situation. Seekin asked loudly, did everything go according to your plan? Seekin asked loudly, did everything go according to your plan? My appearance, and the clown's presence as well, were all too convenient to be considered a coincidence. Vinchen laughed and replied, well, since you showed off your skills at the light camp, I predicted these guys had something planned, besides. Suddenly a vein appeared, interrupting their conversation. Vinchen continued, I believe it, you can't stand still in the face of justice. As soon as he finished speaking, he went out and shouted loudly, where are those dirty bastards? Vinchen calmly replied, they are not here, I am planning to check the lower floors, go to the edge to ask again, so what are we waiting for, let's start. Sei Khan looked helpless and sighed, then exclaimed, as if he had been played another trick. Vinchen jumped from the upper floor and landed on the ground and said, why don't we go take a look? See what they're doing, in the shadow of the man-tum. After that, the three of them acted together, defeating the guards. Ra-Ven said happily, it seems like there's no one else here. Vinchen replied, are you okay, old man? The old man replied in a low voice, thank you. Vinchen stepped closer and continued, this must be the real base where they created magic stones, what exactly happened here? The old man trembled and whispered, we were kidnapped by the secret priest, and we were forced to create magic stones. They use the black door to forcibly carve dark contracts into people who have the gift of mana sensing. Even though most of us were very weak and died after being devoured by the evil spirit. A few lucky people like us get to use it to make magic stones. So many people died like that. Hearing these words, Vinchen thought to himself, to think that the temple and the martial arts master family that were supposed to protect the weak were behind all this. Where is justice, in this era? Seekin said, what is the process of making magic stones? The old man said that everything goes through that device. It is a crafting tool based on black magic, allowing the mana stone to absorb mana. Vinchen is quiet, looking at the magic stone in deep thought. Then, he placed his hand on top of the stone. Suddenly, the stone radiates immense energy. Julian shouted in panic, what are you trying to do? Vinchen said, I swallowed the mana-enhancing medicine and passed through the black door like them, we should also do what they did. Vinchen holds the magic stone in his hand. He wondered and asked, Julian, can you record information about this place through it? Julian then smiled and replied, yes, it's possible, this will be irrefutable proof. After that, Vinchen raised his hand high in the presence of everyone. At the same time, on the ground, a group of people came to speak. Lu Se treated her wound while mocking, how disappointing, you say what a child has turned you into, Vioha replied gritting her teeth, it was the subordinate's fault. Lu Se suddenly seemed to see something. At this time, Vinchen went outside. He walked in front of them. Lu Se panicked and shouted loudly, asking what this meant. How dare you guys do this at headquarters and... Before he could finish his sentence, Vinchen slapped him hard in the face. He said, this is for using innocent people's lives. To fill your pockets, you pathetic thing. From this moment on, this place will be razed to the ground, and the two of you will be brought to judgment, Boat Rami Eo, Fa Trian. Suddenly a voice interrupted, it sounded a bit troublesome. Se Khan quickly raised his hand to cover his nose and exclaimed, the air was rotten, outside, the smell of rot. A big man appeared and said, my plan has just begun. Seeing him, Vinchen exclaimed in surprise, Et Mon. Suddenly a scary hand came out of his mouth. This made Vinchen feel scared. That hand directly split Et Mon's body in half. He said, let me introduce myself again. I am the #1 nightmare strategist. Et Mon. At this moment, Et Mon boldly walked outside. Vinchen didn't understand what was going on, so he asked, a nightmare? He silently asked, Julian, do you know anything about nightmares? Julian frowned and said, this is the first time I've heard of it, it seems like it's a secret organization. Hearing these words, Vinchen silently exclaimed, if a guy like that dared to completely show himself, then he must have planned to eliminate everyone here. Lu Se screamed in panic, Et Mon, no, nightmare, screaming with pale face, please save us. At this moment, Ethan looked smugly and glanced at the Lu Se crowd. He's strong. Strike a blow at them. Causing Lu Se to gasp in fear and exclaim, look. Et Mon calmly said, thank you for everything, Lu Se, heck. As soon as he finished speaking, Vinchen rushed in and shouted, Et Mon, no, nightmare, what are you plotting? Hearing these words, Et Mon smiled contemptuously and looked at Vinchen. Then he replied, we are just a group of people with a dream of making the world more magnificent. Having finished speaking, Et Mon controlled the skeletal arms towards the Vinchen crowd. Witnessing this scene, Vinchen exclaimed in panic, this is a living corpse. They are all from the town. Did you ever die here? Amon shouted fiercely and threatened, now, will you become powerful puppets for me, the king killer and the two heirs of the prestigious family? At this time, the zombies were rushing madly. Attack their people. Vinchen quickly used the sword in his hand to defend against this attack. The man standing next to me kept exclaiming, there were too many of them. At the same time, the brother appeared to investigate. Can I help you guys? As soon as she finished speaking, she immediately rushed down. Use the rope to hit each zombie. The power the brother radiated was so great that they couldn't help but exclaim in surprise, "This magic!" Hosea appeared before Vincent and said, "I came here because the Baron and Golf insisted that I come and check the situation. This is an emergency situation that is completely unrelated to the mission." These words made Vincent unable to help but emotionally call out to the city lord. Brother Ho continued calmly, "What now? All your zombie friends are lying there." As soon as he finished speaking, Etmon burst out laughing and replied, "How could that be?" Immediately, a giant snake appeared behind him. Suddenly there was a loud scream from far away, "Run away! The tower is collapsing, if you don't want to be crushed, run now!" At the same time, from the rubble, Lan Tu Tun woke up, causing the brother to panic and look after him. He said, "Have you forgotten, the strongest zombie is still here." "Zombie? Of a 7-star martial artist?" Seekin exclaimed in surprise, "Is that Mask of the Clownland fiber?" Brother Ho stood to the side and quickly reassured everyone, "Don't be afraid, most of the zombies are alive. Will die if the Death Spirit Master that summoned it is killed." Having finished speaking, she immediately rushed over to tie up Etmon. Faced with such a situation, he calmly showed a strange smile, making Julian bewildered and wonder, "Is he smiling?" He pointed at Etmon's face and said that he was a liar. Brother Who shouted firmly, "Let's get out of his double carriage." Suddenly Vincent tensed up and quickly stopped him, "No way, City Lord, he is a lich." Hearing this, Hosea glanced at Vincent with a puzzled expression. In her mind, she secretly thought that lichs are living corpses that cannot die unless the magic core is destroyed. Destroying the body is useless, it only increases their range of action. They were so busy thinking that they didn't notice that Lan Tu Tun was silently attacking from behind. Sei Khan quickly used his body to shield the little master. Vincent and Hosea raised their hands to cover their faces in confusion. With just one punch, Lan Si Tun left a large hole in the ground. Smoke and dust surrounded the area, visibility was obscured. Hosea quickly asked, "Is everyone okay, is anyone injured?" Etmon appeared with a large body from behind. He said, "Adding another person to my collection. You can thank me later, you will all return to my nightmare army." As soon as he finished speaking, he used a strong hand. "Hit them with a blow." Seekin frowned and said, "A martial artist revived by a dead spirit master is indeed much stronger than before, as you often say." Brother Who continued, "Before he said that guy was a 7-star, right? A 7-star zombie is too powerful." Hearing these words, Seekin pondered for a moment. Then, he called loudly, "Becoming Lord. Seekin advised me that my main duty is to be the butler for the house and to protect the young master. If there is any option that helps ensure the safety of young owners going out, I will prioritize it." With this offer, he thought to himself, "Does it mean he will run away when things get worse, bad guy?" After thinking about it, she replied, "Okay, I will also entrust Vincent to you. Vincent, please leave and go to the countryside." As soon as he finished speaking, Vincent quickly replied, "No, I will not run away. I will defeat him and leave here with my chest puffed out." These words made Hosea not help but be surprised. She pointed at Vincent's face and declared, "From now on, you will be the second Baron and golfer." Vincent was confused and asked, "What does that mean?" Brother Ho explains that, like the Baron and golfer, you always have cunning plans in mind. From the outside looking in, it looks very strange. So, you already have a plan to defeat him, right? At the same time, Etmon arrogantly said, "Saying goodbye to each other for too long." Realizing that he had begun to attack, Vincent immediately rushed to respond. He said, "I received everything I needed as a trainee. From now." Vincent jumped up high and aimed towards him. With his powerful attitude, Etmon couldn't help but be surprised. Vincent bravely warned him that, "Remember, I am the 7th young master of the Adenka family, Vincent, Adenka." He used one hand to block Vincent's sword. Amon said arrogantly, "Stupid, do you think you can fight me?" Vincent confidently replied, "Okay. So it's not just me who's not your opponent." Taking advantage of that opportunity, Seekin rushed to help deal with the situation. Hosea on one side also participated in this war. The two of them tried to pull Etmon back. At this time, Etmon shouted angrily and asked, "What are you doing, daring to drag me away?" Suddenly his eyes looked a little scared as he stared ahead. I could only see him holding a spear and rushing to attack him. He stabbed him directly and shouted loudly, breaking the attack. Soon, Et Mon was thrown to the ground by them. Ra Van happily laughed loudly and asked, "How is it?" Seekin said calmly, "He hasn't been able to defeat him yet, young master." Amon staggered up and said bitterly, "Are you all fighting with me, 2 7-star warriors and the successor and the culprit? You guys think that's enough to trip me up, but you're sorely mistaken. So naive, it's not enough to defeat me." Brother Who said, "I'm not sure if I can defeat him, but he said it's okay, we just need to try." Seekin continued, "Young Master Vincent's words were definitely well founded, we will defeat him." He went out and laughed and replied, "If Vincent says it's okay, it will be okay." As soon as he finished speaking, Et Mon burst out laughing, "I'm afraid your hopes were in vain, the Vincent Adenka that you trusted. It's probably gone now." On another side, Vincent is fighting alone with Lan Si Tun. He wondered, "Julian, how much do we need?" Julian quickly replied, "We are on schedule, but need more time." At the same time, a huge hand was grabbing Vincent. Just like that, he was injured by Lan Tu Tun. Vincent fell down the abyss. Lan Chu Tun looked fiercely at him. Looking at his attitude, Vincent thought to himself, even that guy's head has its own intention. Lan Si Tun controlled thousands of swords to attack Vincent. Faced with a situation that hung by a thread, he silently told himself, "No, just a little longer. We need to buy Julian some time." Then, Vincent held the huge sword. Slashed at him. An explosion rang out violently, causing the ground to shake. But Lan Chu Tun was not harmed at all, causing Vincent to secretly exclaim in surprise, "No harm at all, I failed." He sat on the head of the orchid, worshipping and thinking. Suddenly he waved his head, causing Vincent to fall over. Vincent angrily cursed, "Damn it, he couldn't keep his balance. At this rate, the orchid has grown stronger than before." Vincent's face became tense and worried. From afar there was a loud noise. Ra Ven was startled and turned his head to look at it and shouted loudly, "Vincent." He silently consoled himself that, "No, I said I would trust Vincent, I had to focus on fighting first." Et Mon raised his voice provocatively from afar, "Come here, the brat." As soon as he finished speaking, he went to the edge and replied, "Block this attack, you trash zombie." At the same time, on the other side, the orchid was constantly leaking blood. Unexpectedly, he was soon able to recover to normal. Lan's sister Tun raised her hand to rub her head and exclaimed, "It was almost there." As the dust and smoke gradually dissipated, Vincent appeared with a cool pose. Lan's sister Tun saw this and sarcastically scoffed and made fun of her. Then, he immediately advanced to attack. But unexpectedly, before he could do anything, Vincent forcefully cut off his remaining arm. Julian appeared happily and said, "It was successful, I have restored part of my holy power in your body." Red sword technique, Julian is behind to support Vincent. Merlin once said that the red sword is one of the important swordsmanship in Adenka swordsmanship, and is also the sword that I use. Adenka swords include 7 types: meritorious swords, heavy swords, quick swords, bullet swords, explosive swords, like swords and red swords that are not dazzling or unique like other swords, but the owner of the sword can directly channel his own energy into it. With the ability to use diverse attributes, this is the swordsmanship created for you. Remembering these words, Vincent silently thought that when you gain new strength you will become much stronger. Yes, just like the perfect swordsmanship Arslan left me. This is just the right piece of the puzzle. Faced with Vincent's current strength, Lan Si Tun exclaimed in surprise. "Divine power, Star Warrior, impossible." Vincent proudly replied, "Consider this an honor, you are being given the power of the Holy King. His master's swordsmanship is now sublime and powerful. But now, I'm using the holy power inside the chain to fight against evil." Without thinking much, Vincent immediately rushed to attack him, causing Lan Si Tun to be confused and shout loudly, asking, "Where do you get your strength from?" Just finished speaking. The tip of the orchid has been split in half. A beam of light emanated from the forest in the distance. Lan Si Tun was knocked back and fell backwards. When he went out to witness this scene, he happily said that his ass-eating form had disappeared. Seekin frowned and exclaimed, now starting to feel afraid of young Master Vincent. Brother Ho continued, "He is really too strong." "Over here," Et Mon angrily said, "Damn, what the hell just happened? Is that really the power of a level 7-star warrior?" At the same time, Vincent walked over and said, "Your ambition ends here, Et Mon." You'd better shut up and surrender. Hearing these words, I frowned and silently cursed, you damn people. Adenka people are stupid, arrogant, always proud. I have been planning to destroy all of them for 20 long years. Yet now that plan has failed miserably at the hands of the very Adenkas that I despise. Thinking about the things he had gone through, Etmon shouted in anger, it was unforgivable. His power radiates overwhelming those around him. Covering the entire forest are dark breezes. The ground shook violently. The surface of the water, even up to a meter long, was shaking. The surface of the water, even up to a meter long, was shaking, Vincent exclaimed in panic, the situation, the entire citadel was shaking. Amon loudly declared, this city is all mine, I will not let my plan fail. I will destroy you along with everything. Just as he finished speaking, suddenly a voice interrupted, just stupid. The familiar voice made Etmon jump in fear. He said that the moment the plan failed, he had already resorted to despicable tricks. It seems like the strategist level is too much for you. Etmon, the man held up Etmon's magic core and challenged him. At this time, Etmon looked after him, with a panicked look on his face and asked, why are you here? Hosea exclaimed in panic, what, that guy, when did he appear? Sei Khan frowned and asked, who was that person? On this side, Julian was surprised and pointed forward and shouted, brother, look at that guy's hand. Vincent said in surprise, that is Leech's magic core, right, that's Etmon's. Having grasped the weakness, Etmon shouted in fear, wait a minute, it's not over yet, please, give me just one more chance. As soon as he finished speaking, the man spoke calmly and closed his mouth. Having finished speaking, he directly crushed Etmon's magic core into small pieces. Witnessing this scene, he trembled and shouted, no. This is truly a nightmare, please have mercy. I don't want to die, Etmon has now turned into smoke. Ra-Ven breathed a sigh of relief and exclaimed, his body was being torn into pieces. Ho brother wondered and asked, hey kid, what do you think is going on? Vincent then smiled and replied, it seems Etmon is just a pawn for their plan. Shekin was confused and asked loudly, why did you come here? He calmly replied, Butler Seekin, nice to meet you. Out of curiosity, Ra-Ven asked, Sei Khan, do you know that person? Sei Khan nodded and replied, yes. He is a demon belt. The next head of the blue family. At this time, the demon belt raised his hand politely to greet, and hello, nephew. Immediately, a group of mysterious people appeared. They surrounded Seekin's people. Vincent calmly teased, uncle and nephew just met, do we need so many soldiers? Julian said, these people, the warriors of Rampig. This is Micro's territory, how could he come so quickly? At this moment, someone's voice was reappearing in Vincent's head. He said that, in addition, although it borders the territory of Rampigs, up to now there has been absolutely no conflict at all, nor is there any conflict, there is no record of any tribute being offered. I'm too old to pursue such things, I have many other responsibilities to shoulder, I only go there to find the fastest way to get there. I support your integrity. Hearing these words, Vincent said, so the person behind all this is the Rampig family. As soon as he finished speaking, the demon belt replied, I've realized it. At this moment, Vincent silently thought, this is what my mother wanted, to bring the darkness of the family to the world. The demon belt said, nephew, if you can think like that, you obviously have to know how to withdraw yourself, right? You have to do that, right? Vincent wondered and asked, obviously what? Here, I have witnessed the scene of the father of a 2-year-old child, being dragged here without any charges and almost being sacrificed. Obviously so, what's wrong? Faced with this accusation, the demon belt pondered for a moment. He jumped down in front of Vincent and replied, I don't want to discuss right and wrong here with you. Erase everything that happened here today from your brain, that way no one will die. As soon as he finished speaking, the soldiers quickly raised their swords. Out on the street, startled, he raised his voice and asked, hey, what do you want, do you like to fight? Vincent replied, I have fulfilled my duty as a disciple following the path of life. So now, I am Vincent Adenka and, suddenly the demon belt quickly interrupted, wait, what are you planning? Vincent replied, I didn't come here alone, uncle. The words just ended. A source of power rushed from afar. Vincent saw this and asked loudly, is that so, mother? Savannah looked fierce. Step closer. When the soldiers saw her, they looked at each other suspiciously and asked who this person was. Vosa Hey Lam Sao, is the giant Vosa Sao. Daima gritted his teeth as if he couldn't believe it and stammered, I'm here again, is it because of this ma and to me? Vosa's whole body was filled with the power of crimson mana, his eyes seemed to flash with a cold smile and asked, so you know, I will come, Vin Chen. Vin Chen immediately explained, you know for sure that once the demon belt appears, Mom will appear to intervene in this situation. It hurts to grit my teeth, this kid. He then placed his hand on his chest and turned towards her, expressing, sister, if you think about stopping me, it will be a serious mistake. Vosa calmly said, I don't know why. Magic stones do not naturally appear from thin air, and it will always be a new kind of power that many people wish for in this world. Even this blue cold disc itself is already a favor from heaven and earth. Are you planning to take all this power by killing people with dark magic? Daima smirked and replied, it was just a misunderstanding, that et mon friend, is not your person, and those worries are mine. Before she could finish speaking, Vosa gritted her teeth and clicked her tongue, it's been a long time since I've seen your face, have you forgotten what your sister's characteristics are? How dare you lie in front of me, demon belt, you were burning with anger, mana also emitted as if wanting to swallow everything. The pressure of this power makes both Vin Zhong and Du Lian wary. Again, those eyes. My eyes seem to see me every time I intend to lie. She is always one step ahead of me, and looks at me with eyes full of contempt. The demon belt seemed full of hatred, the hand stopped the flow of mana. Shouted at Vesa, I hate those eyes. When Vosa saw him attacking, she didn't even lift a foot to dodge. But at this moment, a ray of purple power appeared, hitting the raised arm of the ghost belt. In his surprised eyes, was the image of the owner Khan. A slash lit up the dark space. And then there's the horrifying destructive power. The attack was like a cannon being fired, causing a long area of land to be severely devastated. The demon belt stood still, full of fear. He hugged his slashed arm and quickly begged, I was wrong, sister, my judgment was no longer accurate in an instant. Sister, in front of him now, there was more than just sand. But there was the head of the Khan family standing in front of her, holding a sharp sword. He was probably the one who had used the attack just now, and the one who had injured his arm. Vin Chen looked back in surprise, he had only slashed once, but the dark sky was now clear blue. This person is a descendant of the Atlan clan, and is the father of Vin Chen a Den Ca and Khan a Den Ca. Showing the strength of the Black Brothers family. The owner Khan's face darkened and asked, how to handle this situation, ma'am? Look at the fresh blood on the ghost belt's lost arm dripping to the ground. Vosa's eyes exuded heartache, his stupid younger brother was a demon. Seeing you like this just makes me ache. She slowly walked to where he was kneeling and said, I'm here to correct your mistake. So, the belt is blue. I myself must bear all responsibility for the crimes committed here. Next, there was the sound of footsteps approaching. They are soldiers and people of Gai Temple. The demon belt looked in panic, as did the Black Sword army of Brother Aden and also the monks of Tongai Temple. Before he could react further, the two men of Black Sword Aden brother tied him up. The ghost belt shouted, was this prearranged, sister? Vosa turned away and said, I want the family to walk on the path of righteousness. Daima questioned, don't you feel sorry for your father? Vosa stopped walking, she gritted her teeth until she trembled slightly. When trying to calm down, she turned around and coldly said, our father must shoulder a much greater responsibility. The owner Khan seemed to understand her mood and immediately called out softly, Visa, she smiled reassuringly, it's okay, let's go. It's late, but I think it's time to pursue what I once advocated. The temple and the Black Sword army cooperated to deal with the remaining things. Dun Lan ordered to arrest all of High Land's warriors. Gaia Temple and the Vosa family were already present, resisting in vain. Gaia Temple here will be closed, abandon all thoughts of running away. Cooperate with De Rami Eo's orders, if you want leniency. Suddenly Dun Lan looked in one direction. He exclaimed, Sir Vin Chen, he also smiled back, ah, Pastor Dun Lan. He quickly ran towards him and grumbled, oh my god, are you trying too hard again? Vin Chen did not hide it and replied, maybe so. By the way, City Lord, what about my promotion? He was startled and avoided eye contact, well, that. You play an important role as brother's heir, right? Your duty is to protect my pastors. And because a few pastors were injured, it was a bit difficult. Listening to this explanation, Vin Chen couldn't help but doubt life, but Dunn said, "Well, don't worry about that." Then he turned around and waved loudly, "Excuse me, Pastor of Mentum." When they heard his name, they were startled. Dunlan's face darkened, but she smiled affectionately and filled with murderous intent and asked, "Are you satisfied with Mr. Vincent's escort? Do you feel he has done his job well?" The two pastors began to fight mentally. If this continued, they would end up in jail with a computer, and it could also be the end of them. After thinking about it, they hypnotized themselves and responded, "We were very satisfied. It was not because of Mr. Vincent's wonderful power. Comparable to an 8-star warrior, no, even more so." After Dunlan received the answer, he came back and said that it seemed like the pastors were very satisfied with young Master Vincent. Hosea shrugged his shoulders, "Good, then maybe even a difficult knight like Va Golf would agree." She held up the badge and announced, "Vincent, a black brother, you have passed the 8-star warrior test." Usually there would be a speech during the promotion, but hey, it was long and boring, so let it go. She put the badge on the lapel of his chest. "Congratulations, 8-star Cadet Vincent." Ra Ven also excitedly congratulated. Vincent politely nodded his thanks. Everyone talked loudly together. Vosa and homeowner Khan quietly turned around and left. "Let's go." On the other side, the Demon Belt is also being escorted. "Go quickly, Demon Belt." He was still gritting his teeth angrily thinking, right at the moment of sending Vin to come to Ma and Tu Ni, was that your plan? If there were only one person to supervise. Then I was careful and could keep everything hidden. If he had known that she was coming in person, things would have been different, but she pushed him, and the more he thought about it, the angrier he seemed to be. Suddenly, his hands condensed with mana, directly cutting the rope and screaming, "Do you think everything will go according to your plan?" He pushed the 3 soldiers escorting him. Then he rushed like an arrow in one direction, looking closely at the desert. Seeing me disrupt her plan, he curled his fist forward. And the main goal was to Vincent. He couldn't help but be surprised. Then suddenly a stream of red blood shot up right in front of Vincent's face. Rewind a few seconds ago, when the ghost belt attacked Vincent. Only about half a meter away from him, both Hosea and Sei Khan were startled and couldn't react in time. "Damn, I was completely caught off guard. It's too late, Mr. Vincent is in danger." "Yes, the head of the Khan family is here, so I have relaxed my guard too much. This is my chance to take him down." The Demon Belt roared madly, "To see what the outcome of your plan would be." Hosea and Sei Khan rose up but couldn't keep up. They could only cry out helplessly, "Vincent, young Master Vincent." A stream of blood shot up before his surprised eyes. Until a few seconds later, he was still surprised. When his pupils regained some light, Vincent glanced to the side and saw Visa's arm and familiar clothes. She didn't know when she appeared next to him, and with one hand, she cut off the head of the Demon Belt. At the last moment of his life, he despaired, "Sister, to the end." Vosa coldly said, "Please stop." The headless body of the Demon Belt collapsed to the ground, right under everyone's surprised eyes. Singing as if shocked, "Oh my God." Seekin looked at Visa with a bit of fear. He was truly cruel, slashing his younger brother without hesitation. Vincent couldn't help but think, even he couldn't cope with the speed of the Demon Belt. Was this the power of a giant? Suddenly his eyes flashed in surprise. What made him like that was when he saw the trembling hand of Vasa. Vin called out. Mother and grandmother turned to look. He held up the crystal stone and said, "This is a magic stone refined from my magic. The evidence is in here." The magic stone recorded all of their cruel actions. Vosa smiled, raised her hand to receive the stone and said, "I've solved the problem for Mom, thank you. Mom will arrange the evidence and return it." Vin grabbed her hand, "No need." He expressed that this is my gift to my mother, please keep it. Vosa was surprised, what a gift for her mother. He explained, it couldn't make up for his mother's loss today. But I still want to give it to Mom. Du Lian couldn't help but ask in surprise, "Are you comforting her, a giant like her?" Vincent said, "Her hands are shaking." That's not the reaction of an emotionless giant. Maybe actually, Mom is gentler than she looks. Vesa held the stone tightly in front of her chest. Her face broke out into a gentle, heartwarming smile, "Thank you." That night, at the Violin family's mansion, the broken sword pierced the soldier's armor. The homeowner Khan gently lifted the soldier's whole body up. The remaining people were confused and frightened. The commander of the guard team was easily defeated. Brother Khan threw the other person's body down and slowly stepped forward to expose the homeowner's evidence that he was involved in the crime. "I will only attack those who resist. After saying that, he took off his red cloak and threw it aside. The soldiers gritted their teeth. Then they decided to unanimously rush to attack and protect the homeowner. The owner Khan's eyes seemed to glow. With just one sword, he cut the soldiers in half. His whole body radiated strong pressure, making everyone tremble in fear, but they didn't know what to do and still continued to attack. The homeowner Khan's swordsmanship is flexible. Flexible, elegant slashes strike out. In just a few seconds, all the guards here were defeated. He continued to walk forward. Behind him, on the ground were corpses and blood staining the floor red. Homeowner Khan opened the door, cold eyes looking at the person sitting inside. All the evidence was brought to the Doremi Eo Judgment Tower. The homeowner was sentenced to death. But as a human being, I let him take his own life. But Vion Ga curled his lips and smiled coldly. He shouted orders, "Kill him for me." Right after that, a person jumped down from above, holding the sword ready to slash down. The homeowner Khan hardly bothered to move. I just saw a flash of light in his eyes. After that, the assassin's whole body was split in half, the two halves fell to the floor. Vion Ga trembled and still cursed, "Damn it." Black Brother Khan stared at him, his whole body emitting super strong mana and said, "I understand your choice." Vion Ga was so scared that his face turned pale. Only then did the homeowner Khan jump up, slash the sword down, and a desperate scream rang out. Scene change, 2 sugar cubes are dropped into a glass of water. The carriage taking Vin Chen's group back left in the night, so Vosa asked if this was all the way. Vin Chen, he replied, "Okay, thank you mom." Mother and daughter sat in the same car, casually sipping their cups of tea and expressing, "I'm sorry, maybe you want to go home with your friends." He said, "It's okay." She confided, "Because this is what needs to be done, mother. I've learned a lot, seeing my child pursue his beliefs. Thank you, thanks to you, I am ready to face what I believe is right." Vin Chen explained, "No mom, it was only thanks to your determination. But, I think it's fine, I'll be rumored to be a traitor in the family's territory." Vosa covered his mouth and smiled teasingly, "Oh God, the kid who blew up the magic stone factory was worried about me." Vin Chen felt guilty and avoided his faltering eyes. "Oh, about that." Du Lian sitting next to him then panicked and held his head. "Yes, we are in danger." Vosa couldn't help but smile. "Oh, well. You really look like your mother." When the two heard their mother mentioned, they suddenly looked straight at her. Vosa expressed, "This is not a big reward, but, I have something to tell you. About your mother," Sava Na inhaled, "and also heaven again." Vin Chen timidly asked, "God and my mother, these two things are related?" She seriously emphasized, "Sava Na. It is the person who is chosen by heaven to receive it." Du Lian tilted her head in confusion. Was chosen, did she get it? Vesa began to tell the story. This is a long story. And, it's also a very old story. At that time, the Khan was a typical first-class military student, about to perform the rite of passage. Sava Na and mother accompany the Khan to assist in his rite of passage. There is another ritual that needs to be performed before the rite of passage in the fortress. At that time, near the Red Fortress, right at the Nile waterfall, Mom's group must defeat the monster that lives there. The huge monster looks like a clam, but when it opens its mouth, it reveals sharp teeth. Sava Na is so beautiful and strong, her ability is not inferior to Khan. The monster opened its mouth, and tentacles shot out from it. It happened when Sava Na jumped up and wrapped around her limbs. Sava Na cried out, "It was so horrible. When I opened my eyes, the monster's mouth was right next to me." She frowned and screamed, "It was disgusting." But a second later, Sava Na showed a calm smile. "I immediately knew it would be like this." As soon as he finished speaking, a sharp slash was released, directly cutting off the monster's tentacles. But the person who appears defective is the one who was weak when he was young. Vosa shouted, "The opportunity has come, Khan." Immediately afterwards, a figure appeared, a sword slashed with powerful mana was slashed, directly cutting the monster in half. That finishing blow was delivered by the owner of the house, a Den Ca, Kana Den Ca. The monster's body fell, and the Sava Na also landed on the ground. She cried happily, "It was great, it was such a good coordination, the mission was completed," and she reminded me, "Not yet, we have to get the pearl." Kana Black Brother went to take the purple pearl from the monster's body. Vesa covered her nose in disgust and asked, "Why did she ask us to bring back an ugly, smelly pearl?" Khan replied, I don't know, waterfall clam hunting has been a tradition since the time of Alan's ancestors. Savannah suddenly spoke up and speculated that something was very strange. We defeated his waterfall without getting tired, it wasn't too difficult for a first-class military student about to transfer to a new position. Furthermore, this waterfall, why is there a stream of water flowing through near the Red Fortress? Where is the water source that creates the waterfall located? My mother is always happy and radiant, always curious and discovers things that others cannot. Vosa doubtfully looked at Savannah, she expressed her opinion, maybe, just maybe. Do you think this mission has another purpose? Khan looked at her questioningly, what was the purpose? Savannah hesitantly guessed, maybe, it was like a plan that Alan's ancestors had arranged in advance. For example, maybe there is something hidden inside the waterfall. As she spoke, she pointed forward. Homeowner Khan asked suspiciously, but how can we investigate inside the waterfall, when the water flows so fast? Savannah gave a hidden smile and said, there is always a way. After a while, the three of them walked along the small rocks, approaching the waterfall. Vosa sighed and lamented, she really doesn't let anyone refuse, who can stop Savannah? The person in question playfully winked and said, if we cling to the cliff, we can go inside, my intuition is always correct, there must be something. Vosa reminded me, don't change my words. As soon as he finished speaking, the stone under the foot of the Savannah collapsed. She immediately lost her support and fell off the cliff. Seeing that she was in danger, the Khan immediately jumped down without hesitation, despite Vasa's objections, wait, it's very dangerous. Unable to stop him, she just helplessly jumped down, Khan. All three fell into the water. I don't know how much time passed, but Savannah slowly regained consciousness. She looked ahead and wondered, is this a cave, behind the waterfall? As expected, my intuition was correct. Suddenly, someone suddenly pinched her ear, she angrily grumbled, what exactly, do you want to get punched? We almost died, you should be more careful. Savannah hugged her painfully pinched ear, pouting her lips apologetically, yes, I'm sorry. Khan breathed a sigh of relief and said, fortunately the Savannah was not injured and was swept away by such a strong current. She also agreed, yes, it was a miracle to be alive. But there was a surprise deep in the cave. A hot breath came out along with a voice that startled the three people, it was not a miracle, it was I who saved her. When Vincent heard this, he was surprised and shouted, was there someone inside? Visha said, precisely, that is what we call holy fruition. Its true identity. Savannah's eyes opened wide and stammered, that was a dragon. Standing in front of the three people, a large dragon with a bright red color appeared. Khan and Vasa lightly swallowed their saliva. As for Savannah, he could not escape the surprise. The dragon asked, among you, who is the prophet of truth? Khan mechanically repeated the question, is the prophet of truth, wondering, is it the prophecy passed down from Aden Ca? The dragon was surprised, oh, you guys don't know anything, but you still found this place, you guys are really unlucky. Then he suddenly frowned and declared that there was no other way. All of you must die. After finishing speaking, the dragon opened its mouth and spewed great fire towards them. All three quickly jumped back to avoid the incoming fire, if they were hit, they would die. Vasa wondered doubtfully, why was there a dragon in the Red Fortress? No, this is not important now, first we have to find a way to survive. After avoiding the dragon's fire-breathing attack, the three people turned around and ran away. Savannah shouted loudly, everyone ran quickly. The dragon continued to open its big mouth, a magical light appeared in front of its mouth, it said, you can't run. Savannah ran forward and quickly realized the problem. Waterfall, the water flows faster. The red dragon slowly walked towards the three of you, it looked down with the eyes of a strong person and said, you have no place to hide anymore. Accept death, human children. Vincent was surprised at what happened, he exclaimed, not expecting it to be a dragon, look at the red dragon before your eyes. Vincent kept wondering, does such a creature really exist in this world? Savannah looked interested and asked, isn't that surprising? Vincent replied, I once put dragon bones in blood lotus. Julian shouted angrily, how did she know the dragon bone but only her father and Ryusa knew? Vincent said secretly, hiding that knew Adenka's lover. Vincent wondered and asked how did mother survive when she encountered it? Savannah explains that I don't know either. Suddenly, the red dragon spoke loudly, the only person who knew clearly was Savannah. Now you're on the same path. Accept death. Child of humanity. Realizing that the situation was not good, Vasa shouted loudly, Khan, Sava Na, we have to fight. At the same time, Sava Na and the head of the Khan family was ready to fight. Hearing the command, they immediately got together. Rushed towards the Red Dragon. Vosa from this side provided support for the response. She jumped up very high and climbed onto its head. She used strong momentum to aim at the Red Dragon's head to attack. On this side, Sava Na supports from behind. With the attack surrounding him, the Red Dragon frowned and observed. A ray of light flashed brightly throughout the sky. The homeowner Khan used the Divine General's sword technique to attack it. Before the power of the Adenka homeowner, the Red Dragon did not flinch. It gently raised its sharp clawed hand to block the blow. He exclaimed in a low voice, "Not bad." At this time, the head of the Khan family secretly exclaimed, "The strongest swordsmanship of the Adenka family, could it be solved so simply?" The Red Dragon monster spoke loudly. "But human strength is limited." "Over here," Vasa said with a tense face, "my body is being suppressed, is it its powerful aura?" Sava Na exclaimed in panic, "I can't breathe." Realizing that the two of them had a problem, the homeowner Khan loudly called out, "Sava Na, Psa." Suddenly, the Red Dragon monster called out in a deep voice, "You. How can you bear it? Pressure from my oppressive aura." In its mind, it secretly thought that he was very strong, it would be a waste to kill him, the future must be very bright. As soon as he finished speaking, the owner Khan angrily shouted, "I will not let you kill the two of them." At this moment, his anger had reached its peak. Suddenly, every blood vessel in the Khan's body burst. The old man screamed in pain and despair. The Red Dragon monster said, "All the ways of mana control by humans. All imitate dragons. No matter how strong your martial artist is, it's still far from being able to cause trouble with me." Although regretful, the Red Dragon monster walked closer to the Khan's owner. With a smug look on his face he said, "But I will free you." Having finished speaking, he immediately took action against the Khan family. An explosion rang out. Sava Na quickly came to save him. She stood in front of the Red Dragon monster. "Challenge." This made him exclaim in surprise, how could he still be alive after being injured by my magic? "Ah, I see, this kid," he suddenly thought of something. The Red Dragon monster raised his hand and squeezed Sava Na's chin. The Red Dragon monster raised his hand and squeezed Sava Na's chin, he said, "You must be inhaling it." As soon as he finished speaking, Sava Na asked in surprise, "How did you know?" He said, "I can see it." At this time, Vasa saw that Savannah was in danger. She whispered loudly, "Sa-va-na." She saw the Red Dragon monster saying, "After all, your family was chosen by me." Vasa said, "That's all I remember, when we woke up we had already left the waterfall cave." Moreover, Savannah, at this time, they turned to look at Savannah. A surprised look appeared on his face. She held the celestial fruit in her hand. Hearing this, Vincent silently said in surprise, "Heavenly fruit. It really exists. What Arslan left behind in blood. Must be heavenly fruit." Vosa continued with a sad tone, "But the condition of Savannah starting to get worse. A few years later, she became weak, and lived a difficult life before passing away." Hearing what happened that year, Julian sadly silently called his mother's name. Vasa continued, "Even so, Savannah had never eaten heavenly fruit. But leave it to the Khan. But he can't trade either, her health to receive it is, by Savannah the only person Khan loves." Just like that, many years later, she passed away, leaving the stick to the Khan, and the Khan finally ate the heavenly fruit according to her will. Savannah has forever remained in Khan's heart, the memory now thinking back is as beautiful as before. Vincent saw Vasa's thoughts, he silently said, "I can feel her complex emotions through her expressions, jealousy, anticipation, regret." Vincent then asked, "What do you think about my biological mother?" Vasa calmly replied that her mother respected her very much, and was also very jealous. At that time, it was raining heavily at night. Savannah hugged Vsa and comforted her, it's okay, Vsa." At that time, Vasa's mood was extremely panicked. She was moved to tears when she heard the words, "I am not a puppet." Just like that, the two hugged each other and comforted each other. Sava wondered and asked, "Vincent, can you agree to one more request of mine?" Vincent was curious so he asked, What is it? Vosa replied with a serious face, destroy the blue pig family. At the bloody city, the Nile waterfall. Vincent and Julian came here to survey the situation. Vincent asked confusedly, so, is this the Nile waterfall? Julian replied, pretty sure this is it. This is, before he could finish speaking, Vincent pulled out the sword. He used a great sword to cut down all gods. Slash hard in front of the Nile waterfall. The power of the attack was very strong, directly hitting the cave entrance. Witnessing this scene, Julian panicked, clutching his head and screaming, what are you doing? What if the cave door is destroyed? Vincent looked bewildered and asked, destroy? You think it's easy? Destroyed like that? Julian angrily exclaimed, unharmed, what is this waterfall? Vincent calmly replied, it seems we can't get in this way. The dragon lives inside, must be waiting, the one who sees the truth of the Adenka family, there must be some connection between this waterfall and Arslan. Vincent's mother must have used something else to get inside. That's why she gradually weakened and died after receiving celestial fruit. So the key to opening the entrance to the waterfall is definitely still hidden somewhere else. I have to find it. The truth is beyond the waterfall. On the other side, Va Golf exclaimed in surprise, Dai Ma Pig Lamb died recently. The head of the Vio family was executed by the Bol Ryok Khan under the supervision of Geo Rammi. So many tragedies, Ho Sie laughed and replied, who knows what would have happened if I hadn't been there. Va Gong angrily asked, so who was the one who prolonged the mission and thought it would be troublesome? He pretended to pretend and replied, when did I say that? Anyway, it's over, what happened to the sisters is truly sad. These words made Va Golf helplessly sigh. Then silently replied, yes. Sisters, Va Golf looked intently at Niva's photo and silently missed her. On this side, Dun Lan is running away haggard. He held the Holy Grail in his hand and rushed like the wind in panic. Suddenly, tense and worried eyes appeared. Dun Lan looked at the wall in front of her in panic and exclaimed, oh no. Dead end. From behind, a voice came, why don't you give up, Dun Lan? Just seeing the Australian pastor carrying many soldiers was pressing the Dun Lan to the end, he said, you should call me senior. It doesn't matter anymore, you should give the Holy Grail to someone more worthy. And left this world to receive lessons from the Holy King. Having finished speaking, Neo Lee Australia forcefully strangled Dun Lan without any mercy. He laughed happily, forever. Outside, the sky suddenly darkened, thunder and lightning boomed. Lightning struck the soldiers of the Australian anchorage. This made him scream in terror. What's going on? Suddenly a sword was pressed against his neck. Merlin appeared and said coldly, you better give up taking the Holy Grail, if you don't want to lose your head again. Dun Lan was confused and asked, are you? Merlin loudly declared, from now on, I will be the guardian of the Holy Grail. As a knight of Pastor Dun Lan. On the other side, Vincent knocked on the door of a certain room, and a voice from inside replied, what are you calling me for? From the inside, the third daughter of a direct descendant. First class, Han Na Adenka Military Academy. Step out. She said, isn't this where you do your graduation mission? Vincent replied, yes, you came here to fight, the waterfall will become quiet soon, right, sister? Han Na sighed and said, yes, anyway, I still have some questions about the graduation mission. The number of missions requiring first-class cadets is not much, and our mission is similar to the mission of ninth-class cadets. As soon as he finished speaking, Vincent replied, that's why. I want to invite you. Participate in this mission. Looking at the paper in her hand, Han Na thought to herself, a mission was requested in her mother's name, I guess it might be worth hearing him talk about this. She thought for a moment and then replied, what kind of mission is this? Vincent said, first, you need to reach the Blue Pig's territory. Han Na sat down on the ground and replied, Blue Pig's territory, after your death, it won't be easy for me to do that. Vincent quickly replied, yes, that's why I need you. I will become your bodyguard, and in return, I will have enough points to complete my graduation mission. Han Na coldly replied, I wouldn't ask for this if I didn't get any benefits. So what do you want? Vincent replied, I want a portrait of you. Remember before, when Vincent was attentively reading Julian's diary. Accidentally he saw a photo of Han Na as a child. When Vincent was a child. The two also get along very well. Vincent said, isn't the previous picture old, why don't you? Before he could finish his sentence, the sword was pressed against his neck. Hana uses chaos. To threaten Vinchen. Her expression looked very fierce as she stared at Vinchen. She asked in a low voice, "Are you kidding me?" Vinchen calmly replied, "No, I'm serious, the photo is a precious memory to me." Julian on the side quickly replied in fear, "It's not that precious, what are you talking about?" Vinchen silently replied, "It's impossible for a photo to still retain its original shape after so long. Do you think I didn't use preservation magic on it?" Han Na coldly replied, "You have also changed a lot." Vinchen happily asked if she wanted us to redraw it together. Han Na thought for a moment, then pulled out her sword and said, "Change your request. If so, I will consider it." This statement made Julian surprised. A sad expression appeared on his face. In a certain room, someone is sitting and sipping a glass of red wine. Gao phoned and asked further, "You said that the demon belt was dead." As soon as he finished speaking, he replied, "Yes, it's sad, but..." The phone caller asked further, "You have perfectly erased the evidence of my presence, right?" This statement made him confused, so he asked, "Why?" The phone station replied coldly, "Didn't you hear my question clearly?" The old man trembled and quickly explained, "No problem, everything had been arranged so that it looked like the demon belt had done everything himself. His death would hardly affect what the Li and Pig family was doing." Gafono said that Vosa always asked me about what I did, which was not too surprising because she was hostile towards me. "Fine. We'll see what she can do, and you too, little Vinchen. After all, we still have a secret weapon." The blood of the Dragon Clan, looking into the dark room of the Phoenix Station. The dragons are hanging in the air. Drops of blood continuously fell. Gafono said with a fierce face, "That's right, Vasa. Come here with Dad." Having finished speaking, he immediately used one hand to crush the blood cup in his hand. The ghostly face appeared. The phone station continued, "You too, Vinchen, come here with me." At this time, a fierce match is taking place. It's a war between CA Golf and Vinchen. Two people carry two different energies. With the capacity of 8 ounces of people and half a pound. No one was willing to give in, the battle became more and more fierce. Julian, standing on the side, couldn't help but exclaim in surprise, "How?" On this side, Vinchen silently exclaimed in surprise, "How could he understand?" CA Gon shouted with a smug look on his face, "This time you're definitely dead, Vinchen." As soon as he finished speaking, Vinchen confidently replied, "If it's delicious, try it." At the same time, a familiar figure appeared from above. He rushed into the battle between Vinchen and CA Golf. A loud explosion rang out, causing the ground to shake violently. Vinchen then frowned and observed the situation. CA Golf angrily cursed loudly, "This bitch. Va-Ti can appear boldly. You said, don't forget me, right?" CA Golf shouted bitterly, "Don't meddle, Va-Ti can." As soon as he finished speaking, Va-Ti can replied, "You are meddling in my business, me and Vinchen still have a duel." CA Gong replied with a fierce face, "Then I have to deal with you first." Va-Ti can burst out laughing and exclaimed, "Great, I also want to play with you." Vinchen heard these words, he panicked and quickly stopped, "Wait, that's not important right now, have you forgotten the reason why you are here?" This statement made Julian exclaim in surprise. Why did it become like this? Witnessing this scene, Van Kia smiled happily. The homeowner Khan calmly observed the situation. The evil people are laughing freely at this situation. And Vosa was silently saying, "Hurry up, Vinchen, otherwise our plan will be in vain." This story has to be told 2 weeks ago, at the Rim Sun Flag Fort. Hosie said, "Okay. You two can go." This made Hana say in surprise, "What?" Hosie sighed and replied, "Didn't you two hear what I said? I said that you two will go to Liam Pig's territory tomorrow." She quickly replied, "My sword is not suitable for protection." Brother Ho said that there are first-level cadets who are more suitable for this. "Hana, I hate getting into trouble the most. Do you think I will feel reassured when the 2 most talented cadets are absent?" Han Na whispered, trying to explain, however. Before I could say anything, my brother protested, "I don't want to hear any more, that's the principal's order, you have no right to object." Hearing these words, she replied in a low voice, "I understand. In the end, whatever happens will happen." Vinchen seemed interested and replied, "Yes, you are not the type of person who owes money but doesn't pay it, right? I'm about to graduate too, you only asked for a portrait photo, remember, this is a very good deal, right?" At this moment, Han Na's mind secretly thought, is this guy's plan? He has already calculated it. After thinking about it, she replied, okay, I will accept to give you a picture. As soon as she finished speaking, Vincent asked happily, really? You promised. After saying that, Hana turned around and left. Outside, everything has been prepared. Va Golf carefully advised, I hope you won't get into trouble. Vincent replied, to be honest, I'm not too confident in this mission. Va Gol said, I understand, this will be a dangerous mission. Vincent quickly comforted him, don't worry, the Pig Liam family will not directly harm me. Besides, my sister is also a first-level cadet. I also have the series, a spirit mage, we will be fine. Ju's son excitedly asked loudly, what about me, master? Vincent smiled and replied, oh yes, there is also Ju's son. Suddenly, there was a loud call for Vincent. The crowd of people rushed out and rushed over. Vincent, wait a moment. Luckily, we arrived just in time. What are you doing here so early in the morning? Seo Bai Ra shouted orders, pay attention. Please humble yourself and respect me. Before his glory. Seo Bai Ra shyly said, come back safely, Vincent. Ra Ven and T can continue, I promise to fight you a good fight if you come back, Vincent, remember. Zai Den said emotionally, thank you, Vincent. Ha Mon said, thanks to you we are stronger. Seeing everyone's love for him, Vincent was stunned and didn't know what to do. Then, he burst out giggling. Vincent put his hand on his chest and said solemnly, humble me before your glory, I will return. Han Na coldly stuck her head out and called out, Vincent, it's time to go. Va Golf said, Han Na, please. Before he could speak, his brother quickly pushed the golf bag away, then replied, come on, don't you think everything will be okay? You look like a corpse these days. Han Na replied, emotional things only get in the way of completing our mission. As a martial arts master from the Adenka family, this is what I need to do. These words made Va Golf deep in thought. After saying goodbye to each other, they immediately set off. The buses depart one after another. The group of people behind cheered and shouted, come back safely, don't get into trouble. Va Golf said nostalgically, will they be okay? Ho Ca asked in confusion, what's wrong? Va Golf replied with a worried face, Ha Na, it looked like she was a little worried. At some point, she will become cold, ignore her own feelings and only focus on her mission. She is also called the statue person for that reason. I was worried if there was something going on between the two of them being together for so long, the brother replied, they're still sisters, right? I guess they'll talk about the past during the car ride. Suddenly, from behind, someone raided Vincent's carriage. Sensing that situation, Vincent turned back to look. Han Na had a fierce look on her face and held Vincent tightly. She asked, didn't you kill each and every one of them? This action left Vincent in shock, not knowing what was happening. The picture on paper was blurred in many parts. Then it was crumpled up and thrown straight to the ground. Vincent shouted angrily, what do you think you are doing? Han Na looked as clear as ice and said nothing. Then, she fiercely swung her sword forward. Han Na coldly controlled the sword in her hand, creating countless cuts on Vincent's hair. But he could only sit still and not dare to move anything. Soon, strands of his hair fell down. Julian exclaimed in admiration, that is. Vincent at this time, his hair was cut short and styled to the side. Before he could decide what to do, Hana reminded him that as a member of the Adenka family, he not only had to focus on martial arts, but also you have to take care of your appearance, remember to cut your hair from time to time. Both of their vehicles are still on the way to their duty station. In the car right now, Han Na is sitting and drawing attentively. After a while, she also completed the portrait for Vincent, and it was done. She draws really beautifully, looks almost exactly like him in appearance. Han Na gave the drawing to Vincent and said, here is the portrait, are you satisfied? He took the drawing and replied, yes, thank you. Looking at herself in the painting, Vincent couldn't help but silently admire, she's so beautiful, even though her appearance is thorny, can she draw so beautifully? Julian chuckled and agreed, that's right, her drawing ability is amazing. Since she was a child, she has been a genius. Han Na put away the drawing kit, she completed the contract, we are out of debt, Vincent expressed, I'm very happy, I will keep it carefully. Then he turned to Julian and wondered why she refused, when she could be so beautiful. Julian explained, she had given up on her dream a long time ago. Why give up? Don't you know, once you carry the name of such a noble family, sometimes you won't be able to live as yourself. The dream of becoming an artist is too far away for her, Vincent denied. It's impossible. The dream of becoming an artist is too far away for her. Vincent denied. It's impossible. There is no reason why everyone has to become a fighter in the Adenka clan, when we have countless reasons to pursue our dreams. If just because of the word Adenka in my name, she has to give up her dream, I will help her have that dream again. I don't know how long it took for them to reach the territory of the Hei Lam clan. At this time, the people here were gathering to protest, attacking the Hoi Lan phone station, and the clan's soldiers were sent out to stop the crowd. Guards, stop the protesters, don't let them enter the dike. The people reacted vehemently, we must have our land returned, from the hands of the tyrant. But right after that, countless legal bullets were fired at everyone. Immediately afterwards, the protesting crowd became chaotic again. The Vincent group stood on the roof of a house looking down. He couldn't help but say in doubt, this place is really the territory of the stars. Isn't this place very prosperous? Hana calmly explained, only the rich class is happy here, that's why this city is having conflicts between classes. The Blue family is no longer trusted by the people because of the tyrant's rule. To overthrow him, a force called the People's Resistance Army was established. They are currently protesting against the military forces here. To avoid unfortunate events, rich families have all moved to the central city of DC Na. Julian frowned and exclaimed, I knew there would be a protest here, but I didn't expect it to be on such a large scale. Vincent speculated, it seemed like the protest hadn't been going on for long. That's right, the event that sparked the rebellion. Starting with the execution of the leader of the resistance, Vincent couldn't help but be surprised. Why was he executed? But Han Na didn't want to continue explaining any further. She urged, we also need to go to the dike, let's go quickly if you don't want to get into this trouble. In my opinion, I know the shortcut. The four of them walked into the entrance of a small alley. Wilson carried 2 bags of things, followed slowly, talking as he walked. This way might be more dangerous than going through Ma and to me. The master also suddenly cut his hair. It looks so strange now, the series hesitantly said, yes, but there is also good news. Miss Hana seems very familiar with the roads here. I wondered if she had ever been to this place before. Hearing her say that, Han Na suddenly stopped. She lowered her eyes and was about to say, the thing is. Suddenly, a group of soldiers suddenly appeared ahead. Who's that? Vincent frowned, that armor was the army of the Blue. The soldiers saw someone breaking in and immediately rushed forward, a group of strangers, to arrest them. Vincent avoided it while trying to explain, wait, we didn't do anything suspicious. But these people did not listen to his words and continued to advance. They had swords. They are rebels. At this point, Vincent is at a loss, perhaps he can't explain it to them. Then he suddenly appeared in front of the soldier. Use body strengthening to put force into your hands. Then he punched the soldier hard. The other guys started to panic. What is that? Vincent's fist caused these people's armor to even become distorted. He stopped fighting and kicked. Soon, Vincent defeated almost all of this group. At this moment, someone suddenly jumped down from above. You little rat, die. This name is different from other names. He used a magic move to strike down a huge fire. Then a huge explosion appeared right in the alley. Wilson and Sari were worried and wanted to run up. Young master, but were stopped by Hana holding out his hand. Calm down. Vincent will be fine, and indeed, as she said, Vincent did not know when he jumped onto the wall behind the other soldier. When he found out, he was extremely surprised. Why? I just saw Vincent kicking hard on the thought. Use your strength to rush towards the soldier. And it's lightning fast. Slashed him once. Vincent thought excitedly, my body is so light. The magic stimulation pills I was forced to take when captured in the prison tower before, and the space reversal technique, are helping my body achieve this state. However, at this time, the big explosion just now attracted attention. Very quickly, a group of new soldiers appeared again. Here, on this side, there are people, the series reminded, behind them there are also people. But not only that, there are soldiers on all 4 sides surrounding and blocking the way. They dare to attack the soldiers of the Hei Lam family. Quickly call for more reinforcements, don't let them escape from here. Julian worriedly said, we are surrounded, there are too many of them. Wilson and Ceres couldn't help but be confused. No way, like that, what should we do? Han Na calmly said, I guess there's no other way. She held up a badge. Say it out loud, look carefully, the blue crest of the Blue family. When the soldiers saw it, they also turned to each other incredulously and asked, "The crest of a martial artist of the highest class, so who is this person?" Han Na said, "I am Han Na Adenka from Rim Mountain Flag Fort. We need to get to the dike." Hearing her name, the soldiers couldn't help but break out in a cold sweat. Han Na Adenka, this person is a direct descendant of Pa Tri Yok. Everyone, stop, she is the benefactor of the Blue family. Vincent looked at her suspiciously and thought, why didn't you use that thing early, otherwise this problem could have been solved easily. It seems like you didn't want to show everyone that family crest. Wondering like that, Vincent went to Hannah and asked, "Sister, that crest was," but on the ground, suddenly rolled up a small bomb. It suddenly glowed, strange characters appeared on its surface, and emitted a stream of black smoke. The power of the bomb explosion combined with the smoke made it difficult for people to cover their faces. In the chaos, suddenly an arm grabbed Vincent's hand. That person pulled him away and said, "This way." Han Na gritted her teeth and observed the situation and then determined that it was a smoke bomb from the resistance army. A moment later, when the black smoke dissipated, Hannah suddenly opened her eyes wide. In front of him, Vincent's figure had completely disappeared. The soldiers were running around searching, still nothing, we still haven't heard anything from the people on street number 7. Han Na waved her hand and ordered, "Quickly find Vincent, he couldn't run far." The soldiers heard the order and immediately dispersed, clearly, quickly. Han Na mumbled worriedly, hoping they would get there in time. Sari and Wilson ran over to reassure them, "Lady, please calm down." Han Na said with a serious face, "We have to hurry, Vincent may be in danger." The series speculated that perhaps it was the rebels who captured the master, but it was unbelievable that he couldn't handle a group of people like them who had never been properly trained in combat. Han Na explained, "They started to act when I said my name." "What?" "They knew that Vincent was related to me, so they thought that Vincent was also an enemy." Sari confusedly asked, "What are you talking about, why is that so?" Hannah's voice became smaller and smaller. She said, "The person who captured and handed over their leader to the evil family was me. As for Vincent, after being arrested, he seemed to have been knocked unconscious. He was thrown into the carriage by them." The person pulled down his cloak, revealing the face of a young girl with blue hair. She snorted coldly, "A rat." After that, that person jumped on the carriage and urged him to go quickly. There were also 2 people in the car, one with red hair and one with blonde hair, both with their faces covered. The blonde man quickly spurred his horse and ran away. The girl asked viciously, "Have you got that?" The red-haired young man replied, "Got it, we took the soldiers from the blue soldiers, luckily there were protesters. This tunnel leads to the mine territory, it's quite dark inside, we should be careful, well, the bad guys won't be able to find us, if we disguise ourselves as merchants after exiting the street, tunnel." The red-haired boy pointed to where Vincent was lying and asked, "But who is this?" The girl said, "Han Na Adenka's younger brother, he is the perfect hostage for the negotiation." At this time, the blonde was driving, but expressed some insecurity, "Guys, we do this, it was okay." The blue-haired girl patted his shoulder to reassure him, "Don't worry, do you want to become a slave to the phone station guy after escaping from the Ma and to me?" The other person still hesitated, "But..." Red Hair interrupted, "How could you kidnap Adenka's family?" She smiled happily and recounted, "I assassinated him in the smoke, it was quite easy." The boy took off his mask, revealing a confused expression. "What? It couldn't be, unless he did it on purpose." As soon as he finished speaking, a light flashed. Vincent didn't know when he woke up, but now he lifted his pillow and hit him on the side of the face. Currently raised the knee, hitting him on the side of the face. The girl saw this and cried out in panic. But right after that, Vincent immediately turned around. Cold eyes stared at her. Then there was a loud noise. The man driving the carriage heard it and raised his voice to ask, "Hamo na, what are you saying? It's too noisy, I can't hear clearly." As he finished speaking, a cold sword suddenly pointed straight at his neck, startling him. Vincent ordered, "Continue driving the carriage, I won't hurt you, as long as you cooperate. I want to meet the leader of the rebels." The man was scared and sweating and stammered, "I understand, please put the sword away, I'm only good at driving a carriage." When he took off the mask, Vincent was a little suspicious. "It was you. Someone we saw at a homeless shelter." The carriage was traveling through a dark tunnel when suddenly a person appeared in front, standing still as if blocking the path. Vincent pointed his finger in panic and reminded, "Hey, there's someone ahead." The man couldn't help but be startled. Why was there someone in the tunnel? Carefully, he quickly pulled the horse's rope and braked quickly. Because it was so sudden, the whole carriage tilted to one side. The wheel broke off, and everything else was ruined. The horse also panicked and went crazy, breaking free from the reins, causing the vehicle to lose balance. The tunnel caused dust to rise because of the vehicle overturning. Hamo-na fell down and cried out in pain, "Oh, my head." Then she quickly turned back to ask, "Can you, please? Are you okay?" At this time, the person blocking the road came in front of her and said, "As expected, you went this way. I'm not surprised that the army didn't notice. After all, this road is a shortcut that only local people use." Hamo-na looked at his arm, the blue armband. "Traitor, are you planning to sell us out to a phone station?" The man smirked, reached into his shirt to rummage for something, and said, "Us, what do you mean? You are just a bunch of reactionary people, fighting against the evil kingdom. I will show you what an exemplary citizen is." He laughed. In his outstretched hand was something like a blood jade. Hamo-na's eyes turned pale. "That's a blessing." The man swallowed it whole. Just a second later, his face immediately turned red. "That's right." In the blink of an eye, his whole body grew taller, his shadow even covered Hamo-na's body. His appearance completely changed. Become like a monster with two big horns. The traitor smiled triumphantly and exclaimed, "Wow, with this power, I can arrest hundreds, even thousands of traitors. I will capture you and receive even more blessings." After finishing speaking, he raised his hand, condensing a bright red light. Hands with sharp claws strike down. But when he was about to approach Hamo-na, a sword was pointed straight at his hand. The person pointing the sword was none other than Vinchen. When Hamo-na saw him standing in front of her, she couldn't help but be surprised. The traitor's face was filled with disbelief. "He could stop me with just one hand. Who are you?" Vinchen uses magic. "Transform the sword into the sword form of a Miluni," said. "You want to know my name? But you must introduce yourself first." Having said that, he immediately slashed his sword twice towards the traitor. But he seemed unharmed. But laughed sarcastically, "Don't make fun of me, with the power of blessings, you can't even hurt me." Knowing me, before I could finish speaking, something fell. A huge rock fell. In an instant, it crushed his entire body. Vinchen smirked and said, "I know very well, that mana will not be able to hurt your half-human, half-dragon body, that's why I aimed at the ceiling of the basement from the beginning." Looking at what had just happened, Vinchen couldn't help but think, the power of the dragon people, the pieces of the puzzle were finally assembled. How to compress these powers? Dragon blood. I believe Lo Van used to attack me. It all leads to the blue family. I guess there's still a lot to explore. While thinking, Hamo-na suddenly held a sword and slashed at him. Vinchen seemed to have guessed her intention and immediately raised his sword to block it. Hamo-na gritted his teeth and asked, "What are you? You let us capture you, then saved us. You should have been on Han-na Adenka's side. You nobles, all the same, don't care about us commoners." At this moment, a sound of a stick came, along with a voice, "Hamo-na, stop. You won't fight that guy." Vinchen looked in the direction the other person walked and asked, "Who are you?" That person stared at him and introduced himself, wiping his eyes blue. "Leader of the resistance army. Who was recently arrested. An execution." In the forest on the outskirts of the Blue House's territory, there is a small wooden house. There were many people standing guard around. Inside the house, Vinchen was sitting opposite the leader of the resistance army, wearing blue lace. Looking inside from the outside, everyone was skeptical. Was he really Vinchen Adenka? Well, he was in disguise, so no one noticed and then blew away the priests and VO house bastards. Hamo-na gritted his teeth and said, "He looked normal. What was the captain thinking when he brought him here? Can you remind me? Are you still doubting? That person is the hero of Ma-and-to-me there." The old leopard hugged his little daughter and told him that his servant would have taken care of my daughter, if it weren't for him. Time went back. At that time he was locked in the prison of the temple, hugging the iron bars while crying and begging, "Ma-and-to-me, Street 12, number 3, the house with the green roof, my daughter is there. Please at least give her something to eat." Vinchen then turned to tell Sari. "Please go to this address, Ma-and-to-me Jackfruit, Street number 12. Returning to the present, he advised, "Hem-na, I understand your doubts, but this person came to help us, can also trust and reassure. See, even the fat man thinks so." Hamo-na hesitated for a moment, then concluded. "Can't be sure yet. No one knows when he will show his true face and stab us in the back. In the wooden house, the atmosphere seemed tense. Vincent stared at the other person. Lao Ren asked, he was the one who saved the people of MANHUA. He did not hide his answer. Exactly, my parents had this intention, I was just the one to initiate it for her. Lao Ren laughed, people who experienced it directly said otherwise. Among us there are people from MANHUA, and there are also people with close ties to that place. On their behalf, I would like to express my gratitude to you. At this moment, a voice almost shouted, we must kill him. Lao Ren was startled and turned around to see an old man leaning on a cane looking at him, the Baron. He pointed his finger in fear and said, not only did he find our hiding place, but he even knew your identity. It's not too late to eliminate him. Lao Ren looked at him coldly and questioned, do you want to kill him, the martial arts master who defeated the lucky people and captured everyone to use them as sacrifices? Don't worry, Baron, everything will be fine. Seeing that, he can only go along with it, okay. Vincent couldn't help but doubt in his heart, they were very wary of outsiders, did something happen? Thinking about it, he asked, now that he thought about it, wasn't there news that the leader of the resistance army had died, and why was he still alive? Lao Ren replied directly, thanks to black magic. Vincent was startled, what, black magic? He extended his hand to the Baron and introduced himself as the Baron who had escaped from the homeless shelter where he discovered his talent for black magic, when making magic stones. The Baron looked at Vincent questioningly, I don't know if you have ever heard of the clone technique, I created a fake corpse of Lao Ren. Thanks to it, we switched identities right before the execution. Julian appeared and said, it was like the black magic that Tin Lo Van used. Then the Lao Ren leader stood up and said, I want to talk to you in private, do you mind? Vincent shook his head, okay. The Baron slowly left the room. Before leaving, he turned back to look at the house for a moment, his eyes filled with mystery. Lao Ren and Vincent walked on the deserted forest road, he exclaimed. So my sister sent you here, Vincent added, she wanted me to overthrow the Blue family. I think she wants to punish herself and her family. Lao Ren bowed slightly, that's it, sister. Vincent suddenly suggested, Lao Ren, can I ask you something? Why did you cut your own eyes? Lao Ren was startled, what are you doing? Vincent explained, looking at that brutal gash, it couldn't have been caused by a skilled martial artist. However, there was no trace of him resisting, I can only infer that he did it himself. Lao Ren gritted his teeth and told the truth, that's because, I couldn't bear to continue witnessing everything with my own eyes. Cities that my family controls. The humiliations people had to endure. I don't dare look at them anymore. Vincent wondered, wasn't there another reason besides that? Lao Ren couldn't help but be surprised. He smiled inwardly and assessed, he has a clearer view than a normal martial artist, now I understand why she sent him. The two continued to walk. Lao Ren said, just now you saw the essence of the blessing, right? It is a drug that can bring enormous power, but is easily addictive. The evil family used them to divide the people. Those who follow will be given position and grace. My family basically treats them like mercenaries. As those addicted to blessings gradually left, the protesting group was gradually suppressed. Lao Ren then held a knife, stood on the high wall and shouted, I can't stand the current state of the evil territory anymore, so before the rights return to the people's hands, I absolutely won't look at it. I gave up my sight, becoming a symbol to gather the abandoned people. As he finished speaking, he picked up a sharp knife and cut a line across his eye. Red blood fell as evidence of the oath. Hearing the story, Vincent exclaimed, his will is admirable. He smiled and expressed his thanks. Suddenly, on this path, on bare tree branches, there were two lucky guys standing in ambush. Ho, Lao Ren He Blue is still alive, huh? Both of them quickly prepared for battle. Group of blessed people, why was the hiding place discovered? It's impossible, no one except the resistance soldiers knew the way to get here. Two lucky people jumped down from the tree with the intention of attacking. We will be promoted to first-class citizens if we capture him. Vincent immediately rushed forward to confront them. He shouted loudly to remind him to quickly hide and clean the lace. He swung his sword and slashed at the other two men, but did not cause any injuries. Vincent frowned, as expected he couldn't damage them with this move, there was no one around to ask for help, how could he? While he was thinking, a lucky guy curled his fist and hit him. Why are you thinking about your posture? Vincent was caught off guard. If you get hit, you will be thrown back. But he quickly regained his balance and turned around to land on the ground. He gritted his teeth and cursed, "Bastard." Julian quickly reminded, "Brother, over there." This time on the other side. But another lucky guy is approaching him. "Mr. Lao Lace is in danger. Lao Ren is falling on the ground." That lucky guy opened his mouth, preparing to spit out the fire, and said proudly, "Just keep your face intact." Lao Ren clicked his tongue and cursed, "Damn it." Vincent hurriedly rushed to him and shouted, "He wiped the lace." In that moment, he immediately pushed his whole body away. But I'm in the crosshairs. Finally, fire erupted, burning the whole forest. Lao Ren was pushed away and fell to the ground. He struggled to sit up, wondering what had just happened. When he turned back, he couldn't help but be surprised. Vincent had blocked the fire attack for him just now. Burn marks were even visible on his arm. He was surprised. Vincent. The two lucky guys were quite surprised to see that he was able to block that move just now. He was able to block it well, but can you continue to protect that blind guy? You don't even have anything to do with this case. We'll let you go as long as you hand over that guy. Vincent bluntly said, refusing. He struggled to think. They were not martial arts masters but were almost monsters. With all his strength he could still defeat them. However, I still have to protect the blind Manhwa Ren at the same time. It will be very difficult to fight both of them in this situation. When the lucky guy saw that he refused, he didn't stand still any longer, but immediately rushed forward. "Okay. Then let's die with that guy." Vincent raised his sword and prepared to fight back. But suddenly, countless blue sword slashes, like dancing and slashing continuously towards the two blessed men. At a glance, their bodies chopped into a pile of different pieces. Then it fell before Vincent's surprised eyes. This technique. Sister, when he looked up, Hana was standing in front. She coldly looked at the person standing behind him. Wiped the lace. Was he still alive? Lao Ren was startled when he heard this sound, this voice. "Is it you, Han Na?" Han Na gritted her teeth as if filled with anger. In a blink of an eye, she passed by Vincent and raised his sword and rushed forward, pointed it straight at Lao Ren and shouted, not expecting him to be alive and healthy like that. "Wipe lace, hey lamb." Just as she stabbed her sword down, Vincent was one step faster. He used the sword technique Emi Luna. Turn the sword like a shield, blocking the front of the sword. He shouted, "Sister, what are you doing?" He looked at her attitude and couldn't believe it. Someone who rarely showed emotions. What exactly made her so angry? Lao Ren has been quiet for a while now. Suddenly I asked if I still had a passion for drawing. Han Na trembled slightly. The sword in his hand fell down. As if helpless, she fell to the ground. Vincent called out in surprise, "Sister." Han Na couldn't hold back her tears and expressed that he couldn't even see it, so there was no need to ask. Lao Ren didn't know what to say except, "Dad, I'm sorry." Suddenly, a loud scream rang out, "Leader." Hamo Na and a few other people ran over to ask what the explosion was about. "Are you okay?" When they looked closely at the body on the ground, they panicked. These blessed people, how did they get here? Besides, who is that person sitting there? Could it be? Hamo Na gritted his teeth, his face full of ugly and harsh voice, "Ha Na Danka." Lao Ren raised his hand to stop. "Calm down everyone, I'm okay, so." But Hamo Na then walked in front of Hana. Hana's spirit was collapsing. When she looked up, she suddenly asked, "Who are you from last time?" "Haven't finished talking yet." She was severely slapped by Han Na. She coldly questioned, "Who do you think you are to dare to come here?" After she almost killed the leader. Fighters don't need emotions, they just need to listen to the orders given, and accept praise when completed. That is what makes a martial artist honorable and virtuous. At that time, everywhere was engulfed in flames. Hamo Na quickly pushed the door in and announced, "Damn, someone is invading our base, leader, you go ahead." But this time, Hannah's figure suddenly appeared behind her. She only used the hilt of the sword to directly wound Hamo Na. "Are not. After giving up on my dream, I also no longer care about anything else." Han Na stood seriously in military style and said, "Sir Lao Ren He Lam, I want to invite you to testify as a witness of the illegal protest, which took place in the city center of DC Na." Hamo Na screamed, lying, she wanted to take him away to kill him, right? Han Na explained, "We were only interrogating him as a witness, and would let him go after he answered a few questions." Hamo Na of course didn't believe it. She ran in front of Lao Ren and declared, "Who would believe such blatant lies? I won't let you take our leader away." At that time, another person appeared and said, "How could it die? I just want to ask my son a few things." This person is none other than the owner of the phone station. Immediately recognized this voice, "Father." The phone caller asked, "Isn't that enough of a rebellion? It's time to stop this nonsense and go home." Manhwa Ren seriously refuses, "I can't do that. We will never stop fighting. All the people here are willing to sacrifice everything for the evil territory." Gafono glanced at the crowd and sarcastically said, "I see, I didn't expect you to give up your eyesight to incite everyone to follow your nonsense beliefs." He suddenly grabbed his son's shoulder and whispered, "But if you are so devoted, I'm ready to sacrifice even my niece. You were the one who taught him how to draw, right?" He kept whispering threats into the room. "You don't know how sad I would be if my grandchild lost his eyesight like you. You understand what I mean?" Right after that, Mr. Lao Lace calmly followed the phone station back. A few days later, my uncle's execution was decided, even when, under the execution site, people gathered in large numbers to protest and stop the execution. He was everyone's hero. No one knew that at this moment, the Baron secretly led Lao Ren away. He said, "Fortunately we were able to change his place in time. The clone technique absolutely must not make mistakes. I survived thanks to the Baron. Let's go, we'll be in trouble if anyone notices." Lao Ren nodded, "Yes, please guide the way." Just as he was about to leave, suddenly a scream rang out, "No way." Lao Ren immediately recognized this voice, Han Na. At that time, Han Na was stopped by the soldiers. She cried and shouted hoarsely, asking why, "Didn't you say you wouldn't kill him? Why did he stand on the execution platform and be beheaded?" But no matter what she said, the sharp blade of the guillotine still dropped. The people everywhere cried out in anger and anguish. Han Na trembled all over, her pupils constricted as if she couldn't believe what she just saw. She screamed in pain. In the crowd, her scream seemed to reach Lao Ren's ears, but he still had to leave quietly. He apologized. Returning to the present, the three of them sat around the fire, wiping the lace, and after telling everything, they said, "What father said before I was taken away was not completely wrong. If it weren't for the Baron, I wouldn't have been able to escape execution. Even now, I'm still just a blind puppet more useless than anyone in the resistance. To cover up the truth about my death, I couldn't give Hana the news of peace." At this moment, Hana was sitting face down with her pillow behind a tree. Her eyes were completely black without any light. She remembered that before, when she went to see the phone station, he even smiled and praised, "You did very well, Han Na. Why are you so moody? You haven't completed your mission yet." That's not the expression of a hero who just destroyed evil. Hana's whole body trembled and she couldn't speak. But. The phone caller walked up to her and said, "You just need to follow orders and accept compliments. That is true honor and virtue. A fighter doesn't need emotions, right?" He put something in her hand. Her bloody hand opened, revealing a blue crest with a star in the middle. He also said, "Han Na, you will become a great martial artist." At this moment, she tightened her grip on that family crest again. After finishing telling everything, Lao Ren suddenly asked, "Vinchen, do you really want to accept my sister's request, and overthrow the family?" Julian heard what happened and had to clench his hands in indignation. He didn't expect him to dare to take advantage of Hana like that. He couldn't be forgiven. Cannot forgive him. Vinchen remembers Han Na's tears. He replied with a determined attitude, "Yes, I will join your army." Receiving the answer, Lao Ren smiled and asked, "So can you help me with something? Please come see my father." The next day, Vinchen came and stood in front of the Blue Mansion. Seeing him, several soldiers immediately ran out to stop him and stopped right there. "This is the family's mansion, quickly bring out the papers." Vinchen immediately brought up his mission paper and said, "I am Vinchen Adenka from the Blood City. I am on a mission, and need to meet my grandfather." The two soldiers saw this and said, "We will let you in after confirmation, please wait a moment." Vinchen gritted his teeth as if emitting murderous aura and questioned, "What are you waiting for? You are just a lowly soldier, how dare you make the family head's guests wait? I know I arrived a little late due to a personal incident, but my visit was still personally approved by the homeowner. Could it be that your power is greater than his?" The soldier was frightened by your aura and stammered, "That." Vinchen ignored these two guys and went inside. "Enough talking, I'm going to visit him." Two confused soldiers followed. "Wait, you shouldn't go inside." Vinchen ignored it and still opened the door. When he looked ahead, he couldn't help but be surprised. In front is a group of soldiers. arranged neatly in rows. Julian silently exclaimed, "There are so many soldiers here, they are also fully equipped." Vincent turned around and asked why so many soldiers were gathered here. The guy explained that it was because the Two Spanking Festival was taking place. The event is named after the amaryllis flower, the symbol of the Blue family, a competition of martial arts masters invited by the family. However, the activities of the Revolutionary Army became more and more widespread. To enhance security for the festival, soldiers must always be wary of anyone. "I hope you can understand and sympathize," Vincent immediately said. "It seems like grandfather is abusing his power to control the soldiers according to his will." The soldier was sweating profusely. "What?" He frowned and glared at him, saying, "The reason is too bad, you should go back and think more." Even so. Why were these soldiers sent to the chief's mansion, especially at the entrance to the hall, a place used to welcome guests? "Say, why are you guys here?" After finishing speaking, Vincent also chuckled to himself. Yes, this could be a test for me, or a struggle for power. Suddenly, a blow hit the floor, accompanied by the voice, "We are here to prevent unwanted incidents. I would like to ask you to leave." A large man with a giant hammer stepped forward to block Vincent's face. "I hope you will voluntarily comply." Vincent curled his lips and smiled coldly. "An accident. You think I, the young master of the Adenka family, the cadet of the Blood clan, will bring trouble to the family?" The man was immediately scared by his pressure and stammered, "No, that's not what I meant." Vincent shouted impatiently, "In the end, who are you protecting and obeying? How can you be called a soldier of such a large family, when you can't even answer this question properly? Think about it, sending soldiers here like this takes too much manpower, but it's not necessarily effective." Having said that, Vincent continued to move forward, even reminding him in a stern voice, "You're fired, I'll go see my grandfather myself." But as soon as he walked away, the man raised the large hammer in his hand. Then he slammed it down hard in front of Vincent. "Emphasize, you can't get through." Vincent just laughed and asked, "Is that your answer? That's it then. I will create an incident that you have always wanted to happen." The man couldn't help but feel scared and sweat, thinking to himself, this aura is not something that can radiate from a normal kid. The rumor that the demon was defeated by him is true. At that moment, a majestic voice rang out and stopped. "Enough of the chaos, all of you leave, the person giving the orders is the phone station." Then he lowered his voice and said warmly, "It's good to see you again, Vincent. Come with me, welcome to the Blue family." Entering the room, Vincent sat opposite the phone station. He was full of praise. "You performed quite well. Am I overdoing it a bit?" Vincent replied, "Yes, you're a bit uncomfortable." He spread his hands and said, "Forgive me, I've heard a lot about you, so I wanted to verify that those rumors weren't exaggerating your strength." Vincent smiled and said, "You appreciate me so much." In his heart, he secretly judged that this person is the head of the family of Helam, Ga Fon Du He Lam. The aura is really strong. No, this is murderous aura. He is completely worthy of being the head of a family of martial artists. The phone's eyes flashed red, but on the outside it was still friendly and said, "I've wanted to see you for a long time, Vincent, but in my heart I was filled with hatred, the bastard who killed my son." Vincent also looked straight at him and pretended to reply, "Yes, me too, I'm here to overthrow you, grandfather." He asked again, "So what mission brought me here, secretly, sir?" The phone station was slightly surprised. "Why did you hide it from your grandfather?" Vincent leisurely drank his tea before answering, "Yes, I also know that you are divided between public and private." The phone caller hugged his forehead and burst out laughing. "You made me feel so happy, your answer was very good." At this time, Vincent suddenly added, "However, you can tell me the person who assigned you the task." "That's my mother." "My mother?" The phone station was startled. "What the heck, are you planning to win this guy over to your side?" He retracted his smile, his face darkened and asked, "I heard you've done some pretty impressive things lately, are you correcting my son's mistakes?" He replied, "I'm just a little lucky." Gafonio sang seriously and said in a serious voice, "I mean, my son died, because he was lucky or something." Hearing this sentence, Vincent suddenly didn't know how to respond. Julian rubbed his chin thinking, this conversation is getting strange. Vincent reassured, "Don't worry, he won't cause me any trouble." The phone station laughed and said, "You don't need to be so nervous. Actually I have to thank you, if you don't do that, I will have to kill it myself." "But you're a bit late," Vincent explained, "Yes, on the way you had a conflict with the revolutionaries." The phone station pretended to be angry. Slam your hands on the table, those bastards, how dare they lay their hands on my nephew. Vincent quickly raised his hands to express, it's okay, besides the fact that I'm a little late, there's nothing else wrong. But he seemed very indignant and gritted his teeth and shouted, damn people. Dogs that dare to bite their owners must be punished. Having finished speaking, he calmed himself down, picked up his cup of tea and asked, one thing, I just captured a few of their gorillas, how do you think we will deal with them? Vincent frowned and asked, what did he do to them? He suddenly used his bare hands to break the handle of the cup. Smiled satisfactorily. We broke their limbs. They will regret it for the next half of their lives, because they dare to confront me, those filthy rats, they should know their own status. Is that right, Vincent? Your face was full of anger at that time. He couldn't help but stand up, put his hands on the table, looked at him and said, yes, it's not easy for me to hide from you. Aren't you curious about my mission? That is, you have to participate in the Two Spanking Festival. The phone caller exclaimed in surprise, what, a two-ass festival, you? He smirked and held up the mission paper to prove that yes, although it was a bit embarrassing, these were people who could be trusted. Can you help me with something? Returning to the previous night, Lao Ren seriously told him that my plan would take place at the same time as the Two Spanking Festival. Pay attention, I'm very alert. He has blocked all roads with dikes. So, I need you to help me a little, these people will participate in the festival. The city lord and the commanders of the blood loyalists, the cadet representatives, and the pastors of Gai A and Dunlan. And also, Dad. My mother too. Having finished speaking, he chuckled, full of thought. Surely he will agree. This is a delicious bait that phone stations will never miss. The night before, Vincent sat looking at the burning fire and said, we don't have much time. We have to contact the people I mentioned. As soon as he finished speaking, the space suddenly became quiet, everyone stared at him. It wasn't until a minute later that Ceres and Wilson shouted in panic, what? Who else are you going to drag into this, young master, are you crazy? Han Na also spoke up and said, I understand what you intend to do, but will those people do what you want? If things don't go according to plan, it will be a difficult situation, too reckless. Vincent looked at her teasingly, are you worried about me? Hana was startled and denied, no, that's not what I meant. He smiled confidently and reassured, don't worry, it'll be okay. The only problem is, how do we do it? We need to contact a lot of people, in different places that you don't know. Ha Mo Na winked, pointed at herself and said, leave it to us. Lao Ren also said, the revolutionaries have many secret contacts for these things, can send magic letters through this term. Vincent expressed satisfaction. Good. Hope you will be happy with this gift. On the other hand, at the temple, the magic letter was delivered. After Dunlan read it, he couldn't help but be scared, such a shocking thing happened on the territory of Elam. Merlin suddenly appeared and asked, what was written in the letter, Priest Dunlan? When he saw you, he immediately suggested, Mr. Merlin. Do you want to go out for a walk with me? At the Bloody City, Va Golf both used magic to restore the status quo and reassure. Please calm down, boss. He intends destroy the whole mountain. Brother Ho used his whip to whip the mountain with anger and said, even though I am the city lord, I did not know that a student of our academy would have to go through such things. Va Golf frowned convincingly, city owner. Brother Who then sat down on the ground, smiled faintly and asked, are we not trustworthy? That's why no one asked us for help. Who do you think is behind it all? Va Golf replied, it must have something to do with the elder believing in Lo Van. Isn't that his outcome? Abandoned by others. Ho Brother asked with a serious face, do you think the people behind these things are the same? He explained, the number of people capable of making the Council of Elders act according to their wishes is not many. Brother Ho suddenly said a name and it was a nightmare. The leader is Ko Tiet Mon. It seems that Lady Vase's younger brother is also a member. His eyes suddenly became blurry, like a nightmare. The city lord gritted his teeth and wondered how much impact he thought this would have. We cannot be sure about anything yet, he asserted. However, one thing can be certain. As Vincent said. At the Adenka family palace, Vosa smiled and said, it will burn everything. Then our job is just to take advantage of that to create a bigger fire. The Khan did not respond. Vesa urged that we should also prepare. At this moment, he spoke again, but it was not that fire. In the end, I will be the one to burn down my own family. He turned around and walked to the edge of the sofa. And held her shoulder and asked, I will ask again one last time. Is this really okay, wow? Her eyes suddenly flashed with sadness. She looked at the owner Khan and thought, such a kind person. Then she hugged him and said, it's okay, Khan. As long as you can atone for your family's sins, in front of Han Na and the people of the evil territory. As long as I can atone for my sins, before you and Savana. Back to the present, in the reception room of the homeowner. Vincent asked sarcastically, do you have time to spare like that? You should prepare to welcome distinguished guests. The phone station suddenly curled his mouth. He burst out laughing loudly. Vincent frowned, what are you so happy about? He looked straight into his eyes and asked, so what, nephew? Do you think I would be afraid of such things? Highlam is a territory that grew from trade. It is the place that connects the lands of the great martial arts clans Samion, Va Ti Kan and Adenka. Even if something happened, and the relationship with Adenka ended, it wouldn't matter. Just like Vesa did, we just need to connect with other territories. In fact, other families will always wish to take Adenka's place. Simply put, he is too great to fall for these childish tricks. Now, what will you do, my nephew Vincent? Vincent curled his mouth mockingly, was that all? Gafono couldn't help but blurt out in surprise, what? He asked, so what about this? Somewhere, Seekin ran everywhere looking for, young master, where are you? When he saw the looming silhouette of the river, he happily decided to call out, young master. But when he saw it, he was startled. Ra Ven was now holding the letter, full of enthusiasm, laughing loudly with joy. At the Simeone family mansion, the scene is peaceful. Suddenly a loud explosion erupted. The martial artist sat on the ground and stammered, why did you suddenly do that? Young master of CA gone. He was holding the letter and reading it. When he read the content, his eyes were filled with indignation and he squeezed the letter tightly, causing it to wrinkle. CA gone gritted his teeth and said the name, Vincent. After going out to read the letter, he quickly ordered, Seekin, quickly contact my father. CA gone also tried to stay calm and emphasize that he would report this matter to his mother immediately. On the letter there were only 2 words, come here, along with Vincent's signature. All 3 are in 3 different places. But did not agree to speak in unison. Prepare to arrive, the territory is blue.